To prove my choice wasn't wrong, I directly challenged the school's strongest dungeon as the Scalebane Wraith, even boldly claiming I could take on 10 opponents at once, because I knew my potential far exceeded others' expectations. Xiao Chen had been transported to the Blue Star world for a year, over a decade ago. This world was chosen by the multiverse paradise as a trial ground, where anyone turning 18 gets one chance to awaken as a professional. Class 3, Grade 12 of Xinqing High School. Today will be the most important moment of your lives, echoed homeroom teacher Zhou Ping in the classroom. Whether you successfully awaken as a professional or remain an ordinary person depends on today. Becoming a professional means skipping the college entrance exam and directly entering the Warrior Academy. The benefits need no further emphasis. I hope you all awaken successfully, gaining formidable strength to stand tall in future crises and safeguard Dragon Nation. Class dismissed. Gather at the awakening chamber in 1 hour. Seated at his desk, Xiao Chen recalled the information about awakening. Over a decade ago, the multiverse paradise descended upon this world, granting anyone who turned 18 and found an awakening stone a single chance to awaken. Those who succeeded would be bound to the multiverse paradise system, allowing them to enter the dungeon portals scattered across the world. By battling monsters and leveling up in these dungeons, they could earn attribute points, equipment, and various items to enhance their strength. This system resembled the games from Earth but with one crucial difference: death in the dungeons meant true death, no infinite respawns. It was said that only high-tier professionals had a chance to obtain revival items. Becoming a professional and entering various dungeons meant facing life and death dangers. Yet the immense rewards still drove most people to overcome their fears and dream of becoming professionals. After homeroom teacher Zhou Ping left the classroom, the room buzzed with excitement. Finally, the day has come. I'm sure I'll awaken and become a professional. With your luck, choking on water just by drinking it, you still dream of becoming a professional? Did you hear? Class 1's awakening ceremony is over. And apparently, Zhou Jie from their class awakened as a mage. Mages are in the top tier in terms of attack power. How insane is that? He's basically set for life now, right? Who wouldn't agree? But compared to mages, I'd rather be a swordsman. I'll just stay an ordinary person. Becoming a professional means fighting monsters, way too dangerous. No pain, no gain. Do you really want to live a life of 996 like a beast of burden forever? An hour later, all students from Class 3 arrived at the awakening chamber on time. The person presiding over the awakening ceremony was not their homeroom teacher Zhou Ping, but a seasoned professional from the Warrior Academy named Zhao Long, rumored to have already reached 3rd tier strength. As a professional, his demeanor was entirely different from that of school teachers. Just one glance from him silenced the noisy crowd instantly. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, he spoke calmly. The importance of the awakening ceremony goes without saying. Now, enter the awakening pods in order according to your student numbers. Number 103, Chen Jia. Enter the awakening pod. Yes, in less than a minute, the hatch opened, and Chen Jia stepped out, accompanied by an announcement: Trainee 103 has failed to awaken. Hearing this, Chen Jia's face showed clear disappointment. Next, over a dozen people failed to awaken their abilities in succession, dousing the high spirits of Class 3 students like a bucket of cold water. Until Chen Fan stepped out of the awakening pod, student number 124 had successfully awakened as a heavy sword warrior, a powerful offensive profession. The scene erupted into a clamor. Not only had Chen Fan successfully awakened, but he had also become a heavy sword warrior, one of the most sought-after offensive professions. This profession was no less impressive than Zhou Jie's mage from Class 1, and even Zhao Long couldn't hide a flicker of envy. The heavy sword warrior excelled in both offense and defense, making it one of the top-tier professions among all ability users. Emerging from the pod, Chen Fan scanned the crowd before locking eyes with Xiao Chen, his gaze brimming with provocation. Before Xiao Chen's transmigration, the original owner of this body had been bullied by Chen Fan multiple times, but the current Xiao Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Defying his past timid demeanor, Xiao Chen had not only stopped fearing Chen Fan but had even publicly kicked him flying once. Since then, Chen Fan had avoided provoking Xiao Chen until now, when he awakened as a heavy sword warrior, seemingly regaining his confidence. Every classmate knew about their feud. Seeing Chen Fan's challenging stare, they couldn't help but worry for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen ignored his provocation and quietly waited for the awakening. Next, along the way, another classmate successfully awakened, but it was only a support profession. More than 10 minutes later, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. As a transmigrator, even he couldn't help feeling nervous now. Whether he could rise to prominence in this world depended on this moment. The cabin door closed, and a dark red energy was injected into his body. As the energy flowed in, his cells seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. Moments later, the red energy faded, and Xiao Chen felt that something about him had changed, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The hatch opened, and the voice announcements sounded simultaneously. Student number 139 has successfully awakened the rare profession, Reverse Scale Battle Soul. At this moment, Not only did all the students erupt in astonishment again, but even Zhao Long was shocked. Rare professions often represent mystery and power, with fewer than 1 in 10,000 professionals possessing them. Since the advent of the multiverse paradise, New City High School had never seen a rare profession awakened, yet now, Xiao Chen had actually awakened one. How could this not leave everyone stunned? Zhao Long immediately contacted the Professional Alliance and reported Xiao Chen's awakening of a rare profession. Having a rare profession successfully awakened under his jurisdiction was undoubtedly a significant achievement. Moments later, Zhao Long received a message from the Alliance that calmed him down. When he looked at Xiao Chen again, a trace of regret flashed across his face. Xiao Chen's heart tightened, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. After successful awakening, all professionals were equipped with a personal system, and Xiao Chen was no exception. He immediately followed the method taught by his teacher to open the system panel for inspection. Name, Xiao Chen. Can be renamed once. Profession, Scale Revenant, Rare Profession. Level, 0, each tier has 100 levels. Reaching level 100 requires breaking the gene lock to advance further. HP, 80, base HP increases with constitution growth. MP, 60, base MP increases with intelligence growth. Constitution, affects HP. Defense, stamina, recovery, and resistance to abnormal statuses. Strength, related to attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Agility, related to attack speed, physical reaction speed, movement speed, etc. Intelligence, related to magic attack, mana recovery, etc. Attack, cannot be increased by any means for unknown reasons. Physical defense, base defense increases with constitution growth. Magic defense, base defense increases with constitution growth. Combat power evaluation, a comprehensive assessment based on level, attributes, equipment, etc. The system only displays rounded integer values. Note, combat power is merely a system panel estimate. Actual combat effectiveness depends on skills, environment, and numerous other factors. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be any major issues. But what the heck are those 3 red exclamation marks behind the attack? Attack power is 1 point and cannot be increased by any means. Seeing this message, Xiao Chen felt as if struck by lightning. This can't be a joke, right? What can 1 point of attack power even do? No rush. Usually professions like this have some ridiculously overpowered talent skills. Xiao Chen comforted himself with this thought as he clicked open the skill panel to check. Skill name, Thorn Spike. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, passive. Skill cost, none. Skill cooldown, none. Skill effect, reflects 10% of any attribute attack. Skill name, solid as a rock. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, passive. Skill cost, none. Skill cooldown, none. Skill effect, reduces any attribute attack by 10%. That's it. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally understood why Zhao Long was regretful. After finally getting a rare class, who would have thought it would be trash? With a permanent 1-point attack, does it rely entirely on that pitiful 10% rebound for damage output? Alright, the awakening ceremony is over. Chen Fan stays, the others may leave. The other students found Zhao Long's arrangement quite strange. Logically, Xiao Chen, who had awakened a rare profession, should have been his primary focus, yet now he was completely ignoring Xiao Chen. Only after Xiao Chen left in a state of dismay did the crowd murmur. I just checked on the internet, and the rare profession that Xiao Chen awakened is a waste profession. How can a rare profession be a waste profession? Ha, you don't know about that. There was someone who had awakened to this profession more than 10 years ago, but... Come on, don't sell it. But this profession only has a pitiful 1 point of attack, and it can't be boosted in any way. It can't be. How can there be such an outrageous setting? I don't know about that. That's what the online sources say anyway. It should be true. If not, then why did instructor Zhao Long ignore him? That's a real possibility when you put it that way. Back home, it's not really a home, it's only a place to stay. Because Xiao Chen was the only one living in this suite. Why is that? That's naturally the basic operation of a traveler. On the day Xiao Chen crossed over, the small car the family was traveling in was involved in a car accident, and Xiao Chen's parents died instantly in that accident. Only Xiao Chen was incredibly alive. At this point he was alone, lying quietly on the couch, grumbling under his breath. I'm a traveler at least, don't I get any perks? While he was complaining, a system alert appeared. Detected that the host has activated the Universal Paradise carry-on system, system override in progress. Coverage complete. What the hell? Due to the existence of the Universal Paradise in this world, the infinite system cannot fight against it until its energy is restored, so it can only be hidden. So how come it's okay again now? The host has activated the Universal Paradise carry-on system, and the infinite system can override to hide it. So, what are your powers? Xiaochen was looking forward to the system at this time. Countless travelers rely on the system to turn the tide against the wind, and now it was finally his turn. I'm sorry, host, the universal paradise is too powerful. What I can do to help you is very limited. Hearing this, Xiaochen's heart cooled in half. Tell me what help you can give me. The infinite system now has too little energy in reserve. After analyzing the system can give you the following two options. One of them is to help you, please choose carefully. I permanently enhances the use of a skill. 2. To give you a new chance at awakening. That's it? Nothing? Are those the only two options? Yes, that's all the current infinite system energy can do. Current? That means there are more options later? Yes, but it requires the host to kill monsters to gain enough bioenergy to allow the system to activate more permissions. Can the system unlock the limit of attacking permanently only 1 point when it grows up? Sure. This made Xiaochen's heart blossom. But it requires the system to be restored to its peak. How do I get back to the top? Getting enough bioenergy. About how much will it take? Killing all the monsters in that world should restore 0.0001% of the system's total energy. It doesn't seem to be working out that way. What does it mean to permanently increase the effectiveness of skill use? The unlimited system doubles the effect of the skill as a whole, including doubling the current effect, the effect that grows after leveling up the skill, and the skill's upper limit. This made Xiaochen begin to hesitate. The first thing that came to his mind was to boost Rock Solid. If this skill was capped at 50% damage reduction, then doubling it would make it 100% reduction. Wouldn't he be invincible then? At that point, even with only 20% true bounce damage, he can counter death any monster given enough time. Getting a chance to awaken again looked good, but Xiaochen didn't have the confidence to win the lottery again and become a combat professional. The chances of that were too slim. If the awakening failed, he would only become an ordinary person. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaochen made up his mind. Elevation is rock solid. Skills upgrading in progress. Warning! Warning! Upgrading this skill has violated the underlying structural principles of the universal system. The system is low on energy, and upgrading has been interrupted. Hint: the current unlimited system energy is not enough to boost this skill. Hearing the infinite system's warning, Xiaochen was disappointed for a moment. That being the case, there was only one option: to boost the Thorn of Thorns. If the effect of the Thorn skill was doubled, it seems to be not bad at all. Defense could be improved by improving his physique and changing his equipment, but attack he couldn't improve by any means. Without output, you can't fight monsters, and you can't level up, and if you don't level up, you don't have attribute enhancement points, so you're stuck in a deadly cycle. If this can be resolved, the career doesn't seem to be unacceptable. Thinking about it, Xiaochen had no choice but to open his mouth. In that case, help me improve my thorn skill. Okay. With that, a majestic energy was injected into Xiaochen's body, changing his body. A moment later the system voice came again. Elevation complete, infinite system energy has been depleted, I will fall into a deep sleep. Subsequently, no matter how much Xiaochen called out, the infinite system did not respond in any way. Reopen the skills panel to view it. Skill name: Thorns of Thorns. Skill level: Level 1. Skill type: Passive. Skill consumption: None. Skill cooldown: None. Skill effect: Rebound any attribute attack by 20%. Nothing has changed except the bounce damage has been increased to 20%. Xiaochen was prepared for this. Close the system panel. Think about how the future will unfold. Although he had successfully awakened as a professional, it was clear through Zhao Long's reaction that the others didn't think highly of his profession. Whether or not they will be able to successfully enter the Warrior Academy is not certain. Chapter 3: Insufficient Damage, Quantity comes first. The Warrior Academy was part of the Professionals Alliance, which in turn was formed by the government of the Dragon Kingdom, and its main purpose of existence was to cultivate more powerful warriors who were loyal to the government. When the worldwide system first came down, governments didn't pay much attention to it. It is not until a professional walks out of an exploding nuclear bomb unharmed that governments take it seriously. In order to keep such a powerful force as the professionals under control, the government went straight to the source, controlling the awakening protoliths. By controlling the original Stone of Awakening, one naturally controls the new professional. The original Awakening raw stones randomly left all over the world were controlled by the government by force. Of course there were still quite a few awakening primordial stones left behind, but they were only a few after all. The easiest way for an ordinary person to access awakening is naturally to go to school, and in their senior year of high school the student just reaches the age limit of 18 for awakening. At that time it will be possible to awaken through the school's awakening pod. After awakening as a professional you can enroll in the Warrior Academy, where there is the most complete professional training system, the most favorable treatment, and the fastest way to become stronger. It had become everyone's dream to be able to successfully enter the Warrior Academy. Originally, Xiao Chen had already obtained such a qualification in one step, but looking at Zhao Long's attitude, this matter was really not certain. The only way to get into the Warrior Academy is to show them that the profession is not a waste. The best way to prove it is naturally to level up and become powerful. After more than a decade of fighting, in addition to high-risk areas, it is difficult to encounter monsters around the city, and you can only enter the copy if you want to upgrade quickly. The monsters in the duplicate can be constantly refreshed, and the level is constant. There is the most ideal place for newcomers to practice. Xiao Chen planned to try it out tomorrow. As for finding someone to team up with, Xiao Chen didn't have that idea at all. With a permanent one-point attack and no taunt skill, he couldn't pull in any hate and couldn't even be a meat shield. Then it's just a matter of going it alone. Before that, he had to change his name. Modifying the name of a professional not only effectively hides the real identity, but also enhances the realism. You only get one chance, and you have to be careful. When he came to this world, it was the time when Xiao Chen was in a car accident. His mind was trapped in Xiao Chen's body for up to a month, seeing nothing but darkness until his body gradually recovered and he could barely open his eyes to see the light, an experience that he could not forget for the rest of his life. So he decided to change his name to Blackout. Alert, name change successful. Xiao Chen couldn't sleep for a long time this night, and he was looking forward to tomorrow's trip to the replica. He had read many times on the website forums about the thrills and spills in the replica, and he had longed for this for a long time. The next day, Xiao Chen arrived at the new town novice copy square. At this time, there were already quite a few professionals gathered in the square. Most of these professionals were newcomers who had only awakened yesterday. One by one, they are all in high spirits, just waiting to enter the copy to kill the four directions. Of course, there are people who are full of fear to enter the copy and fight with monsters, but in the way of the copy of the high income they can only be hard on it. Isn't that Xiao Chen, the only one to awaken a rare profession at level 2024? As a woman's voice rang out, all eyes fell on Xiao Chen. The woman's name was Ningwan, and she had been Xiao Chen's crush. Of course it wasn't the current Xiao Chen. The current Xiao Chen couldn't look at this kind of goods. Is he the Xiao Chen whose attack power is permanently only 1 point? A rare profession indeed. Haha, yeah, he should be the only one in the profession that only has 1 point of attack forever, rare indeed. 1 point of attack power, it's a level 1 monster that can't even be killed, right, so what are you still doing here? Sending them to their deaths? I guess it's not dead yet and I want to give it a go. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Xiao Chen didn't see eye to eye with them. Alone, he came to the entrance of the novice copy and stepped into it. Hint, you have entered the newbie copy forest of newbies. The monster level of this copy is level 110. Hint, the backpack function has been permanently enabled. Tips, automatic pickup function has been opened, monster information prompt function, equipment without wear and tear has been temporarily opened. Note, this function is a newbie experience function, and it will automatically expire when it reaches the 2nd level. Hint, detecting a professional entering a copy for the first time, hereby rewarding a piece of novice equipment. Hint, you obtain wooden shield X1. Warning. This is not a game, this is not a game, this is not a game. View the properties of the newly acquired novice shield. Equipment name, wooden shield. Equipment level, 0. Equipment quality, white equipment. Equipment is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Where requirements, 3 points of strength can be used. Physical defense, 1. Magic defense, 1. Not bad for newbie gear, this attribute is simply. Luckily though, the only bit of attribute was defense, which was exactly what Xiao Chen needed. Putting on his wooden shield, he reached 5 points in both his defenses. After entering the forest, a red-eyed rabbit suddenly sprang out of the grass and charged at him. Xiao Chen didn't panic in the slightest and stood his shield in front of him, blocking the red-eyed rabbit's tearing attack. And at that moment, the system also gave information about the red-eyed rabbit's profile. Monster name, red-eyed rabbit common. Level, 1. Life value, 200. Physical attack, 4. Physical defense, 3. Magic defense, 2. While blocking the red-eyed rabbit's attack, the red-eyed rabbit actually took a little damage. 1. Of course, it wasn't really rebounding 1 point of damage, 1 was the lowest value the system could display, and that was it. The red-eyed rabbit with 4 points of attack power posed no threat to Xiao Chen with 5 points of defense. Since the red-eyed rabbit couldn't do any harm to him, a bold idea appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A few minutes later, Xiao Chen was followed by more than 10 red-eyed rabbits. Wandering around, he realized that if he continued to run away, he would be out of hatred, and according to the density of monsters in this area, pulling in more than a dozen red-eyed rabbits at the same time was already the limit. Stopping in their tracks, more than a dozen red-eyed rabbits swarmed and frantically attacked Xiao Chen. None of the red-eyed rabbits were able to break through his defenses though. And the red-eyed rabbits that attacked him were taking rebound damage from Thorn's thorn. The red-eyed rabbit's attack speed wasn't very fast, and it took more than 8 minutes for all 200 life points to bounce back before they were all killed. You have killed the red-eyed rabbit and gained experience value 1 in copper coins 3. You have killed the red-eyed rabbit and gained experience value 1. You have killed the red-eyed rabbit and have gained experience value 1 in copper coins 5. As a long series of system prompts appeared, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. That's not much slower than the others in terms of killing monsters, is it? Continue. Chapter 4, Crazy Monster Brush, Extreme Upgrade. An hour later. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 1, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. How are skill points distributed? Don't even think about it. Dislike directly on the Thorn of Thorns. Due to the infinite system's improvements to the Thorn's Thorn skill, for every point of Thorn's Thorn that was upgraded, then his upgrading effect would also be doubled. Adding it to Thorn of Thorns is definitely the best option. Alert, skill upgrade successful. Check out the skill descriptions. Skill name, Thorns of Thorns. Skill level, 2. Skill type, passive skill. Skill effect, bounces any attribute attack by 22%. The rebound damage is boosted by 2%, and without the system modification, it should only be boosted by 1%. Tapping on the attribute panel revealed that a plus sign appeared behind each of the 4 main attributes. How do I add points? Don't even think about it. Strength, agility, and intelligence are all related to output and do little to improve him. Naturally, all of them are added to the physique. Hint, adding points is successful. View properties. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 1. Life value, 130. Mana, 60. Physical fitness, 13. Power, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 6. Physical attack, 1. Magic attack, 1. Physical defense, 7 plus 1 additional to equipment. Magic defense, 7 plus 1 additional to equipment. Battle strength assessment, 30. Note, the system displays only rounded integer values. Defense is at 8 points though, and continuing to kill red-eyed rabbits is still the optimal choice. You gain from killing any monster that is not 5 levels below you. Go on. With the increase in bounce damage, the efficiency of killing monsters has increased. But upgrading also requires more experience. This time it took him over 70 minutes to level up. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 2, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. The plus point choice remains unchanged. After the additions, the defense reaches 10 points and the Thorn's Thorn rebound damage reaches 24%. 3 hours later. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 5, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. After successfully adding points, his life value reached 330 points and his defense reached 18 points. The rebound damage was even at 30%. This upgrading efficiency could rarely be matched by anyone other than wizards and archers. But this good thing can't continue after all. He had now reached level 5, and there was no longer any gain in continuing to kill the red-eyed rabbit. Higher level monsters must be killed to gain. Through the area where the red-eyed rabbits were, to a meadow. A small herbivore appeared in the grasslands. Monster name, Herbivore Common. Level 2. Life value 280. Physical strike 11. Physical defense 8. Magic defense 6. Looking at the herbivore's 11 points of attack, and looking at his 18 points of defense, there was no pressure. 90 minutes later. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 6, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Killing hundreds of red-eyed rabbits didn't result in any equipment, but when killing the herbivorous beasts, a piece of leather armor exploded. Equipment name, leather armor. Equipment level, 5. Equipment quality, white equipment. Wear requirements, 3 points of strength can be used. Physical defense, 2. Magic defense, 1. After putting on the leather armor, his physical defense reached 22 points. It's time to kill higher level monsters. Since his defense had reached 22 points, no monster within 22 points of attack could break through his defense. You can try to kill higher level monsters. Come deeper into the forest and find hordes of rats in one of the valleys. These rats looked ferocious with their cold metallic surface and flashing red light in their eyes. Monster name, Tin Rat Common. Level, 5. Life value, 400. Physical attack, 15. Physical defense, 12. Magic defense, 8. Surprisingly, it was only 15 points of attack, and it couldn't break through his defense at all. Originally, he wanted to find higher level monsters to kill, but he really couldn't resist the large number of tin rats here. This might be a nightmare for other professionals, but it was nothing short of a boon for Xiao Chun. Completely ignoring the pouncing attacks of the tin rats, he ran straight towards the place with the most monsters. One lap down, no less than 80 ferruginous rats had followed behind him, and seeing that there were already quite a few ferruginous rats that had detached themselves from the hatred and started to leave, Xiao Chun knew that he had reached his limit. Standing in the center of dozens of tin rats with his shield in hand, he let them attack him. The tin rats' attack power reaches 15 points, and the thorns' rebound damage is increased to 32%. They rebound 4.8 damage for every attack they make against themselves. Note, bounce damage is real damage, independent of defense. 5. 5. 5. The iron-skinned rat's attack speed was also almost once per second, which was quite a bit faster compared to the red-eyed rabbit and the herbivore. The 400 life points of the tin rats were all killed in just over a minute. Hint, you have killed the ironhide mouse and gained experience value of 5 and copper coins of 21. Hint, you have killed the tin rat and gained experience value 5 and copper coins 12. Hint, you have killed the tin rat and gained experience value 5. Checking the experience progress, 3,600 points of experience were required to go from level 6 to level 7, and killing a tin rat would only gain 5 points of experience value. Getting to level 7 requires killing 720 tin rats. Pulling 80 tin rats at a time would then only take 9 times to upgrade. Changing the place of practicing was beyond right, and the speed of practicing here could be so much faster than before. 15 minutes later. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 7, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. The additions remain the same. At this point, his defense reached 25 points, and the thorns rebound damage reached 34%. This place was practically a mecca of practicing for him. It takes 4,900 experience points to go from 7 to 8, 6,400 to go from 8 to 9, and 8,100 to go from 9 to 10, for a total of 19,400 experience points. You only need to kill 3,880 tin rats to level up to 10. Now you can kill about 80 at once, so 3,880 would require about 50 monster pulls. It only took a little over a minute each time, so in a little over an hour he would be up to level 10. Xiao Chen pulled monsters while calculating in his mind. An hour and a half later. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first rank level 10, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Hint, you have activated the skill battle Soul Awakening. Chapter 5, Achievement Chest in Hand, Wolf King appears. Skill name, War Soul Awakening. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Skill effect, can be used on a skill you have already mastered, and the effect of that skill is increased by 50% after use, lasting up to 10 seconds. Good lord, with this skill it's like a tiger with wings. If Thorn's Thorn and this skill are leveled up to full at the same time and stacked for use, wouldn't that be? Close the skill profile. It had to be said that Xiao Chen really didn't have much luck. After killing thousands of monsters, apart from bursting a bunch of copper coins, he had only ever exploded a leather armor. However, thinking about this is also normal. Professional equipment sells for extremely high prices. If it can really be easily popped, then wouldn't it be too easy to get rich? Level 10, the highest limit for normal monsters in this copy, was not the upper limit for professionals to upgrade. Theoretically, you can go up to level 15 in the novice copy. View properties. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order 10th level. Life value, 580. Mana, 60. Physical fitness, 58. Power, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 6. Physical attack, 1. Magic attack, 1. Physical defense, 29 plus 3 additional to equipment. Magic defense, 29 plus 2 equipment additional. Battle strength assessment, 74. Thorn's Thorn, level 10, rebounds any attribute attack by 40%. With this attribute panel, you can walk sideways in the novice map. While having reached level 10, you can go to more advanced copies. But Xiao Chen didn't leave it at that. It's safest to level up to the highest level here before heading to a higher level copy. Without delay, he walked straight towards the depths of the Forest of Novices. There should be the most powerful monster in the Forest of Novices, the Silver Moon Wolf, there. Through the forest, a vast grassland appeared ahead. Deep in the grassland, Xiao Chen saw quite a few silver moon wolves wandering around the grassland waiting for their prey to come out from afar. Monster name, Silver Moon Wolf Common. Level, 10. Life value, 600. Physical attack, 23. Physical defense, 18. Magic defense, 12. That's it? 23 points of attack power was a complete dish against his whopping 32 points of defense. Level 15 steady. Xiao Chen didn't rush out, as the saying goes, sharpening the sword is not a good idea. Before he started brushing the monsters, he had to find where the monsters were most concentrated, that way he could pull more monsters at once. As long as the monster couldn't break his defense, naturally more was better. After all, it wasn't like he needed to attack them one by one to hit the output. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Chen finally saw packs of silver moon wolves under a dead tree with no branches or leaves. This is it. Wolves were pack animals, and so were the mutant wolves in the replica. It's all clustered together in groups of 3 or 5, which adds to the difficulty of a single copy. But Xiao Chen is an exception. As long as they couldn't break his defenses, monsters were plentiful. Just by trotting around, he attracted more than 100 silver moon wolves. But soon Xiao Chen realized the problem. These silver moon wolves weren't smaller like the tin rats. Only 50 or so of the 100 or so silver moon wolves were able to attack him, and the others were squeezed outside and couldn't get in at all. This made his monster brushing much less efficient. But if other novices were to know what Xiao Chen was thinking at this time, they would still have to vomit blood. 9. 9. 9. A series of damage values appeared. At this rate of damage, a silver moon wolf would be taken care of in just over a minute. After 3 minutes, more than 100 silver moon wolves were easily solved. Level 10 to level 11 required 10,000 experience points, and killing a silver moon wolf only gained 10 experience points. In that case, he would have to kill 1,000 silver moon wolves before he could rise to level 11. The number of 1,000 heads might be a lot for other professionals, but for Xiao Chen it was less than an hour. In 1 hour, Xiao Chen rose 2 levels in a row. Lifesteal, blood, defense and rebound damage are all steadily increasing. The continuous battle finally allowed him to explode the second piece of equipment. Equipment name, Iron Shield. Equipment level, 10. Equipment quality, green equipment. Wearing requirements, 5 points of strength can be used. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 2. Not bad luck, the attributes weren't great, but they were just what Xiao Chen needed. After dropping the novice equipment wooden shield and wearing the newly acquired iron shield, the defense grew again, reaching 41 points. There is absolutely nothing like this class to have such a high amount of defense. Ask anyone who would add all their attribute points to physique. The defense boost only made him feel more secure, but it didn't improve his efficiency in brushing monsters. 2 hours later. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first rank level 15, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Hint, you have risen to level 15 within 10 hours and reached the Achievement Upgrade Master. Receive an achievement reward of a White Achievement Treasure Chest. White Achievement Treasure Chest, you can randomly obtain a piece of purple quality equipment or above after opening it. Xiao Chen didn't think that upgrading fast actually had such benefits. Prompt, yes no to open the White Achievement Treasure Chest? Turn it on. The treasure chest flashed golden in front of Xiao Chen, and a prompt followed. You get the Silver Moon Shield. Equipment information. Equipment name, Silver Moon Shield Rare Equipment. Equipment level, 10. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wear requirements, 10 points of strength can be used. Equipment position, main weapon position. Note, shields are sidearms, and shields that can be equipped in the main weapon position are extremely rare. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 8. Additional attributes, base defense increased by 20%. A 1-meter high shield with a golden glow appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, and there was also a wolf head pattern on its surface, so at a glance, he knew that it was an extraordinary piece of equipment. This equipment was simply customized for Xiao Chen. However, the requirement to wear it required 10 points of strength, and Xiao Chen only had 5 points of strength right now. It's a good thing that leveling up hasn't been a good time to add points. The remaining attribute points after adding strength to 10 remained added to constitution as per usual. Looking at the attribute panel again, it's gorgeous beyond words. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 15. Life Value, 780. Physical Fitness, 78. PS, unimportant information is left out. Physical Defense, 39 plus 25 Equipment Additional. Magic Defense, 39 plus 19 Equipment Additional. Battle Strength Assessment, 108. Thorn's Thorn, Level 15, rebounds attack damage by 50%. Holding the iron shield in his left hand and the Silver Moon shield in his right hand, with both shields in his hands, he felt a sense of security. It had been almost 14 or 15 hours since he had entered the copy, and now the sky had darkened and a full moon was rising in the sky. Ooh-hoo! Accompanied by a loud and clear wolf cry, a huge silver-white wolf appeared at the end of the line of sight, slowly walking towards Xiao Chen step by step with the full moon as the background. It was even larger than a buffalo and oppressive. Chapter 6, Solo Battle Against a Rare Boss. Warning, the final boss of the Forest of Novices, the Silver Moon Wolf King, has appeared. Silver Moon Wolf King, Xiao Chen had read on the forums that the most powerful boss in the Forest of Novices only had a low chance of appearing on the night of the full moon. There were very few professionals who had seen it, and it was even harder to kill it. It wasn't because of how strong it was, any random high-level professional should be able to kill it, but the problem was that high-level professionals couldn't get in. The maximum level to enter the Forest of Novices cannot exceed 10. Very few people would reach level 10 and still continue practicing in the Forest of Novices. Level 10 Silver Moon Wolves all appeared in packs, and it was difficult to kill them safely and quickly without a professional and stable team. It would be better to go to a higher level map to practice, that would be more efficient and stable. This resulted in very few professionals successfully killing the Silver Moon Wolf King. As the Silver Moon Wolf King approached, the system also gave its information. Monster name, Silver Moon Wolf King Rare Boss. Note, bosses are categorized into ordinary, elite, rare, hidden, mutated, final, overlord level, world level, and many other types, with different types having different difficulties and different burst rates. Level, 15. Life value, 3000. Physical attack, 60. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 40. Skill 1, Silver Moon Howl. Skill effect, Silver Moon Wolf King raises his voice to the sky and releases a strong soundwave attack. This soundwave is centered on the Wolf King and spreads in all directions, inflicting physical damage on enemies and adding a certain probability of fear effect, making the enemy unable to control their own movement for a short period of time, and can only flee in panic. During the duration of the skill, the Silver Moon Wolf King's defense and attack power will be significantly increased. Skill 2, Shadow Moon Raid. Skill effect, the Silver Moon Wolf King launches a surprise attack on the target enemy at a very high speed. During the raid, the Wolf King will pass through enemy defenses, dealing continuous physical damage to enemies along the way and launching a powerful attack when it reaches the target location. If the target enemy has not been defeated by the end of the attack, they will receive an additional cripple effect, which reduces their movement speed and attack speed. Skill 3, Moonflower Field. Skill effect, the Silver Moon Wolf King roars up to the sky, summoning a field filled with moonlight energy. Within the field, the Wolf King's attributes will be greatly improved, while enemies within the field will receive continuous magic damage and have a certain probability of being attached to the silence effect, unable to release skills. In addition, if there are a large number of enemies in the realm, the Wolf King will also gain an additional layer of Moon Shield, which can absorb a certain amount of damage. This property. Not good indeed, but only for Shao Chun, of course. 60 points of attack power still couldn't break the defense against Shao Chun, who had 64 points of defense. With 3,000 life points, it was only a matter of time before it was killed. As for the skill effect, it was simply customized for Shao Chun to kill it. Do the 3 mitigating effects of fear, cripple, and silence affect Shao Chun? Of course not. He didn't need to either dodge or output, he just needed to stand there and let it attack. The only thing that was somewhat threatening to Shao Chun was that the Silver Moon Wolf Howl would enhance the Wolf King's attack power for a short period of time. Once the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack broke through 64 points, it could damage Shao Chun. Of course, it depends on exactly how much Silver Moon Howl can increase attack power. If it increases too little, it will still only tickle him. When Shao Chun checked the Silver Moon Wolf King's data information, the Wolf King had already come to a place less than 10 meters away from Shao Chun. The Great War was imminent. Brother Fan, we're all level 9, so I guess we should be the fastest leveling speed among this group of newcomers. A delicate female voice sounded at the edge of the grassland. This woman was no one else but Ning Wan, and teamed up with her was Chen Fan, who had awakened the heavy swordsman. Chen Fan wrapped his arm around Ning Wan's slender waist and rubbed a handful of times hard on her waist before opening his mouth arrogantly. That's natural, although magicians kill monsters a bit faster than me, they need time to recover their mana value, while the combination of the two of us can brush monsters almost infinitely. Tomorrow we'll be able to go to a higher level map, and these mediocre geniuses of theirs will probably still have to stay in the forest of novices for days. This time I must enter the warrior academy in the strongest position, that way I will be favored by the academy. Van, you're the best. Let's get on with it and get to level 10 early so we can go back to bed. Hearing sleep, Ning Wan's face revealed a hint of very contrived coquettishness. Ooh-hoo. A loud wolf howl interrupted the flirting between the two. Ning Wan quickly hid behind Chen Fan, showing a hint of fear. One air, don't be afraid, no one can hurt you with me around. Brother Fan, look, is that the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King? Chen Fan fixed his eyes on it and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It's really the Silver Moon Wolf King. Let's run. It's said that the Silver Moon Wolf King is extremely strong, and it's impossible to be its opponent without a strong specialized team. Chen Fan's face showed a thoughtful look. If I can rise to level 15 here, with you on the side to assist maybe. Fan, look, it looks like someone is fighting it. What? The two of them fixed their eyes on it. Just now by the Silver Moon Wolf King's huge body blocking, the two of them did not see it clearly. As the Silver Moon Wolf King changed position, the two finally got a good look at the battle over there. Only one person, holding a huge shield, stood firm under the Silver Moon Wolf King's frantic attack. One man. Solo battle against the Silver Moon Wolf King, what a style. Wow, it's so handsome. Ning Wan looked at the magnificent back, her eyes rolling, not knowing what she was thinking. Chen Fan, on the other hand, frowned and muttered under his breath, how powerful does that have to be able to single-handedly challenge the Silver Moon Wolf King alone? Could that person be a legendary rare profession? A rare profession? At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Shao Chen in his mind. It can't be, it definitely can't be him. What are you talking about, Van? Do you know who he is? Nothing. At this moment, Shao Chen was battling madly against the Silver Moon Wolf King, only to see Shao Chen holding his dual shields, standing still and letting the Wolf King attack. 30. 30. 30. Only to see the system constantly brushing out damage prompts. Of course, this was not the damage that the Wolf King had inflicted on Shao Chen, but rather the rebound damage caused by its attack on Shao Chen. During this period, the Wolf King repeatedly used the Moonshadow Raid to inflict a crippling effect on Shao Chen, causing his movement speed and attack speed to be greatly reduced. However, it didn't do much good. He pressed on to move and attack. As for the Moonflower Field silencing effect, it's the same as the crippling effect, and it doesn't do the slightest thing for someone who doesn't need to attack. After 5 minutes, the Silver Moon Wolf King's life value dropped below 50%. A louder wolf howl emitted from the Wolf King's mouth. Skill 1, the Wolf King howled, and a faint red aura rose from his body. Here we go. This was the skill Xiao Chen was most worried about. Because this skill boosts the attack power of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Check its properties again. Monster name, Silver Moon Wolf King Rare Boss. Level, 15. Life value, 1485-3000. Physical attack, 90. Physical defense, 90. Magic defense, 60. Attack and defense are both increased by 50%. After unleashing the Wolf King's howl, the Wolf King finally broke through Xiao Chen's defense. 23. 45. The former was the damage dealt by the Wolf King to Xiao Chen, and the latter was the rebound damage. Looking at both his and the Wolf King's life values decreasing at the same time, although he was anxious in his heart but he couldn't do anything about it. He had neither any attack skills nor recovery potions. You can only watch. Just in case, Xiao Chen shifted towards the edge of the battlefield while fending off the Wolf King's attack. He decided to pull the Wolf King to the edge of the hate area. When he saw something wrong he could quickly disengage from the hate. This wasn't a game after all, and if you didn't put up a fight and were killed by the Wolf King, you'd really be dead. Taking your own life for a boss was not cost-effective in any way. And the direction he moved was exactly the direction where the two Chen Fan were. While moving, the life values of both the man and the wolf were rapidly decreasing at the same time. Van, they seem to be moving towards us, should we run? Retreat, the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack is not something we can resist. Just as the two were about to leave, Chen Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. As Xiao Chen got closer, he finally got a good look at Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen? Chapter 7, Killing the Wolf King, Slaying an Enemy. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's name, Ningguan also stopped her pace to look at the person fighting against the Silver Moon Wolf King in shock. It's really him? Didn't they say he only has 1 point of attack? How is it possible to fight against the Wolf King? At this moment, Chen Fan's expression was tangled. A moment later he turned to Ningguan and made a neck-wiping motion. Both he and the Silver Moon Wolf King are nearing the bottom of their life points, so we might as well. Ningguan's eyes lit up. If he's killed by the Wolf King, and the Wolf King's blood has been crippled, we might be able to snatch the boss if we put up a fight, and if the Wolf King is killed by him, we'll just... The two of them just hid into the nearby bushes, focusing on Xiao Chen's battle with the Wolf King. 23. 45. A few minutes later, Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 468 points of promotion when the Wolf King's life value was 900. The chances of going down together at this rate are high. But he still had his cards. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on a skill you have mastered. The effect of the skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he directly used the Battle Spirit Awakening skill on Thorn. His mana was rapidly depleting. At the same time, the Silver Moon Wolf King's rebound damage reached 68. Although his mana only lasted for 6 seconds, it was enough. Just as the Silver Moon Wolf King was about to die, a roar came out from behind him. Turning his head to look, a heavy sword slashed at him. Dang! A thick shield blocked in front of Xiao Chen, making a crisp metallic clash. 11 points of damage. How is that possible? No, it's not ING damage done to him, it's damage bouncing back. Seeing the damage information, Chen Fan broke his defense. As a heavy sword warrior of the strong attack department actually did not cause any damage to Xiao Chen, which meant that he had not broken through the opponent's defense at all. How high did Xiao Chen's defense have to be to do that? Announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the rare boss Silver Moon Wolf King. X3. At the same time, Xiao Chen received several system prompts. Hint: you have earned the Warrior's Medal X3. Hint: you have obtained a blue achievement treasure chest. Warrior Medal: collect 10 Warrior Medals to exchange for the Medal of Honor. Alert: you have killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, and have gained 300 experience points, Silver Moon Arm Guard X1, Purple Treasure Chest X1, Silver Coin 12, and Copper Coin 35. He did not rush to check out the equipment and treasure chest, but turned his head to look at Chen Fan. A hint of hostility rose in his eyes. That strike just now was clearly an attempt to kill himself. If it wasn't for his own defense being high enough right now, there was a good chance that he would have died under his heavy sword. With that, he calmed down. His attack power was only 1 point, he couldn't kill Chen Fan at all. To be precise, as long as Chen Fan didn't take the initiative to attack himself, he couldn't pose any threat to Chen Fan. Provoke him to attack himself? Xiao Chen denied the idea. Even if he succeeded in provoking, he would realize the problem when he attacked himself a few more times. At that time, letting Qin Fan know his full means would instead put him in a passive position. Looking at the ordinary silver moon wolves roaming around the neighborhood, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. There it was. Xiao Chen glanced at Qin Fan with scorn and said disdainfully, "You want to get kicked again, don't you?" These words directly poked the most painful point in Qin Fan's heart. Originally arrogant and rampant in school, he had become the laughingstock of the school since he received that kick from Xiao Chen. Although in the way of his intimidation, the students did not dare to ridicule to his face, but behind his back, they all said that he was a bully and afraid of the goat. He had been thinking about how to get back his offense, but to this day, he still remembered Xiao Chen's icy cold eyes. Whenever he thought of that look, he felt a fear from the bottom of his heart, and it had become a nightmare in his mind. Yesterday, after successfully awakening the heavy swordsman, he finally overcame the fear of Xiao Chen in his heart. But he didn't expect Xiao Chen to awaken a rare profession, and he originally resigned himself to his fate and learned that that profession was a waste. But now that he saw Xiao Chen fighting the Silver Moon Wolf King alone, he even managed to kill him. It made the fear that had been hidden in his heart well up again. His journey has been a whirlwind of events over the past 2 days. Ningguan saw the angry and fearful look on Qin Fan's face showing a hint of contempt. Although it was well concealed, it was still seen by Qin Fan. This instantly stirred up the anger in his heart. "Xiao Chen, don't be too arrogant." Xiao Chen didn't even look at him squarely as he slowly stepped away. He couldn't hold back any longer in the face of Xiao Chen's disregard and the contempt on Ningguan's face. Too arrogant, the blood bar had already bottomed out and still dared to turn his back on him. This was utter disregard. No man can stand such humiliation, let alone in front of a woman. While Qin Fan was hesitating, Xiao Chen had already moved away. "Van, do you think it could be a bluff?" How? Fan, you think Xiao Chen, this person since the car accident has been silent, the face of other people's provocation can hands never move their mouths, today he took the initiative to provoke you, things out of the ordinary must be evil. Qin Fan also reacted when Ningguan said this. Although that strike just now didn't cause any damage to Xiao Chen, it didn't mean that he could keep defending himself against his attacks. He didn't believe that Xiao Chen's current defense would be able to keep him from breaking it. Qin Fan's heart crossed and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Since you're actively seeking death, it's not my fault, death is a common occurrence in copies." Qin Fan carried his heavy sword and walked step by step in Xiao Chen's direction. With up to 18 points of agility, he was naturally much faster than Xiao Chen. It didn't take long to catch up with Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, don't be too arrogant in your next life." As he spoke, the heavy sword chopped towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen of course knew that Qin Fan had followed him, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Dang! The heavy sword was once again blocked by the shield with a crisp clang. 11. I don't believe you can keep blocking my attacks. At this time, Qin Fan had been overwhelmed by anger and was slashing madly towards Xiao Chen. 11. 11. 11. A series of more than 10 swords went down, and instead of killing Xiao Chen, who only had a trace of blood left, he himself was injured. At this point, he began to calm down and had to admit that he really couldn't seem to break Xiao Chen's defense. He wasn't discouraged by this though, but rather a little happy. Because he had attacked Xiao Chen for such a long time, Xiao Chen had been on the defensive since the beginning and had never counterattacked. That's proof enough that that rumor is true. Since Xiao Chen's attack would always stay at one point, he could not pose any threat to himself. Xiao Chen didn't have an attack power, and sooner or later, his rank would be surpassed by himself. When his rank Yao was ahead of Xiao Chen, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to break through his defense at that time. Just as he closed his hand and was about to leave, but his face changed drastically. Because without realizing it, he and Xiao Chen were already surrounded by dozens of silver moonwolves. If there were only 3 or 4 of them, they could be killed with his and Ningguan's cooperation, but now there were 30 to 40 level 10 silver moonwolves, so how could they fight? Ooh-hoo! As the howls of the wolves rang out, dozens of silver moonwolves attacked the two at the same time. In just one look, Qin Fan was killed by the wolves, and even his bones were divided by the pack. Seeing this scene, Ningguan, who was hiding at the side, turned blue with fear. This was because Xiao Chen was walking towards him step by step, and he was surrounded by a large group of silver moonwolves that were moving this way with him. Xiao Chen. I promised to be your girlfriend. Looking at the ever-approaching Xiao Chen and the wolves, this was the only way she could think of. Xiao Chen didn't even look at her. Just walked past her in the direction of the duplicate exit. Shao Chen, you shall not die. Ah. The screams came to an abrupt end. Chapter 8 Harvesting the Silver Moonset. Luring the wolves to kill these two Shao Chen did not have the slightest psychological burden. He had crossed over and inherited Shao Chen's memories, so he naturally knew Ning Wan's mouth. Today is also a kind of revenge for the original Shao Chen. He never owed anyone in the world after that. He is what he is. At this point, he had reached level 15, and there would be no gain from continuing to stay in the forest of novices. Fighting continuously for more than 10 hours was already physically and mentally exhausting. The rules of combat in this worldfall are much like the games on Earth, but not exactly the same. As long as they are not completely dead, they can make a complete recovery through their own resilience or recovery props, including but not limited to broken limbs. But when you die in battle, you die for real, and there is no resurrection. People aren't data after all, they get tired and hungry too. While walking towards the exit of the replica, he checks what he got from this novice's forest. After more than 10 hours of fighting, he had risen from level 0 to level 15. Gain 35 silver coins, 39 copper coins. Note, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper, and professionals' currency can only be circulated among professionals. Paradise coins can only be circulated among professionals, but then people have worldly needs. Many professionals also sell professional currency, thus exchanging it for some mundane needs. The current market is roughly 1 copper coin equals $1. According to this exchange price, Shao Chen harvested a total of 3,539 yuan this time, which is much more cost-effective than going out to work. On top of that, he gets the following props: Leather Armor X1, Iron Shield X1, Silver Moon Shield X1, Silver Moon Arm Guard X1, Purple Treasure Chest X1, Blue Achievement Treasure Chest X1. That's all there is to this novice's forest. Hint: yes, no to open the purple treasure chest? Turn it on. A purple aura flashed, and a scroll appeared in Shao Chen's hand. Hint: you have opened the purple treasure chest and obtained a skill scroll. I can't believe I opened the skill? Check out the skill scroll's presentation. Skill name, Wolf Summoning. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Requirements for use, summoner, intelligence 20 points or more can be used. Skill consumption, 100 mana points are consumed per summoning. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill effect, summon 2 silver moon wolves to fight without you. Note, the strength of the summoned beasts will increase according to the professional's intelligence. This skill wasn't bad, it was the most needed skill for a summoner, and its importance was comparable to a magician's lightning spell. However, Shao Chen couldn't use it and could only find a way to sell it for what he needed. Hint: yes, no to open the blue achievement chest? Turn it on. Hint: you have opened the blue achievement treasure chest and obtained a skill scroll. It was actually a skill scroll again, so I had to say that Shao Chen was really lucky. Skill scrolls were almost one of the most difficult props to obtain, yet Shao Chen opened 2 of them in a row. I just hope that this is a skill that I will be able to use. View the skill scroll's presentation. Skill name, Silver Moon Power. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, passive. Requirements for use, melee system, physique 30 points or more can be used. Skill effect, restores the upper limit of life value x 0.1% per second. Note, recovery is also possible in combat state. Looking at the skill introduction, Shao Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It can actually continue to restore life value in a combat state, then combined with his super high physique, wouldn't this skill be? The amount of recovery is really small, but it can definitely get better with skill leveling. Without hesitation, use that skill scroll directly. Prompt: yes, no to use the Silver Moon Power skill scroll? Use. Hint: you have mastered the skill Silver Moon Power. Life value +1. Life value +1. Just after using the skill scroll, his life value had begun to recover continuously. Although the recovery has been very slow, it is only a matter of time before the full amount is restored over time. Finally, his eyes fell on the only piece of equipment that the Silver Moon Wolf King had exploded. Equipment name, Silver Moon Arm Guard Rare Equipment. Equipment level, 10. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wear requirements, 10 points of strength can be used. Equipment location, arm. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 3. Additional attributes, base defense increased by 10%. Great stuff! Not only does it increase defense, but it also boosts base defense. Although it wasn't as much as the Silver Moon Shield's attributes added, it was already very good to have such defense as an arm guard. Wear it directly on your right arm. Hint: you have activated the Silver Moon set attribute. Gain the Silver Moon Power Buff bonus. Power of the Silver Moon: the additional attributes of the Silver Moon Shield and Silver Moon Arm Guard are increased by 50%. Suits. According to what he had learned, only medium and high-level equipment would have set attributes, and he hadn't expected that the Silver Moon Arm Guard that the Wolf King had exploded was actually a set component. And it's still a set that boosts basic attributes. If it was only to enhance the attributes of the equipment, then the Silver Moon set would be nothing more than novice extreme equipment. However, these two pieces of equipment and the set attributes both boosted the base attributes, and the boost was so great that it was terrifying. Imagine if Xiao Chen's base defense reached 1000 points, how high would the increase from these two pieces of equipment have to be? After wearing the equipment, his defense reached 79 points. It was important to realize that the ultimate boss of the Forest of Novices, the Silver Moon Wolf King, only had 60 points of attack. Looking at the 4 pieces of equipment worn on his body, Xiao Chen was satisfied. This trip to the Novice's Forest replica is considered a perfect end. Coming to the exit of the copy, Xiao Chen put all the equipment into his backpack and then stepped away. The Novice Copy Plaza belonged to a safe zone, and with the Professionals Union sitting on it, no one dared to make a move here. The Professionals Union was formed by the government of the Dragon Kingdom, and its main responsibility was to manage and train professionals. By now most of the newcomers had already come out of the Forest of Novices. They were either excited or scared, each with a different mindset about today's trip to the replica. Brother Maniac, you can do it. You've risen to level 6 in just one day. I guess you'll be able to reach level 10 to head to a higher level copy in another 2 or 3 days. You don't see what my brother's profession is. Ha, it's your turn to be a cow and awaken a gunsmith. A gunsmith is an existence comparable to a magician. Alas, but this profession is also really costly. Just down a copy of the day. To buy bullets have cost me 3 silver coins. I only hit 5 silver coins this day. High inputs lead to high returns, right? Otherwise how could you have gotten up to level 6? By the way, who do you think will be the highest ranked among today's batch of newcomers? That goes without saying, it must be Magician Zhou Jie, although the gunsmith is claimed to be on par with the magician, but you guys don't look at what Zhou Jie's status is. That's true, given the strength of their family, they should have prepared deluxe sets and inexhaustible mana recovery potions before entering the copy. Alas, there is no comparison between people. Who can say what's going on behind the scenes? It's not like we don't have a chance to rise against the wind in case we pop out a mythic equipment. Look, you guys, Zhou Jie is here. Chapter 9, New Copy, Dark Cave. A crowd gathered around, looking at Zhou Jie's glittering golden equipment enviously. This was the benefit of coming from a wealthy family. Not only could he wear an extremely luxurious equipment at the novice stage, but at the same time, he was followed by 2 therapists who could be described as superb in terms of both body and appearance. It's hard not to get noticed with a setup like that. Brother Jeizhou, how many levels are you? I guess it should be level 10, with such luxurious equipment and being a magician, it shouldn't be hard to rise to level 10. I guess it should reach level 11 or even higher. Zhou Jie waved his hand at the crowd in a very flirty manner and pretended to cough before opening his mouth. I didn't do much leveling today, I just got to level 12 just now. What? You've actually risen to level 12 in one day, bull. I guess he'll be the highest ranked person when he enters the Warrior Academy. Level 12, I don't think I'll be able to level up to 12 in 5 days, alas. At that moment a discordant voice rang out. I guess the one who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King was you. What? Jeizhou is the Black Knight from the system announcement? He actually killed the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King is said to be the super boss of the Forest of Novices, and very few people have seen it, and it was actually killed by Jeizhou. That's right, besides Zhou Jie, who else has the ability to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King? Hearing the crowd's boasting, a trace of unnaturalness appeared on Jay's face. He stopped practicing after leveling up to 12 and sought out a cave with 2 healers to treat his injuries. So it didn't even notice the system announcement. After flipping through the announcement, Zhou Jie's face became extremely ugly. Darkness? The crowd could tell from Jeizhou's expression that the one who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King should not be him. At the back of the crowd, a tall and lanky man carrying a heavy sword scoffed, "How can one magician plus 2 healers kill the Silver Moon Wolf King?" Yes, although the output of the magicians is strong, they are not resistant to being beaten up. Facing the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack, not to mention 2 healers or even 10, probably won't add up. Who else could it be if not Jay? There don't seem to be many experts among the newcomers who entered the Forest of Novices this time, right? The burly man revealed a look of contempt. If we were to say who has the best chance of killing the Silver Moon Wolf King, it would undoubtedly be us heavy swordsmen, able to carry and fight without any drawbacks. The crowd then reacted to the fact that not only did Zhou Jie enter the Forest of Novices this time, but there was also Chen Fan who had awakened the heavy swordsman. Seeing the stout man's eagerness to protect his calf, he thought that Chen Fan had already joined the Swordsman Guild. With the help of the Swordsman Guild's equipment and experience, it might actually be possible to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Humph. Jay pushed his way through the crowd and angrily left the area. Xiao Chen walked out of the copy and did not receive much attention. Putting away his equipment, he looked just like the onlookers, neither having flashy equipment nor a beautiful therapist to accompany him. He looked too ordinary. Time passed little by little, and the burly man's face gradually became ugly. He was the guide that the Swordsman Guild had arranged for Chen Fan. Its main duty is to guide the newly joined members to improve their strength quickly. At this time it was logical that it should have come out a long time ago, but by now it was still late to see Chen Fan. Originally a newcomer, he didn't put it on his mind, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Alliance would give some benefits to the guide, he wouldn't even bother with the matter. However, if Chen Fan really killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, it would be enough to show that he was a makeable talent, and his status in the Union would rise rapidly. If I had known, I would have added my friends and not had to wait. At that moment, he received a message in his friends list. Upon reading it, his expression changed drastically. What? Chen Fan is dead. Learning this news from a Union member, his face was filled with incredulity. Which places within the newbies' forest were suitable for fighting monsters and upgrading, and which places were very dangerous to not go to? He gave Chen Fan a clear explanation. I didn't realize that something would end up happening. Could it be that he was besieged to death by other small monsters after killing the Silver Moon Wolf King while seriously injured? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. After a moment, he could only leave the novice square with a helpless sigh. That's the way it is with professionals. The crowd only sees how powerful and rich they are, but few pay attention to those who die. So what if you have potential? It's still nothing until it grows up. Xiao Chen returned home, already physically and mentally exhausted after a day of fighting. I took yesterday's leftovers out of the fridge and microwaved them, then simply took a bite and went to bed early. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Confused, he picked up his cell phone to check it, but it was actually the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping who called. He was already a professional, so it was logical that he didn't need to go to school at all. So what was the reason for Zhou Ping's call? Hey, Mr. Chao. Xiao Chen, I've heard about you. After resting for a day, your mind should have adjusted more or less, right? Why haven't you come to class today? Even if you can't join the Warrior Academy, getting into a good university is a good way out. The college entrance exam is coming up in 10 days or so. What about your future if you continue to be depressed? Xiao Chen was quite fond of this homeroom teacher. This same teacher was the one who helped him with all the paperwork while he was hospitalized in a car accident. Being able to continue at Newtown High School is also because of his help. If there was anyone in this world that Xiao Chen still cared about, it would definitely be this Mr. Zhou Ping. Teacher Zhou, I've already become a professional, so I don't need to take the college entrance exam, right? Xiao Chen, everyone knows about you. The Warrior Academy most likely won't enroll you. Let's just consider awakening a failure. It's just as likely that you'll be able to excel even if you study hard to get into a good university. Mr. Zhou, For a while Xiao Chen didn't know how to speak. Did he tell him that he was not a loser in his profession? A moment later, Xiao Chen smiled. Hide your strength? Totally unnecessary. That would only lead to missing chance after chance. It would be better to painfully let everyone know how powerful they were and strive for more benefits so that they could rise quickly. Teacher Zhou, I've already reached level 15 and even killed the Silver Moon Wolf King. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, there was silence on the other side of the phone for a while before Zhou Ping's voice came. Xiao Chen, if you really haven't adjusted your mind, then continue to recuperate at home for a few more days, but you have to take the college entrance exam. The phone hung up. Xiao Chen froze on the spot. How can no one believe me when I'm telling the truth? It was normal to think about it. How could a profession with only 1 point of attack power accomplish those outrageous things? Good, since Mr. Zhou doesn't believe it, I'll give him a surprise on the day of the college entrance exam. Chapter 10, that's what I call practicing. Getting up, after a simple breakfast Xiao Chen headed to the Novice Plaza. There are 5 copies of the Novice Square. They are the Forest of Novices, the Caves of Darkness, the Dunes of Sunset, the Tomb of Oblivion, and the Swamp of Death. The levels of the monsters within the replica are: Novice no Mori levels 110. Spectral Caverns levels 1130. Sunset Dunes levels 3150. Forgotten Tomb levels 5170. Death Swamp levels 71100. Only after leveling up to 100 in the Death Swamp and successfully advancing to the second rank will you be considered out of the Novice category. Today, Xiao Chen's goal was the Spectral Cave. Coming to the Novice Copy Square, the Novice Square was still bustling with activity. Not only are there various professions entering the copies to fight monsters and upgrade, but there are also quite a few life-type professions setting up stalls here to sell items. Currently Xiao Chen only had one skill scroll that he couldn't use and could sell. However, he didn't know much about the price of pro props at the moment, so in order not to get screwed, it was better to save it for later and see what happened. Skill scrolls are not like equipment that will drop in price over time. Skill scrolls are consumable items that disappear once they are used, and these types of items are never a problem to sell. Arriving in front of the copy of the Spectral Cave, Xiao Chen took a step into it. At this time, Zhou Jie also happened to come to the front of the copy, and when he saw the back of Xiao Chen, who had taken a step into it, a puzzled look appeared on his face. "Zhou, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I should have blinked, there's no way he could reach level 10 in one day. Let's go and try to level up to 20 today." Inside the dark cavern, dim light filtered through the sparse gaps in the rocks, barely illuminating the twisting and winding path ahead. The walls of the cave were covered with moss and slippery rocks, and the occasional drop of water fell with a crisp sound. The air was a mixture of damp and earthy, a touch oppressive and mysterious. Hint: you have entered the Spectral Cave. The monster level of this copy is 1130. After removing his equipment from his backpack and redressing it, he headed deeper into the cave. The cave was empty, and from time to time the sound of water dripping echoed through the cave, giving it a cold and ghostly feeling. After traveling forward for 5 or 6 minutes, 3 or 4 lizards suddenly sprang out from the rock wall to pounce on Xiao Chen. Monster name: Mutant Lizard Common. Rank: 11. Life value: 1100. Physical attack: 33. Physical defense: 22. Magic defense: 16. The attributes of the level 11 mutant lizard rose by a large margin compared to the level 10 silver moon wolf. But it still wasn't enough in front of Xiao Chen, who now had 79 points of defense, and it was a waste of time to fight these monsters. Keep marching forward. Grades 12, 13, 15, 18. None of these monsters' attacks were strong enough to break through Xiao Chen's defense. Finally he stopped at a wide spot within the silent cavern. Skeleton Bowman. Monster name: Skeleton Archer Common. Level: 20. Life value: 2000. Physical attack: 72. Physical defense: 23. Magic defense: 18. Skeleton archers are high attack, thin-skinned monsters within the ghostly caverns. Its attack was a huge step above the other monsters and its defense was much lower. It's also a long-range attack, which is certainly a nightmare for most newcomers. If you are not careful, you will be shot and killed by the skeleton archers. However, Xiao Chen was not one of them, and his defense was as high as 79 points. Although the monster attacks here did not reach the ability to break through Xiao Chen's defenses, Xiao Chen still chose to practice here. Simply because skeleton archers are long-range attack monsters. This would allow more monsters to attack him, thus increasing the efficiency of practicing. The monsters here were very dense, and just trotting around drew at least 50 to 60 skeleton bows. 36. 36. 36. All of the skeleton archers attacking Xiao Chen were taking rebound damage from Thorn's Thorn. In just a minute, the skeleton archers that attacked Xiao Chen were all bounced back and died. You have killed the skeleton archer and gained 30 experience points and 15 copper coins. You have killed the skeleton archer and gained 30 experience points. Killing a skeleton bowman was able to gain 30 points of experience, and there was no increase in experience for killing monsters at a higher level. Does this mean that the worldwide paradise system doesn't encourage professionals to kill monsters across levels? It takes 56,250 experience points to go from level 15 to 16. Then he needs to kill 1,875 skeleton archers. With the density of monsters here, he could almost manage to kill 50 a minute. That means in about 40 minutes he'll be up to level 16. The upgrade is pretty efficient, so here it is. Xiao Chen pulled monsters while calculating in his mind. You have killed the skeleton archer and gained 30 experience points and 23 copper coins. You have killed the skeleton archer and gained 30 experience points. You have killed the skeleton archer and gained 30 experience points and 12 copper coins. After 40 minutes, Xiao Chen managed to level up to level 16, killing nearly 4,000 skeleton archers, and hardly popping out a single piece of equipment. That's a really bad pop rate. Level 16 to 17 requires experience value of 62,400. Level 17 to 18 requires experience value of 68,850. Level 18 to 19 requires 75,600 experience points. Level 19 to 20 requires experience value of 82,650. A total of 289,500 experience points are required to move from level 16 to level 20. At the current rate of brushing monsters, it would take close to 3 hours to level up to 20. Brushing monsters is monotonous and boring. This area was still off limits to this group of newbies. No one dared to come to this place, and thus no one was able to see such a drawn-out scene from Xiao Chen. 3 hours later. Alert! Your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 20, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. As per usual, all attribute points were added to physique, and all skill points were disliked on Thorn's Thorn. With this, his defense reached 97 points and the rebound effect of Thorn's Thorn reached 60%. Level 20 monsters could no longer satisfy Xiao Chen's monster brushing needs. It was time to head deeper into the dark cave. Silent cave, the deeper you go, the dimmer the light, the more intense the feeling of oppression and suffocation. Passing through the narrow cave all the way forward, he encountered quite a few higher level monsters in the middle of the way, and after checking his attributes, he decided to give up. It wasn't until Xiao Chen came to the deepest part of the ghostly cave. The light here was rather brighter and more spacious compared to the place where the skeleton archers were brushed before. The light comes from some glowing crystals that have climbed up the walls of the cavern, and the pale blue glow lights up the cavern while making the environment even more ethereal. Suddenly, the rocks on the ground crumbled apart, and a skeletal warhorse with light blue flames burning all over its body crawled out of the ground, and on its back rode a skeletal soldier in worn-out battle armor. It looks much more handsome than the skeleton archer. Chapter 11, Distribution Channels. View Skeleton Knight Properties. Monster Name, Skeleton Knight Common. Level, 30. Life Value, 4,000. Physical Attack, 90. Physical Defense, 75. Magic Defense, 60. The attack power wasn't that high, but they were overly large. This would result in fewer skeleton knights being able to attack Xiao Chen at the same time, which would seriously affect his upgrade speed. But all the way from the skeleton archers, there was no better practicing area to be found. Here it is then. As Xiao Chen approached, more skeleton knights kept crawling out of the ground, and a few moments later there were more than 30 skeleton knights scurrying out of the ground. After wandering around for a while, Xiao Chen finally selected an area that had the highest concentration of skeleton knights. It won't improve his efficiency in brushing monsters, but it can save a lot of stamina by running less. 54. 54. 54. Dozens of skeleton knights surrounded Xiao Chen in a frenzy of output, while Xiao Chen stood motionless in the center holding two shields. Due to the skeleton knight's relatively large size, there were only about 20 that could attack him at the same time. Skeleton knights don't attack very fast, which causes him to take close to 2 minutes to bounce them to death. You have killed the skeleton knight and gained experience value 45 and copper coins 56. You have killed the skeleton knight and gained experience value of 45 and copper coins of 18. You have killed the skeleton knight and gained an experience value of 45. Level 20 to level 21 requires 90,000 experience points. That means you need to kill 2,000 skeleton knights to upgrade. Based on his current efficiency in killing monsters, he was only able to kill around 15 per minute. This works out to take about 2 hours to level up. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This efficiency was quite a bit slower than killing a skeleton archer. Just then, several damage alerts appeared. 10. 10. Xiao Chen was shocked. It wasn't a damage cue from the skeleton knight, but from himself. The skeleton knight broke through his defenses. How is that possible? At that moment, he saw a thinner skeleton knight with more blue flames on it among the skeleton knights that surrounded him. Checking its attributes revealed that this was actually no ordinary monster. Monster name, Skeleton Knight Sacrifice. Level, 30. Life value, 3000. Physical attack, 108. Physical defense, 60. Magic defense, 60. Compared to the normal skeleton knight, this skeleton knight was much lower in both snow and defense, but its attack power was increased by 20%. If the defense was enough, it would be a good thing, but he didn't have enough defense right now, and being able to break through his defense meant being able to kill him. After observing for a few moments, I realized that there weren't too many skeleton knights of sheltering life, and that about 1 out of 100 of them would show up. With the recovery of the Silver Moon Power skill, it was also barely able to maintain balance. This forced the relaxed Xiao Chun to get serious. Always need to be aware of the number of surrounding life-sacrificing monsters and your own blood level. As soon as you realize you're low on blood, you need to evacuate quickly. As long as he left this area and headed to the low-level monster area, he would be safe and sound. After all, those monsters couldn't break through his defense at all. You have killed the skeleton knight and gained experience value of 90 and copper coins of 26. The experience value of the sheltering monster was actually double that of normal monsters, which was definitely good news. 2 hours later, Xiao Chun had finally risen to level 21, his defense reached 100 points, and the Thorn's rebound damage was also large at 62%. Now even if some skeleton knights of shedding life appeared, as long as there weren't too many of them, there wouldn't be any problems. As the Thorn improved, his monster brushing speed steadily increased, but the experience value required for upgrading was also gradually increasing. It increased from 90,000 to 97,650. In the end, the math works out to be almost even in terms of upgrade rate. After killing over 3,000 skeleton knights, he finally exploded the first piece of equipment within this copy. Equipment name, Knight's Heavy Sword. Equipment level, 30. Equipment quality, blue equipment. Where requirements, melee profession, 30 points of strength can be used. Physical attack, 20. Additional attributes, heavy strike, chance to add 20% base attack when attacking. Weapons, in addition to special props, belong to the most precious equipment, of course, is also the most expensive equipment sold. Especially for popular profession equipment like heavy swords, the price was 20 to 30% higher than other profession equipment of the same level. Moreover, this piece of equipment also had the additional attribute of heavy attack, which could definitely fetch a low price on the market. Conservative estimates suggest that this piece of equipment will be able to sell for 50 silver, or about $5,000. If you don't make it as a professional and work hard to go to college, you're probably going to make about that much a month after graduation. This is why most people want to become professionals. It's so much faster to make money compared to the average person. Gather up your equipment and brush up on your monsters. After 5 hours, his level came to 24. Defense is at 111 points and rebounds damage at 68%. The skeleton knight who had given up his life to attack at this point could no longer break through his defense. At this point he had been in the copy for 11 hours. Already famished, his muscles were sore all over. That's it for today. Back home, Xiao Chun looked at the empty refrigerator and sighed helplessly. Looks like you need a babysitter when you're rich. After ordering a takeout, Xiao Chun was paralyzed on the sofa. That's when he realized that there were actually dozens of friend requests. He had set the message exemption after he decided to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Now it seemed that this decision was incredibly correct, otherwise it would have been impossible to brush the monsters in peace. Each friend request message is followed by a message, so there's no harm in taking a look around. Brother, are you a newcomer? The Scattered Guild welcomes you. Big brother, begging for a belt. High prices for all kinds of equipment. Blackout big man, begging for a belt. Attachment, black silk photo. A large pile of messy news looked like Xiao Chun's head was spinning. He didn't reject them all on reflection. Select one person to apply through a friend request. Alert, you have passed Chandler's friend request. Just as soon as it came through, Chandler sent a message. Chandler, brother Blackout, got something for sale? That's right, what Xiao Chun chose to go through was the person who left a message to buy the equipment at a high price. Blackout, aha. Chandler, what's good enough to send in? Yi Chen sent over the introductory information for the Pack Wolf summoning skill scroll and the Knight Heavy Sword. Shandos, good for you, Black Knight brothers, getting this kind of good stuff in only 2 days. Blackout, how do I collect? Money Duo, do you want career coins or real coins? Note, professional coins are gold, silver, and copper coins traded through the system among professionals, and real coins are common currency issued by the real-world government. It's not hard to choose between the two. Professional coins have a relatively clear exchange ratio with real coins though. However, this is a result of the professional union and the government working together to maintain it, and professional coins tend to be about 20% higher in private transactions. Blackout, career coin. Much money, 50 silver for a scroll of Pack Wolf summoning skill, 100 silver for a knight's heavy sword. These 2 days before he rested through the forums and other ways to have some understanding of the price, Chen Duo opened the prices not low, even slightly higher than the market price. Chandler, how's that? I'm sincere enough. Blackout, deal. Immediately afterward, he received an email from Chen Duo, and when he opened the email attachment, 150 silver coins had arrived. Xiao Chen didn't dawdle, and passed the 2 props to Shander via email. The deal is done. Chapter 12, The Hidden Boss Appears. Chen Duo wasn't a stupid person with a lot of money. The information of several more outstanding professionals in this batch of newcomers had been in his hands for a long time, but among them, there was no such a person as Black Knight. With his intelligence network, there was only one outcome for this to happen. That is that Blackout is an unorganized loose cannon. He was confident in his intelligence network. The talents cultivated by the big organization naturally did not lack trading channels, so his main source of business was those casuals. Ordinary casuals had limited strength, making it difficult to kill bosses and naturally spawning extreme equipment and props, while their purchasing power was also very limited. A highly promising loose cannon like Xiao Chen was naturally the one they fought for. That's why there's the above market purchase of Xiao Chen's equipment. A total of 35 silver and 39 bronze were harvested yesterday in the Forest of Novices. Today, he harvested another 43 silver and 72 copper inside the dark cave, plus the 150 silver coins from the sale just now. He now has 229 silver and 11 bronze professional coins. At 1 copper coin to $1, he made a total of $22,911 over the 2 days. Of course, this doesn't count the few pieces of equipment he wears. I don't know if you can make over $10,000 a month by age 30 if you work honestly. It's only been 2 days since he became a pro and he's making over $10,000 a day. I have to say, making money as a professional is fast. The next day, when Xiao Chen came to the dark cave again, there were starting to be more people. Many of the faster upgrading professionals had already reached level 10. After reaching level 10, most people would not choose to remain in the Forest of Novices. After all, the Silver Moonwolves were not ideal for brushing monsters. As they passed by the level 11 Mutant Lizard Monster Zone, one squad was chatting away. Come on brothers, try to get to level 15 today. Level 15, you're overthinking it. Leveling up is not that easy. The 4 of us are pretty good together, and the effort might actually work. Work hard and try to break level 50 when you report to the Warrior Academy. Yeah, it's said that if the Warrior Academy doesn't rise to level 50 by the start of the school year, personal ratings will be much lower and the resources allocated will be greatly reduced. Ugh, I don't know how those perverts like Jay Zhou ascended. It's rumored that he's level 18. With that equipment of his, and 2 dedicated nannies who don't want experience, if I had that configuration, leveling would have to be 20 plus anyways. You're the only rider without a mount? Alright, let's not fight. Do any of you know what that Black Knight who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before yesterday is about? He should have changed his name. It's hard to say who. That's a true expert, practicing to level 15 in just 1 day and killing the Silver Moon Wolf King. It's not necessarily true. Maybe he's not a newcomer who awakened through official channels, but rather he sought out the awakening stone himself. In fact, he had already awakened a long time ago and practiced up to level 10 in advance, as well as being equipped with a fine piece of equipment, and was just waiting for the Silver Moon Wolf King to refresh before going in to kill it. Even if it's really like you said, killing the Silver Moon Wolf King by yourself is still remarkable. Are you stupid? Since it was premeditated, how could it be possible to arrange for only one person to go in? Hearing you say it like that seems like there's a real possibility that this is the case, otherwise how could an ordinary professional possibly do this? Xiao Chen didn't stop along the road and went straight to the deepest part of the dark cave. When he passed by the level 20 skeleton archer brush area, he saw 3 people brushing monsters. One of them was so gorgeously equipped that he could be attracted by the light emitted by the equipment on his body from a long distance away. Behind him there were 2 other extremely well-endowed girls who were frantically throwing various healing spells at him. These 3 were none other than Jay from Class 1 and the 2 nannies his old man had arranged for him. Ka Ching. Ka Ching. Thunderbolts slashed at the skeleton archer as if he didn't need the money, each strike dealing a decent amount of damage to the skeleton archer. It's really enviable to watch. As Xiaochen quietly walked deeper into the cave, Jie Zhou sought his back. Hey, do you want to die? That's an advanced area in there. Xiaochen turned his back to Zhang Jie and waved his hand without saying anything, only leaving behind a dashing back. This person is afraid of being stupid. Even he alone dares to go deeper into the dark cave? Jai, watch out. 10 minutes later, Xiaochen appeared at yesterday's practicing place. Begin. As you level up, you kill monsters faster and faster. After 10 hours, he finally rose to level 30. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 30, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Hint, you have activated the skill Battle Spirit Revival. Skill name, Battle Spirit Revival. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, none. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill effect, 20% of life value is restored immediately after using this skill. Level 30 was reached and a new career skill was activated. I have to say that this profession is also perfectly configured with professional skills, all of which are related to enhancing survivability. This skill doesn't consume anything and the cooldown isn't too long, allowing Xiaochen's ability to sustain combat to increase greatly. Hint, your level has reached 30, and the regional public communication channel is now open. Note, regional public communication channels are limited to the communication of professionals within a certain range. Open the regional exchange channel to view it. It was empty and he was alone. It was thought that it should be because he was inside the dark cave, and the regional communication channel could only be joined by professionals who were in this copy, and the only professional who had entered this copy so far was Xiaochen, who had reached level 30, hence the reason for this situation. After 10 consecutive hours of brushing monsters, he had killed at least 20,000 plus skeleton knights. Today's harvest wasn't bad, totaling over 80 silver, while also popping out 2 white quality level 30 equipment, and a blue quality weapon. His defense was also raised to 133 points, and the Thorn's rebound damage came to 80%. After reaching level 30, he did not intend to continue practicing here. Skeleton knights are too big to be an ideal place to practice. Just as he was planning to leave, the ground began to vibrate, and the top of the cavern continued to have rocks fall down with the vibrations. However, these stones couldn't do much damage to Xiaochen. Could it be an earthquake? Just then, the ground suddenly cracked open into a ghostly passage glowing with green light. A monster comparable in size to an elephant stepped out of the passageway. It was actually a more powerful and more ornate-looking skeleton knight. Chapter 13, Killing the Undead Knight. This even more massive skeleton of a skeletal knight was covered in broken silver armor that shone with a cold light. In the empty sockets of his eyes, a ghostly blue fire occasionally flickered, and the long sword in his hand, though mottled, was still razor-sharp. He rode a withered, skeletal warhorse with black vines twisted between its bones, adding a bit of mystery and strangeness. The 4 hooves of the warhorse were silent, treading across the barren land, leaving a string of faint tracks. Warning! Warning! Due to the excessive number of skeleton knights that have died in the area in a short period of time, a hidden boss has been activated. Monster name, Undead Knight Hidden Boss. Level, 35. Life value, 12,000. Physical attack, 120. Magic attack, 80. Physical defense, 150. Magic defense, 100. Skill 1, Undead Holy Sword. The Undead Knight's long sword burns with ethereal flames, dealing double damage to material and magic when attacking. Calculated separately, does not stack. Skill 1, Spectral Charge. The Undead Knight charges forward with incredible speed, dealing physical damage and slowing enemies along the way. At the end of the charge, he will leave behind a ghostly field that lasts for a few seconds, and enemies within the field will receive sustained damage, magic, and reduced healing. Skill 2, Death Gaze. The Undead Knight gazes at an enemy, inflicting a fear effect on them, preventing them from moving and attacking for 3 seconds. Skill 3, Undead Summoning. The Undead Knight summons a group of small skeleton warriors to fight for him, which attack nearby enemies and explode when defeated, inflicting ranged damage to surrounding enemies. Skill 4, Shadow Shield. The Undead Knight applies a shadow shield to himself. During the time the shield exists, he can absorb a certain amount of damage and convert it into his own lifesteal. Skill 5, Spinning Dance of Death. The Undead Knight swings his long sword in his hand and performs a rapid spinning attack, dealing continuous damage to surrounding enemies, and enemy units within 10 meters of him will be forcibly drawn closer. During the spinning period, the undead knight is immune to all control effects. I don't know if Shao Chen is lucky or not. Rare bosses and hidden bosses were all bosses that were very difficult to see, but he had encountered them again. After carefully looking at the undead knight's attributes, Shao Chen checked his own current attributes. Name: Black Knight. Profession: Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level: First Order Level 30. Life Value: 1530. Mana: 60. Physique: 153. Power: 10. Physical Defense: 133 including equipment additions. Magic Defense: 125 including equipment additions. Battle Strength Assessment: 210. Skill 1, Thorn's Thorn, Level 30, Rebound Attack Damage by 80%. Skill 2, Firm as a Rock, Rank 1, reduces damage taken by 10%. Skill 3, Battle Soul Awakening, Level 1, can be used on a skill you have already mastered. The effect of the skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Battle Soul Revival, Level 1, immediately restores 20% of life value after using this skill. Skill 5, Power of the Silver Moon, Rank 1, restores life value limit x 0.1% per second. Note: recovery is also possible in combat state. After comparing the two attributes, Shao Chen's eyes gradually brightened. Killable. The undead knight mount stepped toward Shao Chen with both front feet raised high. Shao Chen didn't retreat, and his double shields closed in front of him. Dang! The iron hooves stamped on the shield with a deafening roar. Under the tremendous force of the mount's trampling, Shao Chen did not retreat an inch. 60. A red number rose above the undead knight's head, while Shao Chen was unharmed. Boom! A ghostly blue flame burned on the undead knight's long sword, making the dark cave much brighter. The flames were not hot, but instead had a sense of ice and cold. Blue flame means the undead knight has used the skill Undead Holy Sword. This was the first time Shao Chen had faced an enemy with magic attacks. As the skeleton warhorse charged, the longsword burning with blue flames stabbed straight at Shao Chen. With dual shields in hand, the world is mine. Shao Chen was not the least bit weak. The silver moon great shield stood in front of his body and collided with the flaming longsword. A loud metallic crash resounded throughout the cave, spreading all the way outward. It was Zhou Jia, who was several kilometers away, who could faintly hear the sound of a collision. 60. 40. Two damage numbers float over the undead knight's head. The undead knight didn't care if his attacks were effective or not, and output wildly at Shao Chen. After more than 10 cuts, not only did Shao Chen not receive many injuries, the undead knight's blood level instead dropped by more than 1,000 points. The undead knight stopped his attack, and the body of his warhorse slowly backed up. The ghostly blue flames on his body flourished as he charged towards Shao Chen. Skill 2, Spectral Charge. The charge was so fast that Shao Chen's speed simply dodged to avoid it, but of course, there was no need to dodge it. Because, the other party simply couldn't break through his defense. The charging motion came to an abrupt halt as the warhorse crashed against the shield. The undead knight froze in place for a moment after being blocked by the shield, as if dazed by the impact. Second skill, Death Gaze. Invalid. Skill number 4, Shadow Shield. Invalid. Skill number 5, Whirlwind Dance of Death. Still not valid. After a burst of magnificent various outputs, instead of Shao Chen receiving the slightest damage, the undead knight's own life value dropped to around 50%. Just when Shao Chen thought it was stable, as the undead knight summoned a large number of skeleton soldiers crawled out of the ground. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton knights, and various other skeletons appeared in a steady stream. Surround Shao Chen in it. Shao Chen put his heart down after checking the attributes of these little skeletons. The attack power of these small skeletons was at most comparable to, if not slightly inferior to, the skeleton archers and skeleton knights that had attacked and killed them earlier. Not the slightest threat with his high defense. Instead, Shao Chen had gained a lot of experience value. 20 minutes later. The hidden boss undead knight finally collapsed, and the fading flames in his ghostly blue pupils stared at Shao Chen, as if stating the unwillingness in his heart. Announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the hidden boss undead knight. At the same time, Shao Chen received several system prompts. Hint: you have earned the Warrior Medal X5. Hint: you have obtained a purple achievement treasure chest. Hint, you have killed the undead knight and gained 1000 experience points, undead shield, purple treasure chest x1, silver coin 32, copper coin 89. Finish the fight and call it a day. Today was another rewarding day of 10+ hours of continuous fighting. Dragging his tired and pleasant body towards the outside of the copy. Chapter 14 Undead Shield, Legend of the Night. Xiao Chen didn't take killing the boss seriously, but the outside world exploded. Many professionals in the novice square had paid attention to this system announcement and were discussing it enthusiastically at this time. Did you guys see the announcement, someone killed the hidden boss Undead Knight? So what? Isn't it true that no boss is killed every day? You see clearly who struck him down. Darkness. The name seems somewhat familiar. Black Knight? Isn't that the guy who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before? He killed the hidden boss again a day apart. That's pretty good luck. Luck? Humph. Ignorant. Who are you calling ignorant? Do you know what level boss the Undead Knight is? Level 35. So what? Any one of us can easily kill it, alright. He killed the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before yesterday, and the Silver Moon Wolf King is in the Forest of Novices, which means that he wouldn't have been more than level 10 when he entered the Forest of Novices the day before yesterday, and you can kill a level 35 boss with just a one-day interval. Can you do that? What kind of person is this Black Knight? In just 2 days he was able to rise from level 10 to over 30. I'm afraid that this upgrade speed can only be matched by a super profession necromancer. You're overthinking it, necromancers aren't exactly strong up front. And how did he do that? This person will definitely be a core student once he enters the Warrior Academy. Legends about Black Knight had gradually spread among this group of newcomers, and everyone was speculating about what kind of profession Black Knight was and what organization he belonged to. Xiao Chen knew that there was no food left at home, and on his way home he found a restaurant to deal with a few bites before returning home. Wash up and get comfortable on the couch and check out today's haul. Including the Undead Knight output, a total of 118 silver was harvested today, and with the previous day's harvests, there were 347 silver coins, equivalent to $34,700. Copper coins will be automatically exchanged for silver coins when they reach 100, while silver coins for gold coins need to be exchanged manually by the professional. Has been 3 consecutive days of daily income of more than 10,000, this amount of money at most to solve his daily life. Want to really improve the quality of life is still far from it. Looks like there's still work to be done. In addition to silver coins you also harvest 2 level 30 white quality equipment and a level 30 blue quality weapon. This bit of equipment he didn't intend to sell now, after all, the quantity was too small, affecting his compulsion in Shander's mind. The final heavy hitter falls on the undead shield that explodes after killing the Undead Knight. View equipment properties. Equipment name, Undead Shield Rare Equipment. Equipment level, 30. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wear requirements, level 30, 20 power points can be used. Equipment location, left hand. Physical defense, 30. Magic defense, 30. Additional skill, Undead Shield. Use this skill to apply a 30-second shield to yourself, which absorbs a total of up to 1000 points of damage while it exists and turns 50% of the damage into your own life value. Hitting the jackpot, the attributes of this equipment were simply customized for Xiao Chen. Whether it was the high double defense or the bug level defense skill of Undead Shield. The only beauty is that it requires 20 points of strength. Xiao Chen's current strength was only 10 points, and he would need to level up by 2 more levels if he wanted to wear this equipment. It was only level 2, it wasn't a big problem for Xiao Chen. At his current practicing speed, it would only take an hour or 2. Checking the list of friend requests, he found that more people had requested to add him as a friend today, and it had reached several hundred entries. Roughly scrolling through it, he found that it was mostly people who had invited him into the guild or wanted him to bring them along to practice. One of the application messages caught Xiao Chen's attention. Big brother, high price for a belt. Most of the other messages trying to get him to take an upgrade were about showing black silk for free, drinking with him, or something like that, and this was the only one that was relatively reliable. He also wanted to find out exactly how much he would earn by taking people to practice. Alert, you have passed Howie's friend request. Just as soon as it came through, Howie sent a message. Hot girl, Black Knight big brother, but it's finally passed. Blackout, how much? Howie, how much for what? Howie girl, oh. I almost forgot what the message said. How many levels are you now? Darkness, level 30. Howie girl, it's okay, we can't enter the same copy if it's over level 30, I'm only level 13. Howie, let's do it this way, before you level 35 I have been following you to upgrade, I can rise to how much counting how much, a total of 500 silver coins, of course, kill monster proceeds all to you, you see how? 500 silver coins. That's $50,000. Xiao Chen's chest rose and fell violently. Their class teacher Zhou Ping is the province's well-known high school class teacher plus a variety of benefits. Monthly salary is less than 20,000 yuan. You can make 50k in a day or two at the most just by taking a girl to upgrade. It would be a lie to say I'm not impressed. Black Knight, okay, tomorrow morning at 8:30, meet at the entrance to the Dark Cave copy. Howdy girl, okay, I'll see you there. Closing the chat screen of the chat with Howie reveals 99 plus unread messages in the regional chat channel. Open to view. Much money, high prices for all kinds of rare equipment. Taoist Master Zhang, the Dark Abyss Guild invites all kinds of capable people to join. Brother Blade, high price for a first order, level 90, red quality, two-handed heavy sword. Almost all of them were information about invitations to join the club and the collection and sale of various equipment and props. Just as Xiao Chen was about to close it, he saw a message that made his eyes glaze over. Rakshasa, the day before yesterday my newest member, Chen Fan, was murdered in the Forest of Novices. Those who provide information on the murderer will be rewarded 100 silver. The worldwide paradise system had no restrictions on professionals killing each other, so naturally, there would be no records of kills. The Professionals Union explicitly prohibited professionals from striking out at ordinary people, and this was an iron law that was commonly recognized by all professionals. Once someone dares to violate this article will become the target of all professionals to be killed. The Professionals Union has a very different attitude towards professionals killing each other. Although it was explicitly prohibited in the terms and conditions introduced, some professionals were too powerful, and it was impossible to completely eliminate such things with the strength of the Professionals Union. It got to the point where there was no care in the world about things like this pressing on. Unless they come across some extremely important people being killed, they will step in and fix it. Rakshasa, supposedly from the Swordsman's Union. It's likely that they're not sending out this message to actually find the killer, but rather as a way to show the outside world that they value their members and thus attract more people to join. It was just an advertisement-like message, but some people believed it and replied within the public communication channel. Chapter 15, Taking a Rich Little Woman for Leveling. Xushu at Rakshasa, I know who killed Chen Fan. Rakshasa pressed on without replying to Xushu, pretending not to see it. But Xushu had no choice but to reply to the group when he was at him again and again. Rakshasa, tell me about it. Xushu, I told you, what if you don't pay? Rakshasa, our swordsman's guild is not so bad as to renege on 100 silver coins. Xushu, everyone help me to testify. Oh, then I'll tell you here, the person who killed Chen Fan must be Black Knight. Rakshasa, Black Knight? Who's Blackout? Xushu, you don't even know about this? It's the one who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Forest of Novices the day before yesterday, and by the way, today he killed the hidden boss Undead Knight in the Spectral Cavern again. Rakshasa, little girl, don't make things up. How is it possible to level up by more than 20 levels and still be able to kill Undead Knights after just one day? Xushu, it's all on the system announcement, how can I still cheat? Monk, Xushu-chan was right, and now there are people in the forums who have put up screenshots of the announcement. I have to say that little guy Black Knight still has some skills. Late summer, yes, I saw that too. Rakshasa at Xushu, I believe what you said is true, so how do you prove that he killed Chen Fan? Xushu, are you stupid? How many talents were in the Forest of Novices the day before yesterday? Isn't it obvious who has the ability to kill Chen Fan? Rakshasa was so angry that his teeth itched, he wanted to come out to make an advertisement only. In his opinion, the death of a newcomer was nothing at all, but he did not expect to meet Xushu, this rash person. If he still repeatedly excuses himself now, it will definitely cause a considerable blow to the guild's reputation. Rakshasa at Xushu, we will verify the information you provided, and once it is confirmed to be true, we will naturally pay you for your tip. Xushu, that's no good, you have to pay now, what if you renege on the bill? Rakshasa, you. A few moments later, Rakshasa posted the posting of the transfer of 100 silver coins within the regional chat channel. At the same time, a manhunt order was launched against Blackout. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was speechless to the extreme. Although Chen Fan's death did have something to do with him, that Xushu was clearly just making things up for 100 silver coins alright. He had wanted to add Rakshasa as a friend to Chen Qing about this, but after thinking about it he gave up. Because the pursuit order issued by the Rakshasa did not mention the reward, it was thought that it was only for the sake of the guild's face and would not really take action against him. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen ate breakfast and came to the novice square. Through friend chat, you learn that Howie is already waiting at the entrance to the spectral cave. When you come to the entrance of the dark cave, there is a short-haired girl with a wand standing in the doorway. Her hair was slightly naturally curly, glowing healthily in the sunlight, her eyes were bright and alert, and her smile was radiant, revealing endless energy and enthusiasm, as if she could ignite every inch of the air around her at any time. Xiao Chen walked past him and softly said, "Follow me." Then he walked straight towards the interior of the dark cave. Black. Just as Howie was about to call out Xiao Chen's name, Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head to look at her and said, "Shut up." In the face of Xiao Chen's cold eyes like the god of death, the girl could only give an honest "oh" and follow her into the copy. After entering the copy, Howie sent Xiao Chen a group request. Hint: you have passed Howie's group application. The group is successful, all items are randomly distributed during the group, and experience values are evenly distributed. Tip: the maximum effective distance of the team is 500 meters, and team members will automatically leave the team if they are more than 500 meters away from the captain. Hint: your teammate, Howie, has voluntarily given up all item acquisition privileges for this group, and you will receive all the coin and prop gains from this group. Hint: Howie has opened the function of viewing personal information to you. Note: viewing the information of professionals requires the other party to open this function before viewing, except for the use of skills and props and other means. After forming a team, Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Howie's sister, checking her information. Name: Hao Mei. Occupation: Summoner. Level: First Order 13th level. Life value: 200. Mana: 450. Physical attack: 5. Magic attack: 38. Physical defense: 22 including equipment additions. Magic defense: 18 including equipment additions. Battle strength assessment: 97. Howie's attributes were considered a standard newcomer configuration, and her equipment wasn't as flashy and exaggerated as Jay's. This made him begin to wonder for a moment if the Howling sisters would be able to pay a commission of up to 500 silver coins. As if she could see Xiao Chen's doubt, the luxury sister opened her mouth and explained, "I have money, but..." Speaking of, however, Xiao Chen's face sank. She hurriedly continued, "But it's all real coins, I haven't had a chance to convert it into professional coins yet. If you don't mind, I can use 60,000 Dragon Kingdom coins as payment, do you think it's okay?" Xiao Chen agreed to Howie's request after a little hesitation. After all, he did have no money now. Crossed over to meet the parents had a car accident, and the perpetrator of the hit and run until now has not been caught, did not find the perpetrator. Naturally there is no so-called compensation. His parents, again the lowest of the working class, were left with just over $10,000 after deducting his medical expenses. More than a year of various living expenses have been spent. 7 or 8, would like to drop out of school to use the knowledge of the rebirth of the pre-crossing counterattack, but really understand the world only to find that it does not work. Because these two worlds are so much alike, previous experience is of no use here. It was only after the class teacher Zhou Ping's strong discouragement that he continued to stay in school, in order not to take the college entrance exams to win the gold medal, but to wait for the awakening to become a professional. This has led to him being shy now. Black Knight: big brother, there's no internet inside the copy, is it okay to transfer money when we get out? Howie asked cautiously. Well, follow me. Xiao Chen turned around and walked towards the depths of the cave. Howie followed closely behind him like a good girl, her body almost pressed against Xiao Chen's back. The two carefully walked within the silent cave, encountering monsters in the middle of the two direct detour, did not have a positive conflict with any of the monsters. This moved Howie to tears, thinking that this big brother was really considerate, in order to take care of him, a brittle skin, not to get hurt, even rushing so carefully. In fact, how could he know that Xiao Chen was like this because he had absolutely no protection whatsoever? He has neither the means of output nor control, and is good for nothing but taking hits. What was originally a half-hour walk took the two of them close to an hour to complete. Arrived. Looking at the vast empty cavern in front of her, Howie revealed a questioning look. There's nothing here, big black guy. Xiao Chen found the safest place based on his experience from yesterday's battle and told Howie's sister to stay put. Then he took out 2 half-man-tall shields from within his backpack. One side was a silver moon shield with a wolf's head mark, and the other was a large iron shield. If not for his lack of power, his current equipment would only be more ornate. What kind of operation is this? Howie was looking on in awe.
Chapter 16, Night Attack.
She knew about shield warriors, but this was the first time she had seen a double shield warrior.
Stay here and don't move or don't blame me if you die.
After saying that, Xiaochen turned around and walked towards the empty clearing. A look of fear filled Howie's face when she saw those horrible skeleton knights scurrying out of the ground. Not only did these skeleton knights look extraordinarily scary in appearance, the crimson name on top of their heads that represented super danger was even more terrifying. A single glance from a monster of this level could kill her fragile low-level summoner in seconds. Look out! More than a dozen skeleton knights sprang out of the ground and surrounded Xiaochen in a few breaths.
It was too late to escape now.
She was dumbfounded when she thought Xiaochen was about to be seriously injured.
Rubbed my eyes hard to see clearly.
That's right, Xiaochen just stood in the group of monsters holding up his two shields and let them attack, without the slightest intention of fighting back. In just over a minute, those skeleton knights attacking Xiaochen fell in pieces. At the same time, a series of monster killing prompts swiped the screen. Your team has killed the skeleton knight, and you have gained an experience value of 13. Your team has killed the skeleton knight, and you have gained an experience value of 13. Your team has killed the skeleton knight, and you have gained experience value 13. Note, the overall group experience is increased by 20%, and the experience value is distributed according to the level of the group members. Looking at the message alert, Howie froze on the spot. This kind of monster brushing method, this kind of monster brushing efficiency, she had never even heard of it before, not to mention seeing it with her own eyes. Xiaochen's experience value had dropped from the previous 45 to the current 38, which was quite acceptable. Brushing monsters to upgrade was boring and material, especially Xiaochen's way of brushing monsters. Completely unwatchable except for some freshness at the very beginning. There were neither flashy moves nor thrilling battles, and it looked extremely plain and unassuming.
It even makes you a little drowsy. Could this be the loneliness of a master? Sister Howie lamented from the sidelines.
When she was bored, she crouched in the corner and felt out her cell phone to play the game while taking a picture of the scene of Xiaochen brushing the monsters.
By the end of the day, Howie even made a slight snoring sound.
It wasn't until Xiaochen tapped her on the head that she woke Howie up.
Who? Is there danger? Slapped awake, Howie looked around with a confused look on his face.
It took a while for her to remember where she was now.
A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Dark Lord, I'm very sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Go away.
After saying that, Xiaochen took the lead and walked towards the exit of the replica. It was then that Howie came back to her senses and shivered as she looked at the dim and ghostly surroundings. Wait for me. After leaving the copy, Xiaochen directly dissolved the team and left straight away. Remember to transfer the money, the card number has been sent to you.
She reacted only when Xiaochen's back disappeared into the crowd.
At this point, her level had reached 25, a full 12 levels up. Checking Blackout through his friends list, that pervert had actually risen to level 35.
That's when she woke up like a dream. Sleeping up 12 levels. The 60,000 yuan is worth spending.
With such a good practicing effect, she naturally wouldn't procrastinate and immediately transferred 60,000 to Xiaochen. Returning home after dinner, Xiaochen, who was lying on the sofa, saw the collection records and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Not a bad day other than the $60,000 haul in other areas. Leveled up steadily to 35. Another 112 silver coins were also harvested, bringing his count to 459 silver coins at this point. With today's $60,000 cash, assets have crossed the $100,000 mark. As for the equipment, it still wasn't very powerful. Killing tens of thousands of skeleton knights didn't explode a few pieces of decent equipment, so they could only continue to keep them and sell them together to Chandos when the time came. After adding points, the undead shield is finally able to be worn.
After wearing the undead shield, Xiaochen's physical defense reached a terrifying 169 points. Thorn's Thorn also does 90% bounce damage.
He was only level 35 now. How terrifying would he be if he rose to level 100, second rank, or even higher?
It's unimaginable. Xiaochen had also inquired about this profession through the internet after awakening into the reverse-scale battle spirit profession. It was reasonable to say that even if it hadn't been strengthened by the system, this profession would still be good as long as it got through the initial tough times. But why was that professional who had awakened the reverse-scale battle spirit silent? Even if he was hidden and protected to develop silently, then why did the professionals' union ignore him? Did the man die before he could develop at all? Thinking about it is the only possibility.
During the night, Xiaochen suddenly woke up with a start. A cold flash. If he hadn't ducked in time, his throat would have been pierced by now.
Quickly take out the equipment from the system backpack and put it on.
He was only slightly reassured when the two shields appeared in his hands. The black shadow flickered away, so fast that Xiao Chen didn't even see him before he had disappeared. However, Wu Qin did not believe that he would leave this way and must be hiding nearby waiting for his next chance to strike. Even though he avoided the vitals with that strike just now, he lost nearly a third of his blood.
This man attacks extremely high.
Suddenly, a strong wind came from his back. Xiao Chen was prepared.
A giant shield appeared behind him. Dang!
The dagger made a crisp clash with the giant shield.
112. 265. After the blow, both of them were confused.
The assassin's full-force strike dealt a mere 112 points of damage to Xiao Chen, while the rebound damage that Xiao Chen brought to the assassin amounted to 265. Rebound damage assassins had certainly seen it, but he had never seen such outrageous rebound damage. The more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Chen had just used his rebound skill, he immediately attacked again. He used a more powerful output skill for this strike.
Shadow Raid. Dang!
The two giant shields that were more than a meter tall made Xiao Chen's defense almost deathless, and the assassin's attacks were still blocked by the shields.
272. 397. I can't believe I blocked it again.
It's already quite good for a level 30-something little guy to be able to block 3 of my strikes. Next you'll die. The man's longbow language was a bit awkward, and he didn't sound like a native, which made Xiao Chen feel even more strange. Another 3 consecutive strikes appeared in various tricky positions. Nay, the two shields were too big, blocking almost all of Xiao Chen's vital positions.
112. 265. 112. 265.
The assassin, who was a profession with high offense and low blood, his life value reduced to about 50% by continuous rebound damage. Xiao Chen was about the same, with his life value dropping from 1,680 points to 960. The battle between the two seemed very bizarre for a while. One man kept launching attacks, while the other stood still, like a sandbag, allowing the assassin to attack.
Instead, the attacking party's life value drops even more. After successive attacks, the assassin had to admit that Xiao Chen's rebound skill could be used consistently. Since you can bounce back from physical damage, what about magical damage?
As he spoke, the assassin cut his palm with his dagger, and the bright red blood was absorbed by the dagger, and a faint red halo glowed on the surface of the dagger after absorbing the blood.
Bloodshot strike.
The red aura flashed as the dagger clashed with a shower of sparks on the shield.
234. 358.
Once again, the assassin froze, actually bouncing back even magic damage.
Chapter 17, What, Bounce Back Dead?
It seems the intelligence was correct. You must not be allowed to grow up.
For the first time since the battle, Xiao Chen opened his mouth to inquire, "Who the hell are you?" The assassin didn't answer, and behind him 3 doppelgangers came out. "Since you can bounce off my main body damage, what about the doppelgangers?"
The 3 doppelgangers attacked Xiao Chen at the same time.
Dang dang dang.
A series of attacks fell, all of which were blocked one by the shield.
28. 28. 28. 1,180. 1,180. 1,180.
The doppelganger was not the main body after all, and being able to have half of the main body's attack was already very strong. Facing Xiao Chen's super high rebound, the assassin's 3 detachments' life values were decreasing at an extremely fast rate. By the time the 3 doppelgangers died from the Thorn's rebound, Xiao Chen's life value had dropped to over 320. This was already a pretty dangerous amount of blood, especially in front of an assassin with a super high instant output.
It's now.
Xiao Chen's life value was just over 320, while the assassin's life value was still upwards of 1,300.
Over 320 blood has reached the assassin's decimation line. Bloodshot triple strike.
3 consecutive knife lights glowing with blood light stabbed out at great speed. Xiao Chen was prepared for it. The undead shield suddenly lit up with an ethereal blue light, and the light formed a shield like a wizard's magic shield enveloping Xiao Chen. Undead shield, use this skill to apply a 30-second shield to yourself, which absorbs a total of up to 1,000 points of damage value while it exists, and turns 50% of the damage into your own life value. At the same time, Xiao Chen also opened the Battle Soul Awakening skill, as well as the Battle Soul Revival skill.
Battle Soul Awakening can be used on a skill you have mastered. The effect of the skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Battle Spirit Revival, 20% of life value is restored immediately after using this skill. The result was predictable. After using the Battle Spirit Recovery skill, his life value instantly recovered to 742 points. The assassin was shocked when he saw this scene, but the skill had already been used and it was impossible to take it back. 540. 540. 540. Alert! You have killed Professional 11. Xiao Chen's undead shield hadn't even been broken before the assassin was killed by the rebound itself. After the assassin died, the equipment on his body dissipated into points of light, and in the end, all that was left behind was a corpse wearing ordinary clothes and a treasure chest with a red glow. Those equipments that had exploded from the monsters had been recovered by the system. He knew from what he had learned through school and online that the props crafted by professionals and popped out by monsters that surpassed ordinary items had been notarized by the system. The system automatically recycles these props once their owners die. Although he didn't know the system's true intentions for doing this, Xiao Chen felt that this was a good thing. Otherwise those low-ranked professionals couldn't live at all, and killing treasure could be much easier than killing monsters. 11? That name combined with the accent he spoke with, then it wasn't hard to guess his identity. The assassin should be from the Sakura Kingdom in the Eastern Sea. But why would he come to assassinate himself? Could it be for the Swordsman's Guild bounty? This was the only explanation Xiao Chen could think of. After he came to this world except for Chen Fan, he hardly had any direct conflict with anyone. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, the blood-red treasure chest was included within the backpack. Reminder, you have obtained the Blood Contract Treasure Chest X1. Blood Contract Treasure Box. Killing professionals have a chance to burst out. Open the treasure box will definitely get the treasure box producer has a props. He did not rush to open the Blood Contract Treasure Chest, but looked at the assassin's corpse on the ground in contemplation. A few moments later, he opened his friend request list and found the one from it that claimed to be the administrator of the Professionals Union and requested to go through. Alert! You have passed Old Gun's friend request. Xiao Chen sent a message directly over. Blackout, is it in? Waited 3 or 4 minutes for a message to come back from there. Old Gun, who is it? It's such a big night, let's not let anyone sleep. Xiao Chen then remembered that it was already past 3 in the morning. Darkness, I've encountered an assassination by a Sakura Nation professional. Old Gun, you're the one who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Undead Knight consecutively? Blackout, aha. Old Gun, since you can still send me a message now, does that mean the assassination didn't work and the assassin escaped? Xiao Chen looked at the bodies on the ground and returned. Blackout, no. Old Cannon, where are you now? We'll arrange for someone to come over right away. By the way, you should first head to the nearest office of the Professionals Union, you'll be safe there. Darkness, no, he's dead, you guys arrange for someone to come over and dispose of the body. Old Gun, what? You killed him. Blackout, he came to my house to attack and kill me, this should be considered self-defense, right? Old Gun, send me the address, I'll arrange for someone to come over and deal with it right away, forget it, I'll come over myself. Dark Knights, Sunshine Neighborhood in Lotus District, New City. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen's room door was knocked on. Opening the door to the room were 3 men dressed in uniform black trench coats, all of whom had the same murderous aura as Zhao Long, who had presided over the awakening ceremony for him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Blackout? Xiao Chen nodded and invited the few people inside. When the 3 saw the corpse on the ground, their faces changed, and then they looked at Xiao Chen with a much more solemn expression. Mr. Darkness, let's talk in the living room. The 2 men went to the living room while the other 2 staff members stayed in the room to dispose of the body. After taking his seat, the man spoke, I'm Old Gun, you can call me Gun if you don't mind. Hello Gunny. The man nodded before carefully sizing up Xiao Chen before continuing to speak. The name of that man you killed was 11 Lang, an assassin from the Sakura Kingdom, and their main purpose in coming to my Dragon Kingdom is to strangle potential newbie professionals. Old Cannon explained the reason for Xiao Chen's assassination in a single sentence. This made Xiao Chen cautious. How did he know my address? I never killed the Death Knight after. Here the voice came to a screeching halt. After the awakening ceremony, Xiao Chen's wasteful profession had already spread, and later on killing the Silver Moon Wolf King and Death Knight that was Black Knight's doing. What did it have to do with him? There was only one person who knew his true identity before tonight, and that was Sister Hao. Then there are only 2 possibilities for his assassination.
1. The Sakura Nation Infiltration Organization knew that the profession of reverse-scale battle spirit would be very powerful in the later stages, and they were starting preparations to kill themselves from the moment they learned of Yi Chen's awakening to this profession. Secondly, Howie revealed that he was Black Knight, and Black Knight, regardless of his profession, was able to kill 2 bosses in a very short period of time, which speaks volumes about his potential. Old Cannon lit a cigarette and took a few deep breaths before opening his mouth. Xiao Chen, senior class 3 of Newtown High School, awakened the rare profession reverse-scale battle soul 4 days ago. Reverse-scale battle spirit, unknown reasons caused the attack to only ever be 1 point and cannot be improved in any way. At that, his brow furrowed as he glanced at the body of 11 in the bedroom. Am I right? Xiao Chen nodded and didn't say anything. And how did you kill 11? Bounce back dead. Xiao Chen didn't hide it and directly told the truth. What? Bounce back dead? Old Cannon repeated as if he hadn't understood Xiao Chen's words. Chapter 18, Joining the Shadow. Xiao Chen talked about the general course of events, of course some key information he had hidden, such as the matter of being strengthened by the infinite system's skills. After listening to Xiao Chen's narration, Old Gun fell into a long silence. It took a long time before he exhaled a deep breath of smoke. Looks like that wasn't an accident all those years ago. What? Xiao Chen was a bit puzzled by Old Cannon's words. It's nothing. Xiao Chen, I am now officially inviting you to join the Professionals League. Are you willing? Xiao Chen was slightly stunned, not expecting to receive an invitation from the Professionals Union. I'll be attending the Warrior Academy soon, can I join the Professionals League? Haha, doesn't the Warrior Academy belong to the Professionals Alliance? Most of the outstanding students will also join the Alliance after graduation, you're just joining early. Even so, Xiao Chen did not immediately agree, but opened his mouth and asked, what do I need to pay and what can I get? In the face of Xiao Chen's frankness, Old Cannon openly laughed, cool. The Professionals Union was formed by the government of the Dragon Kingdom, and its main purpose of existence has an even more important duty besides managing and disciplining professionals. What duties? Resist foreign invasion. Foreign invasion? That's right, since the Universal Paradise descended on Blue Star, the strength of the professionals has skyrocketed, and some high-ranking professionals can even resist nuclear bombs with hard resistance, so the conventional troops are no longer very effective, and the success or failure of the war now mainly depends on the high-end combat power among the professionals. The strength of my Dragon Kingdom with its large population was already extremely strong, and after the descent of the 10,000 Worlds Paradise there are even more talented people, so those small countries naturally don't dare to act out. The old gun said something powerful and powerful. Then why is he here? Xiao Chen asked, pointing at 11 Lang's corpse. This. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Old Gun's face. It's because my Dragon Kingdom is too strong that caused the other small countries to fear my Dragon Kingdom even more, so they united against us. Well, enough of that, you'll know everything when you're strong, let's start with what interests you most. Go ahead. Old Cannon rekindled a cigarette and spoke. There are many benefits of joining the Professionals Alliance. Not only can you get more news, but you can also prioritize the purchase of high-end equipment within the Alliance, and of course, the most important thing is that if you become a core member of the Alliance, you can get the Alliance's strong cultivation. Yi Chen wasn't mesmerized by the old Cannon's words, but opened his mouth and asked, what do I need to pay? It's easy, be a civil servant. Civil servants? That's right, it's civil service, it's just a different job description and different pay. Xiao Chen didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. Although civil servants have an easy and stable job, the proceeds will definitely go to the public coffers and then be redistributed. Xiao Chen didn't want his hard-fought gold coins, equipment, etc. to be taken away just like that. Old Cannon looked like he had anticipated Xiao Chen's decision. Of course, there is another set of management methods for the Alliance of Excellent Talents. What way? Join the Shadow, a hidden organization under the Alliance. Shadows, as the name suggests, are shadows that hide in the shadows, and their main job description is to do things that are inconvenient for the Alliance to do. The Alliance has virtually no restrictions on the members of the Shadows, and will not force them to do anything. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world, and one needs to make a corresponding contribution to obtain benefits. The Alliance will issue some missions to the Shadow members, allowing them to make their own choices, and once they complete the mission they will be able to obtain the corresponding Shadow points, which can be exchanged for the props they need within the Shadow treasure trove. How about it, interested in joining the Shadow? After saying that, Old Gun stared at Xiao Chen with interest. What's there to think about? There are no restrictions, and you also get access to official information channels as well as additional sources of gear. Immediately, Xiao Chen agreed.
Hint, Old Gun invites you to join the Metro Shadow Exchange channel, yes no pass? Pass. Alert, you have joined the Metro Shadow Exchange channel. The other two crew members had also packed up 11's body, and Old Cannon stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he turned to Xiao Chen and said, I'll put your personal information file into top secret, so you don't have to worry about your information leaking out in the future because of government departments, but what you leak out on your own is none of our business. Thanks. Old Cannon took a look at Xiao Chen's shabby place and shook his head. This place has been exposed, move out as soon as possible. After Old Cannon's few people left, Xiao Chen was no longer sleepy. There were few like him who hadn't slept until now, and at that moment there was new news coming from within the Shadow Group. Tiancher Zhang, oh? A newcomer has joined? Blood Monk, Black Knight. Why is that name a bit familiar? Blood Monk, I remember, I think it's that little guy who recently killed a few low-level bosses in a row. Zhang San, welcome aboard, little brother Black Knight. At Xiu Shu. Blood Monk, Zhang San, what are you calling Sister Chu for? Xiu Shu, Brother Darkness, welcome to our big, cozy, united, and mutually loving family. Cute emoji. Zhang San, vomit emoji. Xiu Shu, Zhang San, do you want to die? Angry expression. Zhang San, shut up emoji, dot. Xiao Chen thought about it and sent out a message anyway. Blackout, hello, everyone. Xiu Shu, Black Knight, you've just turned 18, can you send me a picture? Zhang San, Auntie Chu, are you trying to seduce fresh meat again? Xiu Shu, get out. Darkness, next time you have a business selling my news, remember to share half of my reward. Xiu Shu, the sky is so blue. Zhang San, Auntie Chu, it's nighttime, okay? Xiu Shu, angry expression, I can't do it in the United States of America. Xiu Shu, Black Knight little brother, you know all about it ah. I was just saying it casually, but I didn't expect those brainless swordsmen to actually believe it. Sword 11, questioning expression. Xiu Shu, I'm not talking about you, although you don't have much of a brain either. Swordsman 1, report address. Xiu Shu, I'm still afraid of you, New City 4 Upper East Side. Zhang San, cursing expression, that's my address, don't send it out indiscriminately, okay? Xiao Chen was impressed with the energetic nature of this group of night owls. However, he still had to head to the new copy tomorrow to fight monsters and upgrade, so he didn't have time to chat with them here. He was about to lie down on the couch and go to sleep when he received a new friend request. Who doesn't sleep at this hour of the night? Clicking on the application list, I found that the person who applied for a friend was actually Chu Shu, who had sold her information to cheat money. After thinking about it, he still passed Chu Shu's friend request. He wanted to see what this big mom really wanted to do. Hint, you have passed Chu Shu's friend request. Just as soon as it came through, Xiu Shu sent a message. Xiu Shu, Black Knight Brothers, how about a nice picture of you? Colorful expression. Xiao Chen was speechless to the core. Blackout, something wrong? Auntie Chu. Xiu Shu, who are you calling a big mom? Angry expression. Blackout, don't they all call it that? Don't they? Xiu Shu, go to hell. Blackout. Xiu Shu, well, I'm looking for you on a matter of business. Chapter 19, Flying Upgrade. Blackout, what's up? Xiu Shu, you should be able to go to Sunset Dunes at your level. Blackout, aha. Xiu Shu, I have a deal here, do you want to do it? Blackout, tell me about it. Xiu Shu, there is a hidden boss in Sunset Dunes, killing it has a chance of dropping a prop that I need. If you can help me get that kind of prop, I can pay you accordingly. Blackout, what props? Xiu Shu, a kind of equipment drawing, you'll know when you hit it. Blackout, how to find the hidden boss? Xiu Shu, it's right next to a dry well to the southwest of the level 50 area, but you'll need to wait for it to rain to have a chance of appearing. Blackout, okay. Hidden bosses not always appear when conditions are met, and Xiu Shu was only holding the mentality of trying her luck by letting Xiao Chen take his chances. It's all about luck. Second morning. Xiao Chen ate breakfast and came to the Novice Square. Due to last night's events, he had arrived late today, and there were no longer many people in the Novice Plaza other than those selling goods. Most of the professionals have already entered their copies. Xiao Chen made a short stop and headed towards the entrance of the copy of Sunset Dune. Some people in the novice square saw Xiao Chen walking towards the Sunset Dune copy, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. This rookie is entering a copy for the first time, isn't he, and he can even go in the wrong copy. What if he does reach level 30? Looking at him that way, he should be a student, since it's only been 4 days since he was awakened as a student. How can someone rise to level 30 in 4 days? He really went in. Actually really reached level 30. Who is this person? Do you think he'll be the Black Knight who killed the bosses consecutively? The environment of the Sunset Dunes is not too far from Xiao Chen's imagination. There is nothing else in the endless desert except for some sparse desert plants, and the dunes have soft lines like the fingerprints of the earth, which are even more magnificent in the setting sun's afterglow. Hint: you have entered the Sunset Sand Dunes. The monster level of this copy is level 3150. After removing his equipment from his backpack and redressing it, he headed deeper into the desert. Without taking a few steps, Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. Golden grains of sand rolled, and a few moments later several scorpion-like bugs emerged from the middle of the sand. They weren't large, only about half a meter long, and their sharp mouthparts shone with a metallic-like light. Monster name: Fiery Sandworm Common. Rank: 31. Life value: 3100. Physical attack: 93. Magic attack: 22. Physical defense: 62. Magic defense: 28. Tear Bite: launch a fierce attack on the target, dealing self-attack x 20% bleed damage per second for 30 seconds. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to get closer, several blazing sandworms attacked Xiao Chen. 84. 84. 84. This amount of damage could not even break Xiao Chen's physical defense of up to 169 points. His Thorn's Thorn rebounded damage was now at 90%. The blazing sandworm rebounded 84 points of damage every time it attacked Xiao Chen. The efficiency of brushing monsters is greatly increased. Suddenly, a blazing sandworm leaped high into the air, its mouthparts more than doubling in size as it tore towards Xiao Chen. It was the blazing sandworm that had unleashed the Tear Bite skill. 17. 84. 17. 84. Looking at the red numbers floating above the head of the blazing sandworm, Xiao Chen, although he had known it for a long time, still lamented that the Thorn's Thorn skill was too powerful. Even sustained bleed damage bounces back. This skill didn't just bounce that one hit from its attack, but even the sustained damage caused by the opponent's skill effects, which was extremely terrifying. Imagine. What happens if the opponent unleashes a bleed-like sustained damage result on himself while he is dying? It's scary to think about. The 3,100 blood points of the blazing sandworms died in just half a minute under the high rebound of the Thorn's Thorn. You have killed the blazing sandworm and gained experience value of 31 and copper coins of 53. You have killed the blazing sandworm and gained an experience value of 31. You have killed the blazing sandworm and gained experience value 31 and copper coins 8. The experience value gained from killing the monsters in the novice copy was the same as the level, so I think it should be the result of the system being lazy. The efficiency of killing monsters here wasn't bad, but the sandworms were too spread out and it wasn't an ideal place to practice. Continuing deeper into the desert. Level 32 monster Blazing Sun Demon Spider has control ability, not good at pulling monsters, give up. Level 33 monster Grabble Troll, too big, give up. Level 34 monster Storm Sandhawk, floats every so often, waste of time, give up. Xiao Chen didn't stop until he came to the level 40 monster area. Monster name: Scorching Scorpion King Common. Level 40. Life value: 5,000. Physical attack: 150. Physical defense: 88. Magic defense: 68. Combo attack: chance to trigger 2 consecutive attacks when attacking an enemy. That's it. The Scorching Scorpion King was perfectly suited to Xiao Chen's monster brushing needs, regardless of its attack method, size, and strength of attack power. The main thing was that the Scorching Scorpion Kings all appeared in groups, which was more conducive to brushing and upgrading. After searching around, Xiao Chen found a golden brush spot, which seemed to be where the Evil King's lair was located, with a steady stream of Evil Kings crawling out from within the sandpit. Even the running around and pulling monsters part is eliminated. 135. 135. 135. 50 to 60 Scorching Scorpion Kings surrounded Xiao Chen and frantically output, and in just half a minute, all the Scorpion Kings that surrounded Xiao Chen died. You have killed the Sizzling Scorpion King and gained experience value 40 and copper coins 21. You have killed the sizzling Scorpion King and gained experience value 40 and copper coins 5. You have killed the scorching Scorpion King and gained experience value 40. This monster killing efficiency, it was simply too strong to be scary. If Zhou Jie saw the scene, he didn't know how he would feel in his heart. Xiao Chen's current level was 35. Level 35 to level 36 requires 122,500 experience points. His current brushing speed could almost reach killing 2 batches of Scorpion Kings per minute, with the number of Scorpion Kings in a batch being around 60. That meant that he could kill 120 scorching Scorpion Kings per minute, and he would receive 40 experience points for each scorching Scorpion King he killed. Then he can gain about 4,800 experience value per minute. 122,500 experience points in just 25 minutes. He didn't even need to be alarmed when he calculated the result. The upgrading efficiency of killing skeleton knights in the spectral cave in the previous 2 days couldn't be compared to here. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to first order level 36, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Alert, your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first rank level 37, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Chapter 20 The Beast's Roar in the Dead Well. In just the past 4 hours, he had risen from level 35 to level 40. Averaging over 1 level per hour. With this upgrade speed, it was probably a necromancer who would probably have to shed a tear when looking at it. Xiao Chen brushed the monsters while adding points. When the skill points were all added, the Thorn's Thorn skill had reached level 40, and the rebound damage had reached a terrifying 100%. Now he had 1 skill point remaining, but the Thorn's Thorn skill could no longer be further improved. This caused Xiao Chen to frown. Could it be that the Thorn's Thorn skill has reached its upper limit? This was still the effect after being strengthened by the infinite system. If there was no infinite system strengthening, wouldn't it be that the skill cap of Thorn's Thorn was only 50%? If that's true, it's tougher. It would be embarrassing to meet a meat shield warrior, 2 people beating each other for half a day, and realize that neither of them has less blood. We'll just have to see if it changes after breaking through to the second order. Since Thorn's Thorn could not be upgraded, it was only natural that subsequent upgrades to gain skill points would be added to Rock Solid. As the monsters continued to rise in level, his defense could barely keep up. That would seriously affect his upgrade speed. Nearly 4 hours, killing close to 20,000 scorching Scorpion Kings, and actually only 5 pieces of equipment were popped out, none of which he could use himself. The highest quality of these 5 pieces of equipment was only blue. This burst rate is really touching. He was skeptical that the other professionals were like him. If everyone had the same burst rate, then the others probably wouldn't be able to burst a single piece of equipment for a day or 2. Thorn's Thorn could not continue to be raised, but the practicing would continue. The efficiency of practicing in this place wasn't bad, and he wasn't going to change places for the time being. 6 hours passed. His level had finally reached 45. There's no point in staying here anymore. Look at the time, it has been almost 10 hours since I entered the copy. Go home and continue tomorrow. It was a stroke of luck to find such a brush location. In just 10 hours, he had risen 10 levels, which averaged out to 1 level per hour. The haul was pretty good except for the small amount of gear that popped. With a whopping 353 silver coin earnings, his paradise coins were up to 812 silver coins at this point. The total value is up to more than $80,000, plus the $60,000 transferred from the luxury sister. He is now also a little rich with more than $100,000. Breaking 10,000 in daily revenue doesn't seem to be difficult. Day 2. Xiao Chen once again came to the sunset sand dunes. This time he didn't stop at the front and went straight to the deepest part of the desert. There is no longer any gain from killing monsters below level 40. Levels 41, 42, 43. He went straight to the level 50 monster area. The beach surged, countless sand grains wriggled up, and a moment later a sandman that looked like it had no lower body rose up from the ground. It was as if a force had coalesced the grains of sand in the desert to form this monster. Monster name, Lava Sand Demon Common. Level, 50. Life value, 8,000. Physical attack, 198. Magic attack, 172. Physical defense, 135. Magic defense, 98. Immortal sand body, 90% physical damage reduction. Looking at his up to 205 physical defense, Xiao Chen instantly decided that it was it. The attack method of the lava sand demons was very special.
they somehow controlled the sand grains to condense a rock-hard stonethorn like rock around Xiao Chen and stabbed at him. Not only did this not surprise Xiao Chen, but he was overjoyed. These dull-headed lava sand demons were actually still long-range attack monsters. Just now, he was worried that these sand demons were too large and that too few monsters could attack him at the same time and affect his upgrades. Now there is absolutely no need to worry about this. 198. 192. 188. Lava sand demon's output is not fixed, fluctuating up and down at 198. Its undying sand body did not have any reduction to the thorn's rebound damage, and the damage that bounced back was actually real damage, which once again confirmed the power of the thorn skill. The only downside is that they attack relatively infrequently, only launching a sand spike attack in about 3 seconds or so. Ranged attack monsters attack slowly and reasonably. How else would those brittle mages be able to resist? Xiao Chen was carrying the attacks of dozens of lava sand demons while still attracting more monsters to attack him. A few minutes later, he found an optimal spot to brush up on the monsters. Here, he could draw more than 120 sand demons to attack him at the same time. In other words, he could kill around 120 lava sand demons in a minute or so. Killing a sand demon can earn you 50 experience points, which is 6,000 experience points a minute. Average 100 experience points per second. Who can beat this leveling speed? A total of 1.1 million experience is needed to go from level 45 to 50. After 3 hours, he reached level 50. It was still early in the day, and since this place was so efficient at brushing monsters, how could it be possible to leave just like that? Keep practicing. After reaching level 50, the experience value required for upgrading was surprisingly nearly doubled directly. Level 49 to level 50 requires only 240,000 experience points, while level 50 to level 51 requires 500,000 experience points. Levels 51 to 55 require experience up to 2.7 million. At his current speed of 100 experience points per second, it would also take a full 7.5 hours to brush the monsters. As time passed, Xiao Chen became more and more familiar with the terrain and the rules of brushing monsters here, and the efficiency of brushing monsters increased once again. 7 hours later, his level had finally reached 55. It took him more than 10 hours to go from level 35 to 45. It takes a little less time to go from level 45 to 55. This escalation is horrible as hell. The level has reached the upper limit of this copy, and there is no longer any gain from fighting monsters. When Xiao Chen was ready to end his copy career for the day, he suddenly thought of Chu Shu's commission. It's still early, so there's no harm in going to take a look. In case you meet one, you might actually be able to kill it. Once he leaves, he will never be able to access this copy again. According to the information provided by Chu Shu, he did find a well in the southwest direction of the desert. The well was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom at all, and from the depths of the well came a gurgling sound like a wind whistling back and forth. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Looking up at the sky, even the yellow sand in the sky could not hide the bright starry sky. Xiao Chen had spent 2 days in the copy of the sunset dunes. The air was incredibly dry, and it looked like it was unlikely to rain in a short period of time. Just as Xiao Chen gave up and prepared to leave, a dark cloud suddenly drifted in the sky, blocking out the bright starry sky. Immediately followed by lightning and thunder. You can't be that lucky. It's really going to rain? In the blink of an eye, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, dripping comfortably onto Xiao Chen. At that moment, a sound like a dragon's roar suddenly came from the dry well. Chapter 21 Extreme Pulling, Chopping Snake King. The beast's roar came very suddenly, causing Xiao Chen to be startled. A snake-like creature with a body thicker than a bucket scurried out of the dry well. It is covered in radiant golden scales. The snake's body is covered with wind and sand textures like flowing sand dunes, and the end of its tail splits into a sharp blade, which serves as both a weapon and a tool for digging caves. The head was born with sharp golden horn protrusions, which looked a bit like the legendary dragon under the thunderstorm. Warning! A sudden thunderclap has awakened the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake lurking in the depths of the withered well, and the hidden boss Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake has appeared. Warning! The Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake is extremely powerful, you're no match for it, run for your life. At the same time, the system also gave information about the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake. Monster name, Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake Hidden Boss. Level, 55. Life value, 50,000. Physical attack, 285. Magic attack, 285. Physical defense, 198.
Magic Defense, 232.
Skill 1, Storm of Sands. Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake is able to summon a violent golden sandstorm, which will involve the enemy, blocking their vision and restricting their movement. In the sandstorm, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake is able to freely weave in and out, utilizing the cover of the wind and sand to unleash a fatal blow.
Skill 2, Binding of Sand. Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent can summon invisible hands of sand from the desert, tightly binding the enemy so that they cannot move. The bound enemy will be completely suppressed.
Skill 3, Soul Devouring Golden Light. The Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's eyes emit a golden light that directly attacks the enemy's soul. Enemies hit by the light will feel their souls being gradually devoured, and their life value will be rapidly lost. After using this skill, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake will enter a period of weakness. Skill 4, Sand Transportation. Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake can instantly merge into the desert, realizing short-range instant transportation. Whether it's attacking or escaping, it can catch the enemy off guard. Skill 5, Desert Heart. As the guardian of the desert, Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent is able to mobilize the power of the desert to create a powerful shield for itself against all external attacks, while restoring its own vitality and strength. After carefully looking at the attributes and skills of the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake, Xiao Chen began to be cautious. This was the first boss that could actually break through his defense with a basic attack. Its blood volume was as high as 50,000, while its own blood volume was only 2,680 points, a blood volume difference of nearly 19 times. How can this be a fight? The only good news was that its 5 skills didn't affect Xiao Chen much. Mostly some raid, dodge, and control skills. Not many skills that enhance attacks. After a slight calculation in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes became firm. It can be a battle. Dang! The 2 large shields clashed with a deafening clang, a clang that sounded like the horn of the beginning of a battle. The Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake was enraged by the sound of the shield hitting and opened its bloody mouth to pounce at Xiao Chen. The 2 shields were Xiao Chen's bronze walls that could block any attack. 35. 285. At this point, Xiao Chen had reached level 55, with a life value of 2,680 points, a physical defense of 241, and a magic defense of 236. Plus Rock Solid has been leveled to 10, which reduces damage by 20%. With such a high amount of defense, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake also dealt 35 points of damage to him. At the same time, Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent received 100% bounce damage from Thorn's Thorn. Seeing that the weak human in front of him actually did not suffer multiple injuries under its strike, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake hissed and launched a continuous attack on Xiao Chen. After 30 consecutive hits, Xiao Chen's life value was down to 61%, while the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake still had 83% of its blood. When Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's blood level dropped to 80%, he finally unleashed the skill Sandstorm for the first time. Suddenly the sand grains on the ground were formed into a tornado full of sand grains along with the air currents exhaled from the mouth of the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake. Xiao Chen was at the center of the tornado, and his vision was blocked by the tornado, making it completely impossible to see what was going on outside. Suddenly, a bloody mouth sprang out of the tornado and tore towards Xiao Chen. 207. 500. This strike dealt 207 points of damage to Xiao Chen. His life value came straight to 45%. And at this point, Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's blood level was still as high as 78%. The boss's attack routine is simple, using normal attacks in most cases and only using skills when their blood level drops to a certain amount. When Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 5%, Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's blood level finally came to 60%. When the blood level reached 60%, Fruity attacked again. Binding of Sand. Xiao Chen's legs were suddenly firmly grabbed by 2 large hands transformed by sand grains unable to move. At the same time, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake also unleashed its 3rd skill, Soul Devouring Golden Light. A huge bright beam of light shot straight at Xiao Chen from the Spirit Snake's eyes. It's now! Undead Shield. The Undead Shield suddenly lit up with an ethereal blue light, and the light formed a shield like a wizard's magic shield enveloping Xiao Chen. Undead Shield, use this skill to apply a 30-second shield to yourself, which absorbs a total of up to 1,000 points of damage value while it exists, and turns 50% of the damage into your own life value. At the same time, Xiao Chen unleashed another skill, War Soul Awakening. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on a skill you have mastered. The effect of the skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. What is Battle Spirit Awakening used for? Needless to say, it's on the Undead Shield, of course. 1,200. Plus 600. The undead shield not only resisted the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's deadliest blow, but also restored Xiao Chen's 600 life points. The Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake is able to summon a violent golden sandstorm that will entangle the enemy, blocking their vision and limiting their movement. In the sandstorm, the Sand Spirit Snake is able to travel freely and use the cover of the sand to strike a deadly blow. Seeing that one strike failed to kill Xiao Chen, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake became even more enraged and continuously launched a fierce attack on Xiao Chen. Neither the Undead Shield nor the Battle Spirit Awakening skills are now gone.
285. Plus 142. 285. Plus 143. 285. Plus 142.
After 3 consecutive attacks, the time of the War Soul Awakening skill ended and the Undead Holy Shield had been broken. At this point, Xiao Chen's life value had already recovered to more than 1,100, while the Spirit Snake's life value was still as high as 28,000 points. He's going to die at this rate. Just as Xiao Chen was about to escape, he realized that the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's attack had suddenly lowered a lot.
Surprisingly, he couldn't break through his defense.
Thinking back to the skill description given by the system about the Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent, this should be the period of weakness after using the third skill, Soul Devouring Golden Light.
199. 199. 199.
Based on the rebound damage, Xiao Chen judged that the attack power of the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake had dropped by at least 30% at this point. That put his hanging heart down quite a bit. I just don't know how long this weakened state will last. When the Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent's life value drops to 20%, the weakness status is lifted. And at that moment, Xiao Chen's life value was still as high as 42%.
Next, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent used the Sand Transportation Instant, Binding of Sand, and Desert Heart skills.
But these skills were useless to Xiao Chen. When the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake's life value dropped to 10%, Xiao Chen still had 17% life value.
35. 285. 35. 285. The life values of both one person and one snake were rapidly decreasing.
When Xiao Chen had only 50 life points left, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake actually had 1560 life points left. Xiao Chen was not flustered by this, because he still had one skill that he hadn't used. Battle Spirit Revival, 20% of life value is restored immediately after using this skill. After using the skill, Xiao Chen's life value instantly recovered to 22%.
A few moments later,
the hidden boss, the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake, collapsed helplessly at Xiao Chen's feet. The Sandy Spirit Snake has been killed.
Chapter 22 Big Explosion, Opening Treasure Chests in a Row. Announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the hidden boss Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake. 3.
The 3 consecutive kill announcements caused the public channels of the various regions of the new city to explode.
There's no mistake, it's only been 2 days and he killed the hidden boss again? Does anyone know what level boss the Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent is? We've seen it on the forums before. It seems to be a level 55 boss that is extremely strong. Level 55, no kidding. Killing the Silver Moon Wolf King 5 days ago, the Undead Knight 3 days ago, and today you can kill the level 55 Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent. Is this something a normal human can do? Who gave you the idea that he was a normal human being?
I don't know who this Black Knight is, but he should have a seat in the core students of the Warrior Academy this time. It's hard to say. After all, the Warrior Academy has top professionals from all over the country. There are a few special professions, hidden professions. It's hard to become a core student in that place. Of course, Xiao Chen knew nothing about this. After successfully killing the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake, he received a series of system prompts. Hint: you have killed the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake, and have gained 5,000 experience points. Spirit Snake Set Crafting Drawing, Golden Treasure Chest X1, Silver Coin 65, and Copper Coin 89.
Hint: you have earned the Warrior Medal X8. Hint: you have obtained a Golden Achievement Treasure Chest. Spirit Snake Suit Crafting Drawings?
This thing should be the prop that Chu Shu wanted to obtain.
Spirit Snake Set Crafting Drawing, necessary props for crafting the Spirit Snake Set.
Spirit Snake Set. Collecting this set will give you access to one of the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake Sandstorm, Sand Binding, Soul Devouring Golden Light, Sand Escape Instant, and Desert Heart skills.
Any one of these 5 skills is a very perverse ability when obtained by a professional. Especially Skill 4 Sand Transportation Transient. Isn't this the Flash and the Earth's Jerk game?
This skill is a god level skill whether you are chasing the enemy or escaping
It was no wonder that Chu Shu, as a high-level professional, had actually entrusted herself with the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake. Turns out there's still good stuff like this to live for. However, it was too difficult to put together the Spirit Snake set, and this was only the crafting drawing for one of the set components. If you want to complete the set, you will need 4 pieces of production drawings like this one, as well as other production materials, and you will also need to find a master equipment maker who thinks that the production level is extremely high before you can make it successful. It was almost impossible to get the Spirit Snake set with Xiao Chen's current strength and financial level. Today contains a total of 453 silver coins for killing the Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent. His current number of silver coins had reached 1,265, a proper little tycoon. At the same time, he obtained 2 more golden treasure chests, a golden normal treasure chest and a golden achievement treasure chest, plus the blood contract treasure chest he obtained from killing 11 Lang earlier, and the purple achievement treasure chest that exploded from killing the undead knight. He now had a total of 4 treasure chests. Looking at his surroundings, there were no people or monsters here that could harm him. He wasn't going to leave until his lifesteal was back to full. After all, in the outside world, only the novice square was relatively safe with the professionals' union, while the rest of the world was full of dangers. He's a bit of a celebrity now, so it never hurts to be careful. Prompt: yes, no to open the blood contract treasure chest? Turn on. You have opened the blood contract treasure chest, and you have obtained a cold light dagger. Cold light dagger, first rank gold quality weapon, level 100 available. All the attributes of this weapon were very good, but it had no use to Xiao Chen other than selling it for money. Hint: yes, no to open the purple achievement chest? Turn on. You have opened the purple achievement treasure chest, and you receive a fiery staff. Fiery staff, first order purple quality weapon, intelligence 50 points can be used. It was actually another weapon. Looking at the attributes of this weapon, it should be able to sell for a good price. 2 treasure chests left. Go on. Prompt: yes, no to open the golden chest? Turn on. You have opened the golden treasure chest, and you gain the Spirit Snake treasure armor. Xiao Chen was delighted in his heart. View equipment properties immediately. Equipment name: Spirit Snake treasure armor rare equipment. Equipment level: 50. Equipment quality: gold colored equipment. Wear requirements: level 50, 50 physique points can be used. Equipment location: clothing. Physical defense: 60. Magic defense: 20. Additional attributes: Spirit Snake Body Protector. This equipment is created from the old skin shed by the Sandy Brilliant Spirit Snake, and wearing this equipment increases one's basic physique by 10%. The attributes of this piece of equipment didn't need to be most, it was definitely the most suitable clothing for Xiao Chen at this stage. Straight away, he took off the leather armor he had exploded from the Forest of Novices and replaced it with this brand new Spirit Serpent treasure armor. After putting on the Spirit Snake treasure armor, it was as if there were countless slender tentacles within the treasure armor that climbed on top of Xiao Chen's body, creating some sort of resonance with his body. His physique improved as well. This treasure armor was bright black in color, reflecting a bit of starlight under the starlight, and it looked quite aesthetically pleasing. Finally, Xiao Chen's eyes fell on the most valuable treasure chest. The treasure chests obtained from the first 2 boss kills opened good goodies, and there's no telling what goodies this higher quality achievement treasure chest will open. Hint: yes, no to open the golden achievement treasure chest? Turn on. The box emitted a bright golden light that shook Xiao Chen's eyes. This is the sign of opening the very best props. Xiao Chen heart cannot help but rejoice. You have opened the golden achievement treasure chest, and you have gained a first order skill point voucher x5. First order skill point voucher: 1 skill enhancement point can be gained after use, only for use by first order professionals. This thing can actually be opened? This wasn't equipment or materials, but skill enhancement points that would only be gained by upgrading, and I didn't realize that they could actually be opened through treasure chests. This thing would definitely be able to sell for a sky-high price if there was no limit to its rank. Even if it could be sold at a sky-high price, Xiao Chen didn't intend to sell it, it was the prop he needed the most at the moment. As the level of the monsters increased, his defense gradually could no longer keep up. Unlike other professionals, he could still kill monsters and upgrade by pulling and so on. Thorn of Thorns has reached its upper limit, and now the only way to continue to upgrade quickly is to keep improving your defense in order to carry stronger monsters. Hint: you have used the first rank skill quality and gained 5 skill enhancement points. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen added all 5 skill enhancement points to Rock Solid. At this point, Rock Solid leveled up to 21,
and the damage reduction effect reached 30%. If he were to fight against the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake again now, it definitely wouldn't be as thrilling.
Chapter 23 Invitation from the Warrior Academy.
This kill of the Sand Brilliant Spirit Serpent earned another 8 warrior medals, for a total of 16 warrior medals at this point.
Collect 10 warrior medals to redeem the Medal of Honor. Now it's time to redeem the Medal of Honor. Hint, you can choose to redeem at the following medals. Sizzling Medallion 1 star, wearing this medallion increases your basic physical attack x 10%.
Order of the Magic Flame 1 star, wearing this medal increases your basic magic attack x 10%. Sacred Shield Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases your base physical and magic defense x 10%. Sacred Body Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases your life and mana x 10%. Almighty Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases all basic attributes x 5%. There are a total of 5 medals to choose from. The Sizzling Medallion and the Magic Flame Medallion both increase output and are ruled out outright. Of the 3 remaining medals, the Holy Shield Medal, Holy Body Medal, and the Omnipotence Medal were all very suitable for Xiao Chun. 10% increase in base double defense, 10% increase in life value mana, or 5% increase in the 4 base attributes? After a little thought, Xiao Chen made a decision. Hint, yes, no to consume 10 warrior medals for the Medal of Honor? Redemption. Reminder, you have successfully redeemed the Omnipotence Medal 1 star.
After wearing the medal, Xiao Chen's attribute panel changed dramatically. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 55. Life Value, 3082. Mana, 63. Physique, 268. Power, 20. Physical Defense, 319 154 base defense plus 165 additional defense. Magic Defense, 285 154 basic magic defense plus 131 additional magic defense. Battle Strength Assessment, 400. Skill 1, Thorn's Thorn, level 41, rebound attack damage by 100%. Skill 2, Firm as a Rock, level 21, reduces damage taken by 30%. Skill 3, Battle Soul Awakening, level 1, can be used on a skill you have already mastered. The effect of the skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Battle Soul Revival, level 1, immediately restores 20% of life value after using this skill. Skill 5, Power of the Silver Moon, rank 1, restores life value limit x 0.1% per second. Note, recovery is also possible in combat state. Equipment skill, Undead Shield, non-upgradable. Use this skill to apply a shield to yourself for 30 seconds. During the shield's existence it can absorb a total of up to 1000 points of damage value, and turn 50% of the damage into your own life value. Xiao Chen had only been awakened as a professional for the past 6 days, and being able to have such a magnificent attribute panel would definitely shock many people's jaws. Leave the copy and return home after dinner. Xiao Chen lay on the couch to check the message. There were more people applying to add friends since he managed to kill the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake today. With a quick glance, his eyes rested on a friend request message. Hello, I'm the Director of Admissions for the Warrior Academy. Coming. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Although he had joined the Shadow Organization under the Professionals Union. However, the Shadow Organization belonged to an underground organization that could not be seen in the light of day, and this organization could not give him much help. Joining the Warrior Academy was still his optimal choice. Alert, you have passed Dragon's friend request. Lun wasn't as available as the others, sending a message more than 10 minutes after going through his friends. Brother Long, hello, I'm the Director of Admissions at the Warrior Academy, you can call me Director Long. Darkness, hello, Director Long, may I help you? Brother Long, Xiao Chen, Senior Class 3 of Newtown High School, on behalf of the Academy, I now formally invite you to join the Warrior Academy, are you willing to do so? Xiao Chen was not surprised that he could find out his information. Since his identity was already known by the old guns of the Professionals Union, as the Warrior Academy within the same set of systems could naturally know about it as well. Darkness, willing. Brother Long, well, I'll email you the official acceptance letter later. Brother Long, by the way, you'll report directly to the Warrior Academy after the 3rd. Darkness, don't you have to report a week after the entrance exams? Dragon, that's an ordinary cadet, a corps member well. You know. Blackout, understood. Ending the call, the big stone hanging in Xiao Chen's heart finally fell. He was still worried about how to enter the Warrior Academy, but now it was fine. Not only did he succeed in entering, but he was also directly promoted to Corps Cadet. After closing the call screen, he realized that Chu Shu had sent him multiple messages in a row. Xu, Blackie, are you there? Xu, Xiao Hei Z, do you know how to explode the manufacturing drawings? Xu, Xiao Hei Z, why don't you say something? I'm in a hurry. It seemed like Chu Shu was really in a hurry, which made Xiao Chen ponder. The value of the Spirit Snake set production drawings might still be above his imagination, or else Chu Shu wouldn't have been so sullen. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen sent a message over to Chu Shu. Blackout, in. Xu, Xiao Hei Z, you finally returned the message, tell me quickly, have you produced the drawings? Blackout, out. Xu, is it really out? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Darkness, picture, Spirit Snake suit crafting drawing, dot. Xu, what kind of luck did you have? It's really out. It's like the Emperor of Europe is possessed. Colorful expression. Blackout, it's okay. Xu, actually, this crafting drawing is just like that, except that I just happen to need it. Xu, this item is too low for you to use yet, why don't you sell it to me first, I've got something good that you can't refuse. Blackout, what the hell? Xu, skill scroll. Click to view. Xiao Chen tapped on the skill scroll to view it. Skill name, Relentless Taunting. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, 50 mana is required each time this skill is used. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes. Requirements for use, melee system, physique 50 points or more can be used. Skill effect, use this skill to mercilessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you, and enemy units that are taunted will force a normal attack on you for 10 seconds. Seeing the effect of the skill, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened up more and more. This skill was too important to him. For others this skill is merely a control skill to pull hate. But for Xiao Chen, it was not only a control skill but also a powerful output skill. The only downside is that you can only force enemy units to use normal attacks on yourself. It would be fun to force them to put skills on themselves. Chapter 24, Ruthless Mockery. Xiao Chen knew that although this skill was great, it was only useful to him. It's just average in the eyes of other professions. Compared to the value of the Spirit Snake set's production drawings, it was definitely inferior. If the Spirit Snake set made through the drawings could gain instantaneous movement, that would be a real profit. Chu Shu should have understood the special nature of her profession before she took out this prop and exchanged it with herself. Xiao Chen didn't reply to Chu Shu immediately, but found Shen Duo from his friends list. And he directly sent the attribute link of the Spirit Snake set's crafting drawings. In less than 3 seconds, Shen Duo sent multiple messages in a row, showing how much he cared about this prop. Money Duo, Black Knight Brothers, Cowboy, you can get such precious props. Chandos, Black Knight Brothers, tell me how you intend to trade, as long as it's not too much above the market price, I'm fine with it. Chandos, Brother Black Knight, you have to trust me, with my reputation I will never screw you over. Darkness, can I get a couple skill scrolls for something like Relentless Taunt? Chandler, Ruthless Taunting, skill scrolls? Money Duo, I just learned about that skill scroll you mentioned, I can buy it for up to 10 gold coins, and the current market price for the Spirit Snake set crafting drawings is at least 100 gold coins, so I can offer 120 gold coins to collect it. 100 gold coins. That's $1 million. Xiao Chen knew that this drawing was worth money, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. Luckily, he had an extra mind, or else he would have really been fooled by Auntie Chu Shu. Darkness, allow me to think about it. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and sent a screenshot of the chat with Shen Duo to Chu Shu. A few moments later, Xu Shu sent a message. Xu Shu, little brother Black Knight, I really don't know much about the prices of these low-end props. Xu Shu, how about this, the Relentless Mockery skill scroll plus 100 gold coins for the drawings. This is my utmost sincerity. Blackout, deal. Xu Shu, did I overbid? Blackout, you can backtrack. Xu Shu, never mind, that's it. The two then traded through the email function of the carry-on system. The reason why Xiao Chen was willing to sell it to Chu Shu at a small loss was because she had provided this information and belonged to the same shadow organization. She should be sold to her for all intents and purposes. Charge 10 gold coins less for this message. After receiving the skill, Xiao Chen directly used the skill scroll. He finally had an attack skill now. It wasn't as if he was watching a bloodied enemy flailing in front of his eyes without being able to do anything about it. "Chandos, how's it going, Black Knight Brothers? The price I offered is quite a bit higher than the market price." "Blackout, I'm sorry, this was pre-ordered, I was just checking with you for a price." Shen Duoduo was a businessman after all, and had long been accustomed to this kind of behavior from Xiao Chun. "Chandos, since it's pre-ordered then I have nothing to say, if there's anything else good in the future be sure to look me up." "Darkness, are you interested in other equipment?" "Chandler, send it in." Xiao Chun sent the cold light dagger, staff, and more than 10 pieces of white equipment as well as 6 pieces of equipment all to Chandos. After some haggling between the two, it was finally sold at a packaged price of 10 gold coins. Being able to sell for such a price was mainly due to the high value of the cold light dagger. It's approaching to be a gold quality first order top equipment. Now that there were just the right amount of newly awakened people again, stocking up in advance was the usual tactic of merchants. By now, Xiao Chun had 110 gold coins as well as 1,265 silver coins. After manually converting his silver coins to gold, he was up to 122 gold coins and 65 silver coins. Converted into Longhua currency, that's $1226, $500 ah. It's only been 6 days since he became a pro and he's made 1.22 million. It's a huge amount of money that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to make in most of their lives. Looking at the dilapidated and somewhat cold house, Xiao Chun sighed slightly. Having lived here for almost a year now, it was more or less sentimental, the only thing of value left to him by his parents in this world. But this place is exposed, and he's about to leave the city for the Warrior Academy. I can only give up even if I don't want to. Find an agent to sell the house tomorrow. Becoming a professional makes it easy to make money and even easier to spend it. Always have enough money to be prepared. Just as Xiao Chun was planning to sleep, his cell phone rang. The person who still called him at this late hour should only be Mr. Zhou Ping besides the sales pitch. "Hey, Mr. Chao. Xiao Chun, it's been 5 or 6 days, you should come to school, there's still 3 days to go before the college entrance exam." "Teacher Zhou, I am already a professional and have been accepted into the Warrior Academy, so I really don't need to take the college entrance exam." "Xiao Chun, I specifically went to instructor Zhao Long to verify that you're not on the admission list." Xiao Chun was speechless to the extreme. This homeroom teacher was so serious and responsible that he didn't know what to say. After a moment's hesitation, he still spoke. "Mr. Zhou, I won't joke about my future, what I said is true." "Really? But instructor Zhao Long doesn't have your name there." "I was specially recruited directly into the Warrior Academy through its admissions office, and I'm due to report to the academy in 3 days. "Special recruiting?" "Teacher Zhou, don't worry, everything I said is true." "Then. Okay." Hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun was somewhat speechless. It's not exactly a good thing to have an overly responsible teacher. There are 3 days left to travel to the Warrior Academy. The Warrior Academy was just a generic term for it by ordinary people, and there wasn't really just one, but it was spread all over the country. It's just that the government intentionally blocked the news, so that ordinary people only knew that the Warrior Academy was mysterious and powerful, but didn't know its specifics. Before that, Xiao Chun was just like everyone else. Discovering through the email sent by Dragon, he realizes the true nature of the Warrior Academy. The Warrior Academy that invited Xiao Chun was the largest warrior academy in the southwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom, the Shijing Warrior Academy. According to the email, this Warrior Academy was also among the top in terms of strength among many academies. This made Xiao Chun even more interested in this. It's been a year since he crossed over, and he's just now coming into contact with the world as it really is. 3 more days to go, trying to get above level 70. Head to the academy in tip-top shape, that way you'll be taken seriously. In any world, the only way to be reused is to show your worth. Xiao Chun, who had lived 2 lives, was incomparably aware of this. Just as Xiao Chun was planning to go to sleep, another message came from his friends list. When I opened it, it was actually Howie. Is he looking for himself to lead the practice again? There were only 3 days before he would head to the Warrior Academy, and he didn't want to lower his leveling speed because of those tens of thousands of dollars. Opening the message to check, Xiao Chun's face gradually became ugly. Chapter 25, New Copy continues to sprint. Howie girl, Big Black Knight, you're on fire. Hawk girl, I posted your handsome photo of you fighting dozens of skeleton knights alone without moving to the professional social platform, and it caused a strong reaction. Now everyone is guessing who you are. Meanwhile, Howie also sent a screenshot of the video from the social media platform. The number of likes and plays on the screenshots is frighteningly high. The only good news is that the shot was taken from a distance that made it difficult to see their faces, only a rough outline. Now it seems that there is a high probability that 11 was able to find himself because of this video. It seems that in the future, try to team up with such brainless people as little as possible, or else you won't even know how to die. As his fame grew, the other organizations would definitely not let themselves continue to grow and would definitely arrange for more and stronger assassins to come and assassinate him. We have to raise our strength as soon as possible, or else our lives are still in danger. After thinking about it, since it didn't reveal his true identity and could still create momentum for the name Black Knight to increase its popularity, let him go. When you think about it, it doesn't seem like it's all bad, provided you're capable of defending yourself. Early in the morning of the second day, Xiao Chen made an appointment with the agent downstairs to discuss the sale of the house, and gave them full authority to deal with all matters relating to the sale of bearings. The appointment was only for 3 days and even a lower price was acceptable. He himself, of course, continued to head to the novice copy to practice. At this time, Xiao Chen was already level 55, and Sunset Dune could no longer be entered. There are 5 newbie copies, and the first 3 have been beaten. Now only the Tomb of Oblivion and the Swamp of Death remain. Xiao Chen's goal today was none other than the ancient Tomb of Oblivion. The monster levels of the Forgotten Tomb were at level 5170, and with his current defense he should be able to head straight to the deepest part of the tomb. When Xiao Chen stepped into the Oblivion Tomb, 2 men dressed in ordinary clothes not far from the entrance of the replica quickly dialed their cell phones. The Tomb of Oblivion, the environment is similar to that of a dark cave, dark and damp, but different. In contrast to the naturally occurring environment within the dark cavern, this place is almost exclusively a man-made gate opening. Stone Shadow Guard, level 51, attack 168. Trash. Spectral Bat, level 55, attack 185. Too weak. Carrion Worm, level 60, attack 208, still not enough. Eventually Xiao Chen came to the deepest part of the Oblivion ancient tomb. It was a very wide stone room, and candlesticks suddenly lit around it illuminated the surroundings. One end of the 9 incomparably thick chains was embedded in the surrounding stone walls, while the other end was fixed on top of a bronze coffin in the center of the stone room. It is rather like the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. As soon as Xiao Chen approached the sarcophagus, a figure emerged out of thin air, and they floated in mid-air, their figures looming. These monsters holding sides were clad in black cloaks, and underneath the cloak was a skeleton without any flesh and skin, with 2 green flames burning in the eye sockets, looking rather like a Western death horseman. Monster name, Necromancer Common. Level, 70. Life value, 9,800. Physical attack, 138. Magic attack, 276. Physical defense, 999 plus. Magic defense, 140. Energy body, immune to all physical damage. Surprisingly immune to all physical damage. 276 points of magic attack was a terrifying number for an ordinary professional, but Xiao Chen was not among them. Luckily, after yesterday's big boost, it brought his magic defense to 285 points. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to practice here. The Necromancer's attack was very special. The huge scythe in his hand that was almost as long as their size slashed through the air, a green blade lightly falling towards Xiao Chen. No matter how he positioned himself, those blades always followed him as if they had eyes. It was only until the attack landed on Xiao Chen that it gradually dissipated. This attack actually comes with an absolute lock-on function. 276. 276. 276. Their attacks did not cause any damage to Xiao Chen, however, a series of damage values appeared above their heads. The Necromancer doesn't attack very often, maybe 2 seconds or so each time. The good thing was that the monsters here were numerous and dense enough, while still being target-locked long-range attacks. This undoubtedly allowed Xiao Chen's leveling speed to increase greatly. The Defiant sarcophagus actually attracted hundreds of necromancers as it walked around. You have killed the undead wizard and gained 70 experience points and 88 copper coins. You have killed the necromancer and gained 70 experience points. You have killed the necromancer and gained 70 experience points and 3 copper coins. It takes about 70 seconds to rebound a necromancer to death. Killing each necromancer earns you 70 experience points, and you can lure 100 necromancers at the same time. In that case, he could gain about 6,000 experience points per minute. That's 360,000 experience per hour, if you practiced here for 12 hours a day. Then you can get about 13 million experience value in 3 days.
The sum of experience needed to level 55 to level 70 reached 12 million. In that case, there didn't seem to be any problem in leveling up to 70 before heading to the Shijing Warrior Academy. Practicing is boring and tedious. While practicing, Xiaochen opened the area chat channel to watch what the others were chatting about. It's never wrong to learn more about a professional. Top, money, high price for all kinds of rare props. Top, Howie, high price for a belt. Top, brother knife, the Zodiac Guild is accepting people on a long-term basis. As soon as I opened the area chat channel, I saw the top messages from these two dirtbags. The cost of topping a regional chat channel wasn't low, it cost 1 gold coin an hour, and that was just the guaranteed price with no competition. There are only 3 positions for top messages, with a guaranteed price of 1 gold coin per hour. If there is competition, then the highest bidder wins. In a small place like Newtown and in a newbie copy area, there aren't many people willing to spend money to compete. In some chat channels in popular areas, the top price is sky high. Brother San and Howie, girl send a picture over, if you look pretty, I'll take you for free, Brother San. Howie, how many levels are you? Brother San, brother is a gunsmith, his level is now 29, and he'll be able to go to Sunset Dunes tomorrow to practice. Howdy girl, I'm level 32. Brother San, you're here to discuss people on purpose, aren't you? You're at level 32 and you need someone to take you. Is there anyone in this channel that can take you? Howie, why not? I can be so high in rank as that someone brought it up. Jia, Howie girl, do you want Jia to take you? I'm level 40 now. Howdy girl, forget it, I'm not sure what other people will say if I follow you. Brother San, Jia, so fierce, it's level 38, you should be the strongest among the newcomers in this batch of the new city. Jia, average to average. I'll work hard and try to get to level 50 before entering the Warrior Academy. Sango, the more you get to the back, the harder it is to upgrade. There's still a week to go and at your speed it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Howie, level 50? Wasn't the hidden boss that Blackout killed yesterday level 55? Wouldn't he have been level 50 yesterday? The chat channel went silent at those words. Chapter 26, Traveling to Shijing Warrior Academy. On the first day of entering the Forgotten Tomb, Xiaochen rose to level 62. The second day boosts 6 levels to 68. The third day was also his in the new city's newbie side area in the last day. Tomorrow, he would be traveling to the Shijing Warrior Academy. The Necromancer is really a good place to brush up. As he became more familiar with the terrain of the place, brushing the monsters became easier. It had only been 5 hours since he came in, and he had already leveled up to 71. After thinking about it, Xiaochen didn't continue to brush the monsters here. Since he was about to leave, he still needed to check out the final copy of the novice area. 20 minutes later, Xiaochen appeared at New City New Hands Plaza. Standing alone in front of a copy of Death Swamp. Hint, you have entered the Death Swamp. The monster level of this copy is 71-100. The Death Swamp was a vast swamp like his namesake, with poisonous insects and miasma all around, and visibility was low. This environment gives an extremely depressing and unpleasant feeling. After searching around and not finding a more suitable place to practice, he left the Death Swamp. When I got home, I packed up my valuables briefly and went to bed early. The house has been sold, and will receive its new owner early tomorrow morning. This would be his last night in Newtown, and the odds were that he wouldn't be back afterward. At night, the admissions office of the Sikyong Warrior Academy was brightly lit. More than a dozen enrollment office faculty members are in intense communication. One of the dry and thin old men had a smug smile on his face. Our magic department has recruited a talented magician, and it is said that his level has now reached level 60. This leveling speed is beyond the reach of other professions. On the opposite side, an old woman who was also quite old spoke hoarsely. Isn't it natural for a novice copy to level faster? If the leveling speed is still this fast when you reach the first rank, then it's really fast. Granny Wang, did your undead department recruit anyone this year? The old woman sighed. Most of the undead lineage belongs to rare professions, although they are relatively few, but they are still there. That's true, all of you undead department are ruthless. If the number is still high, then the other professions don't live. At this time, a sword-browed, starry-eyed middle-aged man spoke up. Swordsmen can't make it this year either. They're all ordinary professions, and none of the special professions like the swordmaster have come out. Jinwu, don't complain, at least your department still manages to fill up every year. Don't want our undead department to have just 3, 5, 2 people every year. Jinwu glanced at the stupid big man next to him. There are quite a few of us, but we're not as much as a third of your meat shields, right?
This strong middle-aged man was none other than Brother Long, who had extended the invitation to Xiao Chun. Long glanced at Jianwu and said irritably, "Being outnumbered doesn't mean being weak, there are powerful existences among us meat shield warriors all right." Hee, how strong can a meat shield be? At best, they can resist some, and if there are no other professions to team up with you, upgrading will be a problem. Hearing Sword 5's ridicule, Long changed his usual fiery temper and laughed. "Sword 5, your swordsman department has some special professions that are fast in practicing leveling, but our meat shield warrior department naturally has them as well. How about we compare this time?" A hint of mockery appeared on Jianwu's face. Compare to what? Comparing who is meatier? Long was not angry. Comparing this is bullying. If we want to compare, let's compare some tough ones. Let's compare which department has a higher rank among the newcomers recruited this time. Dare to compare? The two magicians and necromancers on the side were quite interested in watching this scene. The two professions that were both slow in practicing leveling were actually comparing. Jianwu is no cutie pie either. Long, who usually didn't dare to let out a single fart when it came to leveling speed, actually branched out today, which indicated that he had found a trainee with an extremely fast leveling speed. But as far as he knew, the meat shield department had never had a profession with a fast leveling speed, including rare professions. Seeing Jianwu's delayed response, Long laughed. "What, you don't even dare to compare your practicing speed with our meat shield department? Have you swordsman department all fallen to this level now? Just compare, I'm still afraid of you." "We can't just compare them, can we? Want to add some color?" "Oh. Looks like you're confident. Tell me, what kind of lottery?" "How about this, whoever loses gives the highest ranked cadet in the other department a piece of growth class equipment." "Old Dragon, you're playing pretty big. Do you know what the price of growth class equipment is? Isn't it just 500 or 600 gold coins? That's something I can still afford." 500 or 600? That's right, after all, your meat shield department doesn't pay particular attention to weapons, and your main needs are in defense gear, which is quite a bit less expensive compared to weapons. Cut the bull and get to the point, compare or not. After a slight hesitation, Jianwu spoke. "I happen to have an unused red quality piece of defense equipment, if you guys are capable of taking it." "Okay, it's a deal." The two of them had just talked it over when the magician on the side, elderly, shook his head helplessly and said, "Oh little dragon, you've been punked." Long froze and looked at elderly in uncertainty. "How so?" Their swordsman department didn't recruit an imperial swordsman this term, but they recruited a magic swordsman who was not inferior to an imperial swordsman in the slightest. "What? Magic swordsman, this profession has actually appeared again?" Hearing this, Lao was shocked. It's too late to backtrack. After Long was shocked, he sighed helplessly. "Your swordsman department is really full of talents, but I, old Long, with a mouthful of spittle and a nail, will keep my words." "That's fine." Magician elderly and necromancer Granny Wang both looked at each other and smiled. Practicing leveling had an innate advantage for both of their lineages, so naturally they weren't too attached to it. What they were concerned about was the real combat power. Early the next morning, the real estate agent was waiting at Xiao Chen's door early. Seeing Xiao Chen come out, he took the key that Xiao Chen threw and led the new owner of this house into the room. So far, this city, he has no more ties. Looking at the various propaganda slogans for the college entrance exam, Xiao Chen felt like he had returned to Earth. After a brief pause, he headed in the opposite direction of the sunrise. Taking the intercity high-speed train, he arrived at the largest city in the entire western part of the Dragon Kingdom, Shijing City, 3 hours later. "Master, go to the Shijing Warrior Academy." The cab master turned his head to look at the plainly dressed young man and smiled. "Young man, are you going to school or visiting?" "Whom?" Xiao Chen asked. The cab master started the vehicle while chatting. "Shijing Warrior Academy is the most powerful academy in the entire western part of the Dragon Kingdom, both in terms of reputation and strength. It belongs to the top echelon in the Dragon Kingdom. People who want to come to visit naturally quite a lot, but that place is not ordinary people can go in. If you are here to visit, I can only pull you to the East District close to the school outside the 5 kilometers of the place to walk over by yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's brows furrowed. "Can't we just go in? If ordinary people are allowed to go in, won't it become a food market?" Chapter 27, The School Admission Controversy. In front of the gates of the Shijing Warrior Academy, a number of young people had already gathered at this time, and it looked like they had all reported to school early. But they were all stopped by the college security guards and not allowed to enter. One of the yellow-haired youths yelled at the security guard, "Why don't you let us in? We are all students of this academy." The security man, with a cigarette in his mouth, said impatiently, "It's not time for school to start yet, you can't get in until 7 days later." Who are you kidding? Didn't those two young men go in just now? The security man taunted, he's not like you guys. How is it different? Aren't they all academy students? The security man extinguished the cigarette in his hand and gave Yellow Hair a contemptuous look. They are special enrollment, get it? Special enrollment? What the hell is that? Is that someone who walks the line to get into the academy? Don't think of this place like those ordinary universities, this is the Shijing Warrior Academy. The security guard said the word Shijing Warrior Academy very heavily, while a majestic aura spread out from his body. These trainees were instantly silenced when they felt this aura. The security guard saw these people come down honestly before withdrawing his aura and said in a cold voice, "Go back from wherever you came from, the academy doesn't start until 7 days later." At that moment, a young man in ordinary clothes came out from the back of the crowd. "Can I get into the academy from here?" The crowd turned their heads in unison to look at the young man who didn't know any better. The security guard had just made it clear that only special enrollment students could enter now, but it was as if the young man in front of him didn't put the security man's words in his ears. The visitor was naturally Xiao Chen. Seeing the crowd staring at him, Xiao Chen confirmed that he had washed his face today and was dressed in ordinary but decent clothes, so how did he attract the attention of the crowd? The security man's face felt like his authority was being provoked, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said?" Xiao Chen's face also turned cold. This is the Shijing Warrior Academy though, and a security guard can be so arrogant? After thinking about it, Xiao Chen didn't tangle with the security guard. Open the comms list and find Dragon. Darkness, Brother Lung, I'm here, but I was stopped by the security guards at the entrance. Lung soon returned with news. Brother Lung, I'm on my way back, give the security guard my name and he'll let you in. Close the message. Xiao Chen looked at the security guard, I'm Brother Long. A student recruited by Mr. Long. Brother Dragon? Never heard of it, kid, don't think you can fool around with just any name, I've seen a lot of people like you. Xiao Chen held back his anger and patiently explained, Brother Long from the admissions office. The security guard said impatiently, I've told you, I've never heard of any dragon, get lost or don't blame me for not being polite. Even a man of clay has fire, not to mention he's not exactly a good old boy. Xiao Chen's eyes stared, and he spoke in a cold voice, go check the information first, or make a phone call to ask. Facing the crowd of many trainees, the security guard felt that his authority had been greatly provoked, and his face became even more grim. I still need you to teach me how to do things? Xiao Chen didn't answer and just quietly looked at the security man. The security guard had seen this look before, and it was filled with contempt and disdain. This made him think of some unforgettable previous past, and the fire in his heart surged up. Looks like you're here specifically to find trouble, in that case, go to hell. As he spoke, the security man threw a punch at Xiao Chen. The huge force caused Xiao Chen to retreat more than 10 steps in a row. Without wearing equipment, Xiao Chen's defense was only 197 points. With this punch, his life value directly dropped by more than 800 points. 835. 1032. Instead, the security man's life value was lowered by 1032 points by Xiao Chen's recoil. It's kind of fun. The security man was extremely confident in his defense. It was the second-ranked strong attack system professionals who could not necessarily inflict such high damage on him, while the young man in front of him was obviously still a first-ranked newcomer, yet he inflicted such a high amount of damage on him. No, just now this young man in front of him didn't even put up a fight, so how did he cause damage to himself? Could it be the power of countershock? After estimating the damage based on his own attack and the damage he received from that strike just now, he came up with a shocking answer. This young man's anti-shock damage actually reached over 80%. This definitely a genius in the meat shield department. Just as the security man was planning to strike again, a scolding voice sounded from the back. Stop! The security man heard the chiding and was about to lash out when he saw a figure walking this way. When he saw the face of the visitor, the security man immediately wore a fawning face. Director Long, why are you here? The visitor was none other than Lung from the Special Recruitment Office. When he heard Long report his own name, the security guard's face immediately turned pale. He thought Xiao Chen was just an ordinary student, and there was no teacher surnamed Long among the enrollment teachers and teaching teachers of ordinary students. But who would have thought that the dragon brother Xiao Chen spoke of was actually the special recruitment director of the Meat Shield Department's genius class? He pressed the association in that direction, and with the earlier interruption of his rest by the other students, anger took over. But I didn't expect to mess with such a character. Brother Long, as the special recruitment director of the genius class of the Shijing Warrior Academy, neither his strength nor his power was something that an ordinary security guard could offend. He was about to explain something to Lung when he saw that Lung was already walking slowly towards the campus with Xiao Chun. Lung didn't even look at the security guard, his voice came from the back, "You're dismissed," while waiting for the academy's investigation. Daring to take such a shot at a trainee, if it were a trainee with a lesser physique you would have been killed. The security guard, who was arrogant earlier, was hanging his head like a deflated ball. Regret. The scene was a sight to behold for the surrounding onlookers. Of course, this was just a small episode for Xiao Chun, who did not take the security guards, who were only bullies, to heart. He scanned around the crowd and finally his eyes rested on Xiao Chen. "You're Mr. Darkness, aren't you?" "I'm Dragon." Xiao Chen was puzzled, he hadn't met Long and had only contacted him through the system. How could he recognize himself in the crowd at a glance? "Don't be surprised, I saw the guard's punch just now, not many people can resist it. Besides, since I recruited you, how could I not know your information?" Hearing Long's explanation, Xiao Chen instantly understood the reason. "Come with me." The Shijing Warrior Academy was huge, and when it was said to be an academy, it was actually more like a city within a city with good supporting facilities. It is lined with various buildings, each tall building topped with a special sign. Each of these symbols represents an occupation. The two walked for over 10 minutes and eventually came to a building with a shield symbol on top. Long looked up to the shield symbol at the top and said to Xiao Chen, "See, this is the teaching building of our meat shield department. But this is just a place for ordinary students to study, you don't need to school here, follow me." School hadn't started yet, and the building seemed very cold. Led by Lung through the hall, the two did not stop to continue deeper into the backyard. It took another 10 minutes or so of walking before they came to a low building that resembled a warehouse plant. Lung came to the entrance of the factory, and the door opened after 2 rays of light shot out from the doorway's flower stand and swept over him twice. The gate opened and Xiao Chen was stunned by its interior. "This is a school building?" Chapter 28 Geniuses of the Meat Shield Department. Was this really a school? Xiao Chen was stunned by the sight before him. This is not a teaching building, say he is a fitness and entertainment restaurant as one of the integrated places are not a problem. Inside, there is not only a fully equipped fitness area, a food area with professional chefs, and a video game area, but even a foot massage and relaxation area. Xiao Chen turned his head to look at Long. "This is a school building?" Long looked at Xiao Chen with a bright smile on his face. "Of course it's the teaching building, but this is the area where only the elite trainees of the Meat Shield department can come, and just now passing by that building is where the ordinary trainees stay." Looking at Xiao Chen's confused look, Long laughed and asked, "What do you think the Warrior Academy should be like?" Xiao Chen couldn't answer for a moment. "Yeah, what's a Warrior Academy supposed to look like?" The students had discussed this before the awakening ceremony. Some thought it should be like a normal university, others thought it should be similar to the army, but never thought it would be like this. In the food area, there were a few muscular and lanky young men. I think they were young men. Seeing Long and Xiao Chen arrive, while holding a roasted leg of lamb as thick as their arms and nibbling on it, they turned around and exclaimed, "Mr. Long, come over here, you guys, freshly roasted leg of lamb, it's delicious." Long pulled Xiao Chen quickly to the food area, pulled over a chair and sat down picking up the roasted leg of lamb in front of him and nibbled on it. "Well, the flavor is really good." After nibbling a few big bites before remembering Xiao Chen, he put down the leg of lamb and coughed twice and opened his mouth. "Let me introduce you guys, this is the new classmate, Black Knight." Then he pointed to the other 3 and said, "These 3 are triplets named." The muscular man gnawing on the leg of lamb interrupted Long to say to Xiao Chen enthusiastically, "No need to be so troublesome, you can just call me Sledgehammer, he is Second Hammer, and he is Little Hammer." Looking in the direction of Sledgehammer's finger, the other 2 were hugging and gnawing hard on 2 even thicker legs of lamb. Its physique was not weaker than the Great Hammer in the slightest, especially the Little Hammer. The muscles on his arms were quite a bit thicker than even Xiao Chen's thighs. Seeing Xiao Chen staring at him, a coy look appeared on Little Hammer's face, and he held his tongue for a long time before squeezing out a sentence, "We are the 3 Iron Hammer brothers." At that moment, Sledgehammer pulled out a chair and warmly invited Xiao Chen to sit next to him. "Mr. Black Knight, these 2 younger brothers of mine aren't very talkative. But the strength is indeed formidable." Long smiled and spoke, "Wang Sledgehammer, how many levels are you guys?" Sledgehammer patted his chest and said proudly, "Our 3 brothers were already level 52 yesterday. As Meat Shield warriors, this leveling speed shouldn't have a few people faster than us." This rank was absolutely terrifying when placed elsewhere. it was not low even among the special enrollment of the Warrior Academy.
Not to mention they were meat shield warriors, which made their class shine.
By the way, Brother Darkness, how many levels are you? Class of 71. Level 71, that's not bad. What? You said you're level 71? Not only was Sledgehammer surprised, but even Long, who was at the side, was shocked.
Dragon is 4 days ago to receive Xiao Chen killed 55 hidden boss news. This is only the past 3 days actually to 71 level. This leveling speed I'm afraid that magicians and necromancers cannot look forward to. Perverted a meat shield system warrior can actually level so fast.
By the way, Brother Darkness, what is your profession? Xiao Chen looked at Brother Long, revealing a questioning look.
It's okay, go ahead, with your strength sooner or later you'll be celebrities in the academy.
Xiao Chen nodded and spoke, reverse scale battle spirit. Reverse scale battle spirit? What kind of profession is this? How come I've never heard of it?
Long crossed his legs and laughed. The reverse scale battle spirit is a very rare profession.
Rare profession.
The three brothers put down their roasted leg of lamb at the same time and looked at Xiao Chen in shock, their eyes filled with envy. Well, don't envy the others, you three brothers aren't bad either, especially since your combo skills are a bit too strong.
Combination technique?
It was the first time Xiao Chen had heard of it. Brother Long nodded and looked at the three silly big men with a satisfied look on his face. Yes, the three of them are triplets, and although they were all awakened as ordinary shield warriors, they possess a special talent.
What gift?
These three brothers can activate a buff called concerted effort as long as they are within the same team, and this buff allows their skill effects to stack on top of each other. Stacking on top of each other sounds mediocre, but if you put it on some special skills the effect will be especially horrible. For example, a buff skill with 35% skill cooldown reduction can be released without a CD if the three of them are stacked together. Then there's the 35% chance stun skill, which can do infinite stuns when stacked by 3 people.
This skill, if utilized properly, is simply a bug-level existence.
It's true that those who can be specially recruited in are not simple. Just as a few people were talking, a youth covered in tattoos wrapped in a towel came out inside the bathing room.
Yoo-hoo, old dragon, another newcomer.
When Long saw the tattooed man, a displeased look appeared on his face. Zhang Hu, although this is not an ordinary college, please pay attention to your image.
Zhang Hu was unimpressed. Now it's just a few of us big men, there's no need to make it so formal. If you can recruit a pretty schoolgirl for us to come, I promise to dress more formally and grandly than any of you.
Long revealed a helpless look. Let it be as you like for a few days, but you can't do this after school officially starts.
Old dragon, don't worry, I know the score, right? Who is this?
Zhang Hu casually picked up a roasted leg of lamb while nibbling on it and asked carelessly.
Darkness.
Oh. Zhang Hu absently returned a sentence, then gnawed on the leg of lamb by himself. Xiao Chen didn't care about this. If he wanted to be respected, the only way was to have his own fist hard enough, everything else was bull. Besides, it was none of his business what others did to him.
As long as they didn't come to influence him.
Student Zhang Hu has also awakened a rare occupation just like you, and this occupation of his is a bit special.
How should I put it?
Long introduced while organizing the vocabulary in his head. He is a profession named Titan Barrier. The defense of this profession is almost at the top level. Put it this way, almost no one in the same level of professionals can break through his defense. Zhang Hu had a proud look on his face, but he did have the capital to be proud. Long continued to speak. Although this profession is strong, but there is a meat shield warrior's common problem. The leveling speed is too slow. I arranged for him to have a few mages and nannies nannying to take him to practice, and now it's only level 43. Zhang Hu was disdainful of this. Old dragon, look at the long term, think about it. If I level up, there will be hope if I want to kill those top bosses.
Chapter 29, College Points.
There really wasn't much that Lung could do about Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was not that pleasing to the eye though personality-wise, who called him the hope of the meat shield department. Not to mention him, the entire academy was very concerned about Zhang Hu. Indeed, as Zhang Hu said, Titan Barrier's profession is almost recognized as one of the hardest professions, and a lot of difficult bosses really need to rely on him in the back. That's why Lung indulged him so much. Lung ignored Zhang Hu and instead spoke with a solemn expression. Alright, let's get down to business. Although a few people usually didn't talk too seriously with Lung, when it came to business, everyone got serious. Even the sound of nibbling on the roasted leg of lamb was much lower. Seeing this, Long's face looked better. There are still a few people missing from this special enrollment of the Meat Shield Warrior department. Some of them are not expected to arrive until the official start of the school year, so we won't wait. Having you come to the academy early is not just a matter of familiarizing yourselves with your surroundings, there is a more important thing that needs to be done. Awakened professions and talents are important, but even the strongest potential without growth is just potential. As he spoke, his gaze looked toward Zhang Hu as if he meant it. Then continued. As such, the Warrior Academy has 2 tests after each school year, which will determine how you will be treated within the school in the future. The treatment I'm talking about isn't just the regular perks and benefits, but also rewards such as rare props and skills, and some of the best are even in the running for rewards that make my eyes water. In short, the results of these 2 tests are very important to your future development. The first test is the ranking of the classes at the beginning of the school year. There's no need for me to say more about the level, of course the higher the better. Among the past students, there was even someone who had reached level 100 at the beginning of the school year. Of course the number of such perverts is too rare to be used as a reference standard, but there are not a few people who have reached level 70. At the same time, level 70 is also a minimum standard for excellent cadets. Cadets who are below level 70 at the start of the school year will be downgraded to ordinary cadets except for some extremely promising special professions. Now that there are 7 days until school starts, reaching level 70 should not be difficult for you. As for the other test that's more special, it's breaking into the First Order Trial Tower. The First Order Trial Tower can only be entered by professionals within the First Order, and breaking into the tower not only earns you the rewards given by the Trial Tower itself, but the best of them will also be rewarded by the Academy. The number of trial towers is extremely small, and there just happens to be one in Shijing City. You can't get that in other places. The difficulty of the first stage trial tower is very high, and the monsters in it have all reached level 100, so it's best for you guys to ascend to level 100 before you challenge it. But you shouldn't be in a hurry. Any results from breaking into the trial tower within a month of the start of the school year are valid. If you can't rise to level 100 within a month of the start of the school year, there's no value in cultivating it, and it's no longer too important to break into the trial tower or not. As he spoke, Lung tossed each of the 5 a badge with a shield design, identical to the symbol on top of that previous school building. This is the badge that represents the elite students of the Meat Shield Department, and with this badge you will be able to freely enter and exit most places within the Academy. At the same time, the badge will also be the tool to carry the Academy points, through which you can buy and trade various props within the Academy. In short, the Academy points are the only common currency within the school. Of course, if you have the money you can buy cadet points from other cadets, as long as the others are willing to sell them, the school won't interfere. Alert! You have activated the internal system of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Hint: the internal system of Shijing Warrior Academy is an internal system recognized by the Infinite System, which is activated by Shijing Warrior Academy using special props and has partial system authority. Tap to view. Name of trainee, Darkness. Cadet number, 35421. Faculty, Department of Meat and Shield. Cadet level, 71 of the First Order. Participants' battle strength, 374. Not wearing equipment. College points, 0 points. There was no need to say how powerful the worldwide system was. The Shijing Warrior Academy was actually able to gain access to some of the worldwide system's permissions, and it was not until this moment that Xiao Chen had an intuitive understanding of the Academy's strength. Long continued, there are many ways to obtain trainee points, and its main source is the rewards issued based on the monthly assessment results, and any trainee who passes the assessment will be able to obtain a considerable amount of Academy points. Of course, the better the test score, the more accumulated points you get. In addition to this, you can also obtain points by completing tasks issued by the school. In short, there are many ways to obtain points. I won't introduce them all. You can check them out for yourselves through the points rules of the Academy's internal system. Alright, that's pretty much all that needs to be said, so you guys get some rest today, and tomorrow I'll go practice for me. I've got things to do. Sledgehammer, you guys take Blackout to his room next to yours later. Okay, Mr. Long. After Brother Long left, Zhang Hu asked carelessly, Brother Black Knight, how many levels are you? 71. What? You're level 71? Xiao Qin didn't say much, and looked at the time after dinner. It was only 2 o'clock. It was still a bit early for a break at this time, and after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked, is there a duplicate entrance within the school? Sledgehammer burped and laughed, Brother Darkness, we thought of going together. Our 3 brothers also plan to go practicing for a while longer. Why don't we join together? Zhang Hu lazily said from the sidelines, you guys go ahead, I'm a bit tired today. I need to take a good rest and go back to practicing tomorrow. After lunch, the 3 Hammer brothers led them through the complex terrain to a square. The layout of the plaza is almost identical to that of the newbies in the new town. The 5 novice copy entrances were arranged in order,
but there was no shouting in the plaza like the Newtown Novice Plaza. People here could trade directly through the academy's internal system. There was no need to waste time setting up stalls to sell. Looking at the 5 copy entrances in front of them, the 3 Wang Sledgehammer brothers went straight into the forgotten tomb. Xiao Chen then entered the last copy. The content of the newbie copies is the same in all areas, it's just that the copies that are accessed from different entrances are separate and not interchangeable. Entering a copy of Death Swamp again still gives you a bad feeling. Various insects and birds chirped within the swamp, and bubbles with poisonous gas rose from time to time from the dark green puddles. Poisonous insects were rampant and miasmatic in all directions, visibility was low, depressing and unpleasant. Taking out the equipment from the storage space and putting it on, the battle power came back to 493. After traveling forward for a few minutes, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. Not far away he actually saw living people. Chapter 30, Pretty Lady, can I help you? Xiao Chen stopped his footsteps. Not far from a piece of grass, a young girl with an extremely hot body was fighting with a group of poisonous frogs. It's not quite accurate to say it's a battle, it should be a massacre. She was seen standing in the center of the grass, with a steady stream of poisonous frogs gathering towards her on all sides. The young girl stood in the center of the grass and methodically shot out a single arrow, so fast that each arrow could directly take away a poisonous frog. This caused Xiao Chen to be shocked. The lowest level of the monsters here had reached level 71. A normal arrow could kill a level 71 monster in seconds. How strong must her attack power be? The level 70 monster necromancer he killed earlier had a life value of 9,800. Necromancers also belong to the category of monsters with high attack and thin skin, and the odds are that the blood level of level 71 monsters will only be higher. If that's true, then this woman is horrible. Suddenly, a poisonous frog lunged at Xiao Chen, and the system gave the information of the poisonous frog. Monster name, Poison Frog. Skill, Summon Creature of Rare Boss Magic Frog. Life value, 300. Physical attack, 199. Magic attack, 299. Physical defense, 55. Magic defense, 55. Skill, Poison. Attacks come with sustained poison damage. The poisonous frog spat out a bright red slender tongue from its mouth and impacted on top of the giant shield. Some green liquid immediately appeared on the shield, and the liquid was still bubbling. At the same time, he also received a kill alert from the system. You have killed the poisonous frog and gained experience value 7. Seeing the profile of the poison frog and the experience value gained from killing it, it was clear what was going on. The teenage girl's seconds were not real level 71 monsters, but small monsters summoned by rare bosses. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment. Xiao Chen still walked forward. The woman was also surprised to see Xiao Chen. The reason why she was leveling so fast was not only because he had awakened the rare profession of elven bowman, but also because she had received strong support from the family. This bow and arrow in her hand that was super capable of boosting her attack speed by 300% was the one that the family had gotten for him at great expense. Even so, she also spent more than 18 hours a day practicing in the duplicates before she managed to reach level 71. She was absolutely confident that she was at the top of the rankings in this new cohort. But what the hell is the visitor? Holding 2 shields that were taller than her, she was clearly a meat shield warrior. Meat shield warrior makes it to level 71? She would never believe it, thinking that this man should be a professional who had awakened early through some other channel, or perhaps he was simply a cadet from the previous class. Xiao Chen walked to about 30 meters away from the woman and stopped, thinking about it, and opened his mouth to ask. Classmate, do you need help killing this hidden boss? The young girl froze, not expecting Xiao Chen to actually have this purpose. No need, the 2 of us aren't strong enough to kill the demon frog, not to mention I need to use its summon creatures to practice. Since the young girl said so, Xiao Chen also stopped saying anything. It was true that with his current strength he wasn't really able to kill a level 70 plus rare boss. No longer paying attention to the young girl, Xiao Chen continued to walk deeper into the swamp. The young girl looked at Xiao Chen's back and didn't know what she was thinking, then he shook his head and continued to brush the monsters and upgrade. That place before was indeed an excellent place to practice for a young girl with extreme speed. Without the young girl, Xiao Chen might have chosen that place. It wasn't easy to find a suitable place within the Death Marsh for Xiao Chen to practice. It wasn't that the number of monsters was sparse, but most of the places were in the middle of a swamp, which wasn't conducive to Xiao Chen pulling monsters. Finally Xiao Chen stopped at a patch of grass covered with vines. Not far ahead, there was a large tree hung with vines, the trunk of which was densely covered with fist-sized black beetles. Monster name, Iron Beetle. Grade, 75. Life value, 7,500. Physical attack, 350. Magic attack, 280. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 98. Skill, Iron Armor. Physical defense is increased by 50% when life value drops below 50% for 10 seconds. That's it. Xiao Chen stepped forward and the two shields clashed together with force, making a loud metallic clash. The densely packed iron beetles rushed toward Xiao Chen like black smoke. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. With such a large number, wouldn't that upgrade speed be? These iron beetles didn't have a high life value, and as a small monster its attack and defense were a bit too high. But this had no effect on Xiao Chen. His bounce damage is real damage and has nothing to do with the opponent's defense. The damage they take depends on the strength of their attack. The stronger the attack, the higher the damage that bounces back will naturally be. Although the number of iron beetles was high, they couldn't break Xiao Chen's defense, so naturally the more the better the number was. The iron beetle doesn't attack very often, probably around 3 seconds each time. Each rebound damage is around 350, which works out to be around 120 rebound damage per second, and with 7,500 life points, it takes over a minute to rebound them to death. This is not too fast, but it can't be helped by the sheer number of them. The iron beetle's body was very small, and the number of them that could attack Xiao Chen at the same time was greatly increased. A rough estimate put the number of iron beetles attacking him at the same time at around 200 or so. In this way, he was able to kill around 200 iron beetles per minute. Each iron beetle had an experience value of 75 points, and in 1 minute he would gain 15,000 experience points, and in 1 hour that would be 900,000 experience points. This leveling speed was more than 4 times faster than the upgrade speed of brushing a necromancer. The experience value required for upgrading after reaching level 71 is also greatly increased. Level 71-72 requires 500,000 experience points. And level 71-75 requires 2.3 million experience points. Level 75-80 levels require even more experience at 3 million. That meant Xiao Chen still needed a total of about 5.3 million experience points to level up to 70. At the current rate of brushing monsters, it would only take 6 hours to reach level 80. Even Xiao Chen himself was stunned for a while when he calculated the result. If the others knew that he was practicing at this speed, they didn't know how they would feel. You have killed the iron beetle and gained experience value of 75 and copper coins of 12. You have killed the iron beetle and gained an experience value of 75. You have killed the iron beetle and gained experience value of 75 and copper coins of 67. Alert! Your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 72, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Alert! Your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 73, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Chapter 31, The American Girl Soldier. 6 hours went by in a flash. Alert! Your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first rank level 80, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Xiao Chen's level successfully reached level 80. There is no longer any benefit to killing iron beetles after reaching level 80. Look at the time, it's past 8 p.m. Xiao Chen decided to call it a day and continue tomorrow. His goal for today had been to rise to level 75, and now he had exceeded it. The Hammer brothers also sent a message telling him to go back for dinner. The cooks would be off duty if he was too late. The young girl was still practicing when she passed by the magic frog area. Xiao Chen ignored it and headed straight out of the copy. The 3 Hammer brothers were already feasting when they returned to the restaurant. Come on over here, Dark Brothers, the food tonight is fantastic. Braised elbows. Braised elbows on the table were red in color, with a soft and slightly wrinkled crust, as if gently embraced by a layer of rich sauce. The meat is full-bodied, with a clear texture and a tantalizing shine of oil. The overall shape of the round, like a work of art placed on the plate, exudes a strong aroma. Let a person at a glance will increase the appetite. After dinner, Xiao Chen followed the 3 Hammer brothers to the basement of the activity area. This made Xiao Chen feel strange. Wasn't he heading to the accommodation area? How did it go down to the basement? After passing through a long passageway, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened when he opened a heavy iron door and saw the environment inside. Brother Darkness, this is your room. We 3 brothers live next door. Call me if you need anything. Thanks. Enter the room and close the heavy iron door for a sense of security. The rooms are large, with bedrooms, bathrooms, lounges and sitting rooms. Its interior decoration and living supplies are even more luxurious than outside. The 5-star hotel suites are not bad at all. The most eye-opening thing for Xiao Chen was the lifelike garden outside the window. That's when an intelligent robot that looks like a trash can makes a sound. Welcome home, master. I'm your intelligent robot butler. I can be asked to do everything in the room. The robot realized that Xiao Chen was looking out the window and explained, Master, this is a picture simulated using holographic projection technology, and it is also equipped with a 9D viewing effect. Do you need me to demonstrate it once? Seeing that Xiao Chen did not refuse, the robot made the environment outside the window change through the intelligent operating system. The starry night sky suddenly turned into a silver world of ice and snow. A cold wind blew through the window, causing Xiao Chen to shiver. Immediately after the picture changed again, the sun was setting, and the warm sunlight shone through the window onto Xiao Chen, making people feel warm and comfortable. The presence of this simulation system completely takes away the depressing mood of living in a basement. In the end, Xiao Chen fixed the image on a picture with mountains and water filled with the summer atmosphere of the countryside. Xiao Chen was half lying on the sofa, and on the coffee table was the handmade coffee that the intelligent robot had just brewed. It was very enjoyable listening to the sound of the babbling brook outside the window and drinking steaming hot coffee. It was so much better than the silo he had lived in before. When you come to the Warrior Academy, you will automatically join the regional chat channel for this area. With nothing else to do, open the area chat channel. Probably due to the fact that school hadn't really started yet, there weren't many people in the channel, and the chat was even more sparse. The content of it is all about lamenting the awesome facilities of the college. Close the area chat channel and drift off to sleep in this very secure room. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen came to the restaurant and saw a slender and very quiet girl already sitting in the restaurant to eat. At the other table, the 3 Hammer brothers were selling dry rice. While Zhang Hu was squatting in the corner of the restaurant with his hands on his chest, his head is buried between his knees. If not for the tattoos on his arm, it is really not easy to see that it is Zhang Hu. Xiao Chen came to the table of the 3 Hammer brothers and looked at Zhang Hu and asked, "What's going on?" Sledgehammer pointed to the girl at the next table with his use of God and whispered, Zhang Hu was being fixed up badly by that chick. The second Hammer laughed, I have long looked at Zhang Hu upset. That chick is really energetic. In the face of Zhang Hu's harassment without saying a word is a fat beating, but also let him crouch. There is not allowed to move, or else it will continue to be beaten. Is it okay to hit people in the academy? It's not allowed in principle, but isn't this the official start of school yet? Even if school starts, I guess no one will care. After all, that kid is too unpredictable. Hearing a few people talking, the woman turned her head to lock eyes with Xiao Chen. The woman had short shoulder-length hair and a very clean face. Just like this, a young girl like the girl next door beat up Zhang Hu, who was known to have the strongest defense, to the point that he didn't dare to get up. This is so unconvincing, isn't it? Facing Xiao Chen's puzzled gaze, the young girl sheepishly explained, My mom said that bad guys like him have to be beaten to death, or else he'll continue to provoke me next time. After hearing the young girl's explanation, Xiao Chen felt even more speechless. How could just such a harmless-looking innocent girl do something so brutal? Xiao Chen did not comment on this matter. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Xiao Chen nodded to the young girl, and then smothered his head to eat without paying any more attention. Brother Black Knight, we leveled up 5 levels in just half a day yesterday. We are now level 57. At this rate, there are at most 2 days left for us 3 brothers to reach level 70. By then we will be able to level up with you. Not bad, go for it. How many levels did you level up yesterday? Pretty much the same as you guys. Wang Sledgehammer gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Or you're still bullish, you're over level 70 and you're still able to rise 5 levels in half a day. I admire you. Xiao Chen didn't tell them the truth in order not to discourage a few people. The short-haired girl on the side heard the content of several people's chats and exclaimed with her mouth wide open in incredulity, What do you mean, he's over level 70? How is this possible? Could it be that he's not a trainee from our Meat Shield department? Brother Darkness is of course a trainee of our Meat Shield department, and it's also a rare profession. Oh. The young girl said suspiciously, Anyone who can come here these days is basically a rare profession, right? Not really, our 3 brothers are just normal professions. The young girl waved her hand. This is not important. What's important is why is he upgrading so fast since he's a trainee of our Meat Shield department? Could it be an early awakening? That's not clear. Getting no answer from Wang Sledgehammer, the young girl redirected her gaze to Xiao Chen. Curiosity filled her big watery eyes. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reply, Zhang Hu, who was squatting in the corner, fell to the ground with an ouch. Seeing Zhang Hu fall down, the young girl put down her dishes and rushed straight over. The next scene saw Xiao Chen dumbfounded. Chapter 32, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The young girl who had just been too pure to speak was punching and kicking at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was probably also scared by the beating and didn't even have the courage to resist. I don't know what kind of tragic events had happened here before he came to the restaurant. The beating lasted for a full 5 minutes or so, until Zhang Hu lay on the ground and gave up struggling. The young girl reluctantly stopped the beating action. I'll spare you today. If you dare to do it again next time, beware, I'll make you cut off your children and grandchildren. Hearing the young girl's words, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zhang Hu heard the young girl this not only not angry, but as if amnestied, quickly climbed up from the ground. In addition to some redness and swelling on the face is not a big problem, which shows that the young girl seemingly did not leave a hand, but the hand is still very measured. After closing her hand, the young girl returned to the table to continue eating as if nothing had happened. A few people looked at the young girl who was eating slowly and quietly, and then thought of the scene where they had just wildly beaten up Zhang, who could not help but produce a strong sense of misplaced memories. Zhang Hu cursed while organizing his tousled hair. Looking at such a quiet a girl didn't expect to be so violent. She's definitely in the wrong place. It's impossible for us to have such a violent profession in the meat shield department. At that moment, Lung walked in from outside. Seeing Zhang Hu's bruised and swollen face, he first froze, and then looked at Xiao Chen with a look of realization. Xiao Chen was speechless to the core, but didn't explain. When the young girl saw Long calling, she put down her dishes and called out very nicely, "Good morning, Mr. Long." Long was happy to see the young girl. "Ha, little sister, he is up so early." "Well, Teacher Long, I'll strive to practice until level 60 today, and I definitely won't disgrace you." Seeing how well-behaved and obedient Xiaomei was, the smile on Long's face grew even wider. Well, with such good talent and such hard work, I'm very optimistic about you. Oh. Aha! Xiaomei nodded heavily, looking cute and well-behaved. Long turned his head to look at Xiao Chen's few people and introduced, "This is the new member of our Meat Shield Department's special enrollment. Her name is Xiaomei. I'm sure you guys have already met her." Several people didn't say anything, just looked at Xiaomei with odd expressions. Long didn't notice any abnormality, looking at Xiao Chen and Zhang Hu, and said, "Little sister, he is a rare profession just like the two of you, but this profession of hers is a bit special. Mr. Long, let me speak." Xiaomei came to Long and took the initiative to speak. "My name is Xiaomei. I just turned 18 half a month ago, and my awakened profession is called Blazing Flame Battle Armor, aka Flame Guardian. This profession can condense the fire element to form flame armor, which is capable of not only having a strong defensive effect, but also forming a small area of flame field, where enemies within the field will receive sustained damage. And while I awakened my profession, I also awakened the ability to devour flames, and the devoured flames can not only strengthen my flame armor's defensive ability, but also give me a powerful flame attack ability. So I still belong to the meat shield line, it's just that my future direction may be more in the direction of the strong offense line." After hearing Xiaomei's self-introduction, several people were dumbstruck. A delicate and cute little sister next door is not only a meat shield system or a strong attack meat shield system with strong attack power. "Alright, after breakfast you all go and practice for me. The other departments have already headed for their copies. Our meat shield department can't lag behind too much, even though we can't level faster than them." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Chen, "Except for you, but don't slack off, just don't think about breaking into the trial tower for these few days, and prioritize leveling up." Aha! After eating, all the members of the Meat Shield department set off for the replica plaza together. The three Iron Hammer brothers and little sister he were all over level 50, and the best place to practice was naturally the Forgotten Tomb. Zhang, who was only level 40 or so, but he had a special profession, and with the permission of the academy he found a few magicians and milkmaids to lead the leveling. Watching the vast group enter the sunset dunes, Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly before entering the death swamp alone. Xiao Chen had already added all of his attribute points to physique after reaching the ascension to level 80. As for the skill points, they were already all on the rock solid skill, as was the previous choice. At this point the damage reduction effect of rock solid has reached 50%. Physical defense was 419, magic defense was 385 points, and life value reached 4,520 points. This attribute definitely belonged to the bug level existence among the freshman trainees of this session. Entering the death swamp and passing by the poisonous frog area, that archery girl was still there brushing the monsters. This meant that her level hadn't broken through level 76 yet, or else there would be no profit in continuing to brush the monsters here. Continuing inside, he saw a few new faces in the level 72 monster area. All clear mages though. As long as a mage had good enough equipment and enough magic recovery potions, the leveling speed was naturally extremely fast. Looking at the faint golden light emanating from the entire body of this line of people, one would know that the value of their equipment was certainly not expensive. When he arrived at the level 74 monster area, he saw a man commanding dozens of skeleton knights and skeleton archers to fight the monsters. This is the legendary rare profession necromancer. Watching those monsters die in pieces under the undead army's undaunted attack made even Xiao Chen feel some pressure. When Xiao Chen arrived at yesterday's Iron Beetle practicing area, there were actually people. The man was carrying a transparent container not much smaller than even his body, which was constantly spewing out green gas. Those iron beetles chasing him died silently as they chased after him under the erosion of the green gas. This leveling speed was surprisingly quite a bit faster than even a necromancer. Continue deeper into the replica. There are actually people in the level 78 monster area. Only a youth was seen sitting on a large green stone, surrounded by countless flying insects rushing towards him. But the youth remained unmoved. When the flying insects were about to attack his side, 5 flying swords more than 10 centimeters long suddenly flew out from behind the youth and stabbed at the flying insects that attacked him at great speed. Each flying sword shone with a faint golden light, which meant that they were all at least golden quality weapons. The flying swords crisscrossed across, and in just over 10 breaths, all those flying insects that attacked him died. This was by no means a royal sword master. Xiao Chen had read on the forums that a royal sword master could only maneuver 1 flying sword. And this youth in front of him was actually able to manipulate 5 flying swords at the same time. The Imperial Swordsman was one of the professions recognized as having the fastest leveling speed amongst the swordsman professions, but it was more than a notch behind the youth in front of him. This group of special recruits from the Shijing Warrior Academy is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. It was with the presence of this youth that Jian Wu dared to make a bet against Long. Almost all of the rare professions I saw along the way, and comparing it to my own reverse-scale battle spirit, it didn't seem to stand out. Chapter 33, A Bunch of Monsters. The Imperial Swordman saw Xiao Chen continue to walk deeper into the death swamp with 2 large shields on top of him. A hint of mockery appeared on his face, claptrap. The journey continued on, but none of them found a suitable place to brush the monsters. It didn't stop until it came to a swamp full of silt. In the silt he saw a monster that resembled a leech, but its size was much larger than a normal leech, about the size of a water snake. That's when the system also gave the monster's details. Monster name, Poisonous Leeches. Grade, 86. Life value, 14,500. Physical attack, 399. Magic attack, 354. Physical defense, 235. Magic defense, 258. Skill, Tarsus, a highly poisonous leech will climb on an enemy and deal continuous damage to them. Skill, Poison, poison leech climb attacks are accompanied by poison, causing enemies to take sustained damage and reducing their attack power by 30%. Just as Xiao Chen was checking out the information on the highly poisonous leeches, a few leeches that were closer ejected from the swamp and climbed on Xiao Chen. 399. 88. 123. 88. In just one moment, he bounced off multiple damage while he himself was unharmed. This made Xiao Chen's eyes brighten and he continued to take a few steps forward. With every step forward, he approached more of the highly poisonous leeches, and as soon as he got within a certain range of them, the leeches would shoot towards him and climb on top of him. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like a large magnet, and those leeches were like iron sand constantly attracted by Xiao Chen. A few moments later, Xiao Chen's entire body was wrapped tightly in dark brown, highly poisonous leeches. But in less than a minute, these leeches will automatically die and fall off, and then new leeches will come out shooting. And so on and so forth. In order to save his physical strength, Xiao Chen directly jumped to a rock in the center of the swamp and sat down on his knees in front of the previous man with the Imperial Sword. Compared to the Imperial Swordman, Xiao Chen practiced more easily. If it wasn't for the fact that the environment here was really bad, Xiao Chen would even be able to lie down and practice leveling here. Alert! You have killed the highly poisonous leech and gained 86 experience value and 121 copper coins. Alert! You have killed the highly poisonous leech and gained 86 experience value and 46 copper coins. Alert! You have killed the highly poisonous leech and gained experience value of 86. Looking at the screen swiping kill prompts, Xiao Chen couldn't help but lament this should be the easiest way to practice leveling. The leeches attack more slowly than yesterday's iron beetles, but the 2 sustained damage skills allowed them to drop blood surprisingly no slower than the iron beetles. And leeches are much better at seeing the wood for the trees than iron beetles. At this moment, Xiao Chen was like a man wearing a ghillie suit compiled from countless rattan strips, with hardly any part of his entire body exposed. By rough estimation, the number of highly poisonous leeches that attacked him at the same time reached at least 300. If it was any other profession, it would probably be killed in seconds straight away. This way of brushing monsters is a bit disgusting, but the efficiency is really nothing to write home about. Xiao Chen could only endure the nausea and force himself to hold on. After reaching level 80, the upgrade experience goes up another level. For level 79-80, it required 640,000 experience value, while level 80-81 required a direct doubling of experience to 1.31 million. Level 80-85 requires 6.9 million experience points. The total amount of experience needed for levels 80-90 is even more than 14.63 million. The need for such experience is simply mind-boggling. Only 86 experience points were gained for each highly poisonous leech killed, and on average, he was able to kill around 300 of them a minute. Doing the math, you'd get around 26,000 experience points a minute, which is 1.56 million experience in an hour. So 14.63 million experience points seems like less than 10 hours. This may seem like a lot of experience value needed to upgrade, but it's acceptable. Xiao Chen 1 had a doubt as to whether he himself was cursed. Yesterday killed more than 70,000 iron beetles. In addition to popping out some silver coins, copper coins will only pop out some low-grade white quality equipment. The best one is only blue quality equipment. Looking at the three Hammer brothers again, the number of kills was far from catching up with him, but the harvest was great. Could it be that the burst rate for killing monsters on the rebound is much lower? However, the explosive rate was something he couldn't control, so he could only kill as many monsters as possible and level up as quickly as possible. Most of the equipment in the early stage is just transition equipment. Level up in order to kill more advanced monsters. The burst of equipment will be more valuable. As you are bored, open the regional public channel. It's not as cold today within the regional public channels as it was yesterday. Oh Yang Feng, practicing is too boring. Anyone come out to chat for a while? Oh Yang Feng, why don't you guys say something? Hey! Is there anyone alive? Oh Yang Feng, ugh. Natural disaster, are you idle? Everyone is practicing hard, how can they have time to chat with you? Gen XXXI, there are still 6 days to go before school starts, hurry up and practice. It is said that the rewards for the top-ranked freshman exams this semester are very generous. Oh Yang Feng, what are all the rewards? Sword 33, it's not clear exactly what the rewards are, but you won't be disappointed. Oh Yang Feng, saying it is the same as not saying it. Natural disaster, how many levels are you all at? Oh Yang Feng, ugh, I'm practicing too slowly, I'm only level 74. Blue face, you're already good, I'm level 73 too. Natural disaster, I'm only level 75 as a necromancer, so I feel a bit embarrassed about it. Sword XXXII, level 77. Oh Yang Feng, what kind of monsters are you all? The levels are all so high. Blue face, I saw a strange person yesterday. Oh Yang Feng, why is it weird? Blue face, how should I put it? That person is holding 2 large shields. He should be a meat shield profession, yet he managed to appear in this copy. Oh Yang Feng, I just saw it too. That shouldn't be his real equipment. I guess it's to hide his real occupation to equip himself like that on purpose. Natural disaster, it doesn't look like he's pretending. Just now he passed by me. I noticed that level 75 monsters attacked him and he didn't even have to dodge, and it didn't look like he took any damage, so he should be a meat shield profession. Sword 33, I just watched him head towards the level 80 area. Natural disaster, level 80 area? Does he dare to brush it alone over there? Oh Yang Feng, what is his profession? So fierce, is that I go over there a little inattentive will be in the gutter. It seems that this session of special enrollment is not simple. Closing the regional chat channel, Xiao Chen also felt a hint of pressure. Of course, it's only a sliver of that. Sword 33 should be the ruthless man who controlled 5 flying swords to kill monsters and had actually reached level 77. Chapter 34, Changing the Bet. Time passes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Hammer brothers sent a message to Xiao Chen on time. The message remained the same, telling him to go back to dinner. At this time, Xiao Chen's level had reached 91. He didn't need to be called by the Hammer brothers, he was planning to leave. For no other reason than there was no longer any gain from killing monsters here. Today's luck was a bit better than yesterday's, all converted to silver, about 700 silver income today, yesterday's income of 260 silver.
The revenue from coins alone was close to 1,000 silver on these 2 days. And a dozen or so pieces of normal equipment came out, but none of them were usable and could only be used to sell for money. When they arrived at the restaurant, not only were the others already there but even Long had taken the time to come to the restaurant. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, Long was very enthusiastic. How is the leveling situation today? Not bad. Not bad? How many levels up? Xiao Chen didn't hide it and directly replied, level 11. What? Not only was Lung shocked, even the few people who were eating normally were shocked. Wang's sledgehammer was like a deflated ball. Black Knight brother, you are really a pervert. We 3 brothers, but today we practiced with all our lives only to rise 7 levels. Your level is so much higher than ours and still able to rise 11 levels. Simply not human. Just luck. Long looked at Xiao Chen with fire in his eyes. Black Knight, how many levels are you at now? Xiao Chen opened the attribute panel and confirmed it before replying, level 91. Level 91. The crowd was once again shocked. According to Xiao Chen's leveling speed, wouldn't he be able to reach level 100 tomorrow, thus conducting the advancement test? Getting this answer, Long could no longer remain calm, his face filled with excitement. Ha 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 ha, a win, an absolute win this time. Several people looked at Lung in disbelief at the same time. Ha ha ha, it's like this, I play a bet with the teacher of the swordsman department. Next, Long recounted the contents of the bet and the stakes. Growth class equipment? This was the first time Xiao Chen had heard of this term. Yes, growth class equipment belongs to a very rare type of equipment. The attributes of this type of equipment may not be very strong, but it can be upgraded in some special ways, and as the equipment's grade increases, its attributes will also increase. Teacher Long, then wouldn't it be simpler to just buy equipment at your current level cap? Facing Yi Xiaomei's inquiry, Long patiently explained, it's not the same. It's very difficult to find a piece of equipment that perfectly matches one's current strength when one reaches the middle and high levels, and the equipment that one spends a lot of money to buy will soon fall out of fashion as the level rises, so it's especially important to have a piece of equipment that can always accompany one's advancement. Moreover, this type of equipment has another important characteristic, that is, each time the equipment can randomly obtain new attributes every time it advances, and each time the equipment can obtain a chance to lock the attributes before it advances. You guys understand when I say this, right? Hearing this, the crowd's eyes grew brighter. If it's true what Dragon said, then this equipment is indeed the most suitable equipment for newcomers. There is one fatal limitation to this equipment, though, and it's that limitation that puts a big dent in his price. What restrictions? Once this equipment is worn, it will be bound to the professional and cannot be sold again. At the same time, this kind of equipment will follow the professional's own advancement, so only in the first rank to obtain, and where this kind of equipment is the most cost-effective. If you wear it after the second rank, will lose a chance to advance and choose the attributes of the equipment, otherwise its price will be a sky-high price. Although the crowd wanted to obtain this equipment, they knew that it would only be Xiao Chen's. Because only Xiao Chen can make Long win this gamble. Dragon, is the ultimate winning condition to be higher than whoever is ranked? Yes. Xiao Chen continued to speak, Brother Long, if this goes on, I'll be able to reach level 100 in 2 days at most. Do I have to stop advancing because of this equipment? Long froze, then remembered that Xiao Chen, this pervert, was level 91. When they were betting on the fight, they had never considered that someone would rise to level 100 before the start of the school year, and although there were people who had risen to level 100 before the start of the school year before that, it was an extremely rare case. He remembered this only when Xiao Chen reminded him. No, we mustn't waste an equipment advancement opportunity. I'm going to find Jian Wu and change the rules. Hey, Mr. Long, you haven't eaten yet. No need to wait for me. After Long left, since his gaze regrouped on Xiao Chen. Ahem. The food is getting cold. Sikyong Warrior Academy, admissions office. The old necromancer Wangpo looked at Long with a face of disbelief. Little Long, you're not kidding, right? Your meat shield department's freshmen have reached level 91? Our little guy from the undead department is just under level 80 now. Magician Old Li also looked at Long incredulously. Little Long, you're talking about level 71, right? Oops, I didn't drink today. How could I be wrong about level 91 or 71? That trainee is really level 91 and is indeed a meat shield warrior. What was his occupation? Is it convenient to say? Nothing we can't talk about. Reverse scale battle spirit, have you guys heard of it? Reverse scale battle spirit? Seems a bit familiar, let me think, eh? It can't be that waste of a profession that only has 1 point of attack power forever.
I also remembered that more than 10 years ago there was a profession that awakened the reverse-scale battle soul in the Tokyo Warrior Academy, but then there was an accident. What do you mean the male attack is only ever 1 point? Magician only shook his head and said, alas, it is said that the profession of reverse-scale battle spirit is unable to raise its attack power in any way. Little dragon, are you really not mistaken? How can someone who only has 1 point of attack power forever rise to level 91 in such a short time? Geez, guys, I'm telling the truth. Lung's face was filled with helplessness. Finally, he turned his head to look at Jianwu and spoke, how about this, if I lie, count me as a loser, alright, but the rules of the competition do need to be changed, otherwise there's no point in winning. Jianwu hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. Not to mention whether or not what Long said was true, even if it was true it was a big deal to lose just one piece of equipment, he, Jianwu, could afford to lose. But if such a talent did appear it would all be of great benefit to the Shijing Warrior Academy. Although they belonged to different faculties, they were all academy teachers after all, and cultivating truly strong people was their ultimate goal. Then it's a deal, whoever's level reaches 100 first wins. Jianwu glanced at Long and said coldly, don't worry, I, Jianwu, am not so bad that I can't afford to lose. Ha, that's good, get your stuff ready, I'll come and pick it up in 2 days at the most. Chapter 35, Full Level. Long was the first to tell Xiao Chen the news. This further increased Xiao Chen's motivation to practice. Returning to the basement room, Xiao Chen laid down on the sofa to check his attributes. At this point, his life value had exceeded 5,000, reaching 5,152 points. Physical defense 463 points, magic defense 429 points. The skill rock solid level has long since reached level 50, and the damage reduction effect has been increased to 50%. After the mitigation effect reaches 50% it can no longer be raised any further, just like the Thorn of Thorns. You can only see if you can continue to improve after the second rank. It was thought that normal professions would never grant a skill that dispensed with 100% damage, and the continuous warnings at the time when the Infinite System had upgraded his rock-solid skill were enough to illustrate this. And at this time, Xiao Chen's personal information had gradually spread in a small area. Xiao Chen knew nothing about this. The following day, deep within the Death Swamp copy, Xiao Chen directly crossed over the level 90 monster area and headed to the deepest part of the Death Swamp. When he came to a grove of trees that were all dead, eyes actually opened on the trunks of those dead trees. A pair of scarlet eyes were all staring at Xiao Chen, and as Xiao Chen moved, their eyes would also change their positions. It's not the eyeballs that turn, it's both eyes that follow along. It looks weird as hell. Monster name, Decaying Tree Man. Level, 99. Life value, 22,000. Physical attack, 428. Magic attack, 399. Physical defense, 399. Magic defense, 299. Skill, Nature's Wrath. The Decaying Tree Man is able to utilize his deep connection to nature to summon the trees and plants around him to attack. This skill temporarily activates the plants around the tree man, causing them to grow rapidly and extend their branches to entangle and attack enemies. Entangled enemies take constant physical damage and may be exposed to other attacks from the tree man due to their inability to move. Skill, Touch of Decay. By touching an enemy through its decaying roots, the decaying tree man can spread a special kind of decaying magic. Enemies touched will begin to gradually lose their vitality, as if eroded by time. Skill, Born to Last. When a decaying tree man attacks an enemy, it will leave a seed on the target's body. The seed will rapidly hatch as the decaying tree man attacks, and a new decaying tree man will be born when it successfully hatches. These tree people were as high as level 99, but their physical and magical attacks were not strong, at least not to the strength to break through Xiao Chen's defense. However, its size was too large and slow to be a suitable place to practice. Wait. Xiao Chen suddenly realized that the three skills of the decaying tree man were very interesting. Nature's Wrath could summon the surrounding plants to launch a swarm of attacks against him, and this skill was exactly what Xiao Chen had hoped to see. The second skill, Decaying Touch, allows you to launch long-range attacks through tree root sparring, which also circumvents the fact that there are too few monsters attacking Xiao Chen at the same time due to their excessive size. As for its third skill was the key to Xiao Chen's decision to choose to brush the monsters here. The third skill represents the ability to source new monsters, which gives him a constant stream of monsters to spawn. Areas that were originally unsuitable for leveling became perfect places to brush monsters with the addition of these three skills. After observing a circle, Xiao Chen came to an area with the densest concentration of dead trees. There were more than a dozen decaying tree people who were able to attack him through their roots right here initially. As the tree man attacked, a gray-black seed climbed on Xiao Chen's body surface. These seeds grow by a hair's breadth each time the tree man's roots attack. The seeds on his body grew and sprouted very quickly due to the high number of tree people that attacked him at the same time. A few short seconds later, the growth of a new decaying tree man was complete. A mere half a minute had passed, and dead trees had grown all around him, and he was caught in the middle with no gaps at all. There was absolutely no telling how many decaying tree people could attack him. If someone was watching from the periphery at this time, they would not think that it was hundreds of trees crammed together, they would only think that it was an incomparably thick giant tree. Alert! You have killed the decaying tree man and gained experience value of 99 and copper coins of 121. Alert! You have killed the decaying tree man and gained experience value of 99 and copper coins of 221. Alert! You have killed the decaying tree man and gained experience value of 99 and copper coins of 46. There was no way to observe with the naked eye exactly how many tree people could attack him at the same time. Judgment can only be made on the basis of experience gained. Without looking, he actually gained 56,000 experience points in 1 minute. This nifty swipe is more than twice as fast as yesterday's leech. However, the corresponding upgrades require more experience. After reaching level 90 yesterday, the experience value required for upgrading has once again increased dramatically. Levels 89-90 require experience value of 1.62 million, while levels 90-91 require experience value of 3.3 million. The total experience needed for levels 90-100 was even more than 36.5 million. No wonder in the past, when the school year began, the new students did not break through the 100 level even to reach the 90 level of the Phoenix, who see such experience value is not confused. After 10 minutes, the number of decaying tree people seemed to have reached some sort of ceiling. His upgrade speed also stabilized. You can almost steadily gain around 60,000 experience points per minute. 1 hour is 3.6 million experience, 10 hours is not. Arriving at this result, Xiao Chen's eyes glowed. You'll reach level 100 today? This place is a great place to upgrade, but it's really boring. His entire body was wrapped tightly by the decaying tree man, without a single gap. Can't even look at the swampy landscapes that are so irritating to look at. Xiao Chen was strangled like a puppet in the center of the dead tree, unable to move. A little bit of time passed. 10 hours later. Alert! Your experience value has reached 100%, your level has been raised to the first order level 100, and you have gained free attribute points x5. Skill points x1. Hint, your level has reached the first rank ceiling, please complete the promotion trial quest as soon as possible. Hint, you won't be able to get any experience gain from killing monsters until you advance to the second rank. Hint, you have risen to level 100 in 12 days and reached the achievement upgrade adult. Receive the achievement reward of a first-order golden achievement treasure chest. Seeing the system prompt, Xiao Chen's heart rejoiced. I can't believe I got another achievement treasure chest, and it's still gold quality. It was totally unexpected. But within 2 minutes of being happy, Xiao Chen couldn't be happy anymore. Because he's in an awkward situation. He was still being squeezed tightly by countless decaying tree people at this time, moving his body was a problem, how could he get out? Chapter 36, Questioning. Just as Xiao Chen was agonizing over how to leave, he received a few more system prompts. Alert! You have reached level 100 and have activated the skill Battle Spirit Charge. Open the skills panel to view the skill description. Skill name, Battle Spirit Charge. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, 50 mana is required each time this skill is used. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill effect, charge forward, charge distance 10-100 meters, uncontrolled and unblockable during the charge. Deals 1 point of damage to enemies along the way. It's really a sleepy head. I was worried about how to leave, but now it's good. What the hell is 1 point of damage to an enemy though? Never mind, he had long since gotten used to it, he had accepted it from the moment he awakened to this profession, it was well within his acceptance. Battle Spirit Charge. Xiao Chen directly unleashed his newly acquired skill. The surrounding roots of the decaying tree people that were entangled around him directly collapsed, and his entire person scurried out like an arrow off the string. Anything that blocked him along the road was all smashed away, and some sturdy boulders were even knocked apart. The effect is just a little too strong to be scary. Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief throughout his body after breaking free of the decaying tree man's bonds. When Xiao Chen arrived at the restaurant, a few other people had not yet returned. I guess I should have been hid here in Xiao Chen, and I'm still furious about practicing. Lun, however, took a rare moment to gracefully eat at the restaurant. Seeing Xiao Chen return, Long immediately put down his chopsticks and hurriedly asked, "How is the upgrade situation today?" "Not bad." "How many levels?" Hearing Xiao Chen say it was okay, Long's face showed joy. "Work hard and try to rush to level 100 in 2 days, then I can go to Sword 5 to get my equipment." "I'm level 100. What?" Rather than knowing Xiao Chen's leveling speed, at this moment, he was also shocked by Xiao Chen's words. They all knew exactly how much experience was needed for level 91-100, more than twice as much as 81-90. Xiao Chen was actually able to rise 9 levels in a row, which was unbelievable. They couldn't be more clear about what kind of monsters were within the Death Swamp. As far as he could remember, there was simply no place within the Death Swamp that could satisfy such a high efficiency in brushing monsters. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he opened his mouth and asked, "Did you kill a level 99 decayed tree man?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "Yes." The level 99 decayed treeman is a nightmare for most newcomers, but I didn't expect it to become your treasure trove of monsters to brush. I'll go get your equipment." After saying that, Long ran outside. Without taking 2 steps, he quickly returned and pulled Xiao Chen along with him. "Forget it, in order to convince those guys, you'd better come with me." Xiao Chen didn't want to be so flashy, but he could only endure it when he thought of the benefits he would get. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen followed Long to the admissions office. Several other enrollment teachers were not yet off duty, and when they saw Long arriving with a student in tow, their faces showed odd colors. "Little dragon, what's going on with you?" "Ha, Wang Pa, this is the genius of our meat shield department. He has risen to level 100 today." Not only Wang Ma, but even several other teachers put down their work at hand and turned to look at Xiao Chen. "Darkness students, you turn on personal information viewing privileges for everyone. Note, professionals also set through the system whether or not to allow other professionals to view their own personal information, so that others can view their basic information only when the view function is turned on." When the other teachers viewed Xiao Chen's profile, they all fell silent. "Little dragon, from what I know of you, it's not so bad that you would fudge just for a piece of growth class equipment. Why on earth are you doing this?" Upon hearing Wang Granny's words, Long first froze, then Bo Ran was furious. "Wang Granny, I respect that you are a senior, but you can eat your food, but you can't talk nonsense. Who in Shijing Warrior Academy doesn't know about my character? Not to mention 1 piece of growth class equipment, even 10 pieces and 100 pieces can't make me do anything to falsify it." At this time, the magician Laoli, who was on the side, opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Long, don't be angry, we are just discussing the matter. This special recruitment of new students and the emergence of a number of powerful rare professions, necromancers, poison masters, elf archers, and even the idea of swordsmen have, these professions, which is not a very fast leveling speed of the profession, but even so, the highest level of them can only just reach level 80. You meet shield department of the leveling speed to be able to level with them has been a very big deal, and now actually ahead of them more than 20 levels. Now you're actually more than 20 levels ahead of them, which is indeed a bit unbelievable to say the least." A middle-aged woman sitting in the corner by the window sneered, "Long, do you know the consequences of faking in the Shijing Warrior Academy?" Dragon was furious for a moment. Xiao Chen stepped forward and scanned the crowd coldly. "I'm Xiao Chen from the 3rd class of the senior year of Newtown High School, and I was awakened to become a professional at school 12 days ago. If you don't believe me, you can check through the education system. By the way, I'm still a field agent for the Professionals League, so if you need to verify your identity, you can call on Old Gun." Seeing Xiao Chen as if he had nothing to say, several other teachers stopped speaking and quickly verified Xiao Chen's identity information through the system. One of them even unapologetically called Zhao Long, who was performing the awakening ceremony for Newtown High School at the time. When they all got an affirmative answer, then looked at Xiao Chen, expression became extremely complicated. "Reverse scale battle spirit, this occupation should be your second since the descent of the universal paradise until now. It seems like our previous understanding of this profession was still too superficial. Alas, little dragon, my old wife's eyes are dim and I didn't see clearly. The old man is here to apologize to you." It must be said that Granny Wang is also a person who can bend and bend, realizing that she was wrong and immediately apologizing to a junior, without leaning on her old age in the slightest. With this alone, Xiao Chen's attitude towards her changed. At this time, Sword 5, who hadn't said anything, took out a prop from his storage parcel and threw it to Long, willing to bet. He then looked at Xiao Chen with a look of approval on his face. "You, not bad." After getting the stuff, Long's ugly face instantly turned into a joyful smile. "Well, I'll leave you to it, we haven't eaten yet." When Xiao Chen and Long left, the quiet office was suddenly talking.
A piece of dusty information about the profession of reverse scale war soul was also rediscovered. Shortly after, a new information about the profession of reverse scale warrior soul was compiled and uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom Warrior database. In the new information, the evaluation of the profession of reverse scale battle spirit has been directly upgraded from E rank to A rank. Chapter 37 The Growth Kit. After leaving the school building, Long directly threw Xiaochen 2 pieces of equipment. A pair of boots, a belt. Kid, it's cheap for you. I didn't expect that stingy guy, Sword 5, to come up with this belt. I just happen to have a matching growth class equipment here, so I'll give it to you together. Receiving the equipment, Xiaochen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Thanks. Hey, you're a genius that I personally recruited in, so naturally I have to vigorously cultivate you. Don't disgrace me in the back or I'll make sure to make you look good. Aha! Alright, things are done. I won't be accompanying you guys for dinner. 2 more Meat Shield Department geniuses have come out from the southwest. I have to fight for them to come to our academy. Looking at Lons dashing back as he left, Xiaochen didn't say anything. However, he is good for him in his heart. At this time to say more thank you words are of little use, to be later have the opportunity to give practical benefits and help that is Xiaochen's way of life. Back at the restaurant, a few others still hadn't returned. It seemed that several people were feeling the pressure here in Xiaochen and had to work harder to level up. Otherwise, when asked by other students within the academy, they would be too embarrassed to say that they belong to the same core students of the Meat Shield Warrior department as Xiaochen. After dinner, it was back inside his personal room in the basement alone. Open the equipment to view it. Equipment name, Granite Boots Growth Class Equipment. Equipment level, 99. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wearing requirements, 200 points of physique can be used. Equipment location, boots. Physical defense, 99. Magic defense, 99. Additional skill, Windrunner toughness, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20 toughness. Attachment attribute, power of promotion. After binding, this equipment will advance as the professional advances, and a new additional attribute can be gained after advancement. Note, toughness is a very important attribute that effectively reduces the duration of control effects on a professional. Equipment name, Rock Belt Growth Class Equipment. Equipment level, 99. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wearing requirements, 200 points of physique can be used. Equipment location, belt. Physical defense, 99. Magic defense, 99. Additional skill, Strength of the Rock, restores 0.5% of maximum life value per second. Attachment attribute, power of promotion. After binding, this equipment will advance as the professional advances, and a new additional attribute can be gained after advancement. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment fit Xiaochen almost perfectly. Xiaochen was in deep thought. This was no coincidence, it should be the equipment that Long had carefully selected specifically for him. It seemed that accepting Lung's invitation to enter the Warrior Academy at that time was an extremely correct decision. Tip, whether to wear the equipment. Once worn, the equipment will become bound. Bound equipment will not be traded. Dress. After putting the 2 pieces of equipment on, Xiaochen accidentally realized that the set attribute had been activated. Hint, you have activated the rock set attribute. Gain the immovable as a mountain buff bonus. Immovable as a mountain, stopping immobilization while the wearer is in combat will activate this buff, boosting base defense x 10% every 10 seconds, with a 50% boost cap. The immovable as a mountain buff was Xiaochen's biggest gain from getting these 2 pieces of equipment. Its base attributes are not bad, but they are far from this one in comparison. View the personal attributes panel. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 100. Life Value, 5670. Mana, 63. Physique, 567. Base Attribute 493 plus Equipment Skill Bonus 74. Power, 20. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 6. Physical Defense, 697. 283 Base Defense plus 414 Additional Defense. Magic Defense, 663. 283 Basic Magic Defense plus 380 Additional Magic Defense. Battle Strength Assessment, 758. If he triggers the immovable mountain buff during combat and stacks to full, his double defense will be even more terrifying. As for skills, they are also upgraded quite a bit. Thorn's Thorn, rank 41, rebound damage 100%. Firm as a Rock, rank 41, mitigates damage by 50%. Battle Soul Awakening, Rank 1, can be used on a skill you have already mastered. The effect of that skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Battle Spirit Revival, Rank 1, immediately restores 20% of life value after using this skill. Battle Spirit Charge, Rank 1, charge forward, charge distance 10-100 meters, uncontrolled and unblockable during the charge. Deals 1 point of damage to enemies along the way. The above 5 skills are the professional skills of the reverse scale Battle Spirit. There are also generic skills. Power of the Silver Moon, Rank 1, restores life value limit x 0.1% per second. Note, recovery is also possible in combat state. Relentless Taunt, Rank 1, use this skill to relentlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you. Enemy units that are taunted will force a normal attack on you for 10 seconds. The other 3 skills are equipment skills. Undead Shield, use this skill to apply a 30-second shield to yourself, which absorbs a total of up to 1000 points of damage value while it exists, and turns 50% of the damage into your own life value. Power of the Rock, restores 0.5% of max life per second. Immovable as a mountain, stopping immobilization while the wearer is in combat will activate this buff, boosting base defense x 10% every 10 seconds, with a 50% boost cap. Vocational skills and general skills can be leveled up using skill points, while equipment skills cannot be leveled up. There are now 25 skill points left to allocate. How to choose? Aside from Thorn's Thorn and Firm as a Rock, which could no longer be boosted, and 3 equipment skills, there were only 5 skills that could be boosted. Battle Spirit Awakening is powerful but too short-lived to consider for now. The skill Battle Spirit Recovery can be completely replaced with a recovery potion, and is not the most urgent skill that needs to be upgraded at the moment. As for Battle Spirit Charge, there is even less need to boost it. Leveling up also does nothing more than increase the charge distance or decrease the cooldown. In the end, it came down to 2 options. Power of the Silver Moon and Relentless Taunt. Silver Moon power paired with Granite Belt comes with the skill Granite Power, which allows him to recover quite a bit of lifesteal per second even in battle. All qualitative development would doom Xiao Chen's life value to be ridiculously high, and if passive blood restoration could be boosted up, it would be the equivalent of bringing a couple of full-time nannies by his side. Prompt, yes/no to upgrade skill Silver Moon Power? Elevate. Alert, skill Silver Moon Power has been upgraded to level 2. Checking the attributes of the skill after Silver Moon Power was raised to level 2, the life value restored per second was raised from 0.1% to 0.15%, an increase of 0.05%. This boost is okay. Xiao Chen then added all of his remaining 24 skill points to Silver Moon Power. Chapter 38 Blood Gas Shock. After all the skill points are added, the Silver Moon Power level reaches 26. It also restores life per second at 1.35%. Together with the stacking of the Power of the Rock, Xiao Chen's recovery per second reached 1.85%. It may not seem like much, but realize that this is a recovery rate per second. At this point, his life value cap reached 5,670 points, so the recovery per second would be 105 points. This recovery also continues to increase as his life level increases. If the skill Silver Moon Power was raised to the highest level, he would then be a mobile blood recovery machine. How powerful would he be then? Combined with the Thorn skill, it's hard to die. At this moment, Xiao Chen was full of confidence in his future development. Close the skill panel and take out the First Order Golden Achievement treasure chest from the storage space. Hint, isn't the First Order Golden Achievement treasure chest opened? Turn it on. A bright golden light shot out from the treasure chest while a prompt rang out. Alert, you have obtained a treasure chest of rare skill scrolls. Xiao Chen's heart was delighted. Rare skill scrolls, most of the skills opened belong to special skills, and special skills often represented powerful. Hint, yes/no to use the rare skill scroll treasure chest? After using it, you can obtain a rare skill scroll at random. Use. Alert, you have obtained the rare skill scroll Blood Aura Shock. View skill attributes. Skill name, Blood Aura Shock. Skill type, active skill. Skill consumption, using this skill consumes 10% of your life value limit x 10% of your blood. Skill cooldown, none. Skill effect, by consuming one's own life value to send out a blood gas shock to the surrounding area with a radius of 50 meters around oneself, the target subject to the shock will be stunned for 3 seconds. Consume 100 life value to reach 100 points to stun for 1 second. Consume life value to reach 1000 points to stun for 2 seconds. Consume life value to reach 10,000 points to stun for 3 seconds. It also reduces the opponent's attack power by 1,000 points.
The amount of reduction depends on the amount of life value you consume.
For every 100 life points consumed, the opponent's attack power is reduced by 1 point.
After reading the skill introduction, Xiao Chen's heart thumped.
This skill is definitely a god-level skill for meat shield warriors. Not only does it have strong control, but it also has a weakness attribute, and the skill has no cooldown.
It can theoretically be cast infinitely as long as you have enough life points,
provided your life recovery rate can keep up. And Xiao Chen happened to be able to perfectly manage this skill. His self-recovery rate per second was now at 1.85%, which meant that he could use this skill every 5 seconds or so.
The premise is that no additional blood is lost when attacked.
And the effect and duration of reducing the opponent's attack depends on the amount of their own spent life points.
Lowering the enemy's attack power is the same as raising your own defense. Combined with the stun, Xiao Chen had a very large room for maneuver.
The only downside is that to achieve 3 seconds of control time he needs to consume 10,000 life points, which means he has to reach 10 late points to control for 3 seconds. Only 1 second of control with his current lifesteal.
This skill gets stronger the later you get into the game.
Close the skill list. Xiao Chen looked out the window at the setting sun, sipped his steaming coffee, and thought about what he needed to do next. He had now reached level 100, and there was no longer any experience gained from killing monsters before advancing to the second rank. Must break through the second order as soon as possible. But before that, he still needed to break into the trial tower. Once you break through the second stage, you will lose the qualification to break through the first stage trial tower. It is said that breaking into the trial tower will not only get the rich rewards given by the system, but will also be rewarded by the trainees if they do well in breaking through.
Never miss it.
The 72 trial towers descended at the same time as the universal paradise descended on the blue planet. However, most of these trial towers descended in places off the beaten path, some even descended in the depths of the sea, and some even descended above the clouds. Most of the trial towers that ordinary trialists could reach had powerful descending creatures entrenched in them. Therefore, less than a third of the trial towers were actually accessible to ordinary people.
And the Dragon Kingdom alone has 5 trial towers.
One of them is in Xijing. It was the possession of this trial tower that led to the settlement of the Xijing Warrior Academy. This also caused Xijing, a former third-tier city, to become the premier first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom in just over 10 years. The rankings in the trial tower were not specific to a certain area, but were common to all professionals. After more than a decade of development in the entire Blue Star, the number of professionals had already exceeded hundreds of millions, and the number of low-ranked professionals was in the majority. This led to unprecedented competition for rankings in the trial tower. The trial tower ranking does not remove the name of a professional due to their promotion. Their name will remain on the trial tower unless they are forcibly squeezed off. Every so often a more powerful professional would emerge, thus surpassing the rankings set by some of the earlier powerhouses. It was a matter of great supreme honor to be able to surpass the rankings once held by powerful people who were now prominent. Whether it is to obtain benefits from the trial tower, or for the sake of development, or for the sake of reputation, to break into the trial tower has become a most direct and effective means. Some of these forces poured out their resources to search for top equipment and skills for some of the professionals who were expected to hit the upper levels of the trial tower. This showed how fierce the competition was in the First Order Trial Tower. As Xiao Chen was getting ready for bed, Lung sent a message.
Brother Lung, Black Knight student, have you gone to bed yet? Blackout, not yet. Brother Dragon, are you going to storm the trial tower tomorrow? Blackout, aha.
Brother Lung, are you confident of making it to the top 10,000?
Blackout, I don't know.
Brother Long. Blackout, I don't know much about the Tower of Trials. Brother Dragon, I almost forgot, you guys haven't officially started school yet, and no teacher has explained the contents of the trial tower to you yet.
It's normal to not understand it.
Brother Long, Impact Trial Tower related knowledge after more than 10 years of organization has formed a system, explaining it is very time consuming. I'm not in the front line of teaching for many years on the latest information is also not very clear, you just try to break in on your own, wait until the official opening of the school, there are teachers dedicated to you believe that explain.
Blackout, okay.
Brother Long, by the way, you mustn't rise to the second rank in these days, if you do, you'll lose your qualification for the first rank trial tower challenge. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, there were still 3 days before school started. I don't know how long it will take to explain the Tower of Trials after school starts. Calculating like this, I don't know when he'll be able to advance to the second rank. But impacting the trial tower should take quite a bit of time as well, so the math should be about right.
Xiao Chen then agreed. Chapter 39 Challenging the Trial Tower. Shijing, Professional Square. As the largest plaza in Shijing City, it is always crowded at all times. There are not only a large number of professionals gathered here but also many ordinary people. Most of the ordinary people were here to visit the only 3 mysterious trial towers in the Dragon Kingdom, and some of them were here to look for business opportunities. In the center of the plaza stood a huge metal column like a metal cylinder. The diameter of the metal column reaches more than 50 meters, and the top is not in the clouds to know its exact height. Its appearance is so smooth that countless people have tried all kinds of methods and failed to leave the slightest trace on its surface, which is enough to show its hardness. This is the Tower of Trials. Ordinary people could only stand and watch from afar, and they would be forcibly excluded if they approached within 100 meters of the trial tower. Xiao Chen squeezed through the crowd, and the crowd thinned out when he got close to within 100 meters of the trial tower. Just as Xiao Chen was observing the trial tower, the murmurs of a few people next to him came. Did you guys see that guy who went in just now? It's rumored that he's already reached the 6th rank, and he came over today presumably to storm the 6th rank trial tower. 6th rank powerhouses are too far away from us, it's better to focus on the 1st rank trial tower. What's there to be concerned about in the 1st order trial tower? It's not even out of the novice village yet. What's the difference between watching them break through and watching vegetable chickens pecking at each other? You country bumpkin don't know anything. The 1st order trial tower is where the competition is the fiercest. Many professionals don't have a strong background, so they can only make a name for themselves by breaking into the trial tower, and once they are recognized by those big powers they can level the playing field. And if the level of breaking through is extremely high you may also receive a reward from the state. Of course that kind of reward is definitely not available to the average professional. Brother Zhang, you also broke through the trial tower when you were at the 1st rank, right? How many floors did you break through then? This. Don't even mention it, ha ha ha. Him? I think I remember less than 10 floors. 10 floors, that low? Low? Do you know the difficulty of the trial tower? Every 10 floors is a level, and each level is guarded by a boss. How can it be that easy for a single person to kill a boss? That's true, the last time we killed a boss we had to get more than 10 people together to narrowly kill it. In that case, the 10th floor really isn't too easy to get through. It's not just that it's not easy to pass, the path of the trial tower for at least 9 tiers of professionals ends at the 10th tier. Then how do you guys think those who broke through to the hundreds of floors got through? Master Ghost knows, if I knew, I wouldn't have only just broken through to the 10th floor. As soon as he approached the trial tower, Xiao Chen received a system prompt. Prompt, yes no to enter the Tower of Trials? Enter. A soft energy then wrapped around Xiao Chen, and immediately afterward, it was like the whole person was weightless. When he looked at his surroundings again, he was already inside the trial tower. This was not the 1st floor of the trial tower, but a place similar to a preparation room. Welcome to the Tower of Trials in the world's paradise. The challenger is detected to be 1st order level 100. The system has automatically selected the 1st order trial tower for you. Hint, trialists can challenge the trial tower as many times as they like. Hint, challenge is failed if the trialist dies or quits through the system. After failing the challenge you will drop 1 level and need to re-challenge. Hint, you have been granted 3 resurrection chances. This resurrection chance is only effective when challenging the 1st order trial tower. Hint, every time you pass a level, the trialist's life value, mana value, and other physical attributes will be refilled. At the same time all your skills will be refreshed. Hint, the use of any props is prohibited to challenge the 1st order trial tower, except for the equipment you are wearing. Read all the tips carefully. Having 3 resurrections is certainly good news. You don't have to worry about dying before you run out of resurrections to challenge the higher difficulties. At the end of each challenge, their own state will be reattained to the best state, and the skills will be fully restored to the cooldown, so that those who challenge the Tower of Trials can save a lot of time. This last tip completely eliminates the possibility of some people trying to get through with powerful disposable props. After getting ready, Xiao Chen walked straight to the portal in the center of the hall. Alert! You have entered the 1st level of the 1st order trial ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 30 minutes is considered a pass. A vast expanse of prairie with a few scattered low trees standing in the distance. At the end of the grassland a huge wolf as majestic as a buffalo was walking slowly and oppressively. Monster name, Steppe Wolf Trial Monster. Level, 100. Life value, 20,000. Mana, 2,000. Physical attack, 499. Magic attack, 399. Physical defense, 299. Magic defense, 299.
The grassland giant wolf's basic attributes were all pretty good, and it was quite a bit stronger than the level 99 decaying tree man, but it didn't have any skills. Thinking that this is only the first floor of the trial tower is also relieved.
Ooh-hoo. With a wolf howl, the steppe giant wolf charged towards Xiao Chen. With 499 attack power, there is no threat at all. 2 minutes later. Hint: you have killed all the monsters on the first floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You gain trial points x1. Xiao Chen knew nothing about the challenge content of the trial tower. Long hadn't given him any relevant information about the inside of the trial tower yesterday either.
Xiao Chen is not sure what the trial points are for, but it's not hard to guess that they can be exchanged for props similar to college points. Only the object of redeeming props became the trial tower. Returned to the preparation level to look around and did not find the use of trial points place, think need a certain number of layers will open the exchange authority.
In that case, let's get on with it. The second level of the trial tower was exactly the same as the first, except that the number of steppe giant wolves had changed from 1 to 2. This had no effect on Xiao Chen. It still only took 2 minutes for Xiao Chen to easily pass the second level. On the third level, the number of prairie wolves changed to 3. It was 3 times as difficult as the first level for other professionals, but it made no difference to Xiao Chen. 10 minutes or so later. Hint: you have killed all the monsters on the 9th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x1, and now have accumulated 9 points. The 9th level changed to 9 steppe giant wolves just like before. This kind of monsters that couldn't break Xiao Chen's defense coming anymore didn't have any effect on him. Entering the 10th level, the map remains unchanged. The number of prairie giant wolves also went from 9 to 10 as guessed. But a new monster has also appeared behind them. Chapter 40, Global Rankings. A wolf that was blood red all over and much smaller than the other giant wolves of the steppe caught Xiao Chen's attention. Monster name: Blood Wolf King Trial Boss. Level: 100. Life value: 40,000 40,000. Mana: 5,000 5,000. Physical attack: 499. Magic attack: 499. Physical defense: 299. Magic defense: 299. Skill: stealthy sneaking. The Blood Wolf King utilizes its excellent concealment ability and keen sense of the environment to approach prey or avoid threats without being detected. At night or in complex terrain, its sneaking effect is significantly enhanced. Skill: group synergy. The proto-wolf demonstrates a high degree of collaboration in a group, able to formulate and execute complex tactical plans, such as distracting the enemy, encircling and besieging the prey, and so on. When fighting as a team, each Blood Wolf King is able to flexibly adjust its strategy based on the actions of its companions. Skill: rapid raid. In a short period of time, the Blood Wolf King is able to burst out with amazing speed and strength, making short-range lightning raids to quickly capture prey or escape danger. This skill can often determine life and death at critical moments. After reading the attributes and skill descriptions of the Blood Wolf King, it can only be described as trash. In just less than 5 minutes, the mighty Blood Wolf King and 10 steppe giant wolves had died from the rebound of their attacks. Hint: you have killed all the monsters on the 10th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x10, and now have accumulated 19 points. You actually get 10 points directly after clearing the 10th level, which is more than levels 1 through 9 combined. The only unfortunate thing is that killing monsters in the trial tower doesn't pop out coins or equipment. Level 110 Xiao Chen didn't even use any skills, standing still and letting them attack has easily passed. The Blood Wolf King that ordinary professionals can't do anything about by all means is even more like a small monster that suffocates and dies. After a short break, the challenge continued. Alert! You have entered the 11th level of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint: killing all monsters in the map within 30 minutes is considered a pass. The map of the 11th level was still the same as the first 10, still an endless prairie. But the monsters that appeared were completely different from before. More than a dozen hornets the size of crows appeared in all directions. The buzzing of hornets spreading their wings is irritating. After checking the attributes of the hornet, Xiao Chen simply sat on his butt on the ground. Half a small hour passed. Xiao Chen directly passed the 20th floor of the trial tower. Starting from the 11th level of the trial tower, you can earn 2 points for each level you clear. Pass the 20th floor and get 20 points directly. He now had a total of 67 trial points. Next, Xiao Chen was unstoppable all the way. 5 hours later, he arrived at the 100th floor of the trial tower. If anything, the 10th floor was the first watershed, eliminating more than 90% of the professionals. Then the 100th floor is the second watershed, where more than 90% of the professionals will be eliminated again. Not 1 in 10,000 of all first-order trialists could pass the 100th floor. It also only appears on top of the global list if you pass the 100th floor. Passing the 100th floor is the challenge for the strongest, is the true beginning. Alert, you have entered the 100th level of the first-order trial ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Entering the 100 level map, it was still an endless prairie. All the monsters from levels 199 appear around the grassland, including 9 of the bosses. Looking at the various monsters that covered the sky, if it was an ordinary professional at this moment, it was estimated that they would all directly initiate a quit application. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had a smile on his lips. What's the point of having 10 or 100 times more monsters that can't break through his defenses? In just 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the boss, were all dead. Regional announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 100th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Hint, you have killed all the monsters on the 100th floor of the Trial Tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points X100, and now have accumulated points of 1055. Hint, you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 16,321. Hint, you have opened the Trial Tower Points Mall, and can exchange corresponding props in the Trial Tower Preparation Room. All professionals within 100 kilometers of the Shijing Trial Tower received this system announcement. Some high-ranking pactors don't give a damn about it, and a higher tier is only a First Order. A First Order professional was similar to a mole cricket in their eyes. In their view, it was a child's game and not worth paying attention to. Unless one was able to enter the top 100 of the First Order Trial Tower would be worthy of their attention. The news, on the other hand, made waves in the eyes of some small forces and low-ranked professionals. Especially some people who knew the name Black Knight were shocked beyond words. Just 13 days ago, Xiao Chen had only just awakened as a professional, and actually made it onto the global rankings, although it was only the first rank, and the ranking was still extremely backward. Anyone who had broken through the First Order Trial Tower knew how difficult it was. And at this time, there was no one happier than Brother Long, and of course, Fatty Chen Duoduoqian. Xiao Chen turned on the no-disturb mode after entering the trial tower. He didn't have many close friends, but it was all he could do to stay out of trouble. Returning to the trial tower preparation room, he did not rush to continue the challenge. Instead, he came to a large new screen that had appeared near the side of the wall. This large screen was the trial tower's points mall redemption console. Only your own redeemable resources are shown in the trial points mall. Xiao Chen was barely able to reach the initial stage of activating the mall, and was naturally the person with the least amount of points. There is a very limited number of things that can be redeemed, but every single one of them is good. Currently redeemable props are listed below. Free attribute points, redemption price 200 points per point, limited to 100 points per person. Skill enhancement points, redemption price 1000 points per point, limit 10 points per person. Instant life value recovery potion, redemption price 500 points bottle, limited to 10 bottles per person. Instantly restores 50% of life value after use. Instant mana recovery potion, redemption price 200 points bottle, limited to 10 bottles per person. Instantly restores 50% mana after use. There are currently only these 4 types of props for redemption in the Trials Points Mall. As you can see here, there are other ways for a professional to gain attribute points besides upgrading. The reason why the gap between strong people and ordinary professionals grew wider and wider in the later stages was precisely because of the result of constant accumulation. Chapter 41, Entering the Top 10,000. Xiao Chen had only gained 1,055 trial points by clearing 100 levels. More than 1,000 points may seem like a lot, but they can only be exchanged for 1 skill point. You can see how hard it is to get extra skill points other than the ones you get from upgrading. This also proved how heaven-defying Xiao Chen's luck was in obtaining skill point vouchers the last time he opened the achievement treasure chest. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen gave up on redeeming it now. Redeeming them now wouldn't help him much in challenging the trial tower, so it was better to save the points for when the challenge was over. Maybe more useful goodies will be added to the mall as more points are added. Closing the points redemption mall page, Xiao Chen started the challenge again. Alert, you have entered the 101st floor of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass.
The environment of the 101st floor of the trial tower had finally changed, and it was no longer an endless prairie, but a dense jungle. The jungle was filled with the chirping of insects and birds, and the sunlight shone through the dense trees, making it seem dim and ghostly.
Xiao Chen snapped his head up.
A giant python with a body the thickness of a bucket suddenly lunged at Xiao Chen. Until then he hadn't even noticed the python circling a tree trunk not far above his head. Xiao Chen subconsciously raised his pair of cards to block.
Dang!
The snake's head and the shield clashed together with a loud clang, causing the various critters hidden in the jungle to scatter in all directions. And just then, several giant pythons once again appeared on the trunk of the tree. Pythons lunged at him. The two giant shields sandwiched Xiao Chen in the middle, leaving the python with no way to get down.
Monster name, Jungle Python Trial Monster. Level, 100. Life value, 40,000.
Mana, 4,000.
Physical attack, 599. Magic attack, 499. Physical defense, 399. Magic defense, 399. Skill, Camouflage Raid. The jungle python specializes in using its surroundings for camouflage.
Before launching an attack, the python will use its scales to blend in with the surrounding leaves and soil, making it almost impossible to be detected. When the enemy relaxes its vigilance, the python will suddenly launch a swift surprise attack and subdue the enemy in a lightning-fast manner. Skill, Winding Strangle. The jungle python utilizes its extra long and strong body to quickly launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Once close to the target, it will wrap its body tightly around the enemy, squeezing and controlling them by gradually contracting its strength. Skill, Venom Spray. The jungle python sprays deadly venom from its mouth, dealing damage while also being able to paralyze the enemy's nervous system.
Xiao Chen completely put his heart down after reading the belated python information.
The python's various attributes had been raised quite a bit from the monsters of the first 100 floors, and it also possessed 3 skills.
And then it didn't help. It still couldn't break Xiao Chen's defense, which was up to 700 points.
Since he couldn't break through the defense, the jungle python was no threat to him. Xiao Chen stood in the center like a rock, letting the giant python attack and standing still. 3 minutes later, the 5 boa constrictors that attacked him fell to the ground with a crash. Hint, you have killed all monsters on the 101st floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level.
You have gained trial points x50, and now have accumulated 1105 points.
You can only get 10 trial points per level when you pass levels 91-99, and it's directly increased to 50 points for level 101, which is a 5-fold increase. These monsters didn't feel like much of a change to Xiao Chen, but to the other professionals, the difficulty was raised by more than 5 times. When the various attributes of the monsters reached a certain value, every bit of enhancement would raise the difficulty for the professionals by a large margin. It was like the difference between a monster that could break through Xiao Chen's defensive power and a monster that couldn't.
Therefore, a 5x boost in points isn't that much.
The 102nd to 109th floors are just like the first 100 floors. The monster types haven't changed, they've just become more numerous.
The number even reached 60 or 70 when they reached the 9th floor. A mini-boss also appears on the 110th floor.
Checking the attributes, it was found that the difference in strength between the bosses in the Tower of Trials compared to the smaller monsters wasn't that significant. Trial Tower is not like other copies, can be more than one group. Some large map boss even have a team to organize thousands of people to kill. And the Tower of Trials can only be challenged by a single person, and the difficulty is there but not so outrageous that no one would be able to get through it otherwise. Hint, you have killed all monsters on the 110th floor of the Trial Tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x500, and now have accumulated points 2005. Another 5 hours passed. Dozens of bosses and countless small monsters were littered with corpses, and Xiao Chen was independently in the center. His life value was still full and he didn't receive the slightest damage. Regional announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Alert, you have killed all monsters on the 200th floor of the Trial Tower, and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x1400, and now have accumulated 19,105 points. Hint, you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 8,864. Hint, your Trial Tower points mall has unlocked more redeemable props. 3 consecutive announcements appeared on the system panels of all professionals within 100 kilometers around the Shijing trial tower. It made some people who had originally scoffed at Xiao Chun passing the 100th floor begin to re-examine this newcomer. And more people began to haul Xiao Chen's information through various channels. However, before the old gun to Xiao Chen's personal information to file encrypted after being able to query his information is very few people. But not the major warrior academies. At this moment, inside the Shijing Warrior Academy Special Recruitment Office, Long was in high spirits. Looking to the other teachers in the office, no longer looking up like before. Especially when he looked at Jian Wu, the pride on his face was undeniable. The necromancer Queen Mother spoke, "We were all still looking away before. I didn't expect that kid to actually make it this far." A smile appeared on Magician Old Li's face. "Well, at that time, I felt that this little guy's temperament was extraordinary. My vision is still as good as ever." Hearing this, the others in the office couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. But since he was the oldest and most qualified here, it was not good for everyone to sweep him off his feet. "Little dragon, did you get him a luxurious outfit? Otherwise how could that little guy rush to the 200th floor in one day?" "Granny Wang, what are you talking about? Aren't you guys clear about how much family money I have? I just gave him the equipment that Sword 5 lost to me and the one I used to bet on the fight myself. I haven't given him anything else, and I haven't even told him about the situation inside the trial tower." "What?" The crowd looked at Lung in unison. Chapter 42: The Teacher's Shock. Xiao Chen, as a newcomer, and based on his background information, it was very likely that he didn't even know about the existence of the trial tower before this. It also meant that he knew nothing about the interior of the trial tower before entering it. Rushing to the 200th floor in one day without knowing anything about it, there was only one possibility, and that was that Xiao Chen had passed the trial tower by breaking through with absolute strength. Normally, most organized trialists would have someone train and explain to them before breaking into the trial tower. Each level of what monsters, difficult to pass, the previous summarized tips to pass, and how to match the equipment will be explained one by one. Only when they are fully prepared do they start the challenge. And how could Xiao Chen not surprise them when he had ventured out without any preparation and managed to pass the 200th floor? At this time, Granny Wang suddenly spoke as if she had thought of something. "Xiao Long, contact him immediately and tell him to stop breaking through the barrier immediately." "What's wrong, Granny Wang?" "Xiao Long, he was able to pass the 200 level without knowing any information, and then under our careful guidance and cultivation he might be able to hit the best results of the Shijing Warrior Academy. If he takes the risk of wasting all 3 resurrection chances, there will be no chance for trial and error." The people only remembered this when they heard the king's wife's words. Lung tried to contact him a few more times and still couldn't get through. One could only helplessly shake his head. "I contacted him when the announcement was made through the 100 level, but I couldn't get in touch with him." That's a problem. Xiao Chen knows nothing about the outside world. At this moment, he was standing in front of the big screen in the trial preparation room watching the points mall. In addition to the previous 4 kinds of props, have added a number of new props, but most of them are some one-time use props, which do not help much to enhance their own. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen still decided to hold off on redeeming it and go back to ask Brother Long for more information to see if there were more worthy props to redeem later on. 11 hours had passed since the start of the challenge and it was time to head back. Leaving the trial tower, Xiao Chen didn't attract much attention. Even now that it's dark, it's still crowded. As a professional, the physical quality of the body is too much stronger than ordinary people. The time needed to sleep is also much less than ordinary people. To the high level or even more than 10 days to sleep once is normal. When he returned to the academy cafeteria, a few of the others hadn't returned yet, but Lung had been waiting for him in the cafeteria for a long time. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, Long stood up excitedly. "You're finally back, I've been so anxious." Xiao Chen was unsure and looked at Long suspiciously. "What's wrong? You said you had nothing to do with getting undisturbed. I haven't been able to reach you." Xiao Chen then remembered to open the system settings and cancel the no disturb mode. "It was fine if I didn't open it, but when I did, the overwhelming number of friend requests kept brushing the screen. It didn't slow down until a few minutes later." Xiao Chen knew that there would be quite a few people who would add him as a friend after successfully passing the 200 level, but he didn't expect there to be so many. "The few close friends I have sent greetings and congratulations as well." Closing the system panel, "Mr. Long, what's wrong? Kid, how many times have you used your resurrection chance today?" Xiao Chen then realized the reason why Teacher Long was so eager to contact him. "Once." Xiao Chen hadn't finished his sentence when Long took a long breath and said, "Fortunately, it was only used once." "Dragon, not once."
What? Is there only one more go?
Xiao Chen was speechless to the extreme. Could he still let someone finish his sentence?
It didn't work once. What? You said you cleared the 200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower without using a single resurrection?
Seeing Xiao Chen nod his head in acknowledgement, he was overjoyed in his heart.
Well, it's good that it didn't work out. Lun, what's wrong?
Dragon at this time in a good mood, pulling Xiao Chen sat at the table. To the cook ordered a few small dishes on a few bottles of good wine before slowly introduced the whole thing.
After listening to Lan's narration, Xiao Chen's eyes grew brighter.
Kid, after a few of us deliberated and decided that if you can enter the top 1,000 cadets of the First Order Trial Tower you will be given a special reward. If we can enter the top 100 rewards will be even more generous. As for a more forward ranking, forget it, that's almost unlikely. Xiao Chen was still relatively confident about entering the top 1,000, as for the top 100 he actually didn't hold much hope. As the tiers increase, the monsters get stronger. As long as the monster's attack exceeded his defense by too much, there was nothing he could do. After all, he wasn't like other professions who could still kill monsters through tricks, pulls and the like. The only way he could kill monsters was to take a beating, and as long as he didn't die himself, there was basically no monster he couldn't kill. Alright, I've told you everything that should be said. There are still 2 more days before school officially starts. It looks like you won't be able to wait that long. This is the information on the First Order Trial Tower that I got from the lecturer. Take a good look at it, it'll help you to break through the barrier.
Thanks. Hey, I recruited you, it's only right to be responsible for you.
Returning to his room, he asked the intelligent robot to make himself a cup of coffee and lay comfortably on the couch in a half lay. Originally, he didn't care much about the trial tower breakthrough results, but at this moment, he changed his mind. Not to mention the various rewards given by the trainees, the trial points gained from breaking into the trial tower could be exchanged for a lot of nice things. Since he had decided to properly break into the trial tower, the preparations that should be made still needed to be made. Now can quickly enhance the strength of the method is to enhance the defense. Enhance the defense of the fastest and most effective method is naturally to get equipment. Professionals have a total of 15 equipment slots, which are 1. In the position of the main weapon, the Silver Moon Shield is now worn.
2. In the secondary weapon position, the Undead Shield is now worn. 3. Helmet position, now vacant.
4. Clothing position, now wearing the Spirit Snake Treasure Armor.
5. Boots position, now wearing Granite Boots. 6. Belt position, now wearing a Rock Belt.
7. Right hand position of the Gauntlet, now wearing a Silver Moon Gauntlet.
8. Wrist guard left hand position, now vacant. 9. The position of gloves is now vacant. Gloves can only be worn in pairs and count as one piece of equipment. 10. Necklace position, now vacant. 11. Bracelet left hand position, now vacant. 12. Right hand position of the bracelet, now vacant. 13. The left hand position of the ring, now vacant. 14. Right hand position of the ring, now vacant. 15. Medal position, now wearing the all-round medal.
With 15 equipment positions, he now wore a total of 8 pieces of equipment, leaving 7 open. The vacancies are mostly for trinket equipment, which is more rare and naturally more expensive compared to other equipment.
Chapter 43 Mutated Boss appears.
In addition to its relative rarity, the trinket class is more expensive because it is one of the few pieces of equipment that can increase attack.
Equipment for the same position, adding attack will always be more favored by professionals than adding defense.
Therefore, although defensive trinkets were rare, they were also cheaper than offensive trinkets.
Open the backpack to view it.
He now owned a total of 138 gold and 65 silver, which converted to Dragon Kingdom currency was 1.38 million. The sale of the house also yielded over $1 million, which could theoretically be exchanged for 100 gold coins. That adds up to about 240 gold coins in his assets. There were also over 30 pieces of normal white equipment in the backpack as well as a handful of green and blue equipment. Every time he saw this backpack of equipment, Xiao Chen had a moment of helplessness. The monsters he had killed in the past few days amounted to at least 100,000, which translated to almost 3,000 monsters killed before a piece of normal equipment would pop out. That burst rate is really touching in comparison to other professionals. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen opened his friend's communication list to find Shen Duo from it.
Blackout, in?
Shandos, brother Black Knight, you finally contacted me. If I wasn't afraid of disturbing your break-in, I would have contacted you a long time ago.
Chandler, brother Blackout, how can I help you? Blackout, I've got a bunch of equipment here to help me with. Shen Duo Duo, Black Knight Brothers, you kind of picked the right time. Now that the major warrior academies are about to start, many newcomers are going around buying equipment. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a high price. Xiao Chen continued after sending all the dozens of pieces of equipment to Shen Duo Duo via mail. Blackout, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Chandra, Brother Darkness, please speak, and I will do my best if I can do it. Blackout, help me buy a bunch of gear, the request is. Chandler, that's a good one. Is it urgent? Blackout, as soon as possible. Chandler, got it. Wait for my message. Ever since Xiao Chen had broken through the 200 levels, Fatty Qian had been even more enthusiastic towards him than before, and he had gone ahead and procured equipment without even asking Xiao Chen for money. Closed the chat screen with Shander. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask Brother Long about the things related to the exchange of trial points for props. I was going to make contact, then thought better of it. It's not too late to inquire first thing in the morning. And just then Lung suddenly sent him a message. Brother Lung, boy, are you asleep? Blackout, not yet. Brother Lung, come to the activity room as fast as you can, it's important. What's so urgent? Xiao Chen quickly came to the activity room with doubts. At this time, not only was Lung there, even Wang Put and Zhenwu were there. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, several people quickly surrounded him. Mr. Darkness, you will now make a trip to the Death Swamp replica right away. What's wrong? A mutated boss has appeared in the Death Swamp, and countless professionals are heading there right now. Mutant boss, what's that? Long patiently explained, there are many kinds of bosses. The common ones are normal bosses, elite bosses, and the final boss of a certain map. These three types of bosses are among the more common ones, and are generally refreshed at regular intervals in the general area within most copies. And outside of these types of bosses there are some special bosses, such as hidden bosses that you've killed, and even more powerful world-class bosses, unique bosses, etc. Mutated bosses are exactly the new bosses that form when these bosses mutate for some unknown reason, and these types of bosses tend to be even more powerful than they were before the mutation. However, if one is able to kill it, there is a high probability that it will burst out top equipment of the current level that surpasses the golden quality, and there is also a possibility of obtaining extremely rare and precious props. Granny Wang added from the sidelines, due to the appearance of the mutant boss, the system has opened up the channel connections of dozens of copies in the surrounding area, which means that professionals from other places in the surrounding area can enter the same copy through the copy entrances in other places for the mutant boss to be snatched. Wifey, I don't particularly care about what props can be popped out of the mutant boss, but if the person who kills the boss isn't a member of our academy, it will cause the academy's reputation to be greatly tarnished, and this is definitely unacceptable. Don't we have so many excellent students in our academy? Several teachers fell silent at those words. Xiao Chen also knew that he had said the wrong thing and added, since none of them were able to kill the boss, I shouldn't be able to either. This boss is a bit special and can't be killed just by having more people, you'll know when you go. Then I'll go there. Good, but also pay attention to safety, if indeed it is not possible to give up, after all, you are only the first rank, and you do not have resurrection privileges within the ordinary copies. Xiao Chen responded and quickly walked towards the entrance of the replica. After re-entering the Death Swamp copy, the number of people inside the copy became much larger, but most of them didn't stop practicing and instead raced towards the deepest part of the copy. The small monsters along the road were even cleaned up without a single one left, which made Xiao Chen's rushing speed much faster. Upon arriving at the place where the last time he killed the Decayed Tree Man, the entire map was standing full of people. 200 meters across from the crowd, a small sapling only half a person high emitted a light green light, and on the sapling there was also a fruit like a heart, and the fruit was still fluttering and beating rhythmically, like a living heart. The heart-like fruit sent ripples around it like a circle every time it beat. Some professionals who were too close to the energy ripples contacted with just a few seconds, the life value dropped a large portion, if not behind the teammates through the special equipment to forcefully pull him back to estimate that at this time has already collapsed. This was one of the reasons why all the professionals were afraid to approach the small tree. At this moment, a stout man holding a huge shield snorted coldly, "Humph, you brittle skins hide farther away, this is not a boss you can touch." This statement immediately made most of the professionals grit their teeth in anger. The lanky man, though brash, was not stupid, and had his auxiliary teammates add several buffs to him before taking a cautious step forward. His face changed drastically as soon as he came into contact with the energy ripples, because not only could the energy ripples cause sustained damage to the professional who entered them, but they also possessed a powerful attraction. Upon entering the energy ripples, a rhythmic pulling sensation appeared as the heart on the small tree pulsed,
forcibly yanking the professional who had entered it towards the small tree. No matter how much the lanky man struggled, he couldn't get out of his bonds. The few teammates behind him didn't dare to venture forward to rescue him when they saw this, and could only stand at a distance to treat him. Chapter 44. In less than 30 seconds, the lanky man slowly fell to the ground. After the man fell to the ground sprang out countless red plant roots into the man's body. Just a moment, the burly man's body was turned into a puddle of white bones, his flesh and blood was sucked up by the plant roots. "You guys, that little tree looks like it's grown a little taller." The crowd responded by looking and realizing that the little tree had indeed grown a bit taller. Someone on the side chimed in, "It was less than 20 centimeters tall when we arrived, and with some unafraid professionals providing nutrients it has now grown this tall. Based on my observations, I found that this strange tree's attack power is getting stronger and the range of the energy ripples it emits is expanding as it grows. No, if there are still people who don't know how to die and force their way to their deaths, this monstrous tree will become even more powerful, and then no one will be able to kill it at all. It is hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die with good words. Which of these dead professionals has no one ever persuaded?" At that moment, 5 consecutive arrows were shot at the heartfruit on the small tree. When the arrow flew into the range of energy ripples, it was like being ingested into the water. It was subject to strong resistance and fell down on its own after flying less than 50 meters. Not only the arrows, but even the magician's lightning spells, fireball spells, and so on were the same. Within the energy ripples would quickly devour their energy, causing them to dissipate in midair. Hundreds of people had already gathered at the scene, but none of their attacks had been able to touch that small tree until now. Someone in the crowd blurted out, "Flesh and blood beings and energy weapons don't work, so will undead creatures be able to get close? Are there necromancers here?" Xiao Chen's gaze scanned through the crowd, and eventually his eyes locked onto the necromancer from the Warrior Academy. The necromancer's name was Heavenly Disaster, and like Xiao Chen, he was a special enrollment of the Shijing Warrior Academy, and when he awakened to the necromancer profession he was invited by various organizations, and even amongst the 4 major warrior academies, he was also invited by the 4 major warrior academies. In the end, he didn't know what conditions the king's wife had used to impress him and allow him to join the Shijing Warrior Academy. Natural Disaster saw Xiao Chen sizing himself up and shook his head at him. "Not even undead creatures?" Xiao Chen did not act in a hurry. So many people surrounded here, even if he had the strength to kill the tree demon, but after killing it? If something good pops up that's eye-catching, you might even get swarmed. Besides, at this time, he was not absolutely certain that he would be able to kill the tree demon. The safest way was to wait until the equipment Fatty Qian had purchased for him arrived, and the best option was to meet the attack in the strongest state. During the waiting period, many more professionals arrived. Some of the professionals who couldn't hold back or didn't believe in the evil and rushed into the range of the energy ripples despite the dissuasion died without exception. This also allowed the tree demon to physically elevate from half a man's height to about 2 meters. As the tree demon continued to grow, the range of the energy ripples expanded rapidly. This caused the situation, which no one could get close to become even worse. The range of the energy ripples had now expanded to a radius of about 500 meters and was still growing. At this time, someone in the crowd loudly asked, "What will be the result if no one is able to kill this mutant tree demon?" "What else can happen? This copy will become a forbidden place, no one will dare to come in anymore." "That bad?" "Keep your eyes peeled, even if no one is sent to their deaths, it's growing slowly, and as long as you give it enough time, it's only a matter of time before the energy ripples spread throughout the entire copy." "Wouldn't that mean that the area connected to this copy will permanently lose its copy of the Death Swamp?" "What about future upgrades? What else can we do? Either head to a copy of another area or go out into the wilderness to practice." This reminds me of the Death Forbidden Zone in the Stick Country. Back then, it seems that a boss that could keep growing also appeared, and since it wasn't able to be killed in time at that time, it later grew to the point where no one dared to approach it within a radius of 100 kilometers. In that case it's okay, this tree demon is at least within the copy and won't endanger ordinary humans. If this tree demon was in the outside world, it would still be alive? Any random 2nd or 3rd ranked professional could easily kill it, right? Little by little, time passed, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, while the number of people who made a move instead grew smaller and smaller. Not only did more people understand the terrifying nature of the demon tree, but when someone tried to enter the energy ripples, the neighboring professionals would no longer stand by coldly and watch, but would prevent them from entering. Because it has been about their personal interests. If the energy ripples emanating from the tree demon really covered the entire copy, then they would have no choice but to go to a more distant place for leveling. Although they could quickly reach other cities to enter other newbie copies by simply taking intercity transportation,
this was after all where they lived. Once the copies here break down, there are bound to be many people who will choose to leave the city. Shijing City was fine, after all, there was the existence of the trial tower, but the small towns surrounding Shijing weren't that lucky. Aside from those small city governments, there was no one more anxious than the Shijing Warrior Academy at this time. As a nationally recognized college, what would happen if there wasn't even a place for students to practice? There is no doubt that the West King Warrior Academy will either undergo a relocation or be replaced by another academy. When the academy's senior management learned of this news, they couldn't calm down at once. Not only was the bounty mission released to all students and faculty in the school, but also to the old cadets who had graduated as well. At the same time, Xiao Chen received a hanging announcement from the academy's internal system. Reward announcement: a mutated boss that can grow indefinitely has appeared in the newbie copy of the Death Swamp near Shijing Warrior Academy, and if it is allowed to continue to grow, the Death Swamp copy will become a forbidden place for first-ranked professionals, and the new trainees of the Shijing Warrior Academy will lose their practicing place at that time. In order to safeguard the interests of all teachers and students, the Academy has initiated a bounty announcement. Those who successfully kill the mutant tree demon will receive 1,000 gold coins, as well as one piece of first-order top red quality equipment. Leaving aside the red first-rank red top-grade equipment, 1,000 gold coins made Xiao Chen decide that he had to take this bounty quest. You know that 1,000 gold coins is equivalent to 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. He wouldn't have dreamed he could get this much money more than 10 days ago. Not only the Shijing Warrior Academy, even the governments of several neighboring cities that had been built with the entrance to the novice copy had also sent out the outstanding quests one after another, but the rewards were definitely not comparable to the Shijing Warrior Academy. It was just that Xiao Chen was currently unaware of these bounties, otherwise he would have been more active. Just when Xiao Chen couldn't help but try, a group of people squeezed through the crowd and appeared at the very front of the crowd. Looking at their equipment that shimmered with golden light all over their bodies, they must be professionals arranged by some organization to come and kill the tree demon. Chapter 45: Boss Hunting Team. Seeing the visitor, Xiao Chen retracted the footsteps he was about to take. It would be good to let the group test the waters. He hadn't arrived with his equipment yet, so it wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. You guys back off. This kind of boss that can be strengthened and mutated is not something you can get your hands on. Don't blame us if you get caught in the wave and die later. The visitor pushed away the several occupiers around him with an extremely arrogant demeanor. The few people who were pushed away could only hold back their unhappiness when they saw the equipment and unhidden levels of the people who came. The visitors were 4 in number. All of them had reached level 100, and it wasn't hard to tell their professions from the equipment of the 4. They are Meat Shield Warrior, Melee Mage, Blood Cow Priest, and Blood Milk Mother. These 4 people's professions all had a common trait: super thick blood. At least in the same level, the blood definitely belonged to the first tier. The group was obviously prepared. Otherwise it wouldn't have been paired with such an oddball lineup. I have to say that this lineup has a real chance of taking out Tree Demon. In order to finish off the Tree Demon, you had to get close to it, and against the high damage energy ripples, professionals with too little blood would be eroded to death before they could get close. Therefore a Blood Bowl lineup is naturally the best choice. Seeing this lineup, onlookers had some faith in it. The priest and nurse put a bunch of buffs on each of the 4, and the Meat Shield Warrior was the first to get within range of the energy ripples. Just as he entered, that pulling sensation reappeared. As an earth-colored glow lit up beneath the Meat Shield Warrior's feet, his body unexpectedly stopped moving forward. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Meat Shield man's blood level was dropping, but it was dropping at a much slower rate than those before him, and after the priest and nurse added blood, his blood level stabilized and basically balanced out. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers was even more excited. If they could carry it, there was hope for a kill. But at this moment, the Meat Shield man's face was very unpleasant. The 4 of them were stuck at the first rank without advancing, and their main purpose was to travel to various places that could only be accessed by the first rank to kill bosses to obtain rare materials and equipment, thus accumulating wealth. Only after they had accumulated enough wealth would they consider promotion, and once they were promoted to the second rank, whether it was equipment or skills, they would be at the top of the heap, and at that time promotion would naturally be easier. After a long time of working together, several people were very familiar with each other's skills. The Meat Shield man could feel the priest and nurse healing him at this point was on fire, and even then it was only just enough to keep the balance. It would be fine if the Tree Demon only had this one attack method, but how could a mutated boss that could grow infinitely only have one attack skill? Hesitating for a moment, he suddenly turned around and unleashed his skill, Savage Punch, in the opposite direction of the Tree Demon. Savage Charge was different from Xiao Chen's Battle Spirit Charge in that it would stop charging when it was blocked by too much force. The earth-colored glow under his feet disappeared when he initiated Savage Charge, and his body was in an extremely bizarre state on the spot. It looked like he was charging outside the energy ripples, but his body stayed where it was and didn't move, just maintaining the movements of the charge. Not good. The Blood Bull priest let out a roar and threw 3 or 4 skills at the Meat Shield warrior in succession, and the magician they were with even cast an Earth Wall spell on the Blood Bull warrior, whose purpose was to block the Meat Shield man from being pulled over by the tree demon after the Savage Charge skill wore off. Without the aid of a priest, the Meat Shield man's blood level drops rapidly. Some enthusiastic professionals in the crowd joined in and healed him, which allowed the Meat Shield man to maintain his blood level. Just as the earth wall was about to disappear, a rotten chain made of energy suddenly hooked onto the Meat Shield man, pulling him out. After disengaging from the energy ripples, the Meat Shielded man sat on his butt and gasped for air. "Thank you all for your help, or I would have planted myself here today." After this incident, the crowd of onlookers more intuitively understood the power of the tree demon. Even more afraid to act rashly. For a while the entire copy was in a stalemate. Hundreds of people gathered around a small 2-meter tall tree, but none of them dared to come forward. Xiao Chen's expression twitched as Chen Duoduo finally sent a message. "Shandos, Brother Darkness, you sold all of your stuff for a total of 53 gold and 28 silver. Shen Duoduo, you're already level 100 and will soon advance to the second stage. You won't be able to use the equipment you're purchasing now for long, so you'll just be given a selection of more cost-effective equipment. Much money, the purchase of the equipment only cost a total of 18 gold, and I've already sent the rest to you via email along with the equipment. Money Duoduo, Black Knight brother, this time to help you sell things I but pennies have not earned, this is even to make a friend. In the future I will be appropriate to charge a little handling fee, but you can rest assured that the items sold through me will certainly be higher than the market price of some, to ensure that will not let the brother you suffer losses. Blackout, thank you. Close the chat screen and open the mail. It was found to contain 7 pieces of equipment in addition to the returned gold. All of these equipments were clear level 100 green equipments with basically no additional attributes. They all have one thing in common, though, and that's added defense. Yes, even the bracelets and rings add defense. After putting on all 7 pieces of equipment in his mailbox, he finally had all his equipment. At this point, his physical defense had reached 912 points and his magic defense had reached 878 points. Such a high amount of double resistance shouldn't be too much of a problem against tree demons. The tree demon was still growing, and the ripples of energy it emanated now exceeded a radius of 600 meters. The professionals retreated again and again, and a few of the unlucky ones who were a step too slow in retreating were now reduced to a puddle of white bones. As the energy ripples expanded in scope, more terrain was enveloped by them. Xiao Chen thought it would be better not to be too high profile, maybe there were assassins from the Sakura Kingdom in this group. He came to a swampy depression and walked slowly into the water. The crowd was focused on the tree demon, and no one realized that Xiao Chen had disappeared. There was a lot of phytoplankton on the surface of the water, which did a good job of blocking the view of others. Xiao Chen quietly came underneath a protruding green stone, which perfectly avoided everyone's line of sight. This green stone was at the boundary point of the energy ripples, and Xiao Chen only needed to advance a few more steps to enter the range of the demon tree's energy ripples. Just as he was about to enter the energy ripples, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. After thinking about it, he turned his back on the demon tree and stepped back. The reason for this was because if you found that you couldn't carry it, you could still use Battle Spirit Charge to evacuate in time. He didn't want to put his little life on the line just to kill a boss. After traveling to this world for a year, he hadn't really started to rise, but he couldn't just fall down like that. Wouldn't that be a loss? Chapter 46, Silent Output, Conjecture continues. With everything ready, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stepped back. Just as soon as he touched the energy ripples, he received a series of system prompts. Alert, you have entered within the realm of the mutated boss Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. Tip, Bloodthirsty Tree Demon is a mutated boss. Bloodthirsty Tree Demon information has not been included in the system database. The system cannot provide you with Bloodthirsty Tree Demon related information. Alert, you are damaged by Bloodthirsty Tree Demon Bloodthirsty Field. This skill is an attribute determination skill, determination attribute magic defense. Note, Judgment skill is a rare skill in the worldwide paradise. Performing Judgment skill will judge the target with certain attributes, and if the judgment succeeds, the skill will take effect. If it fails, the skill will be invalidated, and it will even be subjected to the effect of the skill's backfiring. Magical defense judgment in progress. Bloodthirsty Tree Demon magic defense is 892, your magic defense is 878. Due to both sides' magic defense being extremely close, the Bloodthirsty field skill is only partially effective. At the same time the system message appeared, the force that was pulling Xiao Chen dissipated. The traction receded, but the damage from the energy ripples still lingered. Xiao Chen's life value was rapidly decreasing at this point. 312. Plus 105. 315. Plus 105. Xiao Chen's life value continued to rise and fall as the Bloodthirsty Demon Tree Heart Fruit pulsed. 312, that is the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon attack on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's double defense are close to 900, and there is also a rock-solid 50% damage reduction. Even so, he also suffered 312 points of damage. Visible Bloodthirsty Tree Demon damage is how high? Now, if you look at that meat shield warrior just now, you will realize that it was already very powerful for it to be able to resist for so long without dying. Plus 105 is the recovery effect of stacking Silver Moon power and Rock power. Between the two, Xiao Chen would also receive 207 points of damage per second, and he now had a total of 5,670 points of blood. If he didn't use his blood restoration skill, he would last a maximum of 27 seconds. 27 seconds of time definitely couldn't bounce the tree demon to death, and the safest way to securely kill the tree demon was to continue to upgrade his equipment. As long as his defense was raised by another 300 points, he would be able to resist the tree demon's attacks. After 13 seconds, Xiao Chen's life value dropped to around 50%, and just as Xiao Chen was planning to quit, he realized that the tree demon's damage to him had decreased a bit. It was only after checking his own attributes that he realized that it was the newly acquired set attributes taking effect. Immovable as a mountain, stopping immobilization while the wearer is in combat will activate this buff, boosting base defense x 10% every 10 seconds, with a 50% boost cap. This made Xiao Chen's eyes light up, so he might actually be able to hold on. After another 10 seconds, the immovable mountain buff reached tier 2, and the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's damage to him was further reduced. However, his lifesteal was also down to just 20%. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen directly used the Battle Soul Revival skill, and his life value instantly increased by 20%, reaching 40% again. When the immovable mountain buff stacked to the third layer, the damage dealt to him by the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon was reduced to around 120 points, and after offsetting it by restoring 105 life points per second, he was now only taking 27 points of damage per second. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen completely lowered his heart. When the immovable mountain buff reached the 5th level, the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon dealt a mere 102 points of damage to him. At this point, one's recovery rate has exceeded the damage rate. Not only did his life value no longer drop, it slowly recovered. Just like that, Xiao Chen launched his attack on the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon from his position hiding at the edge of the Bloodthirsty domain. He was in an awkward position, although the others couldn't see him, but also his sight was blocked and he wasn't able to see the current state of the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. Unable to see the Bloodlust is to be's blood bar, he had absolutely no idea if the Thorn's Thorn skill was dealing rebound damage to the Tree Demon. After all, this was the first time he had encountered this kind of wide-range group attack field type skill. As time passed little by little, just when Xiao Chen couldn't resist the urge to come and get up to check the status of the Bloodthirsty Demon Tree, a shout of alarm suddenly came from the crowd. "You guys, the Tree Demon's life value seems to have dropped a bit." "You're blind, no one even attacked it, how could its life value drop?" "No, you guys look closely, the Tree Demon's life value seems to have really dropped a bit, though not by much." Hearing a few people talking, the others also looked at the Tree Demon and realized that it was true what the man said earlier, that the Tree Demon's life value had really dropped a bit. However, its blood reduction is very minimal, causing it to be undetectable without close observation. Who's attacking the Tree Demon? The onlooker professionals began to look around, but they didn't find any of them within the Bloodthirsty realm. Do you guys think it could be that it's draining itself? It's really possible when you put it that way. Look at the heart fruit it has produced that is absorbing its energy. Maybe when that fruit matures is when the Tree Demon dies. This little brother is right, many plants will inject most of their energy into the fruit when they bear fruit. This process will cause the plant body to run out of energy and eventually die. This should be the case now. The crowd clamored. Then won't this crisis lift itself before long? Do you guys think that if it dies of its own accord, the fruit it produces will stay? The crowd fell silent at those words. Anyone can also see that the fruit is extraordinary. If the demon tree died, the fruit really left behind. Quite a few people had already moved on that fruit. Once the demon tree died, this place would definitely set off a bloody storm. And the matter of the withering of the demon tree was spreading rapidly in the outside world. If not for the lack of signal inside the copy, it is estimated that at this time the outside world can watch the live broadcast here, and the number of viewers will certainly not be low. This place is only a first-order novice copy though. However, mutant bosses were so rare that many people had never seen one even after years of being a professional. This led to both lower-ranked and higher-ranked professionals being very concerned about this matter. Some of the high-ranking professionals were not quite convinced when they heard that the mutated boss was withering and dying of its own accord. They had never seen any of the monsters die of their own accord since they became professionals. This is so out of character. Unless it's undergoing a metamorphosis. Yes, that's most likely the reason why that heartfruit shouldn't be a fruit, but a whole new powerful being. This conjecture spread quickly among the professionals and was recognized by most of them. The current tree demon is already so powerful. If an even more powerful newborn body is allowed to be born successfully, then this copy of the Death Swamp will truly become a forbidden area. Chapter 47 Gambling. It was only after hearing the crowd's conversation that Xiao Chen confirmed that the Thorn's Thorn had taken effect. Most of these tree monsters can't move their bodies and can only attack their enemies through long-range skills. Since Xiao Chen was too far away from the bloodthirsty tree demon, its other skills were completely out of reach of Xiao Chen, thus creating the current situation. Xiao Chen hid under the green stone and leisurely listened to the crowd chatting while fighting the boss. I don't know how the hundreds of people on the sidelines would feel if they knew what he was going through. Little by little, time passed and the bloodthirsty tree demon's life value was slowly decreasing. Instead of decreasing, the crowd of onlookers grew larger. There was no way around it. If the matter of the bloodthirsty tree demon couldn't be resolved, they would have no choice but to head to other, more distant places to practice. 2 hours had passed, and Xiao Chen still hadn't received a kill prompt from the system. Rebounding 1248 points of damage per second and not dying for 2 hours, wouldn't that mean that the bloodthirsty tree demon's life value was at least as high as 10 million? Assuming, of course, that it doesn't have a recovery skill. Coming up with this result gave Xiao Chen a new perception of the power of the mutant boss. Another half-hour passed and the crowd of onlookers began to riot. Almost there, only about 1% blood. I wonder if the tree demon drops rare fruits or gives birth to more powerful monsters when it dies. Do you think we should boogie? Hundreds of people are present now, don't drag me with you if you want to die. Yeah, even if something pops out in this situation, it's not something as people can grab. What happens if we kill the tree demon when it's in its last ounce of blood? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd quieted down. The bloodthirsty tree demon withered and died on its own, which meant that whoever made the last move to kill the tree demon would be the one to whom the kill belonged. Now that they were still in the first rank, they had the automatic pickup privilege granted by the system, and there was no such thing as being robbed by others. And things into their own package. Other people, even if they kill their own, cannot get what they want, at most burst out a treasure chest. What can be opened all depends on luck. Killing the bloodthirsty tree demon was a matter for which both the Shijing Warrior Academy and the local government had issued bounty notices, so who would risk offending the two behemoths, the Shijing government and the Warrior Academy, by killing themselves? Risk and income are totally disproportionate. The eyes of the crowd grew brighter. When the bloodthirsty tree demon's life value dropped to 0.5%, some people could no longer hold back and charged towards the bloodthirsty tree demon. Seeing someone leading the charge, some professionals who thought they had the ability to save their lives also quickly rushed towards the tree demon. More people, however, are choosing to pull back. The life values of those professions that entered the range of the bloodthirsty field dropped rapidly, and some professions with lower life values turned into white bones in less than 3 seconds, dying silently. And some people with strong enough defense and high enough life value could still barely hold on. They completely gave up resisting the pull of the bloodthirsty tree demon and instead actively cooperated. In order to be able to reach the tree demon as fast as possible for the final kill. As long as you succeed in killing the tree demon, you will not only get the items popped out from killing rare bosses, but also the bounties from various places. The most important thing was that they could only survive if they managed to kill the bloodthirsty tree demon. The scene was filled with screams as some people who overestimated their strength died one after another. However, most of the people who dared to take a risk still had some real skills, and one of the 5-member teams had actually approached the bloodthirsty demon tree under concerted cooperation. Just as several people were preparing to launch a final strike on the demon tree, a sudden change occurred. Dozens of tree roots like sharp thorns suddenly sprang out from under their feet and stabbed at the several people. The few people who were still half-blooded were instantly stabbed by dozens of roots into their bodies, and their blood bars emptied in an instant. They died outright without even being able to scream. Seeing this, some of the professionals who were approaching the tree demon's face changed drastically, but there was no chance to retreat at this point. The powerful traction of the bloodlust domain made it impossible for them to break free. The scene was filled with screams, and only a very small number of people with the ability to remove controls and quickly evacuate escaped. No good. Dozens of people died at the same time, and the small tree was replenished with energy, and the tree once again pulled up a notch. As the demon tree's strength grew, Xiao Chen's blood balance was broken. The rebound damage changed from the previous 1200 to 2000. It's up over 800. And the damage taken by Xiao Chen changed from 88 to 488. Deducting the 105 points he recovers per second, he still takes nearly 400 points of damage per second. At this rate, he'll last 10 seconds or so at most. After the bloodthirsty tree demon's strength increased, the bloodthirsty domain's range expanded once again, and the crowd could only evacuate to a farther place. The people who attacked the looting earlier were all dead. After the tree grew taller, Xiao Chen could also see the tree demon's blood bar through the gap. At this point, tree demon's blood bar was less than 0.3%. He wanted to use battle spirit charge to evacuate, but when he saw this, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Fight." After more than 2 hours of fighting, his various skills had all cooled down. When Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 1000 points, he decisively used the two skills, Battle Soul Awakening and Battle Soul Revival. With the addition of Battle Spirit Awakening, the recovery of Battle Spirit Recovery is increased from 20% to 30%. He regained 1700 life points straight away, and his life value was back up to about 47%. When the bloodthirsty tree demon's life value dropped to around 0.1, Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 1000 points once again. Undead Shield, open. Undead Shield, use this skill to apply a 30-second shield to yourself, which absorbs a total of up to 1000 points of damage value while it exists, and transmutes 50% of the damage into your own life value. In just 3 seconds, the undead shield directly exploded, and during this time, Xiao Chen once again recovered more than 3000 life points. This had been Xiao Chen's last blood recovery skill. Xiao Chen was now in an awkward situation. As the bloodthirsty tree demon's strength increased, its double defense must have increased as well, and the reason why Xiao Chen hadn't been attracted to it by now was because his immovable as a mountain skill had also added a lot of defense for him. If he moved his body at all, that balance would be upset. Originally, his position was at the edge of the bloodthirsty field, and he could quickly evacuate out by using the Battle Spirit Charge skill. But as the bloodthirsty tree demon's strength increased, the range of the bloodthirsty domain expanded a lot. The visual radius had expanded by at least 200 meters or so, and the maximum distance of the War Spirit Charge was only 100 meters. That meant he couldn't get out using Battle Spirit Charge. Fleeing outward while there's still blood? That's even worse. Once he moves his body, the immobility buff will disappear and his double defense will be lowered by a large amount, then he will only die faster. Now Xiao Chen was very regretful. If he had known that the current situation would occur, then he should have exchanged the instant life recovery potion within the trial tower. There is no medicine for regret. Now it's just a matter of carrying it hard. See if you die first or the tree demon hangs first. Chapter 48, Killing the Mutant Boss. When Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 1000 points again, his chest rose and fell violently. The eyes were dead set on the bloodthirsty tree demon's blood bar. Life and death was in the next second. Hint: you have killed the mutated boss bloodthirsty tree demon. Is it public? Seeing this tip, Xiao Chen's hanging heart finally fell. It was close, just close enough for him to die. With the death of the bloodthirsty tree demon, the bloodthirsty domain faded, and his life value was recovering rapidly. Looking at the system prompt, Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment or decided to go public. Otherwise the Academy's bounty won't be claimed. Public. Announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the Death Swamp mutated boss bloodthirsty tree demon. Announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the Death Swamp mutated boss bloodthirsty tree demon. Announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the Death Swamp mutated boss bloodthirsty tree demon. 3 consecutive announcements popped up on the system panels of all the professionals in the areas where the duplicate entrances connected to this duplicate were located. This time, the spread of the announcement was much stronger than the previous killing of the rare boss, and the coverage area was more than dozens of times larger. The professionals who received this system alert were all confused. Who is Blackout? I thought no one could kill the tree demon. Could it be that he managed to kill the bloodthirsty tree demon by sneak attacking it while it was down to its last ounce of blood? That's not right. Just now everyone saw very clearly that there wasn't any living person within the range of the energy ripples. Maybe he's hiding in that neighborhood through some means, waiting for the final kill. For a time, the crowd was divided in their speculations as to how Xiao Chen had killed the bloodthirsty tree demon. And more people rushed towards the tree demon's location the first time they saw the bloodthirsty field disappear. There was little hope of obtaining the fruit, but there was nothing to lose by looking at it. Xiao Chen didn't have the heart to pay attention to the outside world, and at this moment, he received several more system prompts. Alert! You have killed the mutated boss bloodthirsty tree demon, you have earned the warrior medal X30. Hint! You have obtained a first-order red achievement treasure chest. Hint! You have killed the bloodthirsty tree demon and gained 1000 experience points, life ring X2, heart of life X1, golden treasure chest X2, and 1000 silver coins. At the same time as the kill prompt appeared, these props had automatically appeared in Xiao Chen's package. At the same time, a wisp of light red energy that was invisible to normal people entered Xiao Chen's body silently. Xiao Chen didn't feel anything about this. This is not the time to check the properties of the props. A large group of people rushed to the place where the bloodthirsty tree demon was previously located, and for a time, the entire venue was in chaos. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to fall into the water. As he climbed up from the puddle and prepared to leave, Calamity looked at him expressionlessly. Xiao Chen froze and gave him a silent gesture before walking quickly towards the outside of the copy. Necromancer Heavenly Tribulation was similarly stunned, not expecting Xiao Chen to simply ignore him and directly leave straight away. It was hard on him, who was the center of attention wherever he went. After taking a deep look at Xiao Chen's back, he too left straight away. It was late at night, but the special admission activity room of the Meat Shield Warrior department was brightly lit. Not only were a few of the other trainees awake, but even Lung was still there. Since the main reason for gathering here in the middle of the night was naturally those 3 system announcements. When Xiao Chen appeared in the activity room, the people who were jerking off stood up in unison, including Zhang Hu, who had been unruly. Brother Black Knight, you're bullish, the mutant boss that hundreds of people couldn't handle was killed by you, you're the model in my heart. Zhang Hu had only felt that Xiao Chen's leveling speed was okay before, but otherwise it was just that. After successfully killing the mutant boss today, Zhang Hu's attitude towards Xiao Chen had undergone a huge shift. The look in people's eyes not only returned to normal, but also took on a bit of excitement and admiration. Brother Black, Bull. The 3 Iron Hammer brothers gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. The well-behaved and cute He Xiaomei handed over a cup of frozen mineral water to Xiao Chen, very considerate and very different from her previous attitude towards Zhang Hu. Faced with the enthusiasm of the crowd, Xiao Chen was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Ha, you kid can do it, the mutant boss that so many people couldn't help was actually snatched by you. Tell us how you snatched the boss. Didn't rob it. There was no robbery? Then why would the system announcement say that you killed the mutant boss? The system shouldn't allow someone with the same name, right? Xiao Chen helplessly said, because the mutant boss was killed by me alone since the beginning, what's the point of robbing the boss? What? Are you saying that the mutated boss didn't wither and die on its own, but that you were attacking to cause its blood level to continue to drop? Xiao Chen nodded and said, it's not alright to say that I attack, you guys know that my attack power is only 1 point, it's impossible to hit him. So how do you? Long suddenly paused when he said this. He thought of the situation when he blasted that palm against Xiao Chen at the entrance of the academy. Could it be counter-injury? Xiao Chen nodded again. Lung came to a realization, I see, that's right, you don't even have any attack power, and upgrading so fast is only possible with counter-wound. Not bad. Very good. The crowd gathered around Xiao Chen and asked him to recount the process of killing the mutated boss in detail. I hid under a rock so I wouldn't be disturbed, and then the monster died. Finished? The process is that simple? Or what? After listening to Xiao Chen's brief narration, the crowd immediately felt bored to death. Zhang Hu waved his hand and said, it's too late, I'm going to bed, I still have to practice tomorrow, I'm exhausted from today's busy day. You're tired of practicing without even driving a bit? When the other few trainees had all left, Xiao Chen looked at Brother Long and asked, Brother Long, when will the school's bounty reward be issued? Long laughed, you kid, don't worry, Shijing Warrior Academy is not so bad as to renege on the debt for this small amount of money. By the way, the academy isn't the only one that issued a bounty this time, there's also the Shijing municipal government as well as several neighboring small city governments that have launched bounties on the mutant boss, so remember to go and collect it. And that's a good thing? You're lucky kid, the reward from this bounty alone is enough to pay my salary for a few years.
Then Xiao Chen was in a difficult situation. Brother Long, I still have to continue impacting the trial tower in the next 2 days, but I don't have the time to go one by one to collect the rewards. Why don't you do it for me?
You kid. Well, whoops, I recruited you. It's almost 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, go to bed.
After sending Long away, Xiao Chen returned to his personal room in the basement and did not rush to sleep after simply washing up. Check the harvest from killing the mutant boss first, or else you won't be able to sleep at all.
Chapter 49 Life Suit.
This time, the harvest from killing the mutant boss was quite lucrative. Previously, killing the Sand Brilliant Spirit Snake had only gained 8 warrior medals, but this time, he had directly gained 30.
Clicking on the warrior medal to view it still hasn't changed anything.
Open the equipment bar to view the medal's attributes. A prompt appeared behind the medallion.
Hint, medals of the same attribute can be devoured for fusion upgrades.
Now upgrading requires devouring an omnipotent medallion.
So it is.
It takes 10 warrior medals to redeem an all-purpose medal.
Click on redemption. Hint, is it possible to consume 10 warrior medals to exchange for 1 omnipotent medal? Redemption. Hint, is it possible to devour an omnipotent medal for attribute enhancement? Yes. Alert, equipment fusion was successful.
Your omnipotence medal has been upgraded to 2 stars.
View equipment properties.
Almighty Medallion 2 stars, wearing this medal enhances all basic attributes x 10%.
Can devour medals of the same attribute for fusion enhancement. Upgrading now requires devouring a medal of omnipotence.
Devouring a medal of the same attribute is required to raise it, which means that you now need to devour a 2-star all-around medal to continue to raise it. He now had 26 warrior medals left, just enough to synthesize another 2-star medal. There was no hesitation, and it was directly exchanged for synthesis.
Alert, equipment fusion was successful.
Your omnipotence medal has been upgraded to 3 stars. When the medallion of omnipotence is upgraded to 3 stars, the increase in base attributes reaches 15%. This was a huge boost for Xiao Chen. Killing the mutant boss, in addition to the reward of the warrior medal, also obtains a red achievement chest. The highest achievement chest obtained before is only gold color. It was the first time he had gotten a red quality treasure chest. Open the 2 gold treasure chests dropped by killing the boss before opening the red achievement chest.
Hint, yes no to open golden treasure chest too? Turn on. The golden light flashed twice in a row. You gain a first level gold quality weapon, the Staff of Life, and you gain a first level gold ring, the Golden Ring. After checking the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, Xiao Chen was greatly disappointed. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment weren't bad, but neither of them were suitable for Xiao Chen, and taking them to sell would certainly fetch a good price. Putting away the equipment, his eyes fell on top of the last red quality achievement treasure chest. Every time you open an achievement chest, you get a decent haul, and hopefully this time will be no different. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen opened the red quality achievement treasure chest. Brilliant red light emanated from the box, coloring the entire room red. Hint, you have obtained a Tribute Strengthening Scroll X50. A Tribute Strengthening Scroll, use it to gain 1 free strengthening point. The achievement treasure chest could actually open attribute strengthening points, which Xiao Chen had never expected. Attribute enhancement points are hard currency, and you need to get more of them if you want to be more powerful than others. The only way to get attribute enhancement points consistently at the moment is to level up. But each professional can be obtained by leveling up, and to become more powerful than others you have to find a way to get extra attribute enhancement points. Trial Tower Redemption is a way, that way only belongs to the strong. Ordinary trialists are not qualified to redeem it at all. Moreover, the attribute enhancement points redeemed from the Trial Tower will enter the Redeemer's personal attribute panel by themselves and cannot be traded. Attribute enhancement scrolls opened through treasure chests can be sold and traded to the public. This is something that if you take it out and sell it, the price is going to be huge. However, Xiao Chen didn't intend to sell it. He wasn't short of money right now. To be precise, he was quite rich right now. With tomorrow's bounty reward in hand, his gold will reach over 1,000. Converted into the Dragon Country currency is more than 10 million, put in the ordinary people species, he is already a proper small rich one. Hint, yes no to use Attribute Strengthening Scroll X50? Use. You gain free attribute enhancement points X50. Xiao Chen did not rush to add points. Previously, because the addition was too hasty resulting in a lot of better equipment not being able to wear, Shen Duo spent a lot of energy to find a set of equipment that Xiao Chen was able to wear. Now that he had the money, he had to find a way to get a finished set of equipment before challenging the trial tower. I'm sure I'll be able to break into a higher level by then. Finally, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the 3 pieces of equipment obtained from killing the mutated boss. By killing the bloodthirsty tree demon, he gained a total of 3 pieces of equipment. 2 rings of life and 1 heart of life respectively. View equipment properties. Equipment name, Heart of Life. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wearing requirements, 200 points of intelligence can be used. Equipment location, necklace. Magic attack, plus 99. Physical attack, plus 99. Additional skill, Blessing of Life, healing effect is increased by 20% when using healing type skills. It was a support equipment that was also useful to Xiao Chen. After all, he himself had healing skills such as Battle Spirit Revival. It requires 200 intelligence points to wear, though, so just give it up. He wasn't going to go on a 200-point intelligence binge just to improve his healing effect by that much. Keep checking the gear. Equipment name, Life Ring. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, gold-colored equipment. Wearing requirements, 200 points of physique can be used. Equipment location, ring area both left and right. Physical defense, 99. Magic defense, 99. Additional skill, Life Salute, increase the effect of your own recovery type skills by 20%. It's very nice and fits perfectly with Xiao Chen's needs right now. Risking his life to kill the bloodthirsty tree demon and obtaining these 2 pieces of equipment alone was already not a loss. His own recovery speed was now at 1.85%, and 1 ring of life would increase the recovery effect by 20%, and 2 worn together would increase it by 40%. 1.85% plus 1.85% x 40% would give him 2.59% recovery. Remove the 2 regular rings and put on the newly acquired life ring, and there's actually a surprise. Wearing the 2 life rings actually activated the set effect. Hint, you have activated Life Set 2-5. Gain set skill, Life Set Resonance. Life Set Resonance, all basic attributes of this set are increased by 30%. While the effect of the set took effect, the double defense of the Ring of Life directly changed from 99 to 129 points. This increase is okay. I just don't know what other attributes you get if you wear the full set of 5. Then Xiao Chen shook his head, just wanting to wear the necklace required adding 200 points of intelligence. He didn't have that many extra attributes to add to those useless places. The life set should be suitable for a blood cow mom or a blood cow priest. For Xiao Chen, it was the best choice to only wear 2 rings. Wearing 5 pieces instead doesn't suit him. Chapter 50, Trespassing Again. A new day arrived, and the intelligent robot woke him up at 10 a.m. the next morning after Xiao Chen's reminder. Looking at the bright sunlight outside the window, Xiao Chen felt refreshed. Dum dum dum. There was a thick crashing sound from outside the house. Xiao Chen was startled. This was the Shijing Warrior Academy, who had dared to attack this place so blatantly. The intelligent robot immediately pulled up the surveillance footage outside the door. Seeing the picture, Xiao Chen was speechless to the extreme. Where was there any attack? It was clearly Dragon knocking on the door outside. Only his force was so great that it felt like someone was banging on the door outside. Opening the door to his room, Long did not enter Xiao Chen's room, but told Xiao Chen to try to go to the activity room. Something good was going on. Xiao Chen of course knew what good thing it was. It should be the rewards coming down. A quick wash and then a quick walk to the activity room. The other students had already gone to practice, and Xiao Chen and Long were the only 2 people in the activity room. The restaurant's waitstaff brought 2 steaming cups of coffee for the 2 men, then returned to their work with good humor. Looking at Xiao Chen's calm eyes, Long laughed. Kid, you're still quite calm. What rewards are there that you're not curious about? Isn't all the good odd stuff still the same? Ha, you kid is right, so I'm not going to sell you short. As he spoke, Long sent all the bounty rewards obtained to Xiao Chen via email. Open the mail to check the attachment. Xiao Chen was shocked. How can there be so many? Long grinned with a smile on his face. Do you know how many rewards for the pending quests are here? Seeing Xiao Chen shaking his head, Long directly spoke. 13 families. What's with all this? This isn't hard to understand. Without you killing the bloodthirsty tree demon, the attractiveness of those small and medium-sized cities that start off with novice copy entrances would be greatly reduced. That's why they're so active in posting bounties. You've got your stuff, too, so I'm going to leave now since I have something else to do. By the way, it's fine for you to break into the trial tower before school starts,
But don't use up your resurrection times. After school starts, the school will hire a group of seniors who have broken into the trial tower to come back and give you explanations. Their explanations will be much more useful than the rote information I gave you." Xiao Chen then remembered that he hadn't even had a chance to read the information that Brother Long had given him for breaking in. But that didn't matter, the others' passes had little to no reference value for him. The number of gold coins in the email sent to him by Long was as high as 2,800, and other than the 1,000 gold coins rewarded by the Shijing Warrior Academy, the rewards elsewhere were relatively much less. After all, not every place was as rich as the Sikyong Warrior Academy. There was also a red quality piece of equipment. View equipment properties. Equipment name, Blood Soul Guardian Helmet. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirements, level 100 can be worn. Equipment location, helmet. Magic attack, plus 150. Physical attack, plus 150. Life value, plus 1,500. Additional skill, Blood Soul Guardian, restores 1% of the wearer's maximum life value per second. Additional skill, Blood Soul Shield, when the wearer's life value falls below 30%, a Blood Soul Shield is automatically triggered, absorbing 50% of all damage received in the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer cannot move but is immune to control effects. When the shield ends, the wearer receives a short-lived movement speed boost for 3 seconds, helping him or her get out of danger, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The red equipment was really a whole lot stronger than the other equipment in terms of attributes. Helmets are the only equipment of all equipment positions that can increase blood quantity, which all professions have a need for. And wearing this equipment is only a level requirement with no other restrictions. If this piece of equipment were to fall into the market and be auctioned off, the price would definitely be ridiculously high. Coincidentally, all of the equipment that Xiao Chen had recently acquired had no requirements in terms of other attributes, which allowed the 50 attribute points he had gained to all be added to his physique. Replacing the brand new equipment with attributes that were all added to his physique, Xiao Chen's strength once again increased by a large margin. View properties. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 100. Lifesteal, 8288 base lifesteal 6788 plus equipment bonus 1500. Mana, 69. Physique, 679 base attribute 543 plus equipment skill bonus 136. Power, 23. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 7. Physical defense, 1383. Magic defense, 1349. Battle strength assessment, 1175. At the same time his life recovery rate per second reached 4%. The battle power even broke through to 1000 points. Now this body's attributes were not just 1 star stronger than when he challenged the trial tower yesterday, but a whole lot stronger. An hour later, Xiao Chen once again appeared in the trial tower square. There were even more people in the trial tower square today than in the previous days, and it was thought that it should be caused by the fact that the Shijing Warrior Academy was about to start, and some of the ordinary trainees and their families had arrived early. Xiao Chen stepped directly into the trial tower. He now possessed 19,105 trial points, but he wasn't considering exchanging them for the time being. According to the information provided by Dragon, it was found that once you break through the 500th floor of the trial tower, more rare props will appear in the points mall. However, the props are not fixed each time they appear, and you also get 3 chances to refresh them all. It's all about personal luck as to what can be swiped. Xiao Chen was actually quite lucky since he called himself a professional except for his bad luck in fighting small monsters. Once he broke through to the 500th floor, with his luck he might actually be able to swipe out some good stuff. It would be a big loss if you couldn't redeem it at that time because you didn't have enough trial points. After all, trial points could not be obtained through any other channels, and consuming a little would mean less. Alert! You have entered the 201st floor of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Yesterday's equipment can easily pass the 200 level, today's strength compared to yesterday's a big boost, pass the natural more easily. The barrier requires 60 minutes to pass, Xiao Chen just consumed less than 5 minutes to kill all the monsters to pass the barrier. The later levels are the same as before, except that the number of monsters increases. There wasn't much difference between killing 1 monster and killing 100 monsters to Xiao Chen. 8 hours later. Regional announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 300th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Hint:
you have killed all monsters on the 300th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 3000, and now have accumulated 58,815 points. Hint, you have entered the first order trial tower leaderboard and are now ranked 3,521. As soon as the announcement news came out, the human professionals who received the news were once again in an uproar. Chapter 51, Breaking the 500 Barrier. A total of 1,055 trial points are awarded for passing levels 1-100. Levels 100 and 1-200 receive points 18050. And it's only 39,710 points earned through levels 200 and 1-300. It's easy to see that the rewards for the first 100 levels of the trial tower are small, and the points increase dramatically after passing 100 levels. This showed that the purpose of the trial tower was to cultivate truly strong people, distinguishing between ordinary professionals and those with potential in this way. Make the strong stronger through rewards. The name Black Knight had been a hit since it first appeared on the system panels of professionals around Shijing City. It's only been 5 short days. How many times has the name Blackout appeared on the bulletin? After consecutively breaking through the 100th level of the trial tower, the 200th level, and halfway through killing a mutated boss that everyone couldn't do anything about, he passed the 300th level just over 10 hours apart. According to his speed of breaking through the barrier, other people probably wouldn't be able to catch up even if they didn't eat, drink or sleep, right? You should know that it takes a lot of time to get through each level, and the further you get the longer it will take. 1. It takes a long time to get through 100 floors a day with those monsters standing still for them to kill. This darkness didn't know what method he used to pass the test, and his time was actually so much shorter than the other powerhouses. For a while the legend about the Black Knight spread in Shijing City. Countless individuals and organizations have inquired about Blackout's personal information. It was only because of the double information encryption of Old Gun and the Academy that other people couldn't find out Xiao Chen's personal information, otherwise he would have been infinitely disturbed. I returned to my personal room in the evening and lay on the couch in deep thought. The day after tomorrow is the day school starts. On the opening day of school, there is a grand opening ceremony where all students and faculty are required to be present. Student rankings and resource allocations will also be published at that time. That will be the moment that decides the future fate of this group of freshmen. Xiao Chen didn't have to worry about that, he only cared about whether he would get first place and what benefits would come from being first. The 3 Iron Hammer brothers, He Xiaomei, and even Zhang, who didn't come back during the evening meal, all seemed to be making a final push. On the second day, Xiao Chen arrived at the trial tower early in the morning. Today his goal was to break through the 500th floor. Looking at the trial tower rankings, 500 floors should be another big level. Quite a few people are stuck on the 499th floor. But once you pass the 500th floor you are in the top 1000. The professionals who were able to enter the top 1000 were all top first order powerhouses. Alert! You have entered the 301st floor of the first order trial ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. 6 hours later, Xiao Chen passed the 400th level. Regional announcement, Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 400th floor of the first order trial tower. X3. Hint, you have killed all monsters on the 400th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 6000, and now have accumulated 138,235 points. Hint, you have entered the first order trial tower leaderboard and are now ranked 2132. Those who saw this system announcement were numb. How many times has this happened? What's the end of it? Another 6 hours have passed. Alert, you have entered the 500th floor of the first order trial ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Xiao Chen finally arrived at the 500th floor of the trial tower. The 500th floor, I don't know how many heavenly prides are stuck at this level. If the 100th level was a sieve that sifted ordinary professionals from those with potential, then the 500th level was where geniuses were sifted. Anyone who was able to pass this level was undoubtedly not a true genius. The map for the 500th level is on an island with a diameter of just under 2 kilometers. The island is nothing but yellow sand. When Xiao Chen appeared on the beach, countless monsters scurried out of the ground in the beach, and the already small beach was suddenly densely packed with monsters. These monsters were basically the monsters that Xiao Chen had killed on floors 401-499. But in the middle of the island appeared a monster he hadn't seen before. The monster was about 30 meters tall and massive, covered in a hard shell made of sand fused with crystals of unknown minerals, showing a flowing texture of gold and dark brown. Its eyes are like two burning balls of incandescent amber, capable of illuminating everything around it in the darkness of the night. Several sharp sand spikes grow on its back, serving as both a defensive weapon and a quick digging move through the desert. Its limbs are thick and end in huge claws that can easily tear through rock and metal. Also, the system gives information about the monster. Monster name, Sand-Devouring Giant Spirit Trial Boss. Level, 100. Life value, 80,000. Physical attack, 999. Magic attack, 999. Physical defense, 588. Magic defense, 488. Skill, Sandstorm Summoning. The sand-devouring giant spirit is able to manipulate the desert weather through a special organ within its body, instantly triggering an intense sandstorm that obscures vision and reduces the enemy's movement speed and hit rate, while providing cover for itself. Skill, Sand Escape Stealth. It is able to quickly blend into the surrounding sand, almost blending in with the desert environment to achieve a stealthy effect, with only the pair of glowing eyes flickering slightly under the surface of the sand, waiting for its prey to approach. Skill Sandbinding. Utilizing powerful magnetic control, the sand-eater giant spirit can summon streams of sand from the ground, entangling and immobilizing the enemy, restricting their ability to move, and then delivering a fatal blow. Skill, Thermal Jet. Its mouth can shoot out a mixture of high-temperature gravel and flame, which not only has a strong physical impact, but also causes serious burn effects, making it the main means of attacking from a distance. Skill, Regenerating Sand Armor. In battle, if the outer shell is damaged, the sand-eater giant spirit can absorb sand from its surroundings, quickly repairing and reinforcing its own defensive layer, making it even more difficult to be breached. Monster Profile. The sand-devouring giant spirit is the guardian of the ancient desert god, and once existed as a guardian beast to protect the land from foreign invasions. However, with the passage of time, the power of the desert god gradually weakened, and the sand-devouring giant spirit was controlled by evil forces, becoming the most terrifying threat in the depths of the desert. Legend has it that only a pure heart and a strong will can find its true lair and lift its curse on the desert. Xiao Chen looked up at the incomparably tall sand-devouring giant spirit with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This boss was incomparably powerful in both appearance and attributes. But so what? Xiao Chen's double defense now both reached over 1300, and his life recovery rate per second was 331 points. This seemingly powerful boss was no different from other small monsters in Xiao Chen's eyes. Chapter 52, Skill Advancement Vouchers. Xiao Chen, alone, faced hundreds and thousands of monsters without fear. Slowly walking towards the sand-devouring giant spirit with both shields in hand. Ho ho ho! As the sand-devouring giant spirit let out a roar, all the monsters on the island attacked Xiao Chen at the same time. With Xiao Chen as the center, thousands of monsters on the entire island surrounded him and lined up to attack Xiao Chen. The reason why you need to queue up is because there are just too many monsters, and some of the ones that are farther away can't even get close. Apart from the monsters that were already relatively close to Xiao Chen, there were only some monsters with long-range attacks that could harm him. 20 minutes later. All monsters except the sand-devouring giant spirit died as much as possible. Upon death, their carcasses turn into a handful of yellow sand and reintegrate with the beach. It was not easy for the sand-devouring giant spirit to be able to persist until now. If not for the fact that it possessed a blood quantity of up to 80,000 and an attack speed that was too slow, at this point, he would have long since turned into a handful of yellow sand just like the other monsters. But even so, it still didn't escape being killed by Xiao Chen. Region announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 500th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Note: bulletins are categorized into general bulletins, regional bulletins, area bulletins, national bulletins, and global bulletins. The scope of dissemination of each type of bulletin is different, and the requirements for being on the bulletin are also different. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 500th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 20,000 and now have accumulated 312,959 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 1665. After killing the sand-devouring giant spirit, it actually triggered a region announcement. From the information given by Long, I understand that the regional announcements cover a very wide area. It covered almost the entire southwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this announcement also covered Xiao Chen's previous city, New City. Some people are happy to see this news and naturally others are sad. The person who was currently the most worried was naturally Zhao Long, who had presided over Xiao Chen's awakening.
As Xiao Chen's performance in the Warrior Academy shone brighter and brighter, the Warrior Academy that Zhao Long belonged to had more and more complaints about him abandoning Xiao Chen. As soon as he saw this regional announcement, he knew that his career was over. On the other hand, Shen Duo and the others who had been working with him in a friendly manner were at that moment agitated. Those who were able to be amongst the global 1,000 or less in the First Order Trial Tower would definitely become incomparably powerful existences as long as they didn't die behind them. Xiao Chen wasn't concerned about what was going on in the outside world. At this moment, he was in the preparation room of the trial tower. In front of him was a huge display screen on which countless redeemable props appeared. Since he had broken through the 500 barrier, the Trial Points Mall authority had been raised once again. The convertibles within it have also changed dramatically. Free attribute points, redemption price 200 points per point, limited to 200 points per person. Skill enhancement points, redemption price 1000 points per point. Limited to 20 points per person. Instant life value recovery potion redemption price 500 points bottle, limited to 20 bottles per person. Instantly restores 50% of life value after use. Instant mana recovery potion redemption price 200 points bottle, limited to 20 bottles per person. Instantly restores 50% mana after use. Xiao Chen observed that although the prices of some of the previous items hadn't changed, the maximum number of items that could be purchased had increased quite a bit. Looking at his more than 310,000 points, there was no hesitation, these props had to be taken. Hint, yes, no to consume 40,000 trial points for 200 free attribute points? Redemption. Hint, yes, no to consume 20,000 trial points to exchange for 20 skill enhancement points? Redemption. Xiao Chen then spent another 10,000 points to exchange 20 bottles of instant life recovery potion. As for the mana recovery potion, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up on exchanging it. After all, his current mana value was only 69 points, and it was too much of a waste to take such a high-level medicine. Redeeming these three props, Xiao Chen consumed a total of 70,000 trial points, and now there were still more than 240,000 trial points remaining. Continue to check out the props in the mall. Most of the other redeemable items are disposable consumable items and equipment and the like. These items didn't help Xiao Chen's special profession too much, so he naturally wouldn't exchange them. There were also some special equipment among them, and the attributes of these equipment were all very good, generally a level higher than those of the outside world. But all of this equipment has two fatal flaws. I cannot be used in test towers. Second, after the exchange will be automatically bound items cannot be traded. These two limitations caused them to be much less valuable. Those who were able to have the strength to redeem these props could break through the second rank and rapidly level up whenever they wanted. You will be able to buy and wear higher level equipment, so why waste trial points to exchange? Since this was the case, it was a bit strange that these equipments still appeared in the trial points mall. Forget it, school starts tomorrow, ask someone with experience then. Xiao Chen didn't have a high need for equipment right now. He was currently doing very well in this outfit, and it was perfectly adequate, at least for the time being. Eventually Xiao Chen saw a prop at the bottom of the trial points mall that made his eyes light up. Skill advancement voucher, redemption price 500,000 points paper, limited to 1 per person. Skill advancement voucher, using this prop will allow the current skill to be advanced, and the growth limit of the skill will be increased after the advancement. Note, some special skills cannot be upgraded with this prop. Wasn't the effect of this thing the same as the infinite system giving him a boost to the Thorn's Thorn? If he could raise the cap of the rock-solid skill to 100%, wouldn't he be invincible? Looking at the back note, Xiao Chen knows that the probability is that it won't work, but it never hurts to try. Even if you can't make a rock-solid breakthrough, breaking through the Thorns of Thorns is still a good thing. That was his only means of attack right now. Earlier in the breakthrough, he had encountered some monsters with high blood volume but low output, making it very difficult for him. He desperately needed to improve his attack power. And this skill advancement voucher is the best way to improve it. With 500,000 points, he was still short of 260,000, which should be enough if he broke through 600 levels. Look at the time, it's now 9 p.m. In order to exchange the skill advancement vouchers as soon as possible, Xiao Chen decided not to sleep tonight and continued to break through the levels. Alert! You have entered the 501st floor of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. The map of the 501st floor has changed again. Xiao Chen stood on a large piece of land filled with dead silence, and a steady stream of undead legions were charging towards him in the distance.
While watching the boundless army of undead attack, Xiao Chen was lost in thought. Chapter 53 Opening Ceremony. Looking at the undead legions that kept coming, Xiao Chen wondered if there was really anyone else who could pass through such a level other than a profession like his own. But it was a relief to think of all the strange professions he had seen. Even a cultivator-like profession like the sword reader was available, and it wasn't impossible for some more outrageous professions to appear. Levels after 500 are very different from the previous ones, and instead of fighting a single monster, you're fighting an entire system of monsters. For example, right now, there were at least a dozen types of monsters in the army of undead attacking Xiao Chen. There was no shortage of elite monsters and small bosses. With Xiao Chen's current defense power, there was absolutely no need to pay attention to these small monsters. All he had to do was find the boss hidden in the legion and check its attributes. As long as the opponent's attacks couldn't break through his defenses, killing them would only be a matter of time. Breaking in is as monotonous and boring as practicing. Early the next morning, countless new cadets stepped into the Shijing Warrior Academy with great vigor. There were also quite a few of Xiao Chen's acquaintances among them. Howie, Jay, and other more talented professionals are listed. The cold campus suddenly came alive, and when they saw the campus whose scale was comparable to that of a small city, each one of them was shocked to the point of being unable to close their mouths. The school was so efficient that the enrollment process for tens of thousands of new students was completed in less than a morning. 2 p.m. On the largest square of Shijing Warrior Academy, all the new trainees stood in neat rows, looking as spectacular as a military parade. A huge screen rose up in the center of the square, and even from hundreds of meters away it was still possible to see what was on it. A middle-aged man in military uniform appeared on the big screen. His posture was as straight as a pine, and he wore a neat uniform, with shoulder insignia shining in the sunlight, showing the majesty and honor of a soldier. Just standing there silenced the boisterous crowd. After everyone had quieted down, the uniformed man coughed twice and spoke. Ahem, I'm the dean of the Shijing Warrior Academy. My name is Shui Longyin, and I'm a 7th-ranked professional. At those words, the quiet crowd exploded once again. 7th degree. What kind of concept is that? It was said that a 6th-ranked powerhouse could take over a small country by himself, so how powerful would a 7th-ranked powerhouse be? With just one sentence, Shui Longyin let these newcomers on the stage know how powerful the Shijing Warrior Academy was. Quiet. With a loud shout, the crowd fell silent. This is the Shijing Warrior Academy, not one of those pheasant universities. You have to abide by the academy's rules here. The Warrior Academy is different from ordinary universities. There are no cultural classes or art classes here. Here you can only learn how to kill monsters, kill your enemies, save your life, and quickly improve your strength. Here, you have access to the best resources and the highest quality of education related to professionals. Here, as long as you don't die, you'll quickly become powerful, and it's not impossible for you to become powerful professionals like me, or even surpass me. But there is one thing you must remember. Speaking here, Shui Longyin paused and swept his gaze across the room before continuing. You're all from the Dragon Kingdom. When you are weak, the Dragon Kingdom will protect you. When you are strong, you will change from the guarded to the guardian. The Dragon Kingdom is precisely because of the constant guardianship of people like you and me that it has been able to stand on the Blue Star for 5,000 years and still be strong. A rousing speech got the freshmen on the square hot and bothered. After the dean's speech, a tall and extremely distinguished-looking woman took over the lectern. The stage was full of 18 and 19-year-old youths, and their eyes went straight when they saw the beautiful women on stage. Their school is not without beautiful women, so valiant and full of mature flavor of the woman they really have not seen. Thank you, Chancellor Water, for your remarks. Next up is the part that everyone cares about the most. Before that, I'll summarize the data of the current incoming freshmen. This year's academy has enrolled a total of 13,511 people, of which 588 are in rare professions and 5 are in hidden professions. This is the largest number of enrollments, the largest number of rare professions, and the largest number of hidden professions in the Shijing Warrior Academy since it was founded. To ensure the safety of these students, their information is being withheld. Next up is the issue of core cadet standards, which is your main concern. There is a limit to the number of core members that the academy can recruit each year, and this year's recruitment has been relatively good, so the conditions for wanting to become a core member are a bit higher than in previous years. The minimum level requirement to enter the core membership is level 75. When this was said, a number of students were suddenly pounding their chests in chagrin. If I had been able to make a concerted effort to move up one more level a few days ago, I would have met the standard to become a core cadet today. However, more people expressed indifference and even gloated a bit. After all, they were not qualified to be core members in the first place, so they naturally hoped that the people around them were the same as them. Of course, some special professions or people with special talents can lower the requirements, so please consult your own guide for details. Becoming a core member will directly gain you 100 points from the Academy, which can be exchanged within the Academy Mall to purchase various props, as well as being able to use the points to release tasks on the Academy's internal system, or even use the points to purchase a spot to become an internal cadet. In short, within the Academy, points can buy almost the vast majority of what you want. There are many ways to get points, so I won't go into detail here. You can consult your instructors after commencement. Don't be discouraged if you didn't become a core student. All of you have one more chance to become a core member in addition to purchasing your eligibility with points. That's breaking into the First Order Trial Tower. As long as you can successfully break through the 100 levels of the Trial Tower, you will be directly promoted to core members. However, there is a time limit. You only have 1 month. More than 1 month, you can't become a core student even if you break through 100 levels. And just then, everyone received 3 announcements in a row at the same time. Region announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 600th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. The woman at the podium received the message as well, and a quick staff member came to her side and whispered a few words before leaving. The woman hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I believe you all have received the region announcement just now. The professional named Black Knight in the previous announcement is also a student of our academy, and a freshman in the same class as you. Hearing this news, those trainees on the stage once again stirred. Those who truly knew the difficulty of the trial tower were even more shocked beyond words. Chapter 54, Assassination Again. From level 501 to 600, Xiaochen spent close to 15 hours in total. The reason why it took so long was because some of the levels contained monsters that Xiaochen least expected. These monsters all had one thing in common: thick blood, low attack, and a blood recovery skill. Xiaochen simply couldn't do anything at all to face this kind of monster. Every time he encountered this kind of monster, Xiaochen could only fight for patience and exhaust the other party. It's a good thing these monsters aren't outrageous, attacking quite a bit more than rebounding, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to be killed by relying only on rebound damage. The 15 hours were not in vain, and eventually managed to take the 600th level. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 600th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 40,000 and now have accumulated 592,407 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 1445. Once again, we came to the trial points mall. Hint: yes, no, to consume 500,000 trial points to exchange for skill advancement vouchers? Redemption. Redemption is successful. You get skill advancement voucher x1. Prompt: yes, no, to use skill advancement credentials now? Use. Hint: please select the skill you want to advance. Solid as a rock. Tip: this skill has reached its upper limit. You cannot use this prop to enhance it. Please choose another skill. Seeing this tip, Xiaochen's heart sank. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Since the rock solid skill couldn't be improved, let's continue to improve Thorn's Thorn. Upgrade the Thorn's Thorn skill. Skills upgrading in progress. Warning: abnormality detected in this skill. System determination in progress. There is an anomaly in the data of this skill, and the same anomaly has been detected in your attack attribute, which is being determined by the system. Judgment completed: as your attack attribute is permanently only 1 point due to unknown reasons, after comprehensive system evaluation, the Thorn's Thorn skill is allowed to continue to improve. Skill enhancement complete. Alert: the Thorn's Thorn skill cap has been raised by 100%, up to 200%. Seeing this series of hints, Xiaochen finally put his heart down. There were ups and downs, but the end result was satisfactory to him. If the worldwide system found out that he had utilized the infinite system to modify the skill values, there was no telling what would happen. Tap on a skill to view it. He realized that the rebound damage of the Thorn's Thorn skill was still 100%. Watching the system prompts carefully, Xiaochen realized that the skill advancement voucher only increased the upgradable limit and did not raise the level of the skill itself. He needed to use skill points to level up Thorn's Thorn before the rebound damage would continue to increase. It was a good thing that the attribute strengthening points and skill strengthening points that were exchanged with trial points yesterday were not used. After adding all 20 skill points to Thorns of Thorns, the Thorns of Thorns skill reaches level 61. Rebound damage increased from 100% to 140%. After thinking about it, he added all of the 200 attribute points from the exchange to his physique as per usual. After the boost was completed, his life value finally broke through 10,000 points, reaching 10,788 points. The double resistance is even more than 1,500 points directly. If only comparing blood quantity and defense, Xiao Chen could even surpass some senior second-order powerhouses now. After all, who would be foolish enough to add all their attributes to physique? Even Meat Shield warriors don't do this, and Meat Shield warriors need to fight monsters to upgrade. Attack power is needed to fight monsters and upgrade. How do you upgrade without an attack? Not everyone has a skill like Thorn's Thorn, and even though some skills come with partial bounce damage, that poor bounce damage simply isn't enough to support the upgrades they use it for. Not to mention that most of these skills come with long cooldowns, making them even less usable for steady output. Xiao Chen had been fighting continuously for more than 24 hours at this point, although boosting his physique had made him too much more physically fit than an ordinary person, but he was still just an ordinary person with a strong body before his genetic breakthrough, and he still needed to eat and sleep. It was already past 3 p.m. when they left the trial tower. The number of people in the trial tower square at this time was much smaller than yesterday, which should be due to the fact that with the official opening of the Shijing Warrior Academy, students had entered the school and the accompanying family members had returned to their hometowns. As Shaw walked in a daze into a path that led to the back door of the school, he suddenly had a jolt of sleepiness that was instantly gone. 2 shields instantly appeared on his left and right hands. Dang dang dang. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 3 consecutive arrows were blocked by the giant shield with a crisp crash. Since the last nighttime attack, Xiao Chen had developed a habit of never taking off his equipment until he was in a safe place. The good thing is that other than the 2 large shields, the other equipment worn on the body is not much different from an ordinary person. Once the 2 shields appeared, he was at full strength. These 3 arrows are very powerful, rebounding damage up to 2,000 each. This means that the opponent's attack power is at least 1,400. If the person who attacked and killed him was an ordinary professional, then it had at least reached the 2nd rank, or even the stronger level of the 2nd rank, or else it would definitely not have such a high attack power. The person hiding behind the big tree in the distance was also startled. After entering the battle state, both sides could see the blood bar above each other's head. The 3 arrows just now were a surefire 3-arrow chain. Even if the opponent was a genius, in his opinion, if he didn't die after being hit by these 3 arrows, his life value would drop by half. But not only did the other side carry it, but the life value was still full. This meant that his fatal triple strike just now didn't even break through the opponent's defense. Not only did these 3 consecutive strikes fail to injure the opponent, they instead caused his own life value to drop by a large margin. As a shadow bowman, he already didn't have a high blood count, and the 6,000 points of damage that bounced back just now had already caused his life value to drop below 30%. As an experienced assassin, it is routine to vanish immediately after a missed shot. Just as he was about to utilize his skills to escape, he turned his head violently. Ruthless Mockery. Relentless Taunt. Use this skill to relentlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you, and the taunted enemy unit will force a normal attack on you for 10 seconds. Seeing the faintly mocking expression on Xiao Chen's face, it caused an inexplicable rage to well up in his heart. Go to hell! Slightly raw common roared out of the assassin's mouth at the same time he drew his arrow, drew his bow, and shot. And then the sad thing happened. 2,000. 2,000. The assassin died from the rebound of his own attack in utter fear and resignation. Alert! You have killed Professional Hachiro. Seeing the name Hachiro and combining it with the assassin's accent just now, Xiao Chen instantly understood what was going on. Chapter 55, The Official Opening of School. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Chen frowned. Are the assassins of the Sakura country already so arrogant? He actually came to the vicinity of the Shijing Warrior Academy to attack him. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen didn't contact Long. Today was the day the academy started, so Long definitely didn't have any free time. Find Old Gun from your friends list and send a message. Blackout, in? Less than 30 seconds later, Old Gun came back with a message. Old Gun, boy, you're a celebrity now, how come you have time to contact me? Blackout, I just had another assassination. Old Gun, what? You can still get assassinated at the Shijing Warrior Academy opening ceremony? Blackout, I'm not at school. Old Guns, where else can you be when you're no longer in school? Wait, kid, I just saw the announcement now, you've broken through the 600th level of the trial tower so quickly? Bull. Old gun, no wonder you were assassinated. If you were a professional from an enemy country, I'd find a way to take you out. Blackout. Old cannon, okay, let's get down to business. You should be on your way back from the trial tower right now, right? Blackout, aha. Old cannon, I can't manage the things over there in Shijing City. I'll introduce a colleague over there to deal with this matter. Don't worry, his ability and strength are not below me. His name is Old Smoking Gun. He will contact you within 3 minutes. You remember to pass his friend application. Not a moment later, Old Smoky sent a friend request. Xiao Chen sent his current address. In less than 10 minutes, an old man with a stooped body holding an old-style pipe more than 20 centimeters long appeared beside Xiao Chen. The old man looked at the corpse on the ground before looking at Xiao Chen and spoke in a hoarse voice. Kid, are you the one who just broke through the 600 levels of the First Order Trial Tower? It's me. Hachiro belongs to the Sakura Country Yakura organization, an organization whose main mission is to lurk in our country to kill some potential low-ranked professionals. This organization is spread across almost every level of power, in order to make it easier to access places for assassination missions. Hachiro has killed quite a few First-Order newcomers with potential before, and some Second-Order powerhouses as well, and has never missed a beat. I didn't expect to be planted in your kid's hands today, and seeing as you haven't suffered any injuries, being able to break through the 600 levels of the trial tower is really not simple. Kid, you've been in the limelight so much lately that you should have been listed as a key assassination target by them already. Xiao Chen frowned. The assassins from the Sakura country are so unscrupulous within the Dragon country, don't you have a way to deal with them? The old bong seems to be physically exhausted, sitting next to the body from the pocket of his coat to take out a rag-wrapped tobacco stuffed into the pipe and lighted a few deep inhalations, a long exhale of smoke before slowly open his mouth. This era is different now. Since the descent of the universal paradise, the professionals all have systems, and communication methods are more difficult to track. Professionals have 1,000 strange abilities that make it easier for them to hide, and it's not easy to find them in a sea of people. After listening to Old Smoking Gun's words, Xiao Chen also fell into deep thought. Indeed, as he said, not to mention those professional assassins who possessed the skills of concealment and evasion, the current Xiao Chen was able to sneak into places that ordinary people simply couldn't reach, and even stop breathing for long periods of time. So there's nothing to be done at all? The old smoker, his eyes suddenly sharpened. There's only one way. What way? That is to kill one, kill them until they are cowed, kill them until they dare not appear in any part of my dragon kingdom. Whether it was before crossing over or in this world now, Xiao Chen's feelings towards the Sakura country remained unchanged. Not to mention that the assassins of the Sakura kingdom had assassinated him again and again, and he had long hated them to the bone. The old smoker's words were right up his alley. Got it, then this place is all yours, I'm going back to bed. Kid, wait. Xiao Chen stopped and turned to look at Old Smoking Gun. Anything else? Pay attention at the academy. There are assassins in the academy too? Old Smoking Gun nodded slightly. According to our observation, we found that there may be a core member in this batch, but we can't confirm it at the moment, so you should be more careful. This batch of cadets? Old Smoking Gun knew what Xiao Chen meant. Laughing, he said, you brat don't think that just because you've broken through the 600 barrier that you don't put this batch of trainees in your eyes. Be careful of the gutter. Got it, let's go. Xiao Chen didn't go to the classroom or the cafeteria, but went straight to his personal room. When I got back to my room, I took a hot shower and just lay down and huffed and puffed. This sleep went straight to the next day. Bang bang bang. Xiao Chen's room door was knocked again. Opening the door to the room, a woman in her 30s with glasses and fair skin appeared at the door. When the woman saw Xiao Chen naked on his upper body, her embroidered eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Student Black Knight, I'm your instructor by Jiang Xue. Please get dressed and come to the second floor of the activity room as soon as possible. After saying that, he left straight away. Closing the door to his room, he looked at the time and realized it was 9:30 in the morning. He then remembered that the academy had officially opened today. He was also curious as to what exactly the Warrior Academy would teach. After a brief wash, I didn't even have time to eat, so I went straight to the second floor of the activity room. In all the days he had been here, he had never been up to the second floor of the activity room. After pushing open the door of the only room on the second floor, Xiao Chen realized that there were already 7 or 8 people sitting on the floor inside. The 3 Iron Hammer brothers, Zhang Hu and Ishame were all there, and there were a few others Xiao Chen hadn't met. The second floor of the activity room has a very different layout than the first floor. There was only an empty hall, which was roughly 100 meters in length and width, and about 10 meters in height, including the floor roof, which was made of an unknown material. Seeing Xiao Chen come in by Jiang Xue's face became more and more ugly. What are you still standing at the door for? Why don't you come in? Only then did Xiao Chen enter the classroom and sit cross-legged on the ground like the others. Alright, our Meat Shield Department core class students have arrived. The course will now officially begin. First, everyone introduce themselves. By Jiang Xue pointed at Zhang Hu and spoke, "You first." Today's Zhang Hu is different from the past days. Not only the clothes are dressed extremely neatly, even the attitude has become as well behaved as he Xiao Mei. Seeing the way Zhang Hu looked at mentor by Jiang Xue, Xiao Chen understood what was going on. Zhang Hu got up, walked to the center of the hall, looked at the crowd, and spoke proudly. "My name is Zhang Hu, I'm 18 years old and level 58. Speaking of which, several other freshmen who had just arrived frowned. Level 58 could also enter the Meat Shield Department's core class. There was only one possibility, and that was that Zhang Hu's occupation was very special. Chapter 56: Distribution of College Points. Seeing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zhang Hu smiled faintly and spoke proudly. "My awakened profession is Titan Barrier. Titan Barrier is the hardest profession, bar none." Hearing Zhang Hu's words, those few new students secretly said that it was really like that. Then the three Hammer brothers and He Xiao Mei all introduced themselves one by one. A short, stocky man rose from the ground and strutted to the center of the field. With every step he took, the flesh on his body would shake a few times, and if you didn't look closely you couldn't tell he was a human. "Ahem, my name is Jean Sanfat, you guys can just call me Brother Jean, my current level is 73, and my awakened profession is Fat House Guardian." Hearing this name and looking at Jean Sanfat's size, the crowd couldn't help themselves, but seeing by Jiang Xue's serious expression, they all forced themselves to hold back. By Jiang Xue added on the side, "Fat House Guardian, this profession is relatively special, his defense and life value in addition to the level equipment related to his own fat weight. Simply put, the fatter he is the higher the defense and life value. There really are all kinds of professions, and the fat man's profession actually correlates with his weight in fat, and as long as he keeps eating, he'll get stronger with it." Xiao Chen thought of the food in the core class, then looked at Fatty and realized that this guy would definitely have a great future here. After the fat man finished introducing himself, a man with a sturdier figure than the three Hammer brothers stood up. He stands at a whopping 2.5 meters tall. "My name is Iron Bull, level 75, awakened profession Thunder Guard." Mentor by Jiang Xue likewise added from the side, "The profession of Thunder Guard is capable of summoning lightning to form an electromagnetic shield, which is very effective in terms of magical defense, as well as having a decent attack power, somewhat similar to little sister he's Flame Guardian." The last person, a man with glasses and a rather slender figure. If they didn't know that you could only awaken to become a professional if you were 18 or older, the crowd would have even suspected that he was a minor. The man was very quiet and soft-spoken, and he didn't look like a cadet of the Meat Shield Department by any stretch of the imagination. "Greetings, Teacher Bai and fellow students, my name is Ming Hui, level 81, and my awakened profession is Holy Light Knight. The Holy Light Knight profession is considered extremely rare amongst the rare professions. This profession is strengthened in all directions where there is light, the stronger the light the stronger he is, and vice versa. Every cadet recruited by the Meat Shield Department this term was a genius, and was far too powerful compared to the previous terms. In the past few sessions, not to mention these extremely special occupations, even rare occupations were rare." Finally, the eyes of the crowd looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen also followed their example and stood up and spoke, "Black Knight, level 100, profession reverse scale battle spirit." When the name Black Knight came out, the three new students looked at Xiao Chen in shock at the same time. "You're the Black Knight who broke through the 600 levels of the trial tower yesterday?" By Jiang Xue didn't comment on Xiao Chen's profession. After all, she didn't even know how to comment on the profession of reverse scale battle spirit. As soon as they knew about Xiao Chen's existence and his fast leveling speed, they reassessed his profession. But no matter how they deduced it, they felt that it was impossible to reach the current achievement in such a short period of time. It was completely beyond their understanding. Finally, he came to the conclusion that Xiao Chen had another strange encounter. After everyone had introduced themselves, by Jiang Xue walked to the center of the hall and opened her mouth. "As our class is the core class of the Meat Shield Department, I won't give you all the regular knowledge about the world's paradise system, so if you don't know, you can look through the cadets' internal system to check it out. Let's hand out your perks for being core students before we officially teach. Anyone who becomes a core member receives a sum of free Academy-sponsored points, and I don't need to tell you what those points are for. The points you have earned are calculated as follows according to the Academy points rules and your own circumstances. The three Hammer brothers have each earned 1,000 points. Zhang Hu gained 2,000 points. Just as Zhang Hu was pleased with himself,
Bai Jiangxue continued to add, after deducting the cost of the substitute trainer that the school hired for you, your remaining points are 260.
What? There's a fee? The academy isn't a charity, aren't the fees reasonable?
If you think the academy's fees are too high, you can practice on your own, but if you don't meet the level in the monthly exam a month from now, you'll be demoted to an ordinary student even if your profession is steel barrier. The school isn't going to produce a loser who's just going to sit on his ass. Zhang Hu was red-faced by Bai Jiangshue's words. No longer did he have that look of indifference to anything that he had before. Bai Jiangxue ignored Zhang Hu and continued, He Xiaomei gained 1,800 points.
Jin Sanfan has gained 1,600 points. Iron Bull gained 1,400 points.
Minghui gained 2,500 points. Finally, he looked at Xiao Chun, and after scrutinizing the numbers on the paper a few times before confirming, Black Knight gained 175,000 points. Zhang Hu was instantly displeased when these words came out.
Mr. Bai, it can't be a mistake, right? Our highest is only 2,500 points, what makes him have 175,000 points?
Xiao Chen also didn't know how the trainees' points were calculated, so he didn't speak in a hurry.
Bai Jiangxue still opened her mouth to explain in order to dispel the crowd's doubts.
The way points are earned and the rules can be viewed in the school's internal system, so since you're asking, I'll give you the rundown. As of today, level 70 earns 1,000 points, level 80 earns an additional 2,000 points, level 90 earns 3,000 points again, and reaching level 100 not only earns an additional 4,000 points, but he also earns 10,000 bonus points as the first student to reach level 100. That's not right, that makes him only have 20,000 points, so how did the remaining 100,000 plus points come from? Facing Zhang Hu's questioning, Bai Jiangxue didn't get annoyed but said seriously. This is what you all have to do once you level up to 100, break into the trial tower. Anyone who breaks into the trial tower and reaches a certain number of floors within a month of the start of the school year will be rewarded by the academy. The higher the number of layers you break through, the richer the rewards you get. The more than 100,000 points remaining in Blackout were all gained by passing through the trial tower. Within a month, students who break through 100 levels will receive 5,000 points, an additional 10,000 points for 200 levels, and 20,000 for 300 levels. And Blackout had already broken through the 600th level yesterday. Now understand why he has so many points. You can get in just as many points if you can do the same. Chapter 57, Instantly Emptying the Redemption List. Teacher Bai, is there still a reward if we break through the 100th floor of the trial tower only after 1 month? He Xiaomei raised her hand to ask a question, looking completely like a good girl. Bai Jiangxue looked at He Xiaomei's well-behaved appearance and loved it. As core members of the academy, most of you can pass the 100th level as long as you rise to level 100 with the right equipment. Think about it, if everyone who passes the 100th level gets such a hefty reward, would the academy points still be worth anything? Teacher Bai, does that mean there's no benefit to breaking into the trial tower after a month? Of course not, breaking into the trial tower again in a month's time will earn you the same amount of academy points, only the amount of points earned will be much less. You can see the exact rules for yourselves through the internal system. However, this month after the start of the school year will be the prime time for you to gain academy points, and it will be exponentially more difficult to gain points after a month. So if you want to gain more points, more resources, this month you will have to bring out your full strength and show your potential. Only by letting the academy see your potential will the academy invest more in you. Teacher, you said so much, what exactly is some use for academy points? Bai Jiangxue lifted her white wrist and looked at the time before speaking. Usefulness? You'll see it now when you open the campus internal system. Upon hearing this, the trainees couldn't wait to open the academy's internal system to check it out. Xiao Chen also opened the campus internal system, which he had opened a few times before, and realized that the option was not open at the moment. I think it was because school hadn't started yet. There are 3 main options within the internal campus system. Everyday application mall. You can buy almost all the common items you want in the mall and they are very cheap. Based on the comparison between the points required for redemption and the price of purchasing these items and props outside, he found that 1 point was equivalent to the purchasing power of 1,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. This means that any student who reaches level 70 at the start of the school year will receive a free $1 million grant from the academy. That's quite a grant. Suddenly, Xiao Chen froze. He now has 155,000 points, and each point is calculated at 1,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, and he has
Xiao Chen counted for a while before he realized that if all of them were converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, at this time, he had 155 million. It was all a bonus from the academy, and only a few short days later he had moved on to what a certain bigwig from the world he had been in before crossing over had called a small goal. After the shock, open the second option. 2. Campus Mission System. Through this system, trainees can release tasks to the whole school. The task can be to ask for equipment, find someone to practice for upgrading, or find male and female friends, etc. As long as it does not violate the laws of the Dragon State, it is all permitted here. There is just a fee for posting the task and also a corresponding commission. Since you can post quests naturally, you can also accept quests here. It's just that newcomers with first order strength can only receive first order quests. Just as he was about to close the quest system, a quest title caught Xiao Chen's attention. Searching task: help me get in touch with Black Knight's classmates. Task commission, 100 points. Xiao Chen didn't contact the other party for the 100 points. There were too many people looking for him since he had cleared the 600 level of the trial tower, and if it wasn't for the school and the government keeping his identity a strict secret, coupled with the fact that the core trainee area was forbidden for others to enter, it was estimated that at this point he would have long since been annoyed with the situation. Then he opened the last option. 3. College Points Mall. That's where academy points are most useful. Opening the Points Mall, most of the redemption content inside was equipment-based. There was no lack of some gold-quality superb equipment, and there were even a lot of red equipment, only that its price was also incredibly expensive. Of course, what was more concerning to Xiao Chen were some of the props that could permanently increase his strength. For example, free attribute point scrolls, skill enhancement scrolls, and so on. These two props were sought-after items that everyone needed, and their output was so low that they would be looted every time they appeared. To be able to appear here now should be intentional by the academy, and its purpose is naturally to motivate the students. Free attribute point scroll, redemption price, 500 points point. Scroll of skill enhancement points, redemption price, 2000 points point. Looking at his 155,000 points, Xiao Chen directly chose to exchange them. When Xiao Chen pulled the number of free attribute point scrolls redeemed to 200 points, a system prompt appeared. Alert, the current inventory limit has been reached. Only 200 points? After spending 100,000 points to exchange for 200 free attribute points, he still had 55,000 academy points remaining. Skill enhancement scrolls are still limited in number. And there are even fewer, a mere 20 points. Xiao Chen chose to redeem all of them. The attribute points and skill points that had just been used up came back in the blink of an eye, which put Xiao Chen in a good mood. And at that moment the teachers and students in the other classes exploded. When they opened them all to check it out, they found that there were no attribute strengthening point scrolls and skill strengthening scrolls as the teacher said. The teachers were blindsided for a moment as they watched the clamoring students. Just a few minutes ago they had opened the mall to check, and there were indeed these two props. The mall has only been open for less than 3 minutes, how come it's gone in the blink of an eye? This mall is only open to new students. Upperclassmen have a separate redemption mall with different prices than the new student prices. Being able to trade away these props could only be the freshmen in this class. Only core members of this freshman cohort also get initial points, and the vast majority of them are only 1,000 points. The most one person can change is just 2 sheets. Such precious points they should not be used to exchange for 2 attribute points. The best choice for them was to exchange for equipment as well as recovery props so that they could level up faster. Who knew that these 2 props were so sought after that they were redeemed in a flash? The academy executives who learned of this result were instantly speechless after checking through the backstage. In the end, the academy's senior management had to once again take out some of its inventory and add it to the points exchange system. In order to prevent this from happening again, they put a limit on the number of units each person can redeem. So far, the storm has passed. Xiao Chen now only had 15,000 academy points left and thought about not continuing to exchange them. Bai Jiangxue looked at Xiao Chen rather fondly for a few moments before continuing to speak. I don't need to say much about the importance of academy points, you've already seen its use, so your next most important task is to practice. As the saying goes, sharpening the sword is not a good idea. Let me first explain to you guys about level 70. When he said this, he looked at Zhang Hu before changing his words. Let me first explain to you the leveling techniques and suitable areas for you to practice at levels 6100. Bai Jiangxue paused again and looked at Xiao Chen. After a few moments, he shook his head helplessly and said, Mr. Black Knight, today's lesson is of no use to you, so go and move around freely. Remember to come to class on time tomorrow. Chapter 58 Departure for the Wilderness. Hearing this, Xiao Chen got up and excused himself, then quickly ran downstairs to the restaurant. He hadn't eaten anything since the morning before, and by now he was already starving. The crowd looked at Xiao Chen's back as he left, envious. The core students are treated really well, and the entire activity room is open 24 hours a day after school starts. While eating, Xiao Chen once again opened the academy's internal system. Found out that the honorarium for the quest to find him had been raised again, from 100 straight to 500. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Chen took on the task and contacted the person who had issued it. Darkness, what do you want with me? Dashing bro, Black Knight classmate, I finally got in touch with you, it's so hard. Brother Dash, it's like this, we found a first rank boss in the wild, but it's too strong for us to handle. Darkness, why are you looking for me? Wouldn't it be simpler to go directly to a second or even third order powerhouse? Brother Dash, Brother Darkness doesn't know, high-ranked powerhouses can naturally kill first-rank bosses with ease, but they're too high-ranked to gain from killing lower-ranked bosses. Xiao Chen then remembered this, the system did have this provision. It's as if he gains no benefit from killing monsters whose level is 5 levels below his own. Black Knight, what boss needs you to find me alone to kill it without spending 500 points? It was important to realize that the value of 500 points would have been extremely high, and that ordinary bosses, when killed, did not necessarily have this gain. Dash, to tell you the truth, this is a hidden boss, but this one is a bit special. Blackout, how special? Dash, I'm sorry I can't tell you right now, unless you agree to join our team. Blackout, then forget it. Dash, don't, I'll say it. Dash, I've checked this boss on the internet and on the system, and I couldn't find any news about it, which means it's most likely the first time a boss has appeared. Do you know what that means? Blackout, what does it mean? Dash, it means that if we kill it there is a good chance that it will be the first kill. The first kill boss doesn't have the probability of popping out superb equipment, and at the same time, we can also get extra rewards. First kill? What a distant word. If you compare Worldwide Paradise to a game, then this game has been open for over a decade. There was actually a first rank boss that hadn't been killed before. This sounded like a mirage. At this time Xiao Chen suddenly thought of what old Smoking Gun had said. Since this person was able to release a mission to find him through the school's internal network, it meant that he was also someone from within the academy. Is it possible to invent such a bizarre excuse to lure yourself out in order to attack and kill yourself? Thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen sent the name Dashing Brother to old Smoking Gun, asking him to investigate the man's details. Not long after the old Bong swore to send a message to tell him that this person is absolutely no problem, he guaranteed in person. Although the reason was not stated, Xiao Chen still believed it since the old smoker said so. Blackout, what do I get out of this? Dash, everyone bids on the stuff that pops up, and the final proceeds are split equally between everyone. Xiao Chen thought about it and decided to make the trip. The first kill boss is very rare. It is said that not only have the opportunity to burst out of the growth class equipment, at the same time, there is also a high chance of bursting out of the attribute strengthening points scrolls and skill strengthening points and so on. There is also the main purpose of killing the boss to get the warrior medal, and the first kill of the boss gets more warrior medals. His current omnipotent medallion was only 3 stars and had already provided him with quite a few attributes, and the effect would be even more significant if he continued to improve it. Agreeing on a meeting place, Xiao Chen ate and rested for some time before getting up and setting off. The meeting place was at a cafe not far from the Sikyong Warrior Academy. Xiao Chen came to the cafe and found that there were actually 2 acquaintances. Calling them acquaintances was a bit of an understatement after all, they'd only made eye contact and had never spoken yet. One person was the necromancer Heaven's Plague, and the other was none other than that idea Swordmaster. The 2 were also visibly stunned when they saw Xiao Chen arrive. In addition to the 2 men, there was a young socialite with dyed green hair and a cigarette. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, Greenhair hurriedly stood up to greet him. "You're the Black Knight brothers?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Ah, good, Brother Black Knight, I am Brother Dash. With you joining us we will definitely be able to accomplish our goal this time. Time waits for no one, let's go, click and kill early to avoid a long night." When they arrived at the door, a 7-seater commercial vehicle was already waiting. A few people got in and the car headed out of town. After the Worldwide Paradise descended, there were monsters all over the globe, and at that time, Blue Star was like the end of the world. The good thing is that people over 18 years of age have the opportunity to awaken to become professionals. Countless professionals awakened that year. It is also the rapid rise of these professionals to repel the monsters to guard part of the city,
after more than a decade of development to form today's situation.
There are no longer monsters in the city, but the wilderness is still dangerous.
Many places still have residual wild monsters. Ordinary people can only act in the place that has been surveyed without wild monsters. As for the unknown area ordinary people never dare to step on, some rare places even high-level professionals do not dare to step on.
The place they are going to today is the location on the edge of the government-designated security zone. The car traveled for over an hour until the road broke.
My lord, this is as far as it goes. Brother FAI, I told you to call me Brother Dash outside, not Prince.
Yes, sir.
Dash could only shake his head helplessly in the face of the stubborn driver.
3 of you will be walking next.
Xiao Chen's few people were not delicate people, so naturally they would not have an opinion. All 4 of them were professionals, and all of them were also the best of this class of freshmen. Their physical qualities were far from being comparable to anyone else's.
In just over a decade, the original factory buildings, farmland and villages have all returned to their original state.
Along the way Xiao Chen several people seldom talked to each other, perhaps in order to ease the atmosphere. The dashing brother opened his mouth and said, Brother Black Knight does not need to say, I think it has long been to level 100, Brother Heavenly Calamity and Brother Sword, how many levels have you guys got? If it wasn't for Xiao Chen, these 2 would definitely be the brightest of the trainees in this session. But with Xiao Chen, the 2 of them suddenly became as ordinary as the same person. However, the 2 of them knew the identity of Brother Dashing, and since they took the initiative to ask, it was no good to sweep him off his feet. Natural Disaster coldly returned, level 97. Sword 33 glanced at Natural Disaster and was rather surprised that Natural Disaster's upgrade speed was also so fast.
Level 99.
Upon hearing the 2 men's levels, Dashing brother sighed, Ugh, you guys really are all perverts, I'm only level 94.
Chapter 59, Boss appears, ready to go to work.
The 3 of them turned back to Dash at the same time. I didn't expect this suspected second-generation government non-mainstream teenager to actually reach level 94.
It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. It seems that Dashing Bro, the second generation of government officials, is not useless.
After several people entered the danger zone, they would occasionally encounter some monsters, but none of them were of a high level, so the 4 of them would have no trouble solving them with their current strength. After a long trek of over an hour, the 4 of them arrived at an abandoned mine. The mine had long been abandoned and was filled with thick weeds and brush. But there was not a single inch of grass within dozens of meters around the entrance of the mine. From time to time there are gusts of strong wind blowing out of the mine. Now at the end of summer and early fall, it is the hottest time, but this wind blowing on the body makes several people cannot help but hit a shiver. A few people's physical fitness could resist even at -10 degrees Celsius. A mere gust of wind here made a few people feel the cold. It is evident that this place is by no means ordinary. Several brothers, that boss is deep within the mine. At that time, a fugitive fled here to avoid capture, and if it wasn't for the fact that someone in the law enforcement team had cast a location tracking skill on him, he really wouldn't have been able to find this place.
Natural Disaster looked grave. It's all here, can you tell us what kind of monster it is? Dash showed a mysterious smile, don't be in a hurry.
All 3 of them then received a group request from Dash.
Hint, you received a team application from Dashing Brother, team mode, bidding, yes no to join the team? Join. Alert, you have joined the team.
After all 3 joined Dash's team, Dash smiled slightly, watch this. A rat appears out of nowhere and quickly scurries into the pit. And Xiao Chen's trio was actually able to see the inside of the cave through the eyes of the rats. I'm a sentinel, and I'm using a skill called vision sharing. This skill is very practical, especially suitable for map openings. In the case of not understanding the environment, to venture into the situation is likely to encounter powerful monsters and thus put themselves in danger. With this skill can be very good to avoid this risk.
Follow the vision of the summoned rat.
The cave was actually not pitch black, and some of the stone set within the rock walls gave off a faint blue glow that illuminated the interior. The cave was still devoid of any vegetation, not even the slightest sign of life. The summoned rats ran through the narrow passageway for several kilometers before their vision opened up. The exact dimensions of this underground space could not be directly seen through the vision of the summoned rats, but it was estimated that the length and width was at least 100 meters. The top of the cave should have a cavern that goes right to the ground, and the sunlight comes straight down through the cavern and just falls on a large tree. The large tree was green and out of place in the dead silence of its surroundings. Suddenly, the screen wobbled, then simply disconnected. Before the image disconnected, they vaguely saw a bloody mouth. It was thought that the monster that killed the summoned rat was the boss that Dash was talking about.
As you have already seen, this is the situation inside the cave. Celestial Calamity spoke up and asked, "Are you sure that monster is only of the first rank?" "Of course I'm sure, there was a team that fought with it before. If it wasn't a first rank boss, those people shouldn't be able to return with their strength." Dash thought for a moment and then added, "Besides, I'm going to fight with you guys this time, so I'm not going to screw myself over, am I?" A few people thought about it and it was true, so they didn't pursue it further. "By the way, Brother Darkness, what is your profession?" Xiao Chen was speechless for a while. He had invited himself to fight the boss and still didn't know what his occupation was. Heavenly Calamity and Sword 33 also looked at Xiao Chen, equally curious about his occupation. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and directly replied, "Reverse Scale Battle Spirit. Adversary War Soul." "I haven't heard of this profession yet. I guess it should be a very powerful and rare profession." Jian XXXI looked at Xiao Chen with a surprised expression. "Impossible." Seeing 33, who had been silent all the way, suddenly lost his temper so much, causing both Heavenly Calamity and Dashing Brother to look at him in confusion. Reverse Scale Battle Spirit is said to be a waste profession. The attack power is only 1 point forever and cannot be raised in any way. How can you possibly rise to level 100 so quickly if your profession is Reverse Scale Battle Spirit? In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Xiao Chen didn't explain, and just said indifferently, "You'll all know in a moment." After saying that, he took out his equipment and 2 giant shields appeared in his hands before striding towards the mine. As a teammate, seeing the 2 large shields that Xiao Chen took out, there was an instant sense of security. Their team's individual strength was considered relatively strong in the first rank, but it was not a good team. The configuration of a standard team should have a variety of professions such as meat shield, output, control, auxiliary, healing and so on. Their team was almost all strong attacking professions, so it was good that their individual strength was strong enough, which gave Brother Dashing the confidence to lead a few people to come together to kill this boss. Seeing Xiao Chen take out 2 large shields was undoubtedly good news for them. With Xiao Chen's proud record of breaking into the trial tower, it shouldn't be a problem to fend off this boss. The mutated boss was all killed by no Xiao Chen, and now that his strength had risen once again, there was no reason why Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to carry it off if this boss was really a first-order one. After traveling forward for more than 10 minutes, the group of 4 appeared at the place where the summoned rats had died earlier. "Careful!" Dash let out a gasp from the back. "Dang!" A bloody mouth came biting at the several people. Xiao Chen was at the front, holding his shield high to protect the crowd behind him. After the strike, Xiao Chen did not move a muscle, while the monster that attacked him was shaken back 5 or 6 meters away by the rebound force. Looking up, a mutant worm with a huge black body was lying on the rock wall staring at several people. Its eyes stared at several people with a deadly stare, a posture before locking onto its prey and launching an attack. After checking the attributes, Xiao Chen realized that although the strength of this boss was much more powerful than normal bosses, it was still quite a bit worse than the bloodthirsty tree demon. "That's it." Dash spoke up from the sidelines with a grave expression to remind him. "I checked this boss many times on the internet, and I haven't seen any information on it, and there's a high probability that killing him will result in a first kill reward." The 5 flying swords behind Sword 33 had all come out of their bodies and hovered around them, looking as if they were sword immortals in the world. Seeing this, the natural disaster did not show any weakness. As the chanting sounded, a single undead creature appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye dozens of undead creatures pulled off an attack formation. Undead knights, undead archers, undead magicians, and various other professions were available, and it looked so imposing that it even overpowered Sword 33. Brother Dash summoned 3 huge bodies. Earthen dogs, that's right, it was earthen dogs. The size of each earthen dog was comparable to that of a northeast tiger. The 3 earthen dogs looked straight at the worm boss, revealing their deep white fangs, and looked no weaker. Chapter 60 Pseudo-Hegemonic Boss appears. The crowd had taken up attack positions. Xiao Chen was the only one who didn't make any movements and still stood in front with 2 huge shields. All 3 of them looked at Xiao Chen. Green-haired Dashing Brother all but warned, "Brother Darkness, go on." Xiao Chen was in a bit of a dilemma for a while. He didn't know how the attack power of the other few people was. If the attack power of a few people was too high, then the monster's hatred would definitely be pulled away by them, and then he would only have to use his control skills to pull it back. But they only have 1.5 controls, and the odds are that the hate value will still not be on him when the control ends. At that time, a few people were probably in danger. These people's identities were not simple. If they all died here, they thought that they would be in a lot of trouble. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke, "Why don't you guys rest and let me kill alone?" When the few people heard this, their faces became extremely ugly. This was not taking the few of them seriously at all. The necromancer Heavenly Tribulation turned to look angrily at Xiao Chun. "Fellow Black Knight, are you looking down on people too much by saying that?" Xiao Chun knew that a few people had misunderstood his meaning, but he couldn't explain. Just as Xiao Chun was planning to start the monster, Sword 33 at the back opened his mouth indifferently. "Although this boss is powerful, I think that even without Black Knight student, the three of us should be able to solve it. Why don't you rest on the sidelines, and if the three of us really can't do it then you can make a move." Dash wanted to say something to round things off, but after a moment's hesitation, he ended up not saying anything. These three were all supreme geniuses, all had their own arrogance, and it was useless to say anything before completely convincing the other party. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's figure gave a lurch. Then he took a few steps back and made a gesture of invitation. Without any nonsense, the few people launched a fierce attack on the worm boss straight away. For a while, sword chi was spreading, dogs were barking, and the army of undead even launched a fearless charge, and the battle was fought. The three were worthy of being the top strongest of the freshmen in this class, both in terms of their proficiency in the use of skills and their timing was quite spot on. The only shortcoming was that the cooperation between the three was relatively a bit rusty. After all, it was unavoidable that the three of them were still teaming up for the first time. After watching for a while, Xiao Chun felt that the three of them shouldn't have much of a problem solving this worm boss. This worm boss, its attack power wasn't strong, but its life value was exceptionally thick and it had the ability to regenerate blood. It would take a short period of time for the three of them to kill it in their current state. When he was bored, Xiao Chun came under that big tree. He had vaguely felt an indefinable sense of attraction ever since he entered this cave. It was as if something in the cave was drawing him in, and the deeper he went, the stronger that sense of attraction became. This feeling was especially strong upon seeing the strange tree. He was pretty sure that it was the tree that attracted him. After a long time of close observation, he did not find anything strange about the tree. Touching the tree trunk with his hand, the mysterious energy in his body that came from the bloodthirsty tree demon unexpectedly resonated with the tree in some way. Mystical energies ignited the long dormant tree like kindling. A majestic energy rippled out from the large tree, causing the several people who were fighting to give a start. In unison, they turned their heads to Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the few people, revealing an apologetic look. However, the gazes of several people looking at Xiao Chen were filled with fear. No, that wasn't looking at Xiao Chen, but at the big tree behind him. A creepy feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's back. Boom! A huge force blasted on top of the shield. Xiao Chen's physique had reached 929 points. His physique gave him a high amount of blood and defense as well as a large increase in anti-impact power. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would have been lifted off the ground with just this strike. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the tree demon that came to life. The tree was not as serene and peaceful and full of life as it had been before, and an evil, bloodthirsty feeling surged out from within the trunk. This feeling was very similar to the bloodthirsty tree demon, and although it was more majestic than the bloodthirsty tree demon's aura, it was far from pure. At this point, the system also gives the details of the big tree. Monster name, Spirit of Ancient Wood Morrow Overlord Pseudo Overlord Boss. Level, 100 levels of the second order. Life value, 5 million 10 million. Physical attack, 2000 formerly 4000. Magical attack, 2000 formerly 4000. Physical defense, 1200 formerly 2400. Magic defense, 1200 formerly 2400. Skill 1, Natural Entanglement. The Morrow Overlord releases a circle of fast-growing vines, which can quickly bind the enemy, restricting their movement and attacks, and continuously consume the target's life value for a certain period of time. Skill 2, Life Draw. Through its roots that penetrate deep into the earth, the Morrow Buster is able to draw on the life force of the surrounding creatures, converting it into its own healing or enhancing power. This skill is especially powerful when the boss has a low life value, and can quickly restore a large amount of life. Skill 3, Forest Fury, summons a sudden storm of wind, rain and lightning, dealing massive AoE damage to all enemies within range and reducing their defense and movement speed. Skill 4, Thorny Thorns, a large number of sharp thorns suddenly appear on the ground, causing physical damage to the enemies standing on them and a certain probability of causing a stun effect. This skill is often used to control the position of the enemy, creating opportunities for subsequent attacks. Skill 5, Soul Resonance. The Morrow Overlord establishes a connection with every tree in the forest, drastically increasing his defense and attack power for a short period of time, while summoning several small tree people to aid in the battle, which are not very strong in combat, but can interfere with the enemy and distract them. Ultimate skill, Ancient would fall. When the Morrow Overlord's life value drops to a very low level, it will sacrifice a portion of its own life force to summon a huge seed, which will explode after a short delay, releasing a cloud of poisonous spores that will cover the entire battlefield, inflicting huge damage to all enemies and adding a continuous poisoning effect. If the Morrow Overlord is not defeated in time, the spore cloud will persist until the end of the battle. Important note, the spirit of Ancient Wood Morrow Overlord was originally a second-order top hegemon level boss, due to the reason it fell into silence. Now although it has been revived but its strength has not reached its strongest state, as time goes by, its strength will gradually recover. Now is the best time to kill it. A dark cloud actually appeared at the top of the already low underground space while the Morrow hegemon revived, along with gusts of wind blowing through. This was the Morrow Overlord unleashing his third skill, Forest Fury. Ka-ching! Thunder rose from the flat ground, and several thunderbolts struck down at the same time above the heads of the four people. Chapter 61 Killing Bosses in a Row. Even though the Morrow Overlord's strength hadn't recovered, his current attack power was upwards of 2000. Multiple lightning strikes in succession caused the life values of the three people other than Xiao Chen to drop by a large margin. The three of them no longer had the composure they had before, and they looked at Xiao Chen in horror at the same time. They didn't understand why an ordinary tree would suddenly turn into a second-order Overlord class boss. Xiao Chen didn't know how to explain it, and even he himself wasn't sure why. "You're no match for him, flee." As soon as the word escape was uttered, green vines suddenly sprang out of the ground and wrapped around the calves of several people, preventing them from moving a single bit. This was the Morrow Overlord's first skill, Natural Entanglement. The dark clouds above their heads were gathering again, and the other three would definitely only die if they were struck by another wave of lightning. Seeing this, Xiao Chen directly unleashed his skill, Relentless Taunt. Relentless Taunt, use this skill to relentlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you, and enemy units that are taunted will force a normal attack on you for 10 seconds. The Merciless Taunt skill was used, and the plant vines that were wrapped around the calves of the other three fell off as much as they could, then quickly wrapped themselves around Xiao Chen. "I'll control them, you guys go." The other three just Judas moment that will quickly run to the outside of the cave. The speed of the speed is simply staggering. Brother Dashing was still a bit conscientious, and while running, he turned around and yelled loudly, "Brother Black Knight, you must survive. Alert, your distance from the squad leader has exceeded the maximum distance, and you have automatically left the squad." After a few people left, Xiao Chen stood by in a tight formation. The Morrow Overlord's attack power was 1,800 points, and his current defense was just over 1,500. The damage dealt to him per hit is only about 150 points after the rock-solid 50% reduction. His recovery rate reached more than 300 points per second after entering the combat state. It was only logical that the Morrow hegemon could not pose any threat to him. But after a few moments, Xiao Chen realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Suddenly, a large number of sharp thorns sprang out of the ground, each of which dealt him the damage of a normal blow. In just 1 second, it actually attacked him 7 or 8 times in a row. This was the Forest Overlord unleashing its fourth skill, Thorn Surge. With his current recovery speed, he could resist up to 2 times per second, and his blood would not recover beyond the 2 attacks per second frequency. Seeing this, Xiao Chen directly added all of the attribute points that he had exchanged with Academy points to Physique. Originally, I wanted to keep it to prevent the lack of attributes when replacing equipment, but now I can't care that much. With the increase in Physique, the defense also increased quite a bit. Now he's up to about 1,750 in both defenses. His pressure plummeted after his defense was raised. Coupled with the high recovery power, the Morrow Overlord was no longer a threat to him. The other few skills of the Morrow Overlord did not pose any threat to Xiao Chen. As long as the damage dealt to him was not greater than the recovery strength, Xiao Chen was invincible. 5 million life value seemed like a lot, but it was nothing in front of Xiao Chen. After adding all 20 skill points from the exchange to the Thorn's Thorn skill, Thorn's Thorn had reached level 81. The rebound damage was an even more terrifying 180%. The Forest Overlord attacks roughly 2 times per second with other skills when not activating the Thorn Surge skill, and rebound damage is around 7,200 per second. However, once it unleashed Thorn Sudden Strike, the rebound damage was instantly increased by 7 or 8 times. The Thorn Burst skill doesn't launch very often, about 60 seconds each time, and lasts about 5 seconds each time. This made the rebound damage that Xiao Chen dealt to the Morrow Overlord up to around 600,000 per minute. 5 million lifestealers, and that's less than 10 minutes away. Before killing the Morrow Overlord, that worm boss was actually the first to die from Xiao Chen's rebound. First kill announcement, Professional Black Knight has successfully killed the rare boss Blood Shadow Demon Earth, completing the first kill of the Blood Shadow Demon Earth. X3. Hint: you have killed the Blood Shadow Demon Earth, obtaining Blood Shadow Sword X1, Silver Coin 12, Copper Coin 35. Hint: you have reached level 100 of the first rank, and you cannot gain experience value before advancing. Hint: you have earned the Warrior Medal X14. Hint: you have obtained the boss first kill reward treasure chest 1. First kill reward chest: open the chest to obtain attribute enhancement point scroll X20, skill enhancement scroll X5. There is a chance of obtaining growth class equipment. The three people waiting for Xiao Chen outside the cave were speechless when they saw this announcement. They came out have been 5 or 6 minutes. Xiao Chen has not yet escaped. In their opinion, Xiao Chen probability has died inside. After all, when the Morrow Overlord attacked them, they all saw its terrifying attributes. Although the strength of the Morrow Overlord had not yet recovered to its peak, it was at least a second-order Overlord level boss, so it was not something that a small first-order professional could fight against. Just when a few people were still worrying about how to go back to the academy, they suddenly received Xiao Chen's first kill announcement. Not only did Xiao Chen survive, but he also managed to kill the Blood Shadow Demon Earth that all three of them had been unable to take down for a long time. In comparison, the gap between the three of them and Xiao Chen's strength was by no means half a star. The previous arrogance dissipated for the most part at this moment. Just as several people accepted the fact that Xiao Chen was powerful, they received 3 more announcements. These 3 publics appeared, and the last trace of pride in their hearts was gone. Regional announcement: congratulations to Professional Black Knight for successfully killing the pseudo-hegemonic boss Ancient Wood Spirit Morrow Hegemon. Regional announcement: congratulations to Professional Black Knight for successfully killing the pseudo-hegemonic boss Ancient Wood Spirit Morrow Hegemon. Regional announcement: congratulations to Professional Black Knight for successfully killing the pseudo-overlord tier boss Ancient Wood Spirit Morrow Overlord. Green-haired dashing brother sat on his butt on the ground inside as he looked at the 2 natural disasters. What kind of monster is he? A first order that can kill a second order overlord class boss? Natural disasters similarly felt speechless. Necromancers were recognized as powerful professions, but they were completely out of dimension compared to Xiao Chen right now. As for Sword 33, who had awakened the legendary profession idea Swordmaster, he was even more silent. He was beginning to wonder if Xiao Chen's profession was really as rumored to have a permanent attack of only 1 point. After the death of the Morrow Overlord, the tree trunk withered rapidly and dissipated into a puddle of ashes in less than 10 seconds. It was as if there had never been a big tree here. At the time of the Morrow Overlord's death, an energy that was the same as that of the bloodthirsty tree demon's death was absorbed by Xiao Chen's body. Of course, Xiao Chen knew nothing about it. He only felt as if his body had suddenly been deeply healed after killing the Morrow Overlord. Feeling relaxed as hell. Chapter 62 Equipment Exchange. Alert: you have killed the Ancient Wood Spirit Morrow Overlord, Morrow Gloves X1, Morrow Armor X1, Gold Coin 38, Silver Coin 35. Hint: you have reached level 100 of the first rank, and you cannot gain experience value before advancing. Hint: you have earned the Warrior Medal X50. Alert: you have obtained a Second Order Overlord Grade Treasure Chest X1. Second Order Overlord Level Treasure Chest, chance of opening Second Order Overlord Level Equipment. Leaving the cave, the trio was still waiting at the entrance to the mine. Seeing Xiao Chen walk out unharmed, several people were relieved even though they already knew the outcome. Brother Black Knight, you're awesome. Tuda held his tongue for a long time, eventually stifling out such a sentence. Natural Disaster also gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Only Sword 33 remained indifferent. Brother Darkness, how was the harvest? Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and showed the only piece of equipment obtained from killing the Blood Shadow Demon Earth, the Blood Shadow Sword, to a few people to check out. Equipment name: Blood Shadow Sword. Equipment level: 100. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wear requirements: 300 points of agility can be used. Equipment location: main weapon. Physical attack: plus 399. Additional skills: attack enhancement, increases basic physical attack by 20%. Attachment skill: bleeding damage, attacking an enemy will deal full attack x 300% sustained bleeding damage for 10 seconds, and can only be effective on the same target once in 20 seconds. Attachment skill: armor breaking, when attacking an enemy, it will cause an armor breaking effect, reducing the enemy's physical defense by 30% for 10 seconds, and can only take effect on the same target once within 30 seconds. Seeing this equipment, Gen 33's eyes went straight. If he could obtain this weapon, his strength would change drastically. Whether it's fighting monsters and upgrading or breaking into the trial tower in the back, it's extremely helpful. In addition to this, Xiao Chen also took out the boss first kill reward treasure chest. Seeing Xiao Chen with such a harvest, the three of them were envious. Even though it had been agreed before that what you got would be in a bidding mode, and then everyone would split it equally. But now they are too embarrassed to ask. Not only did they fail to kill the boss, but they almost got killed instead. If Xiao Chen hadn't taken control of the boss, the three of them would have died under the attack of the Morrow Overlord. And after they fled, the team had been automatically disbanded. This boss was killed completely independently by Xiao Chen and had nothing to do with them. Spare the person with thick skin again, at this time also cannot say the words of substuff. But this weapon was too important to Sword 33. In the end, Sword 33 couldn't help but ask, are the weapons for sale? Xiao Chen thought about throwing the weapon to Dash. Brother Dash looked at Xiao Chen with a confused expression. Brother Darkness, what are you? As agreed earlier, the proceeds will be taken in a bidding mode, and in the end, everyone will share equally, so you can handle this equipment. Brother Dash wanted to rebuff, but seeing Sword 33's hopeful eyes, he eventually threw the weapon directly to Sword 33. This is for you. Exactly how much to offer you discuss with Brother Black Knight. I don't have the face to take benefits for nothing. Natural Disaster likewise stated that he wasn't helping and that he didn't need to be bothered. Gen XXXII received the Blood Shadow Sword and froze in place for a moment. He was not a good communicator, and he did not know how to deal with such a situation for a while. After holding his breath for a long time, he took out a piece of equipment from his storage space and threw it to Xiao Chen. Check out the gear. Equipment name, Dragon Scale Guardian. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirements, 300 points of physique can be used. Equipment position, secondary weapon. Physical defense, plus 299. Magic defense, plus 299. Attachment skill, life resonance passive skill. When the holder's life value is below 30%, the shield will automatically release a faint healing glow, restoring 2% of the holder's life value limit every second for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. Attachment skill, Heart of Valor passive skill. Holder can activate it by successfully fending off 10 consecutive attacks from the same enemy in battle, activating it to increase their own attack and defense by 20% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. Equipment description. The Dragon Scale Guardian Shield was once a relic of the ancient dragon riders, and legend has it that it was personally gifted by an ancient and wise dragon to its most trusted warrior. It not only contains the powerful strength of the dragon race, but also carries the spirit of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. The bearer must have a heart of justice in order to realize its true power. The various attributes of this shield were outstanding, and it wasn't even weaker than the Blood Shadow Sword in the slightest. The attributes in grade alone were far more powerful than the two shields Xiao Chen was currently wearing. The scene was now wearing a level 10 Silver Moon shield in the main weapon position, and this equipment was very special despite its low level and low attributes. This is because it is one of the rare shields that can be worn in the position of the main weapon. Shields are generally worn in the secondary weapon position, and even as a meat shield warrior, the primary weapon position is equipped with a one-handed weapon. After all, there were hardly any people who used two shields like Xiao Chen. The secondary weapon position is currently worn as an undead shield. The undead shield piece of equipment was only a level 30 gold quality piece of equipment, and the main reason it could be worn so far was because of its additional skill Undead Shield. Undead Shield, use this skill to apply a 30-second shield to yourself, which absorbs a total of up to 1000 points of damage value while it exists, and turns 50% of the damage into your own life value. The skill Undead Shield had saved Xiao Chen's life many times and was a very powerful and useful skill. However, as Xiao Chen's strength increased and the monsters he fought became more and more powerful, this equipment gradually failed to keep up with Xiao Chen's pace. Now this equipment is just able to replace the Undead Shield. Xiao Chen received the weapon and nodded to Sword 33, agreeing to the deal. After replacing it with the new shield, Xiao Chen's defense was once again raised by a hair. Both defenses have surpassed 2000 points. As for the first kill boss treasure chest, Xiao Chen didn't take it out for everyone to share, and the others didn't have the face to mention this request. This trip to the duplicate, Xiao Chen could be said to be full of rewards. Looking at the time, it was already past 6 p.m, they had to return as soon as possible. Even if the location they were in now was in a low-risk area, spending the night outside was a very dangerous thing to do. The dangers of the wilderness do not only come from powerful monsters, but also from other professionals. What you could get from killing a pro was all down to luck, but the burst rate was still very good compared to killing monsters. A lot of professionals are just killing other professionals to get equipment to improve their strength. An hour later, the four of them came to the place where they parked, and several of them suddenly changed their faces. Chapter 63, You've been surrounded by me alone. Dash's driver collapsed next to the commercial vehicle, and the ground was covered in blood. The blood had coagulated, and it looked like it had been dead for a short time. Based on the timing, he was killed shortly after the four left. Instead of being impulsive, Dash summoned a few mutant rats to patrol around the area and realized that he hadn't been ambushed before coming to the driver's side to check on him. One arrow kills, leaves no traces. It should be the work of a professional. There aren't many monsters in this place, and it's off the beaten path, so how could there be a professional out there? Could they be targeting one of us? These four people were all geniuses of this term, and they were all surely the priority targets for the offshore organizations to kill. Moreover, Dash could still be the son of one of Dragon's top executives, and being assassinated is a probable event. All four of them could be the target of this assassination, and since the enemy would not easily give up since they had tracked them here, the assassins were most likely lurking around. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Once we return to the city we will be safe. After all, the city had a law enforcement team composed of high-ranking professionals, and trying to assassinate in public there would be many times more difficult, and even if it succeeded, the assassin would only end up dead. Looking at the broken gas tank, several people knew that the car was no longer usable. It was now about 7:30 p.m. Returning to the city on foot by a few people alone would take at least 4 or 5 hours, even without any obstacles. It's too dangerous to travel back to the city overnight. Several people lapsed into silence. A few moments later, Brother Dashing broke the silence and spoke. I had carefully observed this place on the WeChat map, and I am more familiar with the surrounding area. There is an abandoned military facility 5 kilometers to the west. Although it has been abandoned, with the quality of the troops' requirements for the building, it should be able to play a certain defensive effect. We can go there to spend the night, and then return early in the morning. That would be the best way to go at the moment, and the other three didn't say no. Half an hour later, the four came to the gates of an abandoned military camp. The fence of the barracks had collapsed for the most part. The fence was covered with plant vines, and the barracks was even more overgrown and desolate. Now that the sky had darkened, the four of them entered the abandoned barracks under the leadership of Brother Dash to find a relatively sturdy and dry house to stay in. Night. The campfire was up and a variety of quick drinks were set out all over the place. It looks less like crisis avoidance and more like a camping picnic. Natural Disaster opened his mouth to make small talk while sipping a canned beer. Why is it that monsters within the copies can be refreshed indefinitely, but monsters in the wild can't? This problem Xiao Chen also thought about, and even in the network query, get a variety of answers to say what all have, but there is not a convincing answer to all. Sword 33 glanced at Xiao Chen rather deeply and spoke. Have you guys pondered over the question of why monsters and normal bosses within the replica can still be resurrected after being killed, while mutated bosses, unique bosses, and overlord-level bosses won't be resurrected after being killed? As he said this, the others fell into deep thought. I hadn't really thought about this before. Dash spoke in silence for a moment. I know something about this. All three turned their eyes to him at the same time. The reason why the monsters within the replica can be infinitely refreshed is actually because there is a special energy within the replica, and with this energy in place, the monsters within the replica can be resurrected and refreshed in accordance with the rules set forth by the universal system. The wild monsters were the same when the universal paradise descended. They could be refreshed indefinitely, and then it was said that the result of not being able to be revived and refreshed came about because that kind of energy had been taken by someone who didn't know in what way. At this time, as if he had thought of something, Natural Disaster spoke. After reaching the second rank, you can have a resurrection opportunity, and are those resurrection props also using this kind of energy? Dash nodded thoughtfully. It should be. But no one knows exactly what this energy is. Brother Darkness, of the four of us, you're the only one who has killed mutant bosses and overlord bosses. Have you gotten anything other than the regular props? No. It seems that killing these monsters doesn't get that kind of energy. There should be other hidden reasons. At midnight, the campfire was gradually extinguished, and the four of them had fallen into a light sleep. Brother Dash suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time, the three Xiao Chen also opened their eyes. Weapons instantly appeared in their hands, and in just a few moments several people were fully armed. There are 5 professionals closing in on us. Dash whispered. What strength are they? I'm not sure, but they should all be more than 1 rank. This made the 4 men tense up. They were only first order even if they were strong. Breaking through the second rank,
there would be a qualitative leap in strength, and even the most ordinary second rank could be comparable to a top first rank powerhouse. Not to mention that the person who came to assassinate them was by no means an ordinary second order powerhouse.
Damn, it looks like we're most likely going to be planted here this time.
Dashing Brother was chagrined for a while. With his status before going out was guarded by experts, but this time, in order to prove his strength to his old man, he quietly came out behind the family's back, not expecting to encounter this.
It's too late to call for backup. You guys run away, their target should be me. Just then, a man's voice in broken Mandarin came from outside the house. Escape? None of you four are going anywhere.
A man whose entire body was wrapped in black mist was slowly approaching. Any plants that were covered by the black mist around him withered.
This time the system didn't give information about the other side.
The information probing permissions granted by the system for them as novices also had an upper limit, and the current enemy had clearly exceeded the highest level of permissions they could probe. The man casually waved his hand and a black smoke enveloped the four.
Enveloped by the black aura, several people's life values were dropping rapidly.
In just one move, several people's life values dropped by a third. The Black Mist man's attack was surprisingly comparable to that of the Overlord class boss Morrow Overlord. And at that moment, the Black Mist man looked puzzled. This was because one of the four had not been harmed in the slightest by the Black Mist attack.
Instead, he took a decent amount of bounce damage himself. That person was no other than Xiao Chen. Although the system didn't give the opponent's information, the rebound damage could be seen from the opponent's attack.
With just that one strike just now, the Grey Mist man actually received as much as 2,200 points of rebound damage. The Thorn's Thorn had a rebound percentage of 180%, which meant that the man's damage from that move just now was around 1,200. With 1,200 points of attack, even if it wasn't at full strength, it certainly wasn't high enough. It was then that Xiao Chen put his heart down. At the same time, several other figures quickly surrounded them. 5 figures surrounded the 4 Xiao Chen. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 of them had already been surrounded by Xiao Chen.
Chapter 64, The Roots Breaking Program.
Since he was confident in taking them all down, Xiao Chen was in no hurry.
Xiao Chen took a step forward without haste and spoke, "Night Wolf?"
The Black Mist man laughed loudly at this. "Ha, it seems that our Night Wolves have already left an indelible and terrifying impression in the hearts of your Dragon Kingdom professionals."
"Is it really Night Wolf?" Xiao Chen continued to speak and asked, "How did you track us?"
"Even though you are about to die, I prefer to let you die with unwillingness and doubt. Well, prepare to die."
"Kill them."
As they spoke, the 5 of them simultaneously attacked Xiao Chen and the others.
Ruthless mockery.
As soon as this skill was released, the bodies of the Night Wolf squad members who attacked them froze, and then turned their heads in unison to look at Xiao Chen, their faces filled with anger. The attack targets of the group all turned towards Xiao Chen.
Ordinary attacks and various skills flew at Xiao Chen as if they didn't need money.
Under Xiao Chen's rebound damage of up to 180%, in less than 10 seconds, all 5 of them fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, the other 3 looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Now they kind of understood why Xiao Chen was leveling so fast.
That defense and rebound damage is simply outrageous. Those 5 people were all second-order powerhouses. Xiao Chen didn't even move his body from where he was standing, and the 5 second-ranked powerhouses were all killed by the rebound of their own attacks. This is really a bit outrageous. Killing 5 people in a row without a single treasure chest popping out left Xiao Chen speechless. The burst rate when he killed bosses was normal, but the burst rate when he killed small monsters and professionals was ridiculously low. According to what other professionals said, the chance of killing a professional to pop out a treasure chest was around 50%, but he killed 5 people in a row and didn't pop out a single treasure chest. This luck was really no one else's. Black. Brother Darkness, you saved us once again.
Brother Dash froze for a long time before stuttering. Heavenly Tribulation and Sword 33 similarly expressed their gratitude to Xiao Chen. "Wait a moment, this person's soul is still relatively strong. I'll try to see if I can detain his soul out." Heavenly Tribulation looked at a corpse on the ground and spoke. With that, he took out his staff and whispered an incantation that several people could not understand. Then they saw a translucent, slightly light blue shadow being detained from the corpse. The soul body that was detained out was still in a daze at this point, as if it didn't know what was happening. A moment later his translucent face was filled with fear. He let out a phrase from his mouth that only a natural disaster could hear. Several people then saw the natural disaster and the soul body engage in a 3-minute-long silent exchange.
Afterward, with a single pinch of the heavenly tribulation's hand, that soul body was grimly transformed into bits of starlight and dissipated in midair. What did he say? Seeing that the exchange was over, Dash asked impatiently. Instead, Celestial Calamity was stony-faced. They're not targeting us this time. Not us? Learning of this result, several people revealed a confused look. Well, their target is not a few of us, but the entire Dragon Kingdom. The entire Dragon Kingdom? What do you mean? According to his soul body, the purpose of their coming here is to search for something called the essence of all things. What is the essence of all things? Do you guys remember the mutated boss that Black Knight killed? It's the monster these people cultivated with a mysterious energy. These people are trying to turn all the copies within the Dragon Kingdom into forbidden zones in this way, thus cutting off the path to becoming stronger for the newborn professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. But the good news is that the more powerful the monster, the more mystical energy it requires, and they're still only implementing this program in novice copies. But if they succeed in their plan, then the new generation of professionals in the Dragon Kingdom will really be in big trouble. After hearing the account of the natural disaster, several people knew the seriousness of the matter. No, I've got to tell my old man about this as soon as possible. In the wild, there's no signal, and conventional means of communication are simply useless. Luckily, they were both professionals and could be contacted through the Professional Friends feature. Dash looked to a few people after telling his old man the news. It's not too late, there are only 18 novice copies that have become off limits, and the other copies have had their mutated bosses killed before they could grow up. Now that the various professionals' unions have put the important novice copy entrances within the Dragon Kingdom under control, only those who have verified their identities to confirm that they are not spies are allowed to enter. Have 18 copies become off limits already? Yes, 8 of those 18 newbie copies are death swamps. Speaking of this, the 3 of them looked at Xiao Chen at the same time. It's a no-go zone for others, but not necessarily for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen understood what a few people meant. If all those mutated bosses were about the same strength as the bloodthirsty tree demon, he would still be able to solve them, but if they continue to grow, Xiao Chen wouldn't necessarily be able to solve them. Brother Dashing hesitated for a long time but still opened his mouth and asked, Brother Darkness, I know it's a bit presumptuous to ask this, but for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom I'm still going to ask, if it's convenient please tell me your real strength right now. Killing the mutant boss will earn you a lot of nice props, as well as the warrior medal. After advancing to the second rank, strong people were everywhere, and even if they encountered a boss, Xiao Chen wouldn't necessarily be able to snatch it. Now is the perfect time for him to reap the rewards. Xiao Chen directly opened his personal attribute viewing privileges to the 3. When a few people checked Xiao Chen's personal information they called out perverts. Such an extreme way of adding points they had never seen before. In terms of life value and defense alone, Xiao Chen had now even surpassed most second-order powerhouses. A normal professional could only gain 5 attribute points per level up. 100 levels was only 500 attribute points. After the second rank, the attribute points gained for each level up became 10 points, and even then, they only had 1,500 attribute points when they rose to the highest level of the second rank, level 200. And most professionals will choose at least 2 to 3 attributes to develop. There had never been anyone like Xiao Chen who had put all of his attributes on physique. Xiao Chen's physique was now up to 1179 points. The amount of blood exceeded 13,000, and the double defense even exceeded 2,000 points. Even compared to a second-order meat shield it was no less impressive. After seeing Xiao Chen's attributes, Dashing Brothers' eyes glowed. The reason why those newbie copies have become forbidden zones is because they can only be entered by first-order professionals. If second-order and third-order or even higher-level professionals can enter, what can be considered forbidden zones? Any random high-ranked professional could be easily solved. It was also this reason that allowed the people of the Sakura Kingdom to take advantage of the situation, and in doing so, directly cut off the roots of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen's appearance may be the key to breaking the game. Chapter 65 Dragon Breed Squad. Nishikawa City, Professionals Union. It was already past 2 o'clock at night, and a group of Alliance executives were all sitting in the conference room in silence with serious expressions. It took a long time before the middle-aged man sitting in the first place broke the silence. The entire western part of the Dragon Kingdom has already had 20 novice copies turned into forbidden zones. The novice professionals in these places have already started to evacuate. At this rate, it won't be long before there will be no more professionals in these places, and you guys should know very well what the consequences will be without the guardianship of the professionals. Let's all talk about what's a good solution. At this time, a man sitting at the first position on the side who looked a bit similar to Brother Dashing spoke. "Just now, my family's incompetent brat sent an important message." Say. The person who spoke was none other than Brother Dash's father, who was the second in command of the southwest region of the Professionals Alliance, and his name was Debauchery. These two fathers and sons really didn't get good names. Debauchery briefly recounted the news he had just gotten from Dash. Upon hearing this, the first man became furious. "It's the Sakura country again. It seems that we must start a national war to stamp them out before we can rest in peace." "Boss, calm your anger, that's something that will happen sooner or later, but right now we have to find a way to solve the matter at hand. The worldly paradise system is also up. A weak first-rank mutated boss is giving us a hard time." After a few moments, the first man calmed down. "Let's all talk about it. Is there any way to fix it?" "There is a way, but it depends on luck." Say. An old woman in the first position on the right spoke slowly. "There are quite a few powerful professionals among the freshmen of the Shijing Warrior Academy this year, so as long as we do our best to cultivate one out we might be able to resolve this matter." Another old man shook his head and said, "It would be fine if these mutant bosses were controlled when they first appeared, but now that they've grown up, many of the mutant bosses are already comparable to second-order top bosses, and it's too difficult to train a first-order professional who can kill second-order top bosses. Don't I remember that 2 days ago, a little fellow called Black Knight managed to kill the bloodthirsty tree demon? It is said that the bloodthirsty tree demon withered on its own, and that little guy named Darkness only stepped in at the last minute to snatch the bloodthirsty tree demon's kill attribution. Not to mention that the bloodthirsty tree demon shouldn't have reached the second-ranked top strength level yet. So it is." The crowd was silent again. And at that moment, Debauchery spoke again, with a touch of excitement still welling up on his face. "I found a powerful first-ranked professional here. If he can make a move, he'll definitely be able to solve this crisis." The crowd's eyes flicked to the Debauchery. Debauchery didn't say anything and directly projected the picture of the attribute panel his son had sent over on top of the big screen. The faces of the crowd became unpleasant after looking at Xiao Chen's attribute panel. The face of the man on the first seat became even more gloomy. "Debauchery, this person's blood volume and defense are all very good, even exceeding most of the top second-ranked meat shield professions, but what the hell is that 1 point of attack of his? Is he expected to kill those mutant bosses with 1 point of attack?" "Boss, don't be anxious, he's also a freshman of this term of Shijing Warrior Academy. If he doesn't have a powerful means of attacking, how could he rise to level 100 in just over 10 days and still have such a perverted attribute?" The man in the first position turned his head to look at the old woman in the first position on the right. "He is a student of your academy. Do you know what his situation is?" The old woman revealed a puzzled look. "Is it convenient to ask what his name is?" The attribute panel that Brother Dash gave his old man did not directly reveal Xiao Chen's name, in order to prevent such pictures from circulating and causing unnecessary trouble for Xiao Chen. "I'll ask right away." A moment later, he spat out 2 words, "Darkness." "What, it's actually him. It seems like it wasn't a fluke to be able to kill the bloodthirsty tree demon." Although the old woman was the actual administrator of the Shijing Warrior Academy, the Warrior Academy wasn't just for new students, there were also senior cadets as well as a lot of other things. A newcomer with a bit more strength wasn't enough to get her attention. Granny then contacted the admissions counselor at the Office of Special Admissions. She is also getting more and more interested in Xiao Chen after learning about the realities of the Dark Knight from the half-asleep dragon. After figuring everything out, she slowly spat out 2 words, "Rebound." "Rebound damage?" The old woman nodded slightly. According to his enrollment teacher, the occupation awakened by the Black Knight student is the reverse-scale battle spirit, an occupation that also appeared once more than a decade ago, but it was characterized as a waste occupation due to the fact that it only had 1 point of attack permanently. But this darker student carries on the fine tradition of our institution, not giving up and always sticking to it as one. The first man directly interrupted the old woman. "There's no need for all that official talk here." The old woman paused for a moment before continuing. "Speaking of getting used to it, according to his admissions teacher, he's rebounding at least 80% of his damage and should be able to keep rebounding for a long time. 80% plus sustainable. These 2 points more than make up for the fact that the permanent only has 1 point of attack. Combine these 2 points and look at the properties panel on the big screen." The crowd's eyes glazed over. After a moment of silence, the first man spoke. "I'll leave this matter to the 2 of you, and if that little guy can solve this matter I can give him an alternate slot into the Dragon Seed Squad." Hearing the words Dragon Breed Squad, everyone present was surprised. The Dragon Seed Squad, but the strongest talent reserve squad in the Dragon Kingdom. The minimum requirement to be able to enter the Dragon Seed Squad was to enter the top 100 of the Trial Tower. Obviously, the current Xiao Chen did not have such qualifications. The core trainees of the Shijing Warrior Academy were already on the high ground of the starting point of professionals, but they were far from the Dragon Seed Squad. Everyone who graduated alive from the Dragon Seed Squad was invariably the linchpin of the Dragon Kingdom. How many people had squeezed their heads to send their children to the Dragon Seed Squad, but no one had ever been able to succeed? None of the people who could truly enter the Dragon Seed Squad were the top geniuses. With a solution to the crisis, the heavy hearts of the crowd were lightened. Debauchery contacted Brother Dash at the first opportunity and arranged for someone to pick them up and bring them back overnight. Originally planning to give this kid a good beating when he came back, but now not only did he not have to beat him up, but he also had to be praised. After all these years of fooling around, this kid finally made a decent friend. If that kid called Black Knight could successfully resolve this crisis, he would also be given credit. Dragonborn Squad, I wonder if it's operational. Chapter 66 Upper Limit of Potential. Less than an hour later, a helicopter was parked in an open field outside the abandoned barracks. The person who came was naturally the person that Dashing Brother's old man sent to pick them up. Although several people had long known that Green Hair's identity background was not simple, they were still shocked at this time. To be able to mobilize a helicopter to come out and pick them up in an era of severe technological regression after the descent of the worldwide paradise, at least in this part of Shijing, the power was already through the roof. Seeing a few people staring at him, Brother Dashing helplessly waved his hand. Don't look at me, I don't get this treatment, we've all benefited from Brother Darkness Light. Xiao Chen looked at Green Hair suspiciously. I'm not too sure what exactly, but I think it should have something to do with the replica Forbidden Zone. A few people instantly knew what was going on. In less than half an hour, the helicopter landed on a military airfield near the Shijing Warrior Academy. Brother Celestial Calamity, Brother Sword, I've troubled the two of you with this trip, I'll make it up to you when I have the chance in the future. The two of them took a deep look at Xiao Chen before excusing themselves and leaving. While Xiao Chen and Brother Dashing followed the person who picked them up in a commercial vehicle and set off again. 20 minutes later, Xiao Chen and Green Hair arrived at a small courtyard with a plain appearance. After entering the small courtyard, the environment inside was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. The interior decor looked relatively plain, but those who knew what they were talking about could tell at a glance that every piece of furniture here was worth its weight in gold, and if Xiao Chen didn't have pre-crossing insights, he wouldn't have been able to see the value of these pieces of furniture at all. But he was dumbfounded after thinking that he too was now worth hundreds of millions of dollars. These worldly things have long since ceased to be the things they seek. Not long after the two of them sat down, a middle-aged man and an old woman pushed their way in from outside in a huff. Pops, back so late? The visitor was none other than the old lady from the Warrior Academy. Slutty glanced at Dashing Brother and said in a bad mood, next time you run around beware I'll break your legs. He then turned his head to look at Xiao Chen and directly changed his face to ask with a smiling face, this is Mr. Black Knight, right? Xiao Chen nodded and greeted politely, hello uncle. Not bad, this time it's thanks to you, otherwise this no good thing would probably have died outside. By the way, this is the vice president of your Shijing Warrior Academy, you can just call him Granny Jiang. Xiao Chen was shocked in his heart, the vice president of the Warrior Academy, that was definitely one of the most powerful figures in Shijing City. It could be seen that the green-haired old man didn't have much reverence for Granny Jiang, but more respect for the old man, which showed that his power was even above Granny Jiang. Xiao Chen saw this and had a visual understanding of the power of Brother Dash's his old man. Hello Dean Kong. Seeing Xiao Chen being so polite, Granny Jiang also revealed a rare smile. Not bad, the elites trained by our Shijing Warrior Academy really do have an extraordinary temperament. Hearing this, the corner of Debauchery's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This Granny Jiang was really hanging on to the Shijing Warrior Academy at all times, fearing that others wouldn't know that she was the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy in general. Well, sit down, all of you. The story was next told under the narration of Debauchery and Granny Ginger. That's about it, this is something that if you guys can pull it off, odds are you'll make the Dragon Breed Squad. The benefits of entering the Dragon Seed Squad. Granny Jiang has already made it clear there's no need to ask, I'll repeat it again. Xiao Chen's eyes grew brighter after listening to the two. The benefits were far greater than Xiao Chen had imagined. Not being able to get all the proceeds from killing the boss alone, and having the chance to enter the strongest squad in the Dragon Kingdom was absolutely heavenly. This way, now that the various novice copies have been put under martial law, the strength of the mutant boss inside will not have a big increase in a short period of time. The two of you have not had a good night's rest, so you should take a rest here in my place, and at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, there will be someone to lead you to the various copies of the mutant boss to kill. Xiao Chen did not refuse. It was already past 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was indeed too much of a delay to go back and forth before returning to the academy to rest. Debauchery re-entered the living room after seeing off Granny Ginger. He solemnly looked at Xiao Chen and opened his mouth. "Classmate Black Knight, I have an unkind request." Brother Dash looked at his old man with a strange look on his face. As far as he could remember, his old man had never spoken to anyone with this kind of attitude, not to mention that he was still facing a junior like Xiao Chen. "Uncle, please speak, and I will do my best if I can." "Good, then I'll be straightforward. This is something that if you can do it right, odds are you'll be able to get into the Dragon Seed Squad, and I want my family's boy to go on this mission with you." Hearing this, Xiao Chen had yet to speak, but Brother Dashing couldn't sit still. "Pops, aren't you clear about your son's strength? No matter how much you dislike me, you can't let me go to my death. Asshole. If this thing works out, you might also have a chance to enter the Dragon Seed Squad with fellow Black Knight students. Do you know what it means to be in the Dragonborn Squad?" Hearing this answer, Greenhair fell silent. When he thought about the tone of his father's conversation with Xiao Chen, he immediately felt a little blocked in his heart. His father is a powerful figure in Shijing City. Wherever he goes, he is treated as a guest of honor. The purpose of such a low profile is actually to pave the way for him. How could this not move him? "Uncle, of course I don't have a problem with that, it's just that I can't guarantee that he'll be absolutely safe. After all, I don't have healing powers." Don't worry about that, being my son doesn't die that easily. In that case, I naturally have no problem. Good, then my boy is in your hands. Thinking for a moment, the green-haired old man took out a box from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Chen. "This is a meet and greet gift from Uncle to you, it should still be of some use to you." Xiao Chen took the box and opened it to check. Inside the box was a scroll with an ancient shape. Alert! You obtained Potential Cap Scroll X1. Potential Limit Scroll. Use this scroll to permanently increase your potential limit. The introduction of this scroll made Xiao Chen uncertain. What the heck was a potential cap? Is it similar to the cultivation talent in metaphysical novels? However, the strength of this world was all data mined, and everything needed to rely on fighting monsters to level up to gain strength, so what was the use of potential? "Uncle, what exactly does this scroll do?" The green-haired old man looked a little surprised. "You didn't know?" Xiao Chen was speechless. Should he have known? Facing Xiao Chen's doubt, Debauchery was also doubtful. "It shouldn't be. I see that your attribute panel should have used this kind of scroll before, otherwise your attributes couldn't have reached this kind of strength now." Chapter 67: A Powerful Secret. Xiao Chen was even more puzzled. "Uncle, I used quite a few attribute point strengthening scrolls." Debauchery waved his hand and said, "Of course I know this, but there is an upper limit to the number of attribute point strengthening scrolls that each person can use, otherwise how could my boy still be so weak?" The confusion that had been lingering in Xiao Chen's mind at this moment became clear. Yes, if everyone could use attribute strengthening scrolls indefinitely, wouldn't the newcomers cultivated by those big families have been invincible long ago, and how could it be his turn to venture out? Turns out that's the problem. Debauchery looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. "Looking at the way you're acting, you haven't used a potential cap scroll before?" "Yes, I didn't know it existed until just now." Debauchery's fingers lightly snapped at the desktop while muttering, "Could it be because the special nature of your profession causes the potential ceiling to be a whole lot higher than others? That should be the reason." Hearing the words of Debauchery, Xiao Chen also recognized the statement. After all, he only has one point of attack permanently, and the profession is so flawed that some compensation in other areas seems very reasonable. "Well, it's getting late, and you'll be leaving in a couple hours, so I'll leave you to rest, little cub, and take Mr. Darkness to rest. Pops, you should hurry up and get some rest too, just watch me and Brother Darkness perform tomorrow." The dashing brother led the way to a guest room with elegant surroundings to stay. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to rest. Although he was confident in his strength, it was also safer to be able to improve some of his strength. What you gained from killing the 2 bosses yesterday must be converted into strength as soon as possible. This time, killing the 2 bosses earned a total of 64 warrior medals, plus the remaining 6 from before, for a total of 70 medals. To synthesize a 1-star all-around medal, you need 10 warrior medals, 20 for a 2-star, and 40 for a 3-star. The all-around medal he now wears is a 3-star medal. Right now the number of warrior medals would only support him in getting the all-powerful medal to 4 stars. Hint, is it possible to consume 10 warrior medals to exchange for 1 omnipotent medal? Redemption. Alert, equipment fusion was successful. Your omnipotence medal has been upgraded to 4 stars. Almighty Medal 4-star, wearing this medal enhances all basic attributes x 20%.
To get an all-star medal to 5 stars, you'll need one more 4-star all-star medal.
Synthesizing a 4-star medal requires 80 time medals.
He now had 30 remaining, which meant that getting 50 more warrior medals would bring his all-star medal up to 5 stars. Medallion can increase all the basic attributes by 5% for every star. This equipment is definitely a god weapon in the late stage.
In addition, he gets 2 treasure chests.
They were the boss first kill reward treasure chest obtained by killing the Blood Shadow Demon Earth and the second order Overlord grade treasure chest obtained by killing the Morrow Overlord. Both of these treasure chests are very high in gold. When you open the treasure chest of the first kill of the boss, you will surely get 20 attribute enhancement scrolls, 5 skill enhancement scrolls, and a chance to get growth equipment.
Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose to open the boss first kill treasure chest. Prompt: yes, no to open the boss first kill treasure chest? Turn on.
There was a flash of golden light inside the box, and Xiao Chen's heart rejoiced when he saw the golden light flashing.
Shipped out. You obtain Attribute Strengthening Point Scroll x20, Skill Strengthening Scroll x5, Spirit Beast Heart Necklace x1. Get a necklace in addition to the obligatory props. Just by looking at the name, I know it should be a summoner's exclusive equipment. Equipment name: Spirit Beast's Heart Growth Class Equipment. Equipment level: 100. Equipment quality: gold-colored equipment.
Wearing requirements: 200 points of intelligence can be used.
Equipment location: necklace. Physical attack: plus 99. Magic attack: plus 99.
Additional skill: Spirit Beast Inspiration, increase the attributes of all summoned creatures of the wearer by 20% after wearing this equipment. Additional skill: Spirit Beast Heart, increase the existence time of all the wearer's summoned creatures by 20% after wearing this equipment. Attachment attribute: Power of Promotion. After binding, this equipment will advance as the professional advances, and a new additional attribute can be gained after advancement. The guess was completely correct. This was a growth class equipment that belonged exclusively to summoners, and the additional attributes were very good. Putting away the equipment, his gaze fell on the second rank Overlord class treasure chest.
There is a chance that you can open Overlord level treasure chests to get Overlord level equipment. Equipment grades are categorized as white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and legendary. Lastly, there is the Overlord level equipment.
Overlord level equipment is almost the highest rating of all equipment, and Overlord level equipment almost only appears on high level equipment. Each piece of Overlord level equipment is unique and there is no such thing as a duplicate. There were many legends about Hegemony class equipment, but very few people had actually seen Hegemony class equipment, let alone owned a piece of Hegemony class equipment. If you can open a piece of Overlord level equipment, even if you can't use it yourself, you can still exchange it for a huge amount of resources. When Xiao Chen was about to open the Overlord Great Treasure Chest, the prompt appeared. Hint: it is detected that you are not of sufficient level to open this treasure chest.
This left Xiao Chen speechless. There's actually a level restriction on opening treasure chests.
There was no choice but to put the treasure chest away. In the end, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the 2 pieces of equipment obtained from killing the Morrow Overlord.
Morrow Gloves and Morrow Armor. Check out the gear. Equipment name: Morrow Gloves. Equipment quality: red equipment.
Wear requirements: level up to second order, 500 physique points can be used.
Equipment location: gloves. Physical defense: plus 388. Magic defense: plus 388.
Additional skill: equipment resonance. When wearing this equipment, the basic attributes of the weapon held are increased by 30%. Additional skill: power of skill. When wearing this equipment, the requirement to wear the weapon held is reduced by 30%.
Note: only the attribute requirements for wearing the equipment can be lowered, the level requirements cannot be lowered. Equipment name: Morrow Armor. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wear requirements: level 2 and 800 physique points can be used. Equipment location: clothing. Physical defense: plus 588. Magic defense: plus 588. Life value: plus 4,000.
Additional skill: wild growth. When wearing this equipment, the base life value is increased by 20%. Additional skill: breath convergence. Wearing this equipment makes it harder for enemies to detect your breath, narrowing their perception of you by 50%.
Note: set attributes can only be viewed after wearing. Chapter 68. Let's go, clear the boss. Both pieces of equipment had very good attributes and were very suitable for Xiao Chen. The only problem is that he can't wear it right now. The minimum requirement for wearing these two pieces of equipment is to have your own level at the second rank. As for the attribute requirements, he fully satisfied them, which meant that he would be able to wear these two pieces of equipment as soon as he leveled up to the second rank immediately. Second order treasure chests and second order equipment, all of which require second order to use. It seemed that he had to ascend to the second rank as soon as possible, otherwise his strength increase would be greatly limited. In addition to the two pieces of equipment he was wearing and the two pieces of second order equipment he had just opened, he had quite a few good pieces of equipment in his backpack. The Staff of Life, the Heart of Life, the Golden Ring, and the Undead Shield. He had only just replaced it with, in addition to a growth class equipment, the Spirit Beast Heart Necklace. These equipments should fetch a good price out of the gate. A conservative estimate of a few thousand gold coins is there. He wasn't short of money right now though, to be precise he was quite well funded right now. And there's no rush to get out for a while. Finally, Xiao Chen took out the potential cap scroll that debauchery had just given him. Although he hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet, raising the upper limit of his potential wasn't a bad thing. Xiao Chen chose to use it directly. Prompt: yes, no. To use the potential limit scroll immediately? Use. Hint: you have used the potential cap scroll, and you can currently raise the attribute cap by plus 200 points. Seeing this tip, Xiao Chen understood the meaning of the potential cap. The upper limit of each person's potential is the upper limit of attribute enhancement that they can afford. The higher the potential, the higher the upper limit of attribute enhancement that can be endured will naturally be. If an ordinary professional's attribute tolerance limit was 700 points before breaking through to the second level, then after reaching level 100, the maximum number of attribute enhancement points that could be used after finishing all the 500 attribute points brought by upgrading was 200, and then they could not continue to improve. After using the attribute potential cap scroll, you will be able to use 200 attribute enhancement scrolls again to raise your cap. And this cap is not just limited to the first rank. Raising the cap is a permanent boost. If the cap of a second order normal professional was 2000 points, then after using the potential breakthrough scroll to raise it by 200 points, the cap would also change to 2200 points upon reaching the second order. It might not be all that useful to ordinary professionals, but to the strong, it was definitely the most effective means of closing the gap. Xiao Chen didn't know exactly what his potential limit was, but he had already used the 450 additional attribute enhancement points he had gained before using the potential limit scroll. That meant that he could still strengthen and use at least 150 more attribute strengthening points right now. It's easy to see from the debauchery that Xiao Chen's potential ceiling is a whole lot higher than most. Is it true, as he says, that the peculiarities of his profession have contributed to this result? Xiao Chen always felt that things were not that simple. He now had 20 unused attribute enhancement points. As per usual, all plus body mass. As for the 5 skill enhancement points, there are considerations? Naturally, it was all added to the Thorns of Thorn skill. After being fully armed and having added points, Xiao Chen's attribute panel was even more gorgeous. Name: Black Knight. Profession: Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level: First Order Level 100. Lifespan: 14019. Base lifespan 12519 plus equipment bonus 1500. Mana: 72. Physique: 1252. Base attribute 963 plus equipment skill bonus 289. Power: 24. Agility: 6. Intelligence: 7. Physical defense: 1958. Magic defense: 1924. Battle strength assessment: 1901. At the same time, his Thorn's Thorn skill had reached level 86, and the rebound damage was even higher at 190%. Who wouldn't be confused looking at this property panel? He was now about twice as high as when he killed the bloodthirsty tree demon in terms of both life value and double defense. If the current him met the bloodthirsty tree demon again, he simply couldn't break through his defense. Seeing this body attribute, Xiao Chen was confident in his journey to kill the mutated boss in a few hours. A few hours later, Dashing Brother knocked on Xiao Chen's room door. Brother Darkness, prepare to depart. Opening the door to his room, Xiao Chen thought about it and directly threw the Spirit Beast Heart Necklace over. When Brother Dashing saw the attributes of this equipment, his eyes went straight. Brother Darkness, what are you? Sent you. Something so valuable straight to me? Xiao Chen smiled slightly. I can only sell this thing even if I take it. You use it first. Remember to get me the right equipment for me. Ha ha ha, well, I'll take it. This is exactly the equipment I need. The two of them walked out of the front door, and there were already two middle-aged men in professional clothes waiting outside the house. Xiao Chen and the two of them followed them in an off-road vehicle before arriving at yesterday's military airport and then transferring to a helicopter to fly to the nearest novice copy of the mutated boss that was infested with mutant bosses. 20 minutes later, the four of them arrived at a novice square in a small town. The place had been erected with layers of protection by the dragon soldiers, forbidding anyone without permission to enter. After presenting their documents, Xiao Chen and Dash were allowed to enter. As for the two men who led Xiao Chen, their rank had long exceeded the second rank, so naturally, they could not enter with them. This copy was still the Death Swamp, but the copy that should have been bustling with activity was very cold at this time, and the two of them didn't find a single person as they walked along the road. Xiao Chen thought about it and initiated a group request to Dashing Brother. Alert, Brother Dash has passed your group application. The group is successful, all items are randomly distributed during the group, and the experience value is evenly distributed. Tip: the maximum effective distance of teaming is 2,000 meters. Team members will automatically leave the team if the distance between them and the captain exceeds 2,000 meters. Note, as the level rises, the teaming distance will also rise. The maximum teaming distance for first-order professionals is 2 kilometers. Hint: your teammate, Dashing Brother, has voluntarily given up all item acquisition privileges for this group, and you will receive all the coin and props gains from this group. Xiao Chen glanced at Brother Dash and didn't say anything. This was a distribution plan that had been talked about before. The two continued to go deeper and eventually saw a leech comparable in size to a python in the area where Xiao Chen had killed the leech. There was no doubt that this giant leech was the mutated boss within this copy. Leech did not possess a domain-type skill like Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. However, they had just approached within 1 kilometer of the giant leech when countless leeches suddenly shot out, frightening Brother Dash's face and his body quickly backed up. The leeches didn't stop attacking him until they retreated to a range of 1 kilometer away from the giant leeches. Chapter 69, Someone Robbed the Boss. Two shields appeared in his hands, but Xiao Chen stood still. Based on the rebound damage, these normal leeches had also undergone some sort of mutation, and their attacks were far more powerful than the normal leeches before. It seems that this giant leech not only boosts its own strength, but also makes the ordinary leeches around it stronger as well. This should be one of the abilities of the mutant boss. Hint: Hades Zephyr Devouring Spirit is a mutated boss. Its information has not been included in the system database, and we are unable to provide you with Hades Zephyr Devouring Spirit related information at this time. The giant leech was called the Underworld Zephyr Devouring Spirit, and like the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon, the system did not give its relevant attributes or skills. Although he didn't know its attributes and skills, Xiao Chen was confident in his own strength. Even if he was undefeated, he would not be killed in seconds. As long as he wasn't killed in seconds, he could use Battle Spirit Charge to quickly withdraw. Giant leeches don't have super long-range attack ability, they can only command normal leeches to attack. This won't work, you have to let the giant leeches attack themselves for the rebound damage to take effect. Xiao Chen took one step forward. As he got closer, the normal leeches that attacked him became more and more numerous. With Xiao Chen's 190% rebound damage, these leeches died in less than 30 seconds, and then new leeches quickly filled in the gaps. From the looks of it, Xiao Chen was now a man in a constantly writhing ghillie suit walking slowly forward. It was only when Brother Dash saw the scene from afar that he realized why Xiao Chen was leveling so fast. This gave him a whole new perception of the profession of reverse-scale battle spirit. The giant leech did not attack Xiao Chen until he was within 20 meters of the giant leech. A blood-red mouthpiece stabbed straight out from the giant leech's large mouth full of sharp teeth. The sharp, razor-sharp mouthpiece was blocked by the shield, but it was not retracted, but instead, it directly adhered to the shield, inflicting continuous damage to Xiao Chen. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. A series of bounce damage alerts appeared above the giant leech's head. Seeing the 3,000 damage prompt, Xiao Chen put his heart down. This meant that the giant leech's attack power was just over 1,500, which was still quite a long way from him breaking through his whopping 2,000 points of defense. Since he couldn't break the defense, Xiao Chen didn't have any more worries. At this time he was hanging a bunch of ordinary leeches. These leeches are not light in weight, standing for a long time is also tired. Xiao Chen simply find a place to lie down directly. This scene simply made the Dashing Brother on the side look dumbfounded. It's just practicing leveling, but now he's fighting the forbidden mutant boss that everyone dares not approach. What is he doing? Lie down and sleep? This completely subverted Dash's knowledge of fighting bosses for more than a decade. At this moment, he was beginning to envy Xiao Chen's waste profession that only had one point of attack permanently. Since he didn't get much sleep last night, Xiao Chen actually did lie down on the ground and fall into a shallow sleep, and even let out a slight snoring sound. Seeing this, Dash was completely speechless. After about an hour, Dashing Brother's voice rang in Xiao Chen's ears. "Hey! Brother Darkness, wake up, the boss is hanging." Only then did Xiao Chen slowly climb up from the ground. As the giant leeches died, the normal leeches also lost their ability to strengthen themselves, changing to their previous normal size, and their projectile distance was greatly reduced. Otherwise it would have taken a lot of effort for Dashing Brother to reach Xiao Chen. Announcement: Professionals Black Knight and Dashing Brother have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutant boss Stygian Devouring Spirit. Announcement: Professionals Black Knight and Dashing Brother have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutant boss Stygian Devouring Spirit. Announcement: Professionals Black Knight and Dashing Brother have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutant boss Stygian Devouring Spirit. Checking the system announcement, Xiao Chen realized that it was different from before, and since he was in a group with Brother Dash's name also appeared on the announcement. Guess that's what debauchery wants. Continuing to scroll down, kill prompts appeared one after another. Alert: you have killed the mutated boss Underworld Zephyr Devouring Spirit, and you have been awarded the Warrior Medal 30. Hint: you have obtained a First Order Red Achievement Treasure Chest. Alert: you have killed the Underworld Zephyr Devouring Spirit, Moonflower Ring X1, Stardust Boots X1, Golden Treasure Chest X1, and 1000 silver coins. Hint: you have reached level 100 of the first rank, and you cannot gain experience value before advancing. The same mysterious energy was absorbed into Xiao Chen's body when the giant leech died. However, Xiao Chen still didn't know. He only felt that although this sleep was short-lived, after he woke up, both his spirit and physical state were much better. Xiao Chen stood up and moved his shins, feeling relieved. Let's go, next. Far away in Shijing, Debauchery, also known as Dashing Brother's father, saw the screenshot of this announcement that had been forwarded through other people, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, not only him, but even the other top executives of the Western Capital Professionals Alliance were relieved when they saw this message. Based on the information, it seemed that these mutant bosses appeared at about the same time and killed the devouring professionals, so it was thought that there wouldn't be too much of a difference in strength. Since Xiao Chen was able to solve one, he could naturally solve the other mutant bosses as well. In less than 2 hours, the system announcement rang out again. Announcement: Professionals Black Knight and Dashing Brother have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutated boss Soul Devouring Water Demon. Announcement: Professionals Black Knight and Dashing Brother have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutated boss Soul Devouring Water Demon. Announcement: Professionals Black Knight and Dashing Brother have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutated boss Soul Devouring Water Demon. With a helicopter to catch the road, plus 2 powerful high-ranking professionals escorting them, Xiao Chen and the 2 of them were unhindered all the way. Many local government officials were even looking forward to Xiao Chen arriving earlier to solve the hidden dangers for them. After all, these mutant bosses would grow stronger as time went on. If they came too late, the mutated bosses in the area would likely grow to the point where Xiao Chen couldn't even tackle them. At that point it would be even tougher to find another first-ranked professional who was even more powerful than Xiao Chen. From noon to night, Xiao Chen and Greenhair both ran non-stop. Even dinner was served in the helicopter. After 10 p.m., Xiao Chen had already solved the mutant bosses in 4 places, when they came to the 5th place but suddenly received a system announcement. Announcement: Professionals D. Cohen, Morty, and Hades have successfully killed the Death Swamp mutant boss Green Poison Gargoyle. X3. This caused Xiao Chen and Brother Dash, as well as the staff accompanying the 2 of them, to stare. I didn't realize that there were other people besides them who could kill the mutant boss as well. The residents here were naturally very happy to learn this news. But Dash wasn't happy about it. Chapter 70 by Bingshua's Surprise. If Xiao Chen had a tough time killing the mutant boss, perhaps Dashing Brother would still be worried about Xiao Chen risking his life or getting tired. But he changed his mind after seeing Xiao Chen's leisurely and somewhat excessive state of killing the mutant boss. In his opinion, all of these bosses were Xiao Chen's and his, and now they were being preempted by other people, which was completely unacceptable. 2 staff members contacted the professionals' union executives as soon as they learned of the news. Also known as Dash's old man. The reply given by the debauchery is very simple and clear. Let Xiao Chen and the others skip this copy and move on. This was because that team of 3 was a top-notch expert that another senior member of the Professionals Alliance had spent a lot of money to bring in from other regions, one purpose being to solve this crisis, and the other purpose naturally being to steal credit from him. The time when that 3-member team entered the copy was almost the same as the time when Xiao Chen and the others entered the first copy. Xiao Chen and the others had already cleared 4 copies of the mutant boss, and it took this group to solve one. If they didn't count the time spent rushing, Xiao Chen's speed in resolving the mutated boss was at least 7 times faster than theirs. This is a high and low comparison. After learning of this result, instead of being angry, the debauchery became even happier. As the saying goes, it hurts to have a comparison. Without this purge squad hired at a high price, how could it reflect the power of his son's 2-man team? After another 6 hours, after Xiao Chen solved the 8th copy, the other squad finally solved a copy again. At this point, all the Death Swamp copies of the mutant bosses had been resolved as much as possible. The rest were bosses of lower level copies, and the difficulty of those copies' bosses was relatively much lower. A mosquito is meat even if it's small, so if he can, Xiao Chen doesn't mind settling it all together. After all, it also pops the warrior medal. However, Xiao Chen and his duo's level had already exceeded the upper limit of those low-ranked copies, so they could only give up helplessly. Xiao Chen's squad had already dealt with 8 consecutive copies and more than 10 hours had passed. Although they weren't tired yet with their physiques, there was nothing they could do since they couldn't get in. Leave the rest to the others, let's call it a day. Brother Dash was spirited at this time. Today could be considered as his most springy day. His name appeared continuously on the regional announcements of various areas, which made him have the illusion that he was an expert at the same level as Xiao Chen. The 2 staff members reported Xiao Chen and their intentions to the top management of the professionals union. The high command readily agreed to their request to return thereon. More than 10 hours in a row to kill only super strength mutant boss, excluding the time used on the road they really fight with, the mutant boss time is not more than 6 hours. That meant that on average it wouldn't take more than an hour to kill a mutant boss. Such a speed of kills was enough to make the management of the Dragon Seed Squad recognize it. As for the rest of the low-level copy bosses, there were other people to deal with them. After returning to Shijing, Xiao Chen went straight back to his own exclusive room at the Shijing Warrior Academy. Took a hot shower, then turned off all communications and drifted off to sleep. Bang bang bang. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen's room door was knocked on again. Opening the door of the room, Xiao Chen looked at the tutor by Jiang Xue outside the door before he remembered that he still had to attend class today. Xiao Chen was all a bit confused, having been running around non-stop killing bosses for the past 2 days. Student Black Knight, don't think that just because you've reached level 100 and have broken through the 600th floor of the trial tower that you can ignore the Academy's rules. If you continue to ignore the Academy rules, I have the right to demote you to a regular cadet or even expel you. Looking at Bai Jianshue's angry appearance, Xiao Chen also felt speechless. Mr. White, You have 3 minutes to show up in the 2nd floor classroom or suffer the consequences. After saying that, she turned around angrily and left. Xiao Chen was helpless. He wanted to say that this was the Vice Dean of the Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang, asking him to solve the problem, but before he could finish his sentence, Bai Jiangxue angrily left. 3 minutes later, Xiao Chen appeared in the empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Bai Jiangxue was the only one in the classroom, and it was thought that all the other trainees had already entered the copies to practice. After all, the most important thing to do before level 100 is to level up. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive at the time she had set, Bai Jianshue's face looked slightly better. What followed was a 10-minute-long session of criticism and education plus counseling. Until after Bai Jiangxue stopped talking with a dry mouth, until then Xiao Chen had the opportunity to open his mouth. Teacher Bai, I was invited by Granny Ginger yesterday to deal with the mutated boss within the replica, and I didn't return to school until after 4 o'clock this morning. Who? Bai Jiangxue looked like she hadn't heard clearly. Granny Jiang, Vice President of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Bai Jiangxue looked like she was being exasperated by Xiao Chen and laughed. Black Knight student, although taking a nap breaks the Academy's customized rules for new students, it's not that serious to cover it up with an even bigger lie. Do you know how serious the matter will be if you randomly pull the name of the Academy's top management and lie about it? Just as Xiao Chen was about to explain, a stooped old man appeared in front of the classroom door and was looking at Xiao Chen amiably. Dean Jian, you. What brings you here? The person who came was none other than Granny Jiang, the Vice President of the Shijing Warrior Academy. A powerhouse of Granny Jiang's caliber would only attend on some particularly important occasions. Unexpectedly, she actually appeared in the freshman classroom today, something Bai Jiangxue never expected. What made Bai Jiangxue feel even more incredible was that the usually never smiling Vice Dean actually had a thick smile on his face today. Jiang. Dean, you. Are you here for something? Bai Zhengxue was so nervous that she even stuttered a little. Come and take a look. Granny Jiang simply answered, and then dropped her gaze on Xiao Chun, her smile intensifying. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhengxue finally understood where Granny Jiang was coming from. Could this kid be a relative of Granny Jiang? Such a thought suddenly popped into Bai Zhengshue's mind. Because in all her years at the academy she had never seen Granny Jiang have this kind of attitude towards any of the trainees. Granny Jiang walked over to Xiao Chen's side and opened her mouth smilingly. Little black student, how was the situation yesterday? Hearing the words little black classmate, Xiao Chen got goosebumps on his body. How could this Granny Ginger, as one of the people in charge of this event, not be aware of their progress and results? There should be something else about coming here at this time to find yourself. Not bad, cleaned up a copy of the Mutant Boss yesterday. Granny Jiang naturally knew this, but she still pretended to be surprised. 8. That's a remarkable achievement, if only my granddaughter was half as capable as you. Chapter 71 Granny Jiang's Request. Hearing Granny Jiang's words, Xiao Chen naturally understood the true meaning of her coming here. Its purpose should be similar to what Dash's old man is playing at. But there were no more mutant bosses for him to kill now. Granny Jiang hesitated for a long time before turning to Bai Zhengxue and saying, Little Bai, I'm looking for classmate Xiao Hei for something, so please go out for a while. Hearing this name by Zhengxue was very unnatural. First he called Xiao Chen as Xiao Hei, and now he called him Xiao Bai. Isn't this a reverie? However, in the way of Granny Jiang being the vice president of the academy, she could only respond and head out of the classroom. If it were anyone else, Bai Zhengxue would have gone ballistic. When Bai Zhengxue left the mouth, Xiao Chen directly opened his mouth. Dean Jiang, just tell me what's going on. A difficult look appeared on Granny Jiang's face. Classmate Xiao Hei, I'm not here to look for you as the vice president of the academy, but as a girl's grandmother. Dean Jiang, go ahead. Xiao Chen didn't promise to help for sure. After all, a person of Granny Jiang's stature could solve most things on his own, and how could he solve things that even he couldn't solve on his own? Xiao Chen, after all, was still only at the first rank, and now it seemed to be scenic, but that was all facilitated under some specific conditions. Once he advances to the second rank, or these specific conditions disappear, his importance drops dramatically. You did a great job assisting the Professionals Union with the copy crisis this time. I and some of my fellow members of the Professionals League highly recommend you for the Dragonborn Squad, and so far the odds are very good that you'll make it. The Dragon Seed Squad is where the Dragon Kingdom cultivates the best talents, and this year is the 9th since the worldwide paradise descended on the blue planet. Every member of the Dragon Seed has eventually become a super powerful being, and the members of the previous classes have become the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The dean of our college, Swaranjan, is the one who spoke at the commencement ceremony, was a member of the 2nd Dragon Seed team. How many warrior academies in the Dragon Kingdom can you tell? There are 36 in total, and each warrior academy enrolls up to tens of thousands more each year, meaning that at least hundreds of thousands of professionals are born each year. This doesn't include some special groups and folk who have awakened through hidden channels as professionals. As a rough estimate, there are no less than 500,000 awakened professionals in my dragon country every year. But do you know how many members are recruited for each class of the Dragon Seed Squad? Xiao Chen was surprised. He knew that there were quite a few professionals, but he didn't expect there to be so many. When they participated in the awakening ceremony, their entire class had only awakened 3 people, which was a chance of awakening that was almost identical to the official data given. The human population of the entire blue planet plummeted by 70% when the 10,000 Worlds Paradise descended, but even then, the number of people was about the same as the blue planet before Xiao Chen crossed over, so I really don't know how crowded this world would have been before the 10,000 Worlds Paradise descended. Granny Jiang continued to speak. The Dragon Seed Squad only recruits 5 people each year. What? Only 5 people? Xiao Chen was also shocked when he learned of this number. It was important to know that the Shijing Warrior Academy, as one of the top 4 warrior academies in the country, also recruited more than 1,000 core students every year. And the number of core students of the major academies combined even exceeded tens of thousands. The vast majority of these tens of thousands of people are also in rare professions. But the Dragon Seed Squad only recruits 5 people each year, so how high must the gold content of these 5 people be? Seeing Xiao Chen's surprise, Granny Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Now you know how difficult it is to become a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. And you, in all likelihood, will be one of them. About the difficulty and benefits of entering the Dragon Seed Squad, Slutty had already told him about it, and although it wasn't as careful as Granny Jiang had said, Xiao Chen had a general understanding of it. What exactly does Granny Ginger mean when she tells him all of this again now?
Xiao Chen was a bit confused for a moment.
Dean Jiang, just tell me what's up.
You don't need to call me Dean Jiang either. If you don't mind my old age, just call me Granny Jiang.
Granny Ginger, go ahead. Do you know that after becoming a member of the Dragon Caste, each member can recruit 4 escorts?
The main purpose of the existence of these 4 escorts is to make up for the deficiencies of the official team members, and at the same time, these 4 escorts can form a complete squad with the official team members so that they can carry out missions independently, so that they don't have to look for people from outside to cooperate with the operation. Whether it's fighting monsters and practicing or cooperating to kill bosses, the cooperation of the escorts is needed, so every member of the team is extremely strict about their own escort selection.
Little Black, Granny Jiang, I have an unkind request. Granny Ginger, go ahead.
My granddaughter is also a new student in this class and has also awakened a rare profession. If you become a member of the Dragon Seed crew, could you choose her as one of your escorts?
Xiao Chen froze for a long time before reacting.
Granny Jiang, as the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy, both power and strength had already stood at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, and her granddaughter had awakened to a rare profession, so it was reasonable to say that the future would have been a bright one, but why did she still have to degrade herself to be her own retinue?
Are the Dragonborn crew members really that high up on the list? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen spoke. Granny Jiang, why is this?
Alas, although my granddaughter has awakened into a rare profession, she is only an auxiliary department. The auxiliary department is ultimately only auxiliary even if it is powerful. Without powerful teammates to cooperate with, either practicing or staying alive is very difficult. As such, every auxiliary seeks out a regular team.
Ask any other team in the entire Dragon Kingdom that can be stronger than the Dragon Breed Squad.
I know my granddaughter's qualifications, and it's almost unlikely for her to become a full member of the Dragon Seed Squad, which is why she chose to become your squire as a second best option.
Join the Dragon Seed Squad in disguise in this way. I wonder what Kuro-san's intentions are.
Everything is clear. Granny Jiang's attitude is so good originally because of this. However, Xiao Chen had yet to become an official member of the Dragon Seed Squad, so it was still too early to say this. Besides, even if he did become an official member of the Dragon Seed Squad, the choice of squire shouldn't be up to him alone.
Granny Jiang, I'm not a full member yet, isn't it a bit early to talk about this?
I believe in Kuro-san's strength. You will definitely be able to become an official member of the Dragon Seed Squad. This is a little meet and greet gift I'm giving you from Granny Jiang, and it's also considered a special reward for outstanding students as the vice president of the Warrior Academy.
Granny Jiang handed Xiao Chen a wooden box.
This wooden box was exactly the same as the one Papa Greenhorn had given himself in both size and style.
Is it hard to believe that it's another potential cap scroll? Chapter 72: The Secret of Advancement.
After sending Granny Jiang away, Bai Jiangxue returned to the classroom once again. When he was kicked out of the classroom by Granny Jiang, he had inquired about Xiao Chen's deeds through some channels. She was also stunned when she learned that Xiao Chen had continuously cleared 8 copies of the Forbidden Zone yesterday afternoon and into the night. I didn't realize that this classmate, whom she had just criticized and educated, had done such a remarkable thing. But now he was agonizing.
Xiao Chen was too good as a freshman.
Those teaching styles she had previously used for the core members didn't seem appropriate at all when placed on Xiao Chen. But it was not practical for her to come up with a teaching method suitable for Xiao Chen in a short period of time. For a while, she didn't even know how to give Xiao Chen guidance. Seeing Bai Jiangxue in a difficult situation, Xiao Chen took the lead and spoke. Teacher Bai, do you know of any high-value items worth exchanging within the First Order Trial Tower? Small?
Xiao Chen's words just eased Bai Jiangxue's embarrassment.
Calling you over today is precisely to explain to you the relevant contents of the First Order Trial Tower. The Trial Tower is not only a place to test the individual strength of a professional, but also a place to widen the gap with ordinary professionals. And the way to widen the gap is the rewards within the Trial Tower. There are very many props that can be exchanged within the Trial Tower. Small, so you shouldn't be confused by the variety of props within. Most of the props are consumables props that can temporarily boost your strength. These equipment props can only make you stronger for a while, but not permanently. There are very limited props that can really boost a professional's strength permanently. Among them are attribute strengthening point scrolls, skill strengthening scrolls. I think you've already redeemed these things, right?
Xiao Chen nodded his head, indicating that he had indeed redeemed it. Bai Jiangxue nodded slightly, thinking that this kid wasn't stupid.
Then continued, there are 2 other kinds of props that are truly capable of boosting a professional's strength. One of them is the potential cap scroll, a prop that can Bai Jiangxue saw that Xiao Chen wasn't surprised to hear about the potential limit scroll, so it seemed that he had already known and even used this kind of prop. Come to think of it, it's not possible to have the strength you have now without having used such props. She continued after a pause, the other prop is even more important. What props? Seeing this, Bai Jiangxue finally revealed a smirk. The kid finally has something of interest. Bai Jiangxue didn't hang around and said directly, Gene Breakthrough Meta Agent. What was that? Do you know why a professional who has just broken through the second rank can crush most of the top first-rank professionals? Xiao Chen was unsure. He had killed a handful of second-order professionals and didn't feel how powerful they were. Realizing that her statement was not rigorous enough, Bai Jiangxue changed her words and said, monsters like you don't count. After promoting to the second rank, they also need to fight monsters and upgrade, thus obtaining attribute reinforcement points. Before obtaining reinforcement points to strengthen them, why would their strength be greatly improved just after promotion? All people need to go through a special trial to advance from the first to the second stage, and only through this trial can they obtain the Gene Evolution Meta Agent, and although their own various attributes remain unchanged after taking the Gene Evolution Meta Agent, the four main attributes have a significant increase in the enhancement of the derived attributes. Let me put it to you this way, for every 10 points of strength added to a first-ranked professional, his physical attack will be raised by 5 points, and for every 10 points of mana, then his magical attack will also be raised by 5. However, after advancing to the second ranked, for every 10 points of strength added to his strength, his physical attack will be raised by 7.5. The raise compared to the first ranked reaches 50%. This is what makes the second order far more powerful than the first. Xiao Chen came to a sudden realization. Can genetic evolution meta agents be reused? Bai Jiangxue nodded, yes, I haven't seen anyone reach the usage limit, at least so far. However, gene evolution meta agents are very difficult to obtain, and there are only 2 known stable sources of obtaining them. One of them is to obtain it by completing the advancement trial mission. Once the trial mission is successfully completed, 100% will be able to obtain a bottle of gene evolution meta agent, but this kind of meta agent can only be used by itself, it cannot be traded or discarded. The amount of genetic evolutionary meta agent obtained in this way is constant, and breaking through to the second stage in this way will only result in a minimum breakthrough standard, which is a 50% increase in strength relative to what you had at the time of the breakthrough. If you want to get a bigger boost when you break through, then you need to get more genetic breakthrough meta agents from elsewhere. And the one place known to be able to obtain 100% of genetic breakthrough meta agents is the Trial Tower. Likewise, the gene breakthrough meta agent obtained within the Trial Tower can only be used by yourself and cannot be traded. Teacher Bai, I didn't find looking for various props within the Trial Tower point small? Bai Jiangxue laughed, is the gene breakthrough Yuan agent not that good to obtain? There are 2 requirements if you want to obtain the gene breakthrough Yuan agent within the Trial Tower mall. First, the number of Trial Tower floors reached 800, and second trial points reached 2 million. Xiao Chen secretly calculated in his mind that he now had 94,207 trial points remaining, and he had gained a total of about 350,000 points from rushing from the 501 level to the 600 level. For every 100 levels you pass, the number of chances to get will almost double. That meant that the trial points he gained from breaking through 800 levels would be enough to exchange for a bottle of genetic evolutionary meta agent. Before wanting to break through the 800 level, Xiao Chen really do not have much confidence, but now, it should not be a big problem. Teacher Bai, you won't directly advance after using the gene evolution meta agent, right? No, it won't automatically advance even after using the gene evolution meta agents obtained through the advancement trial quests, and advancement requires confirmation from the professional for it to work. Getting this answer, Xiao Chen was relieved. Well, what should have been told to you has already been said. As for breaking in, I won't explain it to you in detail. Your profession is not quite the same as the traditional meat shield department. Talking about it won't help you much. I'll send you a copy of the information, you can see for yourself. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me directly through the buddy system. Thanks. This was Xiao Chen's thanks from the bottom of his heart. Alright, you're free to go for the next few days. After bidding farewell to Bai Jiangxue, Xiao Chen re-entered his personal room. Returning to the room wasn't so much to catch up on sleep as it was to organize yesterday's haul. Killing 8 mutant bosses yesterday was quite a rewarding experience. Before breaking into the trial tower, first raise your strength to the extreme, as the saying goes, sharpen your sword. It's safer and more efficient to boost your strength and then go through the levels. Chapter 73, Opening Treasure Chests Wildly. Before organizing yesterday's harvest, Xiao Chen first took out what Granny Jiang had given him. Open the box to view. Instead of a potential cap scroll,
The box contained an attribute enhancement point scroll. Xiao Chen was not disappointed by this, because he had no idea where his ceiling was, or at least hadn't hit it yet. Instead, the attribute enhancement point scroll could actually boost his strength. Granny Jiang was very generous and directly gave him a 50-point attribute strengthening point scroll. This kind of props that could permanently enhance strength was not even considered to be sold or exchanged for other props. Xiao Chen chose to use it directly. Hint: yes, no to use attribute strengthening point scroll x50? Use. Hint: you have gained free attribute strengthening points x50. Xiao Chen did not directly add all of his attribute enhancement points to his physique. He remembered that there were a few pieces of equipment that were more suitable for him in yesterday's explosion, but they required higher strength and agility attributes to be able to wear them. His current attribute panel was very extreme. Physique had reached 1,252 points, while strength was only 24 points, and agility was only 6 points. He couldn't wear some level 20 or 30 equipment that required the strength and agility attributes to wear. Yesterday, he had killed a total of 8 mutant bosses, each of which was comparable to a bloodthirsty tree demon. And that's why he's reaping the rewards. Apart from the various treasure chest props, the biggest reward was the 500 warrior medals. He learned from Green Hair that not all boss kills would explode the warrior medal, and that the warrior medal could only be obtained when killing a boss for the first time. The bosses that ordinary professionals could see were already rare, and there were only a few common ones. It's very difficult to get a lot of warrior medals. The reason you were able to get so many warrior medals this time is because each mutant boss is unique. Where else would there be so many new bosses for swiping warrior medals? And the number of warrior medals gained from killing normal bosses is small. The only normal boss Xiao Chen had actually killed up to this point seemed to be the Silver Moon Wolf King, and the other bosses were either hidden bosses or mutated bosses. The chances of hidden bosses and mutated bosses appearing were very low, and even if an ordinary professional encountered one, it was not necessarily good luck. Instead, it was possible that they would not even be able to run away. This shows that the warrior medal is not that easy to obtain. With the 30 remaining from earlier, he now has a total of 530 warrior medals. The Medallion of Omnipotence, which requires 150 warrior medals for 1 star to 4 stars. After consuming 150 warrior medals, the Omnipotent medal was finally raised to 5 stars, and the attribute boost changed from the previous 20% to the current 25%. But Xiao Chen didn't stop there. He now has 330 warrior medals remaining. It also only takes 310 warrior medals to synthesize another new 5-star all-star medal. 2 5-star medals can then be synthesized into 1 6-star medal. A few moments later, a brand new 6-star medal was born. 6-star all-purpose medal. Wearing this medal increases all basic attributes x 30%. If other professionals knew that Xiao Chen had raised his medal to 6 stars at the first rank, I wonder if they would call Xiao Chen a Hungbi. After the medal of Omnipotence was upgraded to 6 stars, he only had 20 warrior medals left. To raise the medals to 7 stars required 2 6-star medals, and he was still 300 short. The medals give a great boost to the professional, but the medals are just as difficult to obtain. And the more you ascend to the later stages, the higher the number of warrior medals required. Warrior medals are not tradable and cannot be purchased by any means. The only way to get it is to kill the boss. Therefore, lifting is extremely difficult. After putting away the medals, Xiao Chen took out 12 treasure chests at once. 8 of them are achievement treasure chests, and the other 4 are treasure chests popped by bosses. The 8 achievement treasure chests are all red quality, and the 4 bosses popped treasure chests are only gold quality. The quality of the achievement treasure chest was already extremely high, not to mention that this was a red quality treasure chest given by the system for killing the mutated boss. Xiao Chen was full of expectations for the props that could be opened out of these treasure chests. But before that, let's have some appetizers. Hint: yes, no to open golden treasure chest x4? Turn on. Golden light continuously flickered in the room, causing the entire room to be dyed gold. After the golden light dimmed, check the system alert. He obtained a total of 3 gold quality equipment and 1 purple quality equipment, as well as quite a few gold coins. None of them suited Xiao Chen though. He then took a deep breath and placed the 8 red quality achievement treasure chests in front of him. Hint: yes, no to open golden treasure chest x8? Turn it on. A series of red and gold flashes of light shook people's eyes. If he still lived in his previous silo, people outside would think the man was bouncing around at home in the middle of the day. Opening 8 red quality achievement treasure chests at once, probably no one else would do it except Xiao Chen. Anyone who gets such a high-quality treasure chest is not careful to open it slowly one by one after praying piously. Opening treasure chests this way has none of the thrill of opening a treasure chest. The reason why Xiao Chen didn't feel too much was due to the fact that he had gotten too many high-quality treasure chests. It hadn't even been 20 days since he became a professional. How many high-quality treasure chests had he obtained? The light dispersed, and Xiao Chen carefully read every system prompt. The red quality achievement treasure chest didn't let him down. Opened a lot of good stuff. There were 200 attribute strengthening point scrolls alone, and 40 skill strengthening scrolls. The value of these two props alone was comparable to the more than 100,000 points of the Shijing Warrior Academy, not to mention the fact that there were points that couldn't even buy these props now. There were quite a few red equipment openings in terms of equipment, but there were only two that Xiao Chen could use. Equipment name, Life Source. Equipment quality, red equipment. Where requirements, and 500 points of physical fitness can be used. Equipment location, necklace. Physical defense, plus 99. Magic defense, plus 99. Additional skill, Life Source passive, able to provide a constant supply of life force and recovery effects, restoring your own life value limit x 1% per second after wearing this equipment. Recovery is also possible in combat state. The vast majority of equipment in the necklace area increases attack or bludgeoning. Xiao Chen killed 8 mutant bosses this time, including bosses directly exploding and opening treasure chests. He got a total of 4 necklaces, and only this one was to increase his defense. And its additional passive skill was still restoring life value. Both attributes plus the additional skill were what Xiao Chen needed. Although it didn't add much to defense, it was more useful to him than other necklaces that added attack. Chapter 74 Disposal of Equipment. In addition, Xiao Chen had just found another piece of equipment in his package that was useful to him. Equipment name, Fish Scale Wrist Guard. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirements, 200 points of physique can be used. Equipment location, wrist guard left. Physical defense, plus 188. Magic defense, plus 188. Additional skill, Fish Scale Defense, increases base physical defense by 20%. Armor skill, Water Mastery, when fighting in water, movement attack speed is increased by 20%. There was quite a bit of good equipment that Xiao Chen had obtained this time, but most of it required extremely high wearing requirements. It was unlikely that he would consume too many attribute enhancement points on strength and agility just to wear 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. This equipment is one of the many that suits him. The special additional skill Fish Scale Defense is able to boost base defense by 20%. The only source of base defense is the bonus from Constitution, and it is the panel defense after taking off all equipment and after skills that counts as base defense. Therefore Xiao Chen's base defense wasn't really high, only 482 points, and boosting his base defense by 20% would only increase his physical defense by an additional 96 points. The defense bonus from this equipment is really not high compared to equipment or skills with full defense bonus. However, as a bracelet its base defense alone reaches 188, which is already among the top equipment in terms of defense. This outfit isn't particularly good overall, but it's perfectly adequate for transitioning. Looking at a large pile of high-grade equipment, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. The equipment was no longer of any use to him, only to be taken and sold for money. In terms of gold coins, there were still more than 3,000 of them in his backpack right now, which was equivalent to more than 30 million Dragon Kingdom coins. In just over 10 days, Xiao Chen went from having nothing to being worth tens of millions of dollars. He found that making money seemed especially easy after becoming a professional. So much so that he doesn't even know what to do with the money now. Buying equipment? He's not short of equipment right now. Buying props that permanently boosted strength? It seemed like those things couldn't be bought with money, at least he hadn't seen anyone selling them in the market. Looking at a large pile of equipment, Xiao Chen finally decided to sell them all. These pieces of equipment will only sell for a good price if someone needs them. Now that the major academies have started not long ago, it shouldn't take long for a large number of newcomers to reach level 100. By then, they would have stormed the trial tower, just when they needed to buy high-level equipment. At this point in time, the gear would definitely fetch a good price. Open your friends list and find Chandler. This guy is not bad either in his ability to do things or as a person to try to work with. With the system's contractual constraints in place, he wasn't worried that the other party would sell something and not pay for it. Blackout, in? Duo, Brother Black Knight, your great name has been appearing on the announcements of various regions from time to time during this period. I really didn't look at the wrong person. One word bull. Darkness, I have a batch of first order top equipment here that I need to get out of the way. Do you have a doorway? Chandos, Dark Brothers, a weak question. What does top mean? And what does a batch mean? Black Knight, 7 pieces of red quality equipment, 11 pieces of gold quality, purple quality. Chandos, Black Knight Brothers, how many bosses' lairs have you emptied out here? Blackout, is there a channel? Chandos, don't worry Brother Black Knight, this kind of goods is not difficult to defeat me. By the way, we have worked together for so long yet I have not introduced myself to you. Duo, I'm the hand of the new city chapter of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. You should have heard of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Blackout, no. Chundra, embarrassed expression. Brother Black Knight, you've only become a professional for a short while, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Duo, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is at least a top 10 chamber of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom. Whether it's credibility, material strength, or buying and selling channels, it's a second to none existence. Blackout, well, just watch over these gears. Black Knight, by the way, if there are props that can permanently increase one's strength, remember to keep an eye out for me. As for equipment, you can keep an eye out for second order extreme equipment for me now. Duo, Brother Black Knight, at your strength tier, it's already hard to buy the equipment you need through ordinary channels. In this case, the day after tomorrow there happens to be an online auction organized by our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. These equipment you provided will also appear in the auction. If you are interested, you can go online and participate at that time. Blackout, good. Looking at the empty package, Xiao Chen felt physically and mentally relieved. Too much gear to look at is not a good thing. Or sell it as soon as possible. Can be converted into strength is best, really cannot be converted into gold coins in the parcel look also comfortable. According to Xiao Chen's estimation, this batch of equipment was conservatively estimated to be able to sell for 5,000 gold coins. That's like $50 million. Of course, the current Xiao Chen was no longer interested in the currency of ordinary people. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen decided to use up all of his skill enhancement points and attribute points to break into the trial tower in the most perfect state. He still had 40 skill attribute points, so he naturally prioritized the Thorn's Thorn skill. The Thorn's Thorn skill is now level 86 and rebounds damage by 190%. In terms of cap, another 5 levels of boosting would be enough to reach the 200% rebound cap. With 5 skill points tapped down, sure enough, the plus sign behind the Thorn's Thorn skill had disappeared, which meant that it could not be further strengthened. There are now 35 skill enhancement points left. Where to add those 35 skill points? What's there to think about? Naturally, all of them were added to the power of the Silver Moon. This skill that could recover according to the percentage of his life cap was definitely the skill that boosted him the most right now. With 35 skill points down, power of the Silver Moon reaches level 56 and the skill's recovery speed reaches 2.85%. However, his overall recovery rate was a horrific 6.09%. Why is it so high? The formula is as follows. Silver Moon Power 2.85% plus Blood Soul Guardian Helmet 1% plus Granite Belt Equipment Skill Granite Power 0.5% plus Life Source Necklace Additional Skill 1%. Together the three came to 5.35%. That's it? Of course not. On top of the 5.35% you have to add the bonus of the Ring of Life add-on skill Life Salute. Salute to Life, the effect of your own recovery type skills is increased by 20%. Life Ring Xiao Chen matched to 2, then both stacked and the recovery class effect was increased by 40%. 5.35% x 140% equals 7.49%. Now Xiao Chen's life value was already as high as 14,982 points, and this was still the case when 250 points of physique hadn't been added in. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen added all 250 points to his physique. Chapter 75, Entering the Global Top 1000. After 250 attribute strengthening points were added, Xiao Chen still hadn't touched the so-called bottleneck. It seems that his potential ceiling is a whole lot higher than the average person. After replacing his equipment and adding his attribute points, Xiao Chen's attribute panel was brand new. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 100. Life Value, 18482. Mana, 78. Physical Fitness, 1698. Power, 26. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 8. Physical Defense, 2585. Magic Defense, 2429. Battle Strength Assessment, 2452. Thorn's Thorn rebounds damage by 200%. It restores even more life per second at 1384. This amount of blood, this amount of recovery, to say that he was a blood cow warrior with his own nurse would not be an exaggeration. Look at the time, it's only 11 a.m. Being disturbed by Jiangxue and Granny Jian like this, he didn't feel like sleeping anymore either. Just when hitting him counted to drink a cup of coffee to rest for a while and then go to the trial tower when the dashing brother sent a message. Dash, Brother Darkness, still resting? Blackout, what's up? Dash, it's bad, something's wrong. Blackout, huh? Dash, my old man just told me there's been a change in the matter of entering the Dragon Seed Squad. Blackout, what's going on? Dash, recently several other advanced warrior academies have emerged some extraordinary geniuses. The Dragon Seed Squad has only 5 slots in total, the first 3 have been locked, and now there are only the last 2 slots left, and the senior management has already sent out a message, and those who want to get into the Dragon Seed Squad will depend on their strengths. Blackout, how? Dashing brother, the last 2 spots, whoever breaks through to the top 100 worldwide in the First Order Trial Tower first, the spot will be theirs. Blackout, any idea how the other contenders are progressing with their break-ins right now? Dash, right now there are 4 main rivals of yours, all of them have rushed to the 600th floor or above, the exact rankings are not out yet, I think they are storming the trial tower. Blackout, that's what makes it fun. Brother Dash, Brother Black Knight, you cannot be careless. These people are very strong. My old man told me that the 3 people who have locked the quota, needless to say, with your competitors several people in previous years are able to directly enter the Dragon Seed Squad of geniuses. Blackout, top 100? Got it. Brother Dash, it seems hopeless for me, I can only hang out with you from now on. Brother Darkness, you mustn't abandon me. Xiao Chen naturally knew what green hair meant by this, but he wouldn't give any promises until he had actually locked in a Dragon Seed Squad spot. Blackout, say it again. Closing the chat interface, Xiao Chen was in no hurry. The more difficult the trial tower was at the back, the longer it would take, and 1 hour was not enough to affect the final result. He slowly finished a cup of hot coffee made by an intelligent robot before slowly getting up and walking towards the trial tower. After the delay of the past 2 days, one after another, people had risen to level 100, and they also began to try to challenge the trial tower. 2 old acquaintances were encountered at the trial tower plaza. Natural Disaster and Sword XXXII. The 3 of them just nodded to each other without exchanging words, and then each of them entered the trial tower. Alert! You have entered the 601st floor of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint, killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Only 2 or 3 days had passed since the last time he had broken through the barrier, but Xiao Chen's strength had already undergone a skyrocketing change. The increase in strength of the monsters on the 601st floor compared to the monsters on the 500th floor wasn't too great, it was just that the monster combinations were more difficult to combat. But these didn't have any effect here in Xiao Chen. With his high double defense of around 2500, these monsters were still far from breaking through his defense. Now that his Thorn's Thorn rebound damage had reached 200%, the speed of killing monsters was faster and more efficient compared to before. 6 hours later, a giant ape the size of a mountain collapsed to the ground. Regional announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 700th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 700th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 30,000 and now have accumulated 791,303 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 1328. Look at the time, it's just after 7 p.m. Xiao Chen decided to rush to the 800th floor in one go, and first exchange the Gene Evolutionary Yuan agent that Jiangxue had mentioned. In case this thing also had an inventory limit like the Warrior Academy's internal mall and was redeemed by someone first, then it would be a loss. Alert! You have entered the 701st floor of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Challenge begins. The strength of the monsters after the 700th floor had increased quite a bit more compared to the monsters in the 600th floor. Some of the more aggressive monsters' attacks even approach 1500. If Xiao Chen didn't have this more substantial improvement, his path to breaking through the barrier would only end here. In addition to the increased attacks, the monsters after the 700th floor have become more diverse in their attack styles and skills. One of the monsters' skills allowed Xiao Chen to discover a major flaw in himself. That's armor breaking. Xiao Chen is now able to brush monsters without injury. The biggest dependence is the defense. Once the defense is broken, he will have a lot of trouble. The monster with the armor-breaking skill was a giant mosquito-like monster with extremely sharp and pointed mouthparts. Attacks come with an armor-breaking effect. However, it was good that Xiao Chen's defense was high enough that even after breaking armor by 20%, his defense was still as high as 2000. If the armor-breaking effect of these monsters were a bit higher and their output attacks were a bit stronger, Xiao Chen would really be in quite a bit of trouble. Another 6 hours had passed when a stealthy monster's body gradually emerged and fell to its death. A system announcement followed. Region announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 800th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Region announcement: Congratulations to Profession Black Knight for entering the top 1000 of the First Order Trial Tower, now ranked 997. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 800th floor of the Trial Tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 60,000, and now have accumulated 218,9095 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 997. After passing the 800 level, the regional bulletin changed to a regional bulletin. The region announcement spread more widely, and Xiao Chen's region covered almost the entire western part of the Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't until this moment that Blackout's name truly spread in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom. Although it was only the first rank, would a professional who could enter the global ranking of 1000 or less be a mediocre one? Chapter 76, Taking Gene Evolution Elemental Agents. Those who were familiar and on good terms with Xiao Chen were all surprised and shocked when they saw this regional announcement. There is simply no comparison between top 1000 and non-top 1000. The 800th level of the Trial Tower was a big hurdle, and countless geniuses were stuck at the 800th level and couldn't get through it. And Xiao Chen did. It was already late at night, and not many people saw the system announcement, or else the various regional chat channels would certainly set off a wave of discussion about the Dark Knight. Xiao Chen returned to the Trial Tower preparation room. Opened the Trial Tower Points Redemption Mall. Scrolling backward, he finally found the Gene Evolution Meta Agent that Bai Jiangxue had mentioned at the very back of the mall. Hint: yes, no, to consume 2 million trial points to redeem Gene Evolution Meta Agent X1? Redemption. Hint: you have obtained Gene Evolution Meta Agent X1. Gene Evolution Meta Agent improves one's genes after use, thus increasing the efficiency of using the 4 basic attributes. Xiao Chen slightly felt a hint of pressure when he impacted the 800th floor of the Trial Tower today. If he continued to break into higher levels, his current defense would definitely not be able to carry him. Using this bottle of Genetic Evolution Meta Agent right now is undoubtedly the best choice. Hint: yes, no, to use Gene Evolution Meta Agent now? Hint: the use of this potion will cause a deep transformation of the body, and will cause some pain to the user. Please choose a safe place to use this potion. Xiao Chen looked around. Was there a safer place than here? The preparation room that each professional challenged the Trial Tower to enter was a separate space that was not connected to each other. No one can be in this room without the system's permission. This could be said to be the safest place Xiao Chen could find, bar none. Use. The crystal bottle in his hand directly exploded, and an invisible energy was instantly injected into Xiao Chen's body. When this energy entered the body, it spread rapidly towards all parts of the body. In just an instant, every cell of Xiao Chen's body was wrapped in this energy. It was followed by pain, heart-rending pain, pain that spread through every cell of his body. Ah! Rao Xiao Chen couldn't help but hiss out in this agony. The body fell to the ground and kept spasming. This pain was not in a certain part, but from every cell of the body. There was not a single part of the body that was not suffering from this extreme pain. Xiao Chen nearly fainted several times, but eventually gritted his teeth and persevered. After half an hour, this pain ebbed slowly. A fishy odor emanated from within the sweaty clothes. That's the impurities that are expelled from the body during genetic evolution. The slimy gray-black impurities sticking to your body make it hard. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen felt his body was relaxed. A sense of unprecedented power surged through his heart. Hint: genetic transformation completed, now 100 points of genetic strength. The 4 basic attributes add 50% to derived attributes. Hint: you have met the minimum requirements for promotion to the 2nd rank. Yes, no, to promotion to the 2nd rank now? It was not expected that one could directly advance to the 2nd order after using a Gene Evolution Meta Agent. Now promoted to the 2nd order? Of course not. What a joke! If he promoted to the 2nd rank now, he would lose the qualification to challenge the 1st rank Trial Tower, and what to talk about entering the Dragon Seed Squad.
And looking at the system prompts and what Bai Jiangxue had informed him of, the genetic strength could continue to rise. Although genetic purification meta-agents were hard to come by, there was still a promotion trial mission waiting for him to do. At that time, he would also be able to obtain a bottle of gene-purifying meta-agent, which would then increase his own strength some more. View your own attributes. The 4 basic attributes have not changed. However, the base attributes of life, mana, attack, and double defense were all increased by 50%. At this time, his life value had reached 26,973 points. Physical defense had even surpassed 3,000 points, and magic defense had reached 2,854 points. This time the boost is very significant. If he could use a few more bottles of genetic evolutionary meta-agent, I wonder how powerful he would be. Feeling the gust of fishy odor coming from his body, Xiaochen quickly left the trial tower and returned to his personal room at the academy. It was a good thing that it was late at night and there weren't many pedestrians on the street, otherwise he would probably have to make a lot of people point at him with this odor. Back in his personal room, he took a hot shower and then went to the dining room to simply eat something before drifting off to sleep. In order not to be disturbed, he turned on the no disturb mode. Inside the Magic Capital Warrior Academy, an old man sat in a dimly lit office, and opposite the old man were 2 young men. The old man lit a cigarette and took a few deep puffs before speaking slowly. Zhengzhua, Fangcheng, how many levels have you guys broken through today? 756 off. 788 off. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the performance of the 2. Both of you still have your trial points, right? Elder Mako said that the points were kept for great use, so naturally we all still have them. Good, tomorrow after you 2 break through the 800 levels you must exchange the Gene Evolution Meta-Agent. Once you use the Gene Evolution Meta-Agent, the strength of you 2 will once again increase by a large margin, then again impacting the higher levels will certainly be more relaxed, and the chances of joining the Dragon Seed Squad will naturally be greater. Elder Maku, the 2 of us will definitely do our best. The old man was satisfied with the attitude of the 2, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Now that there are only the last 2 slots left in the Dragon Seed Squad, I hope that both of you will be able to go in. Just then, the old man received a message. After checking it out, his face suddenly became grave. What's wrong? Shogun. After closing the chat interface, the old man looked at the 2 men and spoke with a grave expression. Your opponents have appeared. Who? One from the Southern Ocean Warrior Academy, named Bo. Just half an hour ago has broken through the 800 barrier. Another one from the Shijing Warrior Academy, named Black Knight, has also broken through the 800 barrier an hour ago. The 2 of you need to work hard, otherwise it's hard to say who the last 2 spots will end up going to. Meanwhile, several of Xiao Chen's other competitors felt the pressure from each other. By the time they reached this tier of equipment, there was no doubt that they had reached their current optimal state, and it was already very difficult to raise their strength again. However, due to their occupational specificity, a lack of hard power can be compensated for by methods such as skillful tactics. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, didn't have any room to roll over and could only dislike him with strength. It was a good thing that he was strong enough, and that he still had more room to improve now. At least so far he hasn't hit a bottleneck. There's even more room for improvement in terms of equipment. The bracelets and gloves were still transitional goods that Chandler had bought at random. The main weapon position wears the same level 10 Silver Moon Shield. The clothes were also just level 50 Spirit Snake Treasure Armor. It's very easy to get a boost. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Old Castle. Xiao Chen hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet in his current breakthrough, so he didn't need to upgrade his equipment for the time being. Because he would be promoted to the 2nd rank at any time, and once he was promoted to the 2nd rank he would be able to purchase better equipment. There was no need to waste money on 1st rank equipment. Although he is now very wealthy, saving money is a habit etched in his bones and not so easy to change. Long and Bai Jiangxue had received a notice from Vice Dean Zhang, telling them not to bother Xiao Chen and to let him break into the trial tower at ease. This resulted in no one coming to knock on the door, and Xiao Chen slept until noon. When he opened his messages to check, he found that Greenhair was even more anxious than he was, and had sent him more than 10 messages in a row. Most of its content was for him to break in as soon as possible. There are also a couple screenshots of announcements of several other competitors breaking through the 800 levels of the trial tower. Xiao Chen also began to solemnize. Yesterday he crossed the 200 barrier in a row, a pace and efficiency that has been phenomenal. I didn't realize that there were actually people who could keep up with his breaking speed. The Dragon Kingdom is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger.
After having lunch, Xiao Chen once again came to the trial tower. Today his goal was to break through the 1000th floor. No one knew exactly how many floors the trial tower had, because no one had ever reached the top of the trial tower since the descent of the 10,000 Worlds Paradise. It is said that after more than 1,000 floors, the strength of the monsters will be dramatically increased. According to the intruder who later recounted himself, the monsters in the trial tower after 1,000 floors, although the information given by the system to introduce them is still of the first order, but their attributes have been far more than that. According to his guess, the higher up the first order trial tower the higher the rank of the monsters would be, and there might even be monsters with attributes comparable to those of the third and fourth order at the back. Some even suspected that the highest point of the first order trial tower was actually the 1000th floor. Above the 1000 level actually crosses over into another level. This approach is shared by most people. Therefore, most strong people would only take the 1000th floor as their ultimate goal. Alert! You have entered the 801st floor of the first order trial ground. Hint: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Challenge begins. The strength of the monsters on the 801st floor had risen once again. And every little monster possesses a consistent 2 skills, and these skills are varied. What kind of skills there are? As long as it wasn't a skill that increased attack or broke armor, it wasn't much of a threat to Xiao Chen. Starting at level 801, every little monster was no weaker than a level 100 normal boss. However, they were still no different from small monsters in front of Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen didn't run to attract monsters, his double defense was once again increased by a large amount with the immovable mountain skill. These monsters were only first order no matter how strong they were, and they couldn't break through his defense at all. At least the 800 plus layer individual monsters don't have that strength. The monsters' attacks were even more powerful after the 800th floor, but their blood levels seemed to have reached a certain ceiling and didn't increase much. Thinking about it, it's true, after all, the break-in time for each level is only 60 minutes. If there was an unlimited increase in monster blood, even if the trialists had the ability to kill them all, that time would be completely insufficient. This caused Xiao Chen to pass through the levels faster than the 700 to 800 levels instead. In just less than 4 hours, Xiao Chen passed the 900th level. Region announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 900th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. X3. Region announcement: Congratulations to Profession Black Knight for entering the top 500 of the First Order Trial Tower, now ranked 498. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 900th floor of the Trial Tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 120,000 and have now accumulated 288,9095 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 498. After passing, Xiao Chen did not rush to continue to break through, but opened the trial points mall to see if there were any new props to update. It's hard not to be disappointed after going through it carefully. More props have been updated in the mall. But it's still a one-time use item and some equipment that can only be worn by the first rank and is non-tradable. There were a few pieces of equipment that were quite suitable for Xiao Chen, but the exchange price was strangely high. Xiao Chen forced his heart to shut down the mall. This was because he had an intuition that after breaking through the 1000th floor, the trial points mall should still be updated with better things. It's not worth wasting your points now when you can't buy the good stuff when you really swipe it. Moreover, the more difficult it became, the more difficult it was, and Xiao Chen wasn't confident that he could keep breaking through. Points can only be gained by breaking into the tower, and if you are that close to not being able to redeem the points, you will lose a lot of money. Go on. Alert! You have entered the 901st floor of the First Order Trial Ground. Hint: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Challenge begins. The map for level 901 has changed again, and this is an ancient border city. Under the setting sun, the ancient city wall is mottled and moss spreads between the stone cracks, telling the vicissitudes of 1,000 years and loneliness. On top of the city wall, the arrows are broken, and traces of the fierce battles of the past can be vaguely seen, and every brick and tile is engraved with the depth of history. The streets are narrow and winding, and the potholes on the stone paths are the imprints of horses' hooves and iron hooves intertwined, recording the splendor and sorrow of countless battles. In this ancient and full of battle traces of the land, every wind, every tile carries a heavy history, so that people cannot help but indulge in the distant and glorious past, feel the unique charm of the ancient city and the immortal soul. At this time, there were no creatures to be seen in the city. Xiao Chen walked alone on the stone streets filled with traces of age, looking at the setting sun that was descending in the distance. An inexplicable feeling of sadness appeared in his heart. What was still a peaceful and quiet evening was suddenly windy, and the sudden appearance of black clouds in the sky hastened the arrival of night. There's a sense of black clouds over the city. Ka-ching! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Thunder and lightning lit up the entire ancient city. Xiao Chen's scalp tingled in the instant the lightning flashed. This was no empty city, and he was surrounded by a dense crowd of human warriors in tattered battle armor. They should be considered human. Almost identical to the ancient warrior except for his body covered in rotting flesh and blood and his empty, lifeless eyes. Lightning stroked by and all was quiet again, as if the silhouette seen just now didn't exist at all. But Xiao Chen knew that those people were on his side. He could even feel the gusts of breeze that the men brought with them as they moved behind him. Are all these people stealth monsters? Ka-ching! Black clouds grew thicker in the sky and lightning became more frequent. He could clearly see the soldiers every time the lightning crossed. When the third bolt of lightning crossed, those soldiers suddenly turned their heads to look at Xiao Chen. Chapter 78, Triggering a Hidden Mission. Rumble. The lightning was more persistent with a loud clap of thunder. At this moment the entire ancient castle was like daytime under the illumination of thunder and lightning. And also at this time, all the soldiers seemed to come to life as if they were alive, and their gazes looked at Xiao Chen in unison. Gradually, a flash of ghostly blue flame lit up in their eyes. It was a moment when they charged as in a simultaneous silent cry. And then, nothing. The difficulty with this level is that you can only see the enemy when the lightning flashes, but otherwise you have to go by feel. And the monsters themselves weren't all that powerful. At least it didn't break Xiao Chen's defense. Just like this, Xiao Chen walked around this ancient city in boredom. Through the flash of lightning streaking by he was able to see where there were more monsters and head that way. The goal is naturally to get through faster. As per usual for the first 900 levels, floors 901, 1000 are this map. Only the strength and number of monsters that appear, etc. have changed. Other professionals who came to this level might be a lot stronger than Xiao Chen, but they definitely weren't as relaxed as Xiao Chen. Because he doesn't have to attack at all, he just needs to let the monsters attack him to get through the level. Trying to find the monster with precision and also attacking to hit the enemy accurately without being able to see it is very difficult. And Xiao Chen had no worries about that at all. He was like walking leisurely within the ancient city full of monsters, and as he walked those unseen monsters had automatically died. There are more than 10 of these levels where Xiao Chen didn't even see what the boss looked like, and the pass-in came. In this way Xiao Chen wandered around the ancient city over and over again, strolling through the pass. On the 1000th level, the sky was thicker with clouds, but the thunder and lightning became less frequent. The thick dark clouds were even more depressing, as if they were the calm before a storm. Xiao Chen still turned towards the place with more monsters as he did on the previous 99 floors. He only needed to keep an eye on his blood level and whether or not he had an armor-breaking status, but he didn't need to pay attention to anything else at all. Time passed by, and since lightning appeared very infrequently, Xiao Chen could only roam around the ancient city by feeling. Calculating the time, the monsters within the ancient city should have pretty much died already. Xiao Chen was waiting for the system prompt to appear when suddenly black clouds surged in the sky. There were occasional flashes of thunder in the black clouds. A very bad feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. No way? As soon as the words were said, the entire sky suddenly lit up like day. A thunderbolt struck Xiao Chen directly. 4,000. Seeing this damage value, Xiao Chen could not help but be shocked. His magic defense was upwards of 2,000, and even so he received 4,000 points of damage. How horrible it must be. No, Xiao Chen realized that this should be real damage. Otherwise the damage should be so standardized that there should at least be zeros and zeros. Real damage that does pose a threat to Xiao Chen. In order not to continue to be struck by lightning, Xiao Chen quickly ducked into a dilapidated house. Ka-ching! The lightning appeared directly above his head, causing no damage to the house above his head. What's the situation? Was this the same as crossing the threshold in a cultivation novel, unable to avoid it by any means? With such horrible damage, how did the others who made it through the 1000 level make it through? Ka-ching! Lightning strikes again. 4,000. Xiao Chen's life value dropped again. After 3 consecutive attacks, Xiao Chen put his heart down. Lightning attacks deal a fixed 4,000 points of damage to him each time, and the frequency of the attacks is almost 3 seconds or so each time. His recovery rate was now at 1,643 points per second alone. Xiao Chen's life value had been restored to full before the next lightning strike. Since there was no threat to him, Xiao Chen stopped dodging. Step out of the dilapidated hut and look up at the sky. Black clouds surged in the sky, and from time to time thunder flashed in the depths of the black clouds. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes stared. A giant creature just flashed through the clouds. He trusted his eyes and was definitely not mistaken just now. But the giant thing appeared too briefly to get a full view of it. And just then, the system prompt finally appeared. But after seeing the content of the system prompt, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It's not even a passable system prompt. Reminder, due to unknown reasons, you have triggered the hidden quest to kill the hidden mutation only Overlord class boss Cloud Hidden Songling. Click for mission details. Hint, as you have triggered the hidden mission, the trial tower breaking through is suspended, and the task of breaking through the trial tower will continue after completing this mission. Hint, restrictions on the use of props have been lifted, and restrictions on the use of props will be restored after the mission is over. What the hell? As far as Xiao Chen knew, only after a professional's strength reached the 3rd rank would he receive a mandatory mission issued by the system. He's only at the 1st rank now. And no one had given him any indication that he could still receive quests within the trial tower. Hidden, mutant, unique, and overlord tier bosses. And what the hell is this string of titles? Xiao Chen tapped on the task list with a grave expression. It was discovered that a quest had indeed appeared within the quest list that had been empty. Type of mission, mandatory mission. Quest content, kill the hidden mutation of the only overlord level boss Yunin Songling. Mission difficulty, SSS note, mission difficulty ranges from E to SSS, with SSS theoretically being the highest difficulty. Time limit of the mission, 48 hours. Quest reward, Gene Evolution Meta Agent X2. Penalty for failure, forced execution. Mission profile. In a distant era, there was a forgotten ancient city called Thunder Abyss. This ancient city was once a prosperous center of civilization, but due to a sudden natural disaster, it sank into the dust of history. Legend has it that the catastrophe was not caused by the forces of nature, but by a thunder and lightning serpent demon, the cloud-hidden pale spirit, which was hidden in the clouds above the ancient city. The cloud-hidden Cthulhu spirit is the product of the fusion of the first ray of lightning between heaven and earth and the souls of mysterious serpents in the ancient forest. It possesses the ability to manipulate wind, rain, and lightning, and its body is like a sinuous silver lightning bolt that weaves between the dark clouds so that no one can get a glimpse of it. Its eyes are like the brightest stars in the night sky, glittering with wisdom and coldness, able to see into the essence of everything in the world. Slay it and you'll be the hero of the ancient city of Timber's Abyss. After carefully reading the mission introduction, Xiao Chen frowned. The 4 big words forcible execution let him know that this was serious, and that he might be accounted for. As for rewards and whatnot, he was in no mood to pay attention at this point. The only thing he was thankful for was that he was given 48 hours for this mission. That's 2 days. Within these 2 days, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would be forcibly executed by the worldwide system if he failed to kill the thunder snake in the sky. Close the task panel and look up at the sky. The black clouds in the sky grew thicker, and only a wisp of the thunder serpent could be glimpsed from the occasional thunderbolt. Chapter 79. Let's see who can last till the end. Looking at the thunder snake hidden in the black clouds, Xiao Chen frowned. He didn't have the ability to fly, not to mention long-range attacks, so if the thunder dragon never came down, how could he hurt it? Wait. Could it be that those thunderbolts that struck him just now were not naturally formed, but came from that thunder snake in the sky? That's how it should be. Ask nature if there is such a regularity of thunder and lightning. If this thunderbolt was really a thunder snake's attack, then it might actually be possible to kill it. The system only gave an introduction of thunder snake's background information, without the slightest introduction about his strength. Looking at the thunder snake in the clouds, Xiao Chen was unable to do anything at all. The only thing he can do is get struck by lightning. With that, the lightning kept up its frequency of once every 3 seconds to deal continuous damage to Xiao Chen. It was a good thing that Xiao Chen had exchanged and used the Gene Evolution Meta Agent at the first time after clearing the 800th floor, otherwise he would have died under this lightning attack by now. This attack continued for more than 3 hours without the slightest change. This made Xiao Chen slightly put his heart down. If the lightning was really emitted by thunder kill in the sky, then Xiao Chen's Thorn's Thorn would definitely deal rebound damage to it. The premise was that the lightning was really emitted by the thunder snake. Another 3 hours or so passed. The thunder snake in the sky still appeared and disappeared in the clouds, and the thunderbolt still fell on time according to 3 seconds at a time, without fail. Xiao Chen, however, did not dare to be careless. In the event that thunder frequency speeds up, or if Thunder Snake releases another skill, this balance will be upset. At that point, he could only use a couple of blood returning skills to fight back a bit. Exactly how long it would last, he didn't have a clue in his mind. One man and one snake just froze in place. Outside. More than 20 hours had passed since Xiao Chen cleared the 900th floor of the trial tower. According to Xiao Chen's previous speed of breaking through the levels long ago, he should have passed 1000 levels. Even if the 1000 level is a lot harder than the 900 level, it should have come out by now after more than 20 hours. Discovering this situation, Granny Ginger and the others began to worry. If they hadn't noticed that the avatar in their friends list hadn't turned gray yet, they would have even thought that Xiao Chen had died in the trial tower. And Xian Duo began to worry about Xiao Chen's safety at this time. Last night's online auction, Xiao Chen did not attend on time. He has been trying to contact Xiao Chen, but no matter what, he could not get in touch. But there was nothing they could do but continue to wait anxiously. Another 10 hours or so passed. At this point, more than 30 hours had passed since Xiao Chen had broken through the 900 barrier. Still can't reach Xiao Chen. Just then, a national system announcement appeared. National announcement: Professional Bo has successfully passed the 1000th floor of the First Order Trial Tower, and has entered the top 100 of the First Order Trial Tower's full volleyball rankings. X3. When this news came out, ordinary professionals would only think that another newcomer with potential had appeared. And some stakeholders, some are happy and some are naturally nervous. The most nervous among them were Zhang Zhuo and Fang Chang. With Bo's success in the global top 100, the Dragon Seed squad is down to its final spot. Instead, they had two. This dooms at least one person from making the Dragonborn squad. The teammate relationship between the two instantly changed into a competitive relationship, and Xu Gao could only helplessly shake his head when he saw this scene. Similarly, Granny Jiang and Debauchery began to worry when they saw this announcement. After all, there was only one last spot left, and if Xiao Chen couldn't take it before everyone else, he would lose his qualification to enter the Dragon Seed squad. At that time, both Green Hair and Granny Jiang's granddaughter would lose their qualifications to enter the Dragon Seed squad in disguise. While various speculations were going on in the outside world, Xiao Chen was incredibly nervous. After being struck by lightning for 10 hours, lightning in the sky occasionally triggers a continuous attack. First, 2 thunderbolts struck down at the same time. Just one thunderbolt double strike could deal 8,000 points of damage to him. But it was a good thing that the lightning double strike wasn't too frequent, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to recover his blood. In the meantime, Xiao Chen also took off a few pieces of equipment. After testing found that, as he guessed, lightning caused real damage to him. All defensive equipment and skills are invalid. Whether rock solid takes effect or not he doesn't know. After all, there is no reference object here. But if rock solid has taken effect and mitigated 50% damage, that's a horrible attack. Ask if there was really a first-ranked professional who could carry the damage of such a terrifying attack and last for dozens of hours. The occasional lightning streak had little effect on Xiao Chen. He now had 2,020 points of recovery per second and a total of 6,060 points of recovery in 3 seconds. The lightning streak now triggers roughly once every 10 lightning strikes. Still recovering. With the addition of time, it was time to come. This time there was actually a trifecta. The good thing is that the frequency of the occurrence of triple strikes has not changed. It still occurs once in 10 lightning strikes. The Thunderbolt triple strike instantly dealt 12,000 points of damage to him. One lightning strike every 3 seconds, and a triple strike would occur at the end of every 10 lightning attacks. That meant that every 30 seconds Xiao Chen would receive 12 lightning attacks. Each lightning attack deals a fixed 4,000 points of damage to him, totaling up to 48,000 damage to him over 30 seconds. Xiao Chen was now able to recover 20 points per second, bringing the total recovery value to 60,600 points in 30 seconds. It wasn't much of a threat to him at the moment, but as time increased the quadruple strike came as expected. 4 consecutive lightning strikes instantly dealt 16,000 points of damage to Xiao Chen. He also only had 26,973 total life points. A 4-hit combo dropped him to about 41% of his life. However, the damage at this point was still within Xiao Chen's tolerance. After all, the total damage inflicted on him in 30 seconds was only 52,000 points, and his total recovery in 30 seconds was 60,600 points, which was still a distance away from his limit. If the number of consecutive strikes continued to increase, Xiao Chen's pressure would also increase, and it was likely that this balance would be broken at the back. At that time, he would only be able to use the few recovery skills he had to harden himself against the Thunder Snake's attack. Looking up into space, a sense of powerlessness welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. Without any attack skills, there's no chance of trying to wrestle. What's more, the Thunder Snake is suspended high above the clouds at high altitude. Even with the attack skill, distance is likely to be insufficient to attack the Thunder Snake. How to fight? Was this boss really something that a first-ranked professional could kill? Xiao Chen even wondered if it was because the system had discovered that there was another system on him, thus using this method to erase him. No point in thinking about it more, now it's all about who can hold out until the end. Chapter 80 Thunder Snake appears. Hours passed again. Click, 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 click. 5 consecutive thunderbolts struck Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Sure enough, it's still here. 5 consecutive strikes appeared, causing Xiao Chen to instantly drop 20,000 life points and his life value to around 25%. Life value dropped below 30%. Dragon Scale Guardian Equipment Skill Life Resonance skill triggered, allowing his life value recovery speed to increase dramatically. It also triggered the helmet additional skill Blood Soul Shield. The triggering of these two skills instantly reduced Xiao Chen's pressure. The appearance of 5 consecutive strikes meant that the damage to Xiao Chen would reach 56,000 points every 30 seconds. And Xiao Chen's current recovery for 30 seconds is only 60,600 points. The balance is not yet broken. Xiao Chen can still hold on. But it's not a good idea to keep going like this. Since there are 5 strikes, there must also be 6 strikes and 7 strikes. When the 7 consecutive strikes appeared, the moment would deal 28,000 points of damage to him, and his total life value at this point was only 26,973 points. It wouldn't give him any recovery time at all, directly killing him in seconds. We must fight before the 7 strikes come. Xiao Chen looked up to the sky. He had to find a way to wrestle. But the Thunder Dragon was far up in the sky and he couldn't even get close, so how could he fight? Several of his active skills had a release distance, and none of them were attacking skills, not to mention injuring the Thunder Dragon. They couldn't even be touched. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen looked up at the tallest building in the ancient city. It was a long abandoned beacon. It was more than 50 meters above the ground. As the dark clouds grew thicker, the clouds got closer to the ground. A bold idea surged in Xiao Chen's mind. A few minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived at the highest point of the beacon. It was already very close to the clouds, and Xiao Chen tried to unleash his skill Relentless Taunt on the Thunder Snake in the clouds. Alert! Target exceeds maximum casting distance. Or not. Finally, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and unleashed his skill Battle Spirit Charge at the sky. Battle Spirit Charge, charge forward, charge distance 10-100 meters, uncontrolled and unblockable during the charge. Deals 1 point of damage to enemies along the way. Xiao Chen had tried this skill after obtaining it, and this skill only needed to specify the direction and would charge forward ignoring any rules. Whether there are rocks, mountains, or even air in front of you, you can charge straight through. However, the consequences of rushing through are at your own risk. For example, if he rushes into a rock wall, then he needs to figure out how to get out on his own. It was the same now, as he rushed towards the sky, and when the skill ended, he would surely fall down. You are also responsible for any injuries caused by falling from a height. He shot into the sky like a cannonball. As the charge was about to reach its maximum distance, Xiao Chen unleashed his skill again. Ruthless Mockery. Ho ho ho! The body of the Thunder Dragon in the clouds suddenly froze. An incomparably huge snakehead looked through the clouds at Xiao Chen. There was a humanized anger in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen smiled as the skill was successfully cast. Rumble. Xiao Chen fell straight down from 100 meters in the air, landing on the roof of a dilapidated house before rolling down onto the verdant stone floor. This fall caused Xiao Chen's life to directly drop by 8,000 points. He now had 10,840 life points remaining. However, Xiao Chen did not rush to use the skill. Instead, he looked up at the sky, and the body of a huge thunder snake had emerged from the clouds. After seeing the thunder snake in its entirety, he couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. Visually, its body length reached at least 100 meters, and the diameter of its body reached more than 3 meters, with lightning rays flashing from time to time on its huge body. It looked like a mythical dragon. And that's when the system finally gave the details of the Thunderbolt. Monster name, Cloud Hidden Pale Spirit Hidden, Mutated, Unique, Overlord Boss. Level, 100 of the First Order. Life value, 9.6 million 80 billion. Physical attack, 8,000. Magic attack, 8,000. Physical defense, 4,000. Magic defense, 4,000. Skill 1, Hidden Thunder Transportation. The cloud hidden pale spirit was able to instantly blend into the surrounding clouds, becoming almost completely invisible, leaving only a faint trace of electricity as a trail. In this state, its movement speed increases dramatically. Skill 2, Thunderstorm Field. Cloud hidden pale spirit summons an area of thunderstorms with dark clouds and lightning.
Within this area, it will be immune to all magic attack damage. Skill 3, Lightning Raid. Cloud hidden songling weaves between lightning with uncatchable speed, unleashing continuous lightning attacks on a single target. Each attack carries a penetrating effect and is capable of ignoring defense. Skill 4, 10,000 Thunders Binding. Cloud hidden sangling condenses powerful lightning power to form several thick thunder chains that bind the target, making it unable to move. Skill 5, Final Thunder Punishment. The final axiom of the cloud hidden Cthulhu spirit, it gathers all the power of lightning in the sky to form a huge pillar of thunder that descends from the sky, dealing a devastating blow to the target area that is virtually unstoppable. After reading Thunder Snake's information, Xiao Chun fell into silence. This is a ING first order boss? The life value of a first rank boss can be as high as 800 million? Xiao Chun accepted this reality when he saw the string of titles such as Hidden, Mutant, Unique, and Overlord. After more than 30 hours of counter-injury, Thunderbolt's life value has dropped from 400 million to 9.6 million. Thunder Serpent's attack power is as high as 8,000 points, and it also ignores defenses by casting lightning attacks through Skill 3. With the rock-solid damage mitigation, each hit dealt 4,000 points of damage to Xiao Chen. A high attack means a high bounce damage as well. With each attack, Thorn's Thorn is able to rebound 16,000 damage. More than 30 hours of continuous anti-injury has done a total of about 790 million damage to the Thunderbolt, which doesn't compute to be a problem. This matched Xiao Chen's previous speculation perfectly. Both the Thorn's Thorn skill and the Rock Solid skill have the highest priority effect. Whether it's ignoring defenses or real damage, it can be mitigated by being rock solid. It also speaks volumes about how powerful this skill is. With 9.6 million lifesteal, it's only half an hour at the current rate of rebounding damage. The prerequisite was that he could carry the attack of the Thunder Snake for half an hour. Thunder Snake's first, second, and fourth skills can be simply ignored. It was either stealth or defense and control skills, which had no effect on Xiao Chen. The third skill, on the other hand, was the lightning skill that had been continuously attacking Xiao Chen. The only thing you need to worry about is the final ultimate skill, Final Thunder Punishment. Looking at its skill description, the damage of this skill would be very terrifying, and Xiao Chen was not confident that he could definitely resist its ultimate skill. However, if you don't carry it, you can't carry it, you're dead. At this point, Razor had only 1.2% of his life left. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless. Various blood recovery skills were already prepared in place, and a few bottles of the Extreme Life Recovery Potion that he had purchased from the Trial Tower Points Mall also appeared in his hand. He would not hesitate to drink the potion once he realized he was about to carry it off. Can a better prop be more important than life? Chapter 81, Killing the Thunder Snake. When Thunder Snake's life value dropped to 1%, the 6 consecutive strikes came as expected. 6 consecutive attacks landed on Xiao Chen, instantly dropping his life value to 11%. A series of 5 thunderbolts made Xiao Chen's life value instantly reduced by 24,000 points. Good thing he used the Battle Spirit recovery before the 5 consecutive strikes came, so that the life value was raised by a large amount, or else there was a real possibility that he could be seconded out under the cold. But even then, his life value came to a very dangerous point. Without hesitation, a bottle of Instant Life Recovery Potion was directly drunk. Instant Life Recovery Potion immediately recovers 50% of your life value after use. His life value instantly returned to a safe value. In order to defend against Thunder Snake's last big move, Xiao Chen stood still. The immovable mountain effect triggers and goes straight to the 5th level over time. Thunderbolt only has a third skill that ignores defense, and the ignored defense trait does not appear in the description of the ultimate skill. Boosting your defense can effectively mitigate some of the damage. Xiao Chen kept his eyes on the state of the Thunder Snake in the sky and his own life value. This Thunder Serpent's various attributes belong to an absolutely heaven-defying existence in the first rank, but its means of attack were extremely crotch-pulling. There is only one means of attack, the descending of lightning. After Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 40% again, he decisively used a bottle of Instant Life Recovery Potion again.
He still had 8 bottles of potions, and at this rate of consumption, he was fully capable of draining Thunder Snake. Provided he can resist Razor's final move. As the Thunder Snake's life value continued to decrease, Xiao Chen's breathing became more and more condensed. Just when the Thunder Snake's life value was down to the last ounce of blood, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly churned, and inside the clouds was a constant flash of lightning. However, it did not outwardly release any trace of lightning power, as if it was building up its strength. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't care about wasting it and drank 2 bottles of instant life recovery potion in a row. The life value goes straight to 100%. At the same time, the Dragon Scale Armguard skill Heart of Valor activates. Heart of Valor, passive skill, the holder can activate it by successfully fending off 10 consecutive attacks from the same enemy in battle, activating it to increase their own attack and defense by 20% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. This skill lasted only 30 seconds, during which time his double defense was greatly improved. The Heart of Valor skill does not enhance base defense, but increases overall defense. That is, 20% more on top of Xiao Chen's 2500 plus defense. This boost is greater than any one skill's increase to defense. At this point, Xiao Chen's physical defense reached 3029, and his magic defense was up to 2843 points. That's not all. Xiao Chen used his Battle Soul Awakening on the Rock Solid skill for the first time in order to be able to resist this final powerful blow. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on a skill you have mastered. The effect of the skill is increased by 50% after use and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. With the addition of the Exhibition Awakening skill, the damage reduction effect of Rock Solid was directly 75%. The Strengthened Rock Solid skill, Immovable, and Valiant Heart skills all take effect at the same time. At this moment, Xiao Chen had reached his strongest state. The lightning energy in the clouds had reached its limit. Rumble! A piercingly loud boom exploded in the sky. The whole world brightened up, the light more intense than midday. Can't see anything but white. A giant lightning light pillar 5 or 6 meters thick in diameter fell straight towards Xiao Chen. Boom! Xiao Chen's entire body was in excruciating pain, and this pain was second only to when he used the Gene Evolutionary Yuan agent. The buildings around him directly turned into flying ash the moment the lightning came down. When the lightning light touched Xiao Chen's body, his life value dropped rapidly. Alert! Your life value has fallen below 30%, and the Blood Soul Guardian Helmet Equipment skill Blood Soul Shield has been triggered. Additional skill, Blood Soul Shield. When the wearer's life value falls below 30%, a Blood Soul Shield is automatically triggered, absorbing 50% of all damage received in the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer cannot move but is immune to control effects. When the shield ends, the wearer receives a short-lived movement speed boost for 3 seconds, helping him or her get out of danger, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The Blood Soul Shield's cooldown was only 10 minutes, and it was now just about at the end of its cooldown and being activated again. Xiao Chen wasn't sure if the Blood Soul Shield's damage absorption effect was in effect. There was no time for him to focus on that at this point. The 2 bottles of Book Sword Life Recovery Potion contained in his mouth were directly bitten through and swallowed into his stomach. As the potion entered the body, the life value came to 100% again. Then the pillar of lightning light did not disappear, but continued to land on Xiao Chen. In just less than 3 seconds, Xiao Chen's life value once again dropped to around 10%. Quickly, he took out 2 bottles of instant life recovery potion from his package again and swallowed them. Just like that, Xiao Chen's blood bar rose and fell like an electrocardiogram, making people's hearts tremble. If he didn't pay the slightest attention, he would be directly taken away by the damage from the light pillar. He could only watch his blood bar at all times and swallow the instant life recovery potion in time when it was about to be emptied. Even a fraction of a second slower could result in outright death. In order to carry it for a longer period of time, he had to use it when his lifesteal dropped below 50% so that it wouldn't go to waste. When Xiao Chen was left with only the last 2 bottles of instant life recovery potion, the terrifying beam of lightning finally dissipated. Xiao Chen sat on his butt on the ground, his body long drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the system prompt finally arrived. It was only after seeing the content of the system prompt that Xiao Chen finally relaxed completely. Alert! You have killed the cloud-hidden pale spirit. This was Xiao Chen's toughest battle since he became a professional. Any bit of reinforcement was a boost to him being able to get through this calamity. Anything less and he likely wouldn't make it through this one. It was good that the end result was quite satisfactory to him. A series of system prompts appeared. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to check them at this time, as he lay down on the hard verdant stone floor panting heavily. It took more than 10 minutes for the heartbeat and breathing to settle down. Tap the system prompts to view them one by one. Hint: you have killed the cloud-hidden pale spirit, the mandatory quest has been completed. National announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 1000th floor of the First Order Trial Tower, and has entered the top 100 of the First Order Trial Tower's full volleyball rankings. X3. Region announcement: congratulations to Profession Black Knight for entering the top 500 of the First Order Trial Tower, now ranked 498. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 900th floor of the Trial Tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 300,000 and now have accumulated 838,9095 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 96. Chapter 82: Opening the Trial Core Mall. Xiao Chen's national announcement of successfully clearing 1000 levels and being among the top 100 in the world appeared on everyone's system announcements. The moment these three announcements appeared, Shijing Warrior Academy exploded. The dean himself had said at the opening ceremony that Blackout was the newest student in their class. Most of them hadn't even leveled up to 100 yet, and Xiao Chen had actually broken through the 1000th floor of the trial tower and ranked among the top 100 globally. Before coming to the academy, they didn't know what breaking through the 1000th floor of the trial tower represented. However, in the past few days, through the explanations of the Warrior Academy's teachers, they also knew the difficulty of the trial tower. However, the more they knew about the difficulty of the trial tower, the more they found it unbelievable that Xiao Chen was able to break through 1000 levels in such a short period of time. We all belonged to the same rank, why was the difference in strength so great? When Granny Jiang saw the system announcement, her hanging heart was finally put down, and she could finally get a good night's sleep. Equally relieved were Green Dash and his old man. It's natural for some people to be happy and others to be sad. The people who were fretting were naturally those who were competing with Xiao Chun for the last spot in the Dragon Seed Squad. Among them, Zheng Zhuo and Fang Chang were the most disappointed. But none of this had anything to do with Xiao Chen. At this moment, he was taking stock of his harvest in the preparation hall on the first floor of the trial tower. Hint: you have killed the cloud-hidden pale spirit, the mandatory quest has been completed. Hint: you get a quest reward, Gene Evolution Meta Agent X2. Hint: you have earned the Warrior Medal X500. Alert: you get the rare achievement title Timber Abyss Warrior. Note: titles are an important element of the Universal Paradise system, and they usually represent a professional's achievement, status, identity, or a special attribute. Titles are used for various purposes, and different titles have different roles. For more information about titles, professionals need to explore. Hint: you have obtained a first-ranked Rare Overlord Class Achievement Treasure Chest X1. You have killed the cloud-hidden pale spirit. You have obtained Attribute Enhancement Point Scroll X100, Skill Enhancement Scroll X20, Rare Quality Randomized Generic Skill Treasure Chest X1, Cloud Hidden Treasure Armor X1, and Gold Coin X100. Hint: you have reached level 100 of the first rank, and you cannot gain experience value before advancing. After checking the system prompt after killing the Thunder Snake earlier, Xiao Chen's eyes glowed. This time, the rewards of exerting all your strength to consume more than 40 hours of hard work to kill the Thunder Snake, which has many titles, are quite pleasant. The 2 bottles of Genetic Evolutionary Meta Agent were quest rewards, and the other hauls were additional rewards from killing the Thunder Snake. Xiao Chen didn't check these props one by one. Now that he had fought continuously for almost 50 hours, he had long been physically and mentally exhausted. All he wanted now was to go right back to his personal, exclusive room at the academy and get a good, big sleep. But he had one more thing to do before then. After breaking through 1000 levels, his trial points came back to over 8 million. And the Trial Tower Mall also opened up more exchange props to him. Come to the Trial Tower Points Redemption Mall and open the mall. There were no changes to the goods in the mall, but a new option appeared next to the mall, the Trial Core Mall. Hint: you have broken through the 1000th floor of the First Order Trial Tower, and the Trial Core Mall access has been permanently opened. Opening the Trial Core Mall and looking at the props within it, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth gradually rose. The number of goods in here was small, but each one was extremely valuable. Free Attribute Point Scroll, 10,000 points per scroll, limited to 500 per person. Skill Enhancement Scroll, 50,000 points per scroll, limited to 100 per person. Rare Attribute Random Scroll, 1 million points per scroll, limited to 10 points per person. Potential Cap Scroll, 1 million points per scroll, limited to 5 per person. Genetic Evolutionary Meta Agent, 5 million points paper, limit 1 per person. Skill Advancement Voucher, 10 million points paper, limit 1 bottle per person. Rare Occupation Random Transfer Card,
50 million points per card, limit 1 per person.
Note, all props in this mall are bound after purchase. The props within the Trial Core Mall partially duplicated the props in the normal Trial Mall, but the prices were dozens of times more expensive. Think about it as normal, after all, not everyone can reach the Trial Tower 1000 layer. If the ordinary mall does not attract strong props, Trial Tower will become a setup. And the price of the props in the Trial Core Mall is what it was originally normal. Attribute points, skill reinforcement points, potential cap scrolls, skill advancement vouchers, and genetic evolutionary meta-agents were 5 props that Xiao Chen had obtained, each of which could make a strong person even stronger, and were precious props that were very difficult to obtain outside. And here you can redeem them as long as you have the points. Check out several other prop properties. Rare attribute random scroll, use it to gain a random point of rare attribute. Note, in addition to the 4 main attributes, professionals can also obtain some rare attributes, such as luck value, soul power, willpower, charisma value, etc. Each rare attribute is extremely rare, although it cannot directly enhance the strength of the professional, but in some specific scenarios they will play a miraculous effect. Rare attributes? Xiao Chen had previously seen people mention on forums and websites that these types of attributes could not be obtained through regular channels, and that each attribute had a mysterious purpose. For example, the lucky value, it may not seem to have much effect, but the lucky value is high, whether it is to fight the explosion rate of monsters or open the treasure chest, etc. can get a higher and better props than others. At higher levels there would also be monsters with special attack attributes, and among the most difficult to defend against were soul attacks. Without soul power to add to it, it's very possible to get hit. Although the rare attribute was good, Xiao Chen did not intend to exchange it right now. It was too expensive. 1 million points could only get 1 point of rare attribute, and the attribute was still random. He was only at the first rank now, and it was most important to raise his visible strength. As for the random transfer card, Xiao Chen might consider it if he had just awakened to this profession before. As for now, he found that the lack of attack was also a good choice. At least he didn't have to tire himself out attacking monsters in order to kill them like other people. He was perfectly capable of finding a place where monsters refreshed faster to lie down and upgrade. From being powerless to resist before, he grew to love the profession. He now had 8,389,095 trial points. How do I redeem it? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and decided not to exchange it. That's right, it's not redeemable. The reason was simple, he wanted something that he didn't have enough points for right now. There was only one prop in here that really boosted him the most, and that was the skill advancement voucher. If the Thorn skill could be upgraded again through skill advancement vouchers, then his monster killing speed would be greatly increased. After all, it was his only means of attack. Chapter 83, Divine Armor. The next day, Xiao Chen slept directly until mid-afternoon before slowly waking up. After returning from the trial tower yesterday, I took a hot bath after a full meal at the restaurant and lay down on my bed and huffed and puffed. The college didn't bother Xiao Chen even after they knew he was back. They all knew that Xiao Chen must have long been exhausted after dozens of hours of continuous fighting. It's not too late to wait until he's rested for everything. After waking up and briefly washing up, Xiao Chen was half lying on the sofa, with a cup of steaming coffee brewed by the intelligent robot in front of him. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and gusts of breeze blew through the window, causing the white veil to flutter slightly. The scene was simple and heartwarming. Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to the mountain of friend messages. Instead, he started checking out yesterday's harvest. After killing the thunder snake, he actually obtained 500 warrior medals in one go, which was a bigger haul than the dozens of bosses he had killed before combined. The medallion of omnipotence is now 6 stars, and only 320 warrior medals need to be consumed to synthesize another 6-star medallion, and 2 6-star medallions to synthesize a 7-star medallion. A few minutes later, the medal Xiao Chen was wearing had changed from 6 stars to 7. The attributes of the medallion of omnipotence have been changed accordingly. 7-star all-purpose medal, wearing this medal increases all basic attributes x 35%. To raise the medal to 8 stars, you need 640 warrior medals, and with 200 remaining, you're 440 short of completion. If you can kill another boss like the Thunder Snake, you'll reach your goal. But this kind of boss is not so easy to encounter. Even if you encountered, the probability is that you will die first. Not every boss has a single attack like Thunder Snake. With a thought, 2 treasure chests appeared above the coffee table. The gold content of these 2 treasure chests was definitely the highest Xiao Chen had ever seen since he became a professional. The treasure chest that exploded the last time he killed the pseudo-hegemonic boss Maro Hegemon was a second-order hegemonic treasure chest. That treasure chest Xiao Chen couldn't open it yet, but the difference between the two could be seen from the name. One is a normal Overlord level treasure chest and the other is a rare Overlord level achievement treasure chest. The words rare and achievement may not be surprising elsewhere, but when they work on a treasure chest at the same time, they have a completely different meaning. Xiao Chen had obtained quite a few achievement treasure chests, each of which had allowed him to open quite a few goodies, and he had higher hopes for this one. Hint, isn't it possible to open a rare first order Overlord level achievement chest? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, open. 7 colored light flickered in the room, and seeing this light Xiao Chen knew the shipment had arrived. Hint, you have opened the first order rare Overlord grade achievement treasure chest, and you have obtained Attribute Enhancement Point Scroll X100, Skill Enhancement Scroll X20, and Cloud Cryptic Shield X1. This time, not only did he open equipment, he actually opened Attribute Strengthening Points and Skill Strengthening Scrolls. The props opened from the treasure chest are different from the props exchanged in the Points Mall, and such props can be traded. However, it made no difference to Xiao Chen, as there was no way he could take out this kind of thing and sell it. Cloud Hidden Shield, Xiao Chen tapped on the attribute panel of this equipment with anticipation. Equipment name, Cloud Hidden Shield Rare Equipment. Equipment quality, Overlord Grade Equipment. Wearing requirements, can be worn after obtaining the title of Thunder Abyss Warrior. Equipment position, main weapon position. Note, shields are sidearms, and shields that can be equipped in the main weapon position are extremely rare. Physical defense, 999. Magic defense, 999. Additional attributes, Power of Union Ultra Rare Attribute, immunity to all armor breaking effects. Additional attributes, Absolute Defense, 2% chance to reduce 100% damage when attacked. Xiao Chen's chest rose and fell violently after seeing the attributes of this equipment. This piece of equipment is actually a rare primary weapon shield. Shields that could be worn until the main weapon were extremely rare, and Xiao Chen had a stroke of luck waiting for the Silver Moon shield when he killed the Silver Moon Wolf King before, allowing him to use it to this day. During this period, Xiao Chen had exploded a large number of shield equipment, including many gold quality shields. But what's the point of having all that gear? Normal shields can only be worn in the sidearm position and are useless without it. This equipment may not be too expensive to take out and sell. After all, meat shield warriors also need to wear a weapon in the main weapon position, who would give up their weapon to use 2 shields. But in Xiao Chen's case, this weapon was a divine weapon. As a rare Overlord level equipment, the equipment quality is directly pulled full, and it is said that it is difficult for Overlord level equipment to appear below the 3rd order. Overlord level qualities usually only appear on 3rd and higher level equipment. If that was the case, Xiao Chen would have made a fortune this time. There were only 2 additional attributes provided by this piece of equipment, but each one was incredibly powerful. Additional attribute I, Power of Cloud Hiding, remarks ultra rare attribute that dispenses with all armor breaking effects. Even if there weren't any other attributes, just this one, Xiao Chen would choose it without hesitation. His biggest worry in killing monsters now was the enemy's armor breaking effect. Once the enemy had an armor breaking effect, Xiao Chen's defense would be drastically reduced, and it would then be very likely for the enemy to break through his high defense. After breaking the defense, Xiao Chen has to pay attention to his own blood level at all times. He can't lie down and practice, it's tiring to think about it. Another attribute, Absolute Defense, although the defense chance was only 2%, if he was lucky, this 2% chance was enough to save his life. This equipment didn't have the base attribute bonus of the Silver Moon Shield, but its high base defense was enough to make up for it. Xiao Chen was extremely satisfied with this equipment. At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he had also popped out another piece of equipment when he killed the Thunder Snake, the Cloud Hidden Treasure Armor. View Equipment Properties. Equipment name, Cloud Hidden Treasure Armor Rare Equipment. Equipment quality, Overlord Grade Equipment. Wearing requirements, 1000 points of physique can be worn. Equipment location, clothing. Physical defense, 999. Magic defense, 999. Additional attributes, Song Ling's Body Ultra Rare Attribute, base physique increased by 30%. Additional attributes, Absolute Defense, 2% chance to reduce 100% damage when attacked. When he killed the Thunder Snake earlier, Xiao Chen was bouncing back and forth between life and death, so much so that he wasn't even in the mood to check the attributes of this equipment. Now after seeing the attributes of this equipment, he seemed to have returned to that state of excitement. It was actually equipment of the same quality as the Cloud Hidden Shield. Its attributes were actually no worse than the Cloud Cryptic Shield. The value of this equipment could be too much higher than the Cloud Hidden Shield. The reason was not because his attributes were stronger than the Cloud Hidden Shield, but because it was a piece of clothing. Clothing type defenses are the ones that add the most defense to a professional's body, bar none. Chapter 84 Continuous Use of Gene Evolution Elemental Agents. Cloud Cloak Shield, Cloud Cloak Treasure Armor. I don't know if the two pieces of equipment are a set. Xiao Chen put on the two pieces of equipment with great anticipation. Hint, you have activated the attributes of the Cloud Hidden set and obtained the Immovable King buff. Unmovable King, immune to knockback and control. Sure enough, it's a suit. Set effect Immovable King, immune to knockback and control. This attribute, it's simply. The reward for killing the Thunder Snake this time was too great. The boost from these two pieces of equipment alone is already immeasurable. Putting away the equipment, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on another treasure chest. Rare quality randomized generic skill treasure chest open to obtain a randomized rare generic skill. The so-called universal skills are the skills that all professions can learn and use. Hint, yes no to open the rare quality randomized generic skill treasure chest? Turn on. Alert, you obtain the dual space skill scroll. Dual space, use this skill to pull an enemy into the dual space. The dual space is an independent space, not subject to any interference from the outside world. This space exists for 5 minutes. One of the parties died or 5 minutes after the end of the duel time. After the space is lifted, the duelist will return to the original position. Note, activation of this skill will result in a randomized determination of base genus. This skill is equivalent to a strong control skill, but at the same time is also a strike in front of thousands of troops can take the head of the local general's powerful skills. And it's also a life-saving skill. Imagine using this skill to pull a weak enemy unit into dual space when you are surrounded by enemies and about to die. 5 minutes is enough time to do a lot of things, like going from bloody to full-blooded, like waiting for skills to cool down, etc. With this skill, you can kill enemies, prevent them from escaping, or save your life. Thundersnake's string of titles is really something, and while the kills are tough, the rewards are quite impressive. Prompt, yes no to use the dual space skill scroll? Use. Hint, you have mastered the skill dual space. Check out the skill descriptions. Skill name, dueling space. Skill type, active skill. Skill consumption, none. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Skill effect, use this skill to pull an enemy into the dueling space. The dueling space is an independent space without any interference from the outside world. This space exists for 5 minutes. One of the parties dies or after 5 minutes after the dueling time is over the space is lifted, and the duelist will return to the original position. No skill consumption is good news, but the cooldown is 12 hours long, so it seems that this skill can only be used for the finale. And it's all about luck whether or not this skill can be successfully cast. This is a rare judgment type skill. Using the dual space against the enemy, the system will randomly select an attribute-based attribute for judgment. Once the judgment fails, the skill will fail to launch. This is bad news for Xiao Chen. The 4 basic attributes, except for the selected physique, otherwise he would definitely lose. The 3 main attributes of strength, agility and intelligence he had barely strengthened, and even some professionals who had only just awakened were a bit higher than him. If he chose physique, as long as it wasn't a professional too far above his level, he would almost certainly win. That means the success rate of this skill's activation is only 25% or even lower. It's a total gamble on luck, but the good news is that Xiao Chen has been lucky. Finally, Xiao Chen took out 2 bottles of potions from within his storage space. Genetic Evolutionary Meta Agents. This item belongs to the proceeds of the quest and cannot be traded, so you can only use it for yourself. The function and value of gene evolution meta-agents needs no introduction. The value of the 2 bottles of potions was even above the Cloud Cryptic Shield and Cloud Cryptic Treasure Armor. Hesitating for a moment, he poured all of the espresso on the table into his mouth. Then drink a bottle of Genetic Evolution Meta-Agent. The pain of using the Gene Evolution Meta-Agent was still clearly remembered by Xiao Chen now, and he really didn't want to use it if he could. The medicine went into the mouth and the pain came as expected. However, with the experience of the last time I used it, it felt as if the pain was much lower this time. Half an hour later, the pain receded. Hint, genetic transformation completed, now 150 points of genetic strength. The 4 basic attributes add 75% to derived attributes. Seeing the content of the system prompt, Xiao Chen frowned. The last time he used the Gene Evolution Meta-Agent, he gained 100 points of gene strength, while this time he only increased it by 50 points. Could it be that these 2 Gene Evolution Meta-Agents do not contain the same concentration of agents within them?
Immediately Xiao Chen dismissed this idea. If it was really different, the system should have given a hint. That being the case, there is only one reason. Each professional can only utilize the maximum effect of the potion the first time they use the genetic evolutionary meta-agent. Just like a normal person taking a shower, you can often get more dirt out the first time and much less the second time you take a shower. After the pain completely subsided, Xiao Chen once again took a bottle of gene-purifying Yuan agent. The third dose of pain seemed to have weakened some more. In fact, this was not a weakening of the pain, but rather due to the enhancement of the intensity of Xiao Chen's tolerance of pain after the enhancement of his physique. Hint, genetic transformation completed, now 200 points of genetic strength, the 4 basic attributes add 100% to derived attributes. Seeing the evolution prompt given by the system, Xiao Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The pain was worth it. In the end, Xiao Chen still had 200 attribute strengthening points and 40 skill strengthening points, and he decided to use them all. Now that he was almost at the top of his equipment, the lesser pieces were hard to get at a time. Even if he got it, I don't think it would be too much of a boost for him. Now all he had to do was to raise his strength to the extreme and then break into the trial tower, fighting as hard as he could to get as many floors as he could. Staying at the first rank is definitely not an option. Xiao Chen had a vague sense of crisis in his heart, a sense of crisis that became clearer and clearer as his strength increased. If he didn't raise his strength soon, he was likely to die in a future crisis. Following the usual practice of adding all 200 attribute points to physique, after 200 attribute points were added, he still didn't feel the so-called upper limit. It made him wonder why his potential ceiling was so high as well. Could it be that the system gave compensation due to the fact that the profession of adversary battle spirit has only 1 point of attack permanently? Xiao Chen always felt that things were not that simple. 40 skill points. Xiao Chen did not intend to use them now. It was now just over 1 million points short of redeeming the skill advancement voucher. Just a few dozen more floors to go through and he'd be able to redeem it. If the Thorn of Thorns skill could be improved again, these skill points would naturally be the first to be placed on Thorn of Thorns. The current Xiao Chen had reached an unimaginable level in terms of both blood and defense, and the only thing that was missing was attack. Chapter 85 Rare Title. After successfully decapitating the Thunder Snake, there was another surprise waiting to be revealed. As it turned out, the kill of the Thunder Snake had earned him an extremely rare achievement title, Thunder Abyss Warrior. It was something he had never gotten before. Prior to this, although Xiao Chen had also acquired quite a few achievement chests, it was the first time that he had been given an achievement title that was unique and of special significance like this. With a heart full of anticipation and curiosity, he couldn't wait to open his attribute panel, wanting to verify with his own eyes the changes brought about by this new title. As expected, just as he expected, on top of the originally simple and clear attribute interface, there was a brand new section, the title system. The glittering title of Warrior of the Thundering Abyss was lying quietly in the middle of it. Hint, titles are an important element of the worldwide paradise system, and they usually represent a professional's achievement, status, identity, or some kind of special attribute. There are many different uses for titles, and different titles have different roles. For more information about titles, professionals need to explore. Click to view title attributes. Title name, Timbers Abyss Warrior. Title quality, rare title. Title attributes, none. Title effect I, solo. After wearing this title, if there is only one enemy within 100 meters of you, your 4 basic attributes are increased by 10%. Title efficacy 2, group battle. After wearing this title, if there are more than 100 enemies within 100 meters of you, your 4 basic attributes are increased by 10%. Titles are extremely rare, with a very low probability of getting them only by chance. And most of the titles don't have a direct boost to combat, but are more of an aid in symbolism. The Timber Abyss Warrior title that Xiao Chen had obtained could actually boost the basic attributes. This luck was simply heaven-defying. After wearing the title, the solo effect is triggered directly. Looking at the attribute panel again, it had changed dramatically. Name Black Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level, First Order Level 100. Life Value, 50955. Mana, 174. Physique, 2473. Power, 29. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Physical Defense, 6201. Magic Defense, 6058. Battle Force Assessment, 4030. There were very few first-order professionals whose battle power could reach 1000 points. Instead, Xiao Chen's current battle power assessment reached a terrifying 4030 points.
The battle power of some of the top second-order powerhouses was not as high as Xiao Chen's. If this state couldn't even make it into the top 10 of the first-order trial tower, he didn't even know how terrifying the people who had been perched at the top of the trial tower would be. After taking 2 bottles of genetic evolutionary meta-agent consecutively and discharging a large amount of dirt from his body, the odor was unpleasant to the extreme. After a hot shower, the smart robot had recleaned the room and turned on the external air circulation system. Fresh air rushes in, taking away unpleasant odors. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and opened 99+ friend messages. Checked them out one by one. Most of them were congratulatory messages congratulating him for breaking through the 1000th floor of the trial tower. The 2 men, Dragon and Dash, sent the most messages. The content of the messages from both men was relatively consistent, both concerned that he was safe. The concern is also real, although all with other purposes. Since he had entered the Warrior Academy, he hadn't spent much time with Long, but Long had been able to bring him some good news every time he met with Xiao Chen. In terms of benefits, it's even more of an all-out effort to fight for him. It made him think of Zhou Ping, his homeroom teacher at Newtown Middle School. After the news of breaking through the 1000th floor of the trial tower spread out, these two had no new news sent to them. Because, that means Xiao Chen is safe. After seeing this detail, a touch of emotion inexplicably welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. Continuing to scroll down, Xiao Chen remembered Qian Duo Duo when he saw an email with an attachment. Open the email from Chandler and check it out. There are only 2 items in the attachment. Free attribute point scroll X50, 2,125 gold coins. PS Brother Darkness, all the equipment you provided sold for a total of 7,500 gold coins. Originally, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, at least 10% handling fee should be charged. However, after you have broken through the 1000th floor of the trial tower, you have been elevated by our Chamber of Commerce to the status of VIP customer, and the handling fee has been reduced to 5%, so the handling fee has only been charged at 375 gold coins, and you have received a solid 7,125 gold coins. As per your request, I bought you 50 free attribute point scrolls at 100 gold coins each. 50 of them cost a total of 5,000 gold coins, with 2,125 gold coins remaining after purchasing the props. Close the mail panel after extracting the attachment from the message. Free attribute point scrolls are really not expensive at 100 gold coins apiece. This stuff has been very sought after on the market and tends to clear out as soon as it appears. And now it was the time when this session of freshmen broke into the highest peak of the trial tower. The price of attribute point scrolls was even higher. Being able to buy them down for 100 gold coins each has been a great deal. As for charging a 5% handling fee, Xiao Chen didn't care. If he were to sell these things on his own, not to mention whether or not he could sell them for such a high amount, even if he could, Xiao Chen would not have the time to deal with it. He has a ton of things to do right now. 50 free attribute points Xiao Chen did not use. First save it, his current strength is already enough to cope with breaking the trial tower. If you can't break through with that kind of strength, even using those 50 points won't help. 50 attribute points were nothing but a drop in the bucket for him, and the boost to him was just too limited. Continuing to look through his friends' messages, 2 of them caught Xiao Chen's attention. They were sent by Debauchery aka Dashing Brother, his old man, and Granny Jiang, the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy, respectively. Debauchery, kid, congratulations on successfully breaking through the 1000 levels of the trial tower. You are indeed a hero, really remarkable. I have received an invitation letter here from the Dragon Seed Squad manager, officially inviting you to become a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. The message from Granny Ginger was much the same. From the attitudes of both Granny Jiang and Debauchery, one could see how difficult it was to enter the Dragon Seed Squad. What the specific benefits of becoming a Dragon Seed Squad were he wasn't sure at the moment, but the fact that Granny Jiang and Slutty Squeeze wanted their juniors to join even in the capacity of Xiao Chen's escorts was enough to speak for itself. One could skim over the benefits that came from joining the Shijing Warrior Academy when he thought about it again. Xiao Chen was also full of anticipation about this. After sending messages back to each of the 2 men and agreeing on a time and place to meet in the evening, the chat panel was closed. Chapter 86 Terrifying Old Man. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen appeared in the dining hall on the first floor of the Meat Shield Department's core teaching building. The restaurant wasn't as cold today as it had been earlier. Most of the core Meat Shield students are present. They gathered to enjoy a meal and talk. Xiao Chen didn't disturb them and ordered a food to sit aside and slowly savor it. Our 3 brothers have also risen to level 100 today, so we're going to break into the trial tower tomorrow. Big brother, it seems like the trial tower must be broken into separately. and the three of us will lose a lot of our strength if we separate. Sledgehammer froze and slowed down for a long time before speaking. Yes, so, the three of us apart are just about the same as a normal professional, wouldn't that be the end of it? For a while the three Hammer brothers hung their heads. You three brothers don't be in a hurry, the trial tower directly give up, quickly advance to improve strength, as long as the level up, those first order again strong and can take you how? Brother Tainyo is right, a high level is the hard way. We'll go straight to the advancement trial quest tomorrow. In fact, there are not a few people who chose the same as you, quite a few people's professions are not suitable for breaking through at all, it's just a waste of time to go, it's better to level up as soon as possible. That's right, not everyone is as perverted as Mr. Black Knight. We've worked our asses off to train to level 100, but he's fine, he's broken through the 1000th floor of the trial tower. Isn't that Brother Darkness? When did you come? We didn't even notice. Big celebrity, Black Knight brother, quickly give me an autograph. Now your signature can be worth a lot of money, a lot of people let me ask you for an autograph. Me too, me too. For a while Xiao Chen was surrounded by his classmates, making him feel speechless to the core. He's not a big star, what's the point of getting an autograph? It was only because Lung arrived in time that Xiao Chen was able to free himself. Now that the school year has begun, it's only natural that the admissions teacher, who was brought in as a special talent, is free. By now all the other teachers had left and it was just the two of them. After being seated, Brother Long lit a cigarette and looked at Xiao Chen with a satisfied look on his face. Xiao Chen, you know all about the Dragon Seed Squad, right? Xiao Chen nodded slightly. There was pride and loss on Lung's face. There was a long silence, and when the cigarette was about to burn out, he extinguished it. With a solemn expression, he looked at Xiao Chen and spoke, I have an ungrateful request. Xiao Chen had never seen Brother Long so serious since he had known him. To be able to make Brother Long open his mouth so seriously to request himself, one would think that this matter must be extremely important to him. Lung, say it. Lung hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly. If you have the ability, try to rush to the highest level of the trial tower before leaving the Shijing Warrior Academy for the Dragon Seed Squad. Xiao Chen didn't understand why Long had such a request, it was supposed to be something he was going to do. He would have done it even if Lung hadn't said anything. Seeing Xiao Chen's doubt, Long opened his mouth to explain, my Shijing Warrior Academy, as one of the 4 major warrior academies in the Dragon Kingdom, is extremely powerful with many strong people. But it has always lagged behind the other 3 major academies in terms of breaking into the trial tower, so much so that it has been ranked last every time it exchanges with the other 3 major academies. The academy has always wanted to prove the academy's strength through the trial tower, but it has been unsuccessful, and your appearance has given us hope. Lung turns out to be thinking not for himself, but for the academy. Brother Long, how many floors have the other academies broken through? Shijing Warrior Academy ranked 4th, with the highest record of 999 floors in the First Order Trial Tower. Next is the Southern Ocean Warrior Academy, their best score is 1099 floors. Then there's the Mordor Warrior Academy, and their best score is 1149 floors. At the top of the rankings is the Imperial Warrior Academy, their best score is 1199 floors, which is also currently the 4th highest score in the world. As for the top 3, don't mention it, those people have already become legendary figures, and it's almost impossible to surpass them. You have now set a new record for the highest in the Shijing Warrior Academy. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, I'll try my best. Getting Xiao Chen's promise, Long was in a great mood. I believe in you, with your strength not to say you can catch up with the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, but there is still a good chance of surpassing the Southern Ocean Warrior Academy. Xiao Chen did not make any promises, as he had no knowledge of the trial tower beyond the 1000th floor. It was getting dark. Xiao Chen arrived at the busiest city center of Shijing according to the agreed time. Exploring all the way according to the door number, I eventually actually found a small secluded courtyard in the center of the city. Inside the small courtyard sits a sweatshirt-wearing old man. At this time the old man is sitting in the small courtyard under a banyan tree holding a fan, drinking herbal tea is very comfortable. Seeing Xiao Chen hesitate at the door, the boss spoke up and reminded, this is a private residence, not a commercial area. Xiao Chen took 2 steps back and after checking the door number Xiao Chen made sure he hadn't made a mistake. Boss, I was invited here by debauchery. Who? Debauchery. Debauchery? Never heard of. You mean that kid from the Professionals League? Xiao Chen froze, since this old man knew the identity of the green-haired old man and still addressed him in such a way, this could only mean that his identity was not simple, and he did not even put the green-haired old man in his eyes. Then how terrifying must this old man's true identity be? The old man looked at Xiao Chun with interest. You're the Black Knight kid, right? Xiao Chun was not surprised that the old man knew his name. What he was surprised about was why the debauchee had asked him to meet at this place. It didn't look like a place that fit his kind of status in any way. It's me. The old man waved the bushel fan in his hand without thinking, and a breeze suddenly blew up in the calm courtyard. The breeze was not very powerful and only lifted up a small amount of fallen leaves that had fallen to the ground. A huge force came from this breeze when it fell on Xiao Chen's body. Even with Xiao Chen's physique, he was almost unsteady, so it was obvious how big the force of this breeze was. 6,000. Xiao Chen didn't receive any damage, but the old man received 6,000 points of bounce damage from Xiao Chen. This meant that the attack damage from that breeze just now reached 3,000 points. It was just that Xiao Chen's defense was too high and did not break. Rebound damage, kind of interesting. As he spoke, the old man slapped the bushel fan again, and a more powerful wind poured out from it. The sound of wind whistling came. Xiao Chen still did not move. The wind was more forceful than before, but at this time, Xiao Chen was already prepared. Coupled with the fact that his physique had reached more than 2,470 points, this bit of wind was not enough to make him back off. 9,000. Xiao Chen remained unharmed while the old man received 9,000 points of rebound damage. This kid's defense is good, quite capable of carrying it. Take another move from me. Chapter 87, The Final Examination. Just now, the old man's attack had reached 4,500 points, and Xiao Chen's defense was only about 4,800 without wearing the double shield. Look at the old man's stance this time. He will also raise his attack. At that time, it would definitely be able to break through his defense. With a thought, two large shields appeared on Xiao Chen's left and right hands. Two large shields appeared, causing the old man to look stunned. What kind of operation was this? He had seen many of the various strange weapons of the professionals, but it was really very rare to see people using two-faced cards. After equipping the two shields, Xiao Chen's physical defense reached 6,201 points and his magic defense reached 6,058 points. Boom boom. The strong wind came, but Xiao Chen still stood still like a rock without retreating an inch. The attack came. 442. 13,000. The old man directly raised his attack power to 6,500 points. The wind attack belonged to magic damage. 6,500 points of damage had broken through Xiao Chen's defense. After the damage reduction of Rock Solid eventually received 442 points of damage, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen's life value had been restored to full. The old man attacked 3 times in a row and finally broke through Xiao Chen's defense. At the same time, he also received 28,000 points of rebound damage from Xiao Chen, but looking at the old man's blood bar, it only dropped by a mere sliver. Seeing this, Xiao Chen had an initial judgment of the old man's terrifying strength. Strong. Strong and terrifying. A conservative estimate was that the old man was at least a fifth-order powerhouse. The old man did not continue to attack. He had already tested Xiao Chen's strength and his purpose had been achieved. The old man nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, 6,000 defense at the first rank, and even more with 200% rebound damage, barely enough to qualify for the Dragon Seed Squad." Dragonborn Squad? Could it be that the unassuming, terrifying old man in front of him was the manager of the Dragon Seed Squad? Xiao Chen put away his shield and came in front of the old man and respectfully said, "Greetings, old man, I am Black Knight, formerly known as Xiao Chun." The old man waved his hand in disinterest. "You passed my test, come find me in this place in 7 days, by the way, my name is Fu Bo." The old man was clearly sitting less than 3 meters in front of Xiao Chen's eyes, but his voice was fading away. As Fubuki's voice drifted away, changes gradually appeared in the surroundings. The original quiet courtyard gradually became transparent, and finally the original courtyard was all but invisible. Finally the line of sight changed and Xiao Chen realized where it was in some shabby little courtyard. It was clearly in a lavishly decorated box. Did you just fall under an illusion? Squeak. The door to the box was pushed open and Dash and his old man, Slutty, walked in with smiles on their faces. Seeing Xiao Chen sitting alone in the box, the two were also stunned. Debauchery scanned around the room and finally his eyes landed on Xiao Chen and opened his mouth to ask, "Have you seen an old man?" Xiao Chen looked at the paper in his hand, which proved that what he had just seen was not all an illusion. Gone. Gone? Did he say anything to you? He told me to leave for the Imperial capital in 7 days. Ah, Black Knight kid, congratulations on passing Fubuki's test. That means you've already crossed half a foot into the door of the Dragon Seed Squad. Half a foot? Xiao Chen was puzzled. Hadn't he already cleared the 1000th floor of the trial tower and passed Uncle Fu's test just now? Debauchery laughed loudly. Black Knight kid, you don't have to worry, the first 2 levels since you have passed, the last level is naturally not a concern. It is said that the last level is just a walk in the park. So far there has not been a single person who has been eliminated because of the last test. This made Xiao Chen put his heart down. Since Fubuki's gone, let's get together with our own people tonight. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open again. The person who came was Granny Jiang, the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy, but she didn't come alone today. Behind her was also a young girl wearing a floral dress. The young girl's features were exquisite, and a head of long black shiny hair naturally hanging down looked extremely beautiful. Dash's eyes dropped to the floor the moment he saw the young girl. Sister Yuling, it's been a long time, you're getting prettier and prettier. In the face of Brother Dashing's enthusiasm, the young girl just blankly glanced at him and then stopped paying attention, turning her gaze to Xiao Chen. You're blackout? Not much of a looker. Moonling, shut up. Grandma, you want me to follow him? Look at what he's wearing. I don't know how many sins I'll have to suffer if I follow him. Xiao Chen was speechless to the core. What was he wearing? It was a valuable and rare Overlord level equipment cloud hidden treasure armor, but in order to not draw too much attention he wore a black hooded sweatshirt outside of the treasure armor. It looked like it was looking a little out of place with a few of them. Xiao Chen didn't reply, he just greeted Granny Jiang and sat down straight away. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Granny Jiang stared fiercely at Yuling before digressing and whispering to the door, the food can be served now. It didn't take long for all kinds of exquisite dishes to be brought to the table. Come on, darkness students, try these dishes can't be eaten outside. Brother Dash sat down next to Xiao Chen and whispered in his ear, Brother Darkness, these ingredients aren't ordinary food, they're from mutated beasts and mutated plants. Xiao Chen's eyes stared and he turned his head to look at Brother Dash to reveal a questioning look. Brother Dash explained with a smile on his face, monsters whose strength reaches the 3rd order and above can no longer be called monsters, they not only become more powerful, but their intelligence is also comparable to that of human beings. Some monsters are even able to spit out human words, so professionals collectively call monsters of the 3rd order and above the 3rd order as mutant beasts or mutant plants. Mutant beasts and mutant plants have another important change besides their increased intelligence, and that is that their bodies don't disappear when they're killed, and will be preserved to slowly decay like the regular creatures of our blue planet, though the stronger the mutant beasts, the slower their bodies decay. By the way, have you noticed that you're already eating a lot more now than you were before? Xiao Chen hadn't cared much about it before, but now he thought about it only after Brother Dashing reminded him of it. In recent times he has often fought for over 10 hours straight, and last time he even fought for over 40 hours straight. No food was eaten during this period, which he attributed to the benefits of increased fitness. But every time he even ate several times or even 10 times more than an ordinary person. Now that I think about it, it's completely out of character. Not to mention whether he can digest it or not, the volume of food eaten into his stomach for a short period of time has long since exceeded the size of the stomach itself. If it were a normal person, their stomach would have burst long ago. But even after eating all that food he still didn't feel much full. Guess that's one of the reasons why the Warrior Academy offers a variety of high-calorie foods for free 24 hours a day. He was already like this. How much food did those 3rd and 4th rank or even higher-ranked professionals need to eat to have enough for their bodies to consume? Xiao Chen then looked at all this food on the table and instantly realized the answer. Chapter 88 Heavenly Punishment. Brother Dash continued to explain, it seems that Brother Darkness already knows the answer. That's right, as the strength of the professionals continues to rise, their bodies will require more energy, and at that time, ordinary food will no longer be able to satisfy their needs. And these mutant beasts and mutant plants are the best ingredients, and the energy of the same volume of ingredients is at least 10 times 100 times or even 1,000 times that of ordinary ingredients. Of course, as first-order professionals, our bodies aren't that strong yet, and right now we're only able to eat small amounts of food that's been desalinated. These ingredients tonight are some of the most common 3rd-order mutant creatures cooked as ingredients. By the way, do you know how much this table costs? The Dashing brother gave Xiao Chen an 8 gesture. 80,000? Dash shook his head, it's not that expensive, 800 is enough. So cheap? Xiao Chen was puzzled, with such luxurious decoration and such high-class ingredients, how could it be only 800? Wait, isn't Dash talking about the dragon coin? Sure enough, Brother Dashing's next words confirmed Xiao Chen's suspicions. Brother Darkness is really wealthy, spending 800 gold coins on a meal still feels cheap. 800 gold coin. This kind of let Xiao Chen grow insights. 1 gold coin is about equal to 10,000 Dragon Country coins, then this meal calculated into Dragon Country coins would not be 8 million? In more than 10 days ago Xiao Chen, not to mention think, even dreamed of eating a meal actually want 8 million. The moon spirit at the side became even more contemptuous when she saw Xiao Chen's surprised look. Grandma, I don't want to follow him, look at him, he has never seen the world, I don't think I can even have a good meal with him. Granny Jiang shook her head helplessly and gave Xiao Chen an apologetic expression. Xiao Chen ignored Yu Ling and just slowly tasted what the $8 million worth of food actually tasted like. I have to say that these foods are so much better than regular food in both flavor and texture. As the food entered his stomach, a warm current instantly spread through his body, soothing him to the core. Without eating much, Xiao Chen felt vaguely full. Replacing it with ordinary food, he wouldn't be able to achieve the current effect even if he ate all the food on the table. At this time, Dashing Brother and Moon Spirit had both put down their chopsticks long ago. Looking at their flushed faces, it should be due to too much heat being injected into their bodies in a short period of time. The only 3 people left at the table were Xiao Chen, Debauchery and Granny Jiang, who were still slowly savoring the food. Shortly afterward Xiao Chen also put down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Granny Jiang and Debauchery also put down their chopsticks. Xiao Chen knew that the business of the night was about to begin. The green-haired old man was the first to speak. I'll get right to the point, Dark Boy, I want my son to be your squire. To join you in the Dragon Seed Squad. I wonder what you think. The crowd looked at Xiao Chen in unison waiting for his reply. Xiao Chen didn't immediately agree, but instead looked at Green Hair. Finally his eyes turned to the green-haired old man. Uncle, you guys should know the special nature of my profession, it's hard to protect my teammates in a fight. The green-haired old man was unimpressed and said, you don't have to worry about this, I know my son's strength well, he will soon reach the 2nd rank, and after reaching the 2nd rank he has a certain amount of self-protection ability. Not to mention how it is possible to become a professional without experiencing life and death, actually choosing this path has long been ready to die. Since Papa Green Hair said so, Xiao Chen had nothing to say, and he did have a good feeling about Green Hair. Not to mention that his old man was also a high-ranking member of the Professionals Union, so he thought that he should be able to provide himself with no small amount of assistance. Since Uncle trusts me so much, then from now on, Green Brother Dash is my teammate. Ha ha, well. At this time, Granny Jiang, who was on the side, also spoke up, classmate Black Knight, do you see my family's moon spirit? Before Xiao Chen could speak, the young girl on the side immediately retorted, Grandma, I don't want to follow him. Granny Jiang looked at the young girl with a helpless and hopeless face. Lingera, do you know what a rare opportunity this is? It's hard for you to enter the Dragon Seed Squad again if you miss this opportunity. The young girl was unconcerned. Grandma, it's not like you have to find him to become a Dragon Seed Squad, aren't there 4 others? Granny Jiang finally sighed helplessly and could only say apologetically to Xiao Chen, since Linger doesn't agree, then this matter is off. Xiao Chen was not used to seeing the unruly and capricious moon spirit, and when he heard Granny Jiang's words, he was instantly relieved. If Granny Jiang insisted on entrusting the young girl to him, it was not clear how to refuse. Dean Jiang, I've already used the things you sent me, and I'll find a way to return them to you later. Granny Jiang waved her hand and said, alas, those things will be taken as my reward as dean to the outstanding students. Finally the banquet ended after Xiao Chen and Brother Dash agreed on the time and address to depart for the imperial capital. By the time the party was over, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Xiao Chen politely declined Debauchery's kind offer to arrange for a driver to take him back, and took a cab back to Shijing Warrior Academy. The city center is not far from the Sikyong Warrior Academy, and it only takes about half an hour to get there by car. Xiao Chen sat in the back seat of the cab with his eyes closed. Suddenly Xiao Chen opened his eyes as a vague sense of crisis surged through him. Is it another assassination? Just then, an explosion suddenly came from the front. Rumble. A number of vehicles rear-ended each other in quick succession, and the highway was a mess. The cab was also forced to stop, but fortunately, the master's experience and skills were not bad, and did not crash. The first time the car stopped, Xiao Chen dropped a few $100 bills and leapt out. As soon as I got out of the car, 3 or 4 cars directly behind me crashed into it, squeezing the cab right into a ball. Blood ran down the inside of the driver's seat. Ka-ching! Xiao Chen snapped his head up as the sky was covered in dark clouds, with lightning striking down from time to time. There was something strange about this cloud, strange in that it was too close to the ground to be naturally formed. Xiao Chen's first thought was of Thunder Snake, as the current situation was almost exactly the same as when Thunder Snake attacked him. A moment later Xiao Chen realized something was wrong.
Because not only was there lightning striking out of this cloud, but also meteorites falling downward at the same time. The car accident on the road was caused by a meteorite hitting the vehicle in front of you. This was a skill that only high-level magicians had. Heaven's Punishment. Heaven's Punishment, a forbidden skill of a high-level magician. This skill was incredibly powerful in both attack range and destructive power. How could this skill appear over Shijing City? Xiao Chen wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that the other party had made such a big commotion just to kill a small first-ranked professional like himself. The magicians who could use this skill had all reached at least the 6th rank. Making such a big commotion in Shijing City, the hinterland of the Dragon Kingdom, had even caused countless casualties among ordinary people.
Want to get out safely? That's a dream. If he really manages to get out in one piece, where is the face of the Longwood government? Chapter 89 Superpower Duel. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, countless lightning bolts and meteorites poured down, and the places covered by the dark clouds were devastated, with a degree of terror no less than a small nuclear bomb attack. Xiao Chen jumped onto the high platform and looked around, and everywhere within his sight was like a hell on earth. And just then, a thick middle-aged man's voice rang out. The sound was as loud as a thunderous explosion, causing the eardrums to ache. Who dares to sow their wild oats in my western capital, looking for death? A figure rose up in the air, and his exact face could not be seen due to the distance. However, it was vaguely possible to see that the man had not utilized any external force, but just stepped into the air step by step, and it was as if there were invisible ladders under his feet. The man didn't seem to be walking fast, but he was able to climb dozens of meters with each step. In the blink of an eye, he stood at a height flush with the dark clouds. Instead of stopping, the dark clouds in the sky churned more violently. Ka-ching! More than 10 consecutive purple thunderbolts struck the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man paid no attention to the incoming lightning, and his body lit up with a layer of golden light. Those purple thunderbolts struck on the golden light shield and disappeared directly as if they were mud cows entering the sea, without causing the slightest damage to the man. There's no point in talking more, die. As he spoke, a long knife appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The man was seen holding the knife with both hands and slashing out. Hundreds of meters of golden blade-ons extended out from the blade, splitting the dark clouds in the sky into two, and the dark clouds quickly dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed, and a figure dressed in magician's robes, unable to see if it was a man or a woman, gradually appeared. However, he wizard at this point covered his chest with one hand, and bright red blood dripped down his white arm. If Xiao Chen's physique hadn't reached more than 2,000 points, coupled with the fact that he had undergone deep evolutionary improvements to his eyes after 3 times of genetic evolution, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see these details at this point. After the dark clouds dispersed, the middle-aged man saw the other party's face and his body froze slightly, as if he recognized the other party's identity. Finally, the middle-aged man looked down at the ground, just in time to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. It was then that Xiao Chen finally got a good look at the middle-aged man's face. He turned out to be the dean of the Shijing Warrior Academy, Shui Longyin. On the day of the opening ceremony, Xiao Chen did not attend. Later, the video replay through the intelligent robot let Xiao Chen know what Shui Longyin looked like. This Dean Shui Longyin was not only the dean of the academy, but also the explicitly strongest person in Shijing City, the guardian god of Shijing City. At this time Xiao Chen no less than hundreds of people in the tens of meters around, but he felt that the water dragonin is looking at himself. This intuition will never be wrong. Why would you look at yourself? Could it have something to do with that wizard? It shouldn't be. The strongest person that Xiao Chen had come into contact with so far should be the debauchery kind of level of strong person, and he got along with those strong people quite well. There was no reason for the other party to find trouble for themselves, making such a big commotion just to kill themselves? This doesn't make sense in any way. Wait. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. The quota for the Dragon Seed squad was so precious that debauchery and Vice Dean Zhang had gone out of their way to lower their status to find themselves to help, but what about the others? This term's Dragon Breed squad slots have been finalized, but what happens if a member dies? Should it be left vacant? Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards the magician, who, as if he also sensed Xiao Chen's hostility, suddenly looked down at Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen locked eyes with the magician, a feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake welled up in his heart. Xiao Chen could almost confirm that the magician in the sky was here for himself. There's no reason for this feeling, it's a gut feeling. But he was convinced of this intuition. Shui Longyin sighed again, you shouldn't have come. The sound was not loud, under the cover of the thunder ordinary people could not hear it at all, but Xiao Chen could hear it clearly, thinking that this should be what Water Dragonin intended to do. Shui Longyin, are you really going to stop me? Demon Blood, look down below. How many ordinary people have died at your hands? This has already touched the bottom line of the professionals' union. Even if you once had a great deal of merit, it wouldn't be enough to offset today's sins. What's the difference between ordinary people and mole crickets in this day and age? Dead is dead. Do you still want to avenge them? Demon Blood, why don't you understand that without a constant stream of new powerful people appearing, could the Dragon Kingdom be as strong as it is now? The Dragon Kingdom? It's the Dragon Kingdom again. We're already so powerful, not much different than the legendary gods, and we still want to use a concept like a country to bind me. It's ridiculous. In that case, there's nothing more to say. As he spoke, an even more brilliant golden light erupted from Water Dragon Yin's body. A series of 3 slashes came out, and before the slashes reached the magician's body, 3 layers of light shields lit up on the magician's body, each of which was a different color. Xiao Chen recognized the outermost layer of light shield. That was the skill that all magicians had to learn: Magic Shield. Magic Shield was the most powerful defense skill of a magician. Strengthened to a high level, it was said to be able to withstand around 80% of damage, stronger than Xiao Chen's firm as a rock. How strong the magic shield of a suspected 7th-ranked magician had to be, Xiao Chen didn't dare to imagine it at all. But such a powerful magic shield shattered apart like glass under the Water Dragon Grimoire's blade. The might of the blade remained unabated after shattering the magic shield, and it continued to head towards the second layer of light shield. The second layer of light shield was clearly more powerful than the first, causing the blade to pause slightly, but that was all. The second layer of the light shield shattered apart after only a few moments of blocking. In the end, the blade aura completely dissipated under the third layer of light shield. But don't forget that the blade awnings that Water Dragonin slashed out this time were not 1, but 3 in a row. The third layer of light shield was more than a step stronger than the previous 2, and hardened itself to carry down the second blade aura. However, it shattered directly under the third blade aura. It can't be. Have you been? The words came to an abrupt end. Only the magician's body was split in 2 by the blade's awnings. With the death of the magician, the dark cloud shrouding the sky quickly dispersed, revealing a bright starry sky. Shui Longyin stood alone high above the sky, his body's golden light radiant to the extreme. At this moment, it was like a god. It wasn't until then that Xiao Chen came to his senses from the shock. Powerful, too powerful. Is this the true strength of a high-ranking professional? If he rose to the 7th rank, would he also be as powerful as the Water Dragon's Bane? Xiao Chen had never been as hungry for power as he was right now at this moment. As the golden light dispersed, Shui Longyin lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Chen in a rather meaningful manner, but did not speak and turned around to leave. Not a moment after Swaranjan left, various police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances arrived at the scene. There were even some vehicles similar to the armed police force that arrived at the scene to maintain order, but the ones that came down from the vehicles were not the regular armed police force, but a special squad composed entirely of professionals. When this wave of people arrived, some of the occupiers who were foolishly preparing to cause trouble were suddenly honest. You can see how much of a deterrent this professional team is to the pros. Chapter 90, Breaking the 1100 Barrier. That powerful magician was killed by Shui Longyin with a single slash. How powerful must Shui Longyin be? And is the wizard really dead? Some ordinary professionals had resurrection props. How could a magician as a stronger one not have resurrection props? Was all this fanfare really just to kill himself? Wouldn't it be easier to sneak in and succeed? This series of questions surfaced in Xiao Chen's mind, but no one could give him an answer. He could only find out for himself when his strength increased. Returning to his personal, exclusive room, he lay on the couch and reflected on what he had experienced today. First, there was Fubo, who was able to silently put him in an illusion, then the magician who was able to invoke heaven's punishment, and then the water dragon's breath that killed the magician with a single slash. This allowed Xiao Chen to truly see the power of a professional. He had never been more eager to be strong than he was now. Professionals who reached the late stage were able to fly through the sky and disappear like gods, and this was the goal he aspired to and pursued. After a long time, retrieve your thoughts. There are 7 days left to travel to the imperial capital to join the Dragon Seed Squad. It's bound to improve faster on a higher platform. His primary goal these days was to do his best to break into the trial tower. The system of breaking into the First Order trial tower granted 3 resurrection chances, which allowed him to have no qualms about putting in his full strength to break into it. Reach higher levels and the rewards will surely be greater. In this regard, Xiao Chen is full of expectations. The next morning, Xiao Chen once again came to the trial tower. After putting on your gear, step directly into the trial portal in the ready room. Welcome to the 1001st floor of the Universal Paradise Trial Tower. Hint: if the trialist dies or exits through the system, the challenge will fail. The challenger only has 3 chances to fail, and after 3 failures you will permanently lose the qualification to challenge the First Order Trial Tower. Alert: you have been given 3 resurrection chances, with 3 resurrections remaining. Hint: every time you pass a level, the trialist's life value, mana value, and other physical attributes will be refilled. At the same time all your skills will be refreshed. Hint: the use of any props is prohibited to challenge the First Order Trial Tower, except for the equipment you wear. Hint: the difficulty of the 1001st floor of the trial tower has increased significantly, so please prepare yourself for the trial. Trial begins. After entering the portal, Xiao Chen came to a completely new space. It's not like all the previous spaces. Because it's just a space with nothing but a mirror-like floor. As far as the eye could see, the 4 species were pitch black and nothing was there. Xiao Chen stood independently above the water and waited for the monster to arrive. Ripple after ripple suddenly rippled across the calm mirror. Here we go. Dang. A huge impact came, causing Xiao Chen to almost fall over. Checking his blood level, Xiao Chen found that it hadn't taken any damage, which meant that the enemy hadn't broken through his defense. His current strength had increased by more than half a star compared to when he had broken through more than 900 levels, and he had been able to easily break through 1000 floors before he had done so. Even if the strength of the monsters on the 1001st floor doubled, it wouldn't be enough to break through his defenses. And the shortcoming he feared of breaking defense had now been made up for, so as long as he didn't encounter an enemy with real damage, he had absolute confidence in breaking through. Each ripple, like a water ripple, represents an invisible monster, and this level seems to be easier compared to the 900 plus levels, at least knowing the general location of the enemy. The only thing that was different was not seeing any of the monsters from start to finish. One can only judge the presence of an enemy by the ripples of water and the attacks one receives. There were more and more ripples on the ground, all moving in Xiao Chen's direction. Seeing this, Xiao Chen had an idea. In order to save time, he picked the place where there were more monsters, and then changed the place when there were fewer monsters around. In less than 20 minutes, the clearance prompt appeared. Next are the 1002nd and 1003rd floors. As you become more familiar with the maps on this level, the passage times are getting shorter. The latter basically stabilized at about 10 minutes per layer. Even so, it took Xiao Chen close to 18 hours to reach the 1100th floor. The 1100 layer map remained unchanged, but Xiao Chen didn't see any of the water ripples appear on the ground even after waiting for a few minutes. Just as he was wondering, the vibrating sensation of being attacked by an individual came from his shield. But it still didn't break through his defense. This made Xiao Chen start to get alert. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, a series of attacks appeared without warning, all of them bombarding the shield. The force of the attack was quite a bit greater than before, but it was still within his range. Xiao Chen jerked his head up and looked into the dark sky. Did this strange monster come from the sky? No wonder so many strong people couldn't pass this level, so it was because these monsters possessed the ability to fly. Unseen, long-range airborne monsters make it impossible for many people to attack at all. At more than 900 levels, professionals can also see monsters through the occasional lightning rays, thus locking on to an approximate location to launch an attack. This monster will only be able to use wide-range AoE skills, and whether or not you can hit it is all up to Clueless. I wonder what is the point of having such a level in Worldwide Paradise? Xiao Chen actually didn't know that this level was a test of the experimenter's perception. As long as the perception reached a certain height, it would be able to judge the location of the monster through the air fluctuations, but Xiao Chen wasn't aware of these. His perception, ahem. Too weak. Since he couldn't see it, Xiao Chen didn't bother. He sat down on his knees and waited for the monster to be rebounded to its death. He was attacked for over 30 minutes on this level before he killed all the monsters. Meanwhile, the national announcement reappeared. National announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 1100th floor of the First Order Trial Tower, and has entered the top 36 of the First Order Trial Tower's all volleyball rankings. X3. Hint: you have killed all the monsters on the 1100th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x1 million, and a total of 5 million trial points have been gained from the 1001st to 1100th floors, and you have now accumulated 13,389,095 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 36. The site's global ranking after passing the 1,100 mark crosses straight from 96 to 36. This meant that there were 60 top powerhouses stuck within these 100 levels, and those who were able to break through the 1,000th floor were undoubtedly not the top geniuses. But even then it was still eliminated again by 2/3. That speaks volumes about the difficulty of those 100 levels, especially the 1100 level. After returning to the trial tower preparation room, Xiao Chen did not leave directly, but came to the trial tower core trial mall. He now had 13,390,000 points and was able to exchange skill advancement vouchers. Hint: yes, no to consume 10 million trial points for skill advancement vouchers? Redemption. Looking at the skill advancement voucher that appeared out of thin air in his hand, Xiao Chen was in an excited mood. Whether or not you can continue to improve your Thorn's Thorn skill depends on now. Chapter 91: The Wonderful Use of War Soul Awakening. Prompt: yes, no to use skill advancement credentials? Use. Hint: please select the skill you want to advance. Xiao Chen's mind moved and once again chose the firm as a rock skill. What if it works? It doesn't cost anything to try. Solid as a rock. Tip: this skill has reached its upper limit, you cannot use this prop to enhance it, please choose another skill. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Since the rock solid skill couldn't be improved, let's continue to improve Thorn's Thorn. Upgrade the Thorn's Thorn skill. Skills upgrading in progress. Warning: abnormality detected in this skill, system determination in progress. There is an anomaly in the data of this skill, and the same anomaly has been detected in your attack attribute, which is being determined by the system. Judgment completed: due to the system having given you compensation for attack anomalies before, it is now judged that this skill cannot be further advanced using skill advancement vouchers. After seeing the system prompt, Xiao Chen's heart sank. The Thorn's Thorn skill was his only means of attack, and if he stopped there, his future achievements would definitely be much lower. However, Xiao Chen was not discouraged as he still had the means to be able to raise the Thorn's Thorn. That would be the Infinity System. He had killed a massive amount of monsters during this time, and he believed that he would be able to reactivate the Infinite System before long. At that time, he would be able to have the Infinite System upgrade his Thorn's Thorn skill. Since neither the Rock Solid or Thorn skills can be boosted, it's time to deliberate on which skill to boost. He now has a total of 5 career skills, which are Thorn's Thorn, Firm as a Rock, Battle Spirit Awakening, Battle Spirit Revival, and Battle Spirit Charge. Each of these 5 skills has a powerful wind field. Thorn's Thorn and Rock Solid need no introduction, being the most central of all his skills. There are also 4 generic skills, which are Power of the Silver Moon, Relentless Taunt, Blood Contract Shock, and Dual Space. All other skills are unboostable equipment skills. Apart from the equipment skills and the Thorn's Thorn and Firm as a Rock, which could not be boosted, there were only 7 skills that he could choose to boost. How do you choose these 7 skills? Dueling Space was the first to be excluded by Xiao Chen, simply because the success rate of this skill's casting was too low, with a success rate of just under 25% for him. Not to mention that the odds are that boosting will only increase the amount of time that Dueling Space exists. Relentless Taunt and Blood Contract Shock both belong to the control skills. For the time being, it is already enough, still do not consider for the time being. Battle Spirit Charge is an escape skill for him, and the odds are that raising the cap will only increase the charge distance. It's not working well for him at the moment and remains out of consideration. In the end, that leaves only 3 skills to choose from: Battle Spirit Awakening, Battle Spirit Revival, and Silver Moon Power. The skill Battle Spirit Recovery is a reusable bottle of instant life recovery potion, with less than half the recovery of an instant life recovery potion and a long cooldown. Boosting means little to him now. Finally, Xiao Chen looked towards the last 2 skills: Battle Spirit Awakening and Silver Moon Power. The 2 skills here are very hard to choose between. The power of the Silver Moon could bring him a constant stream of recovery, currently playing a role second only to the Thorn's Thorn and Rock Solid. But the War Soul Awakening was equally powerful. He had experimented with this skill while fighting the Thunder Dragon, and it could be used against Rock Solid. Makes the damage reduction effect of Rock Solid 75%. If the boosting effect of the Battle Spirit Awakening skill can be increased to 100%, then using Battle Spirit Awakening on Firmament will result in Firmament reaching 100% mitigation. That would give his level at least 10 seconds of invincibility. These 2 skills Xiao Chen favored enhancing the Battle Soul Awakening. There was no other reason. There were many ways to restore life points, but this was the only way to be invincible at the moment. Before choosing to enhance his Battle Soul Awakening skill,
Xiao Chen needed to do an experiment. Right now, the Battle Soul Awakening was still only at level 1, and he wasn't sure exactly how much of an increase was brought about by raising the level of the Battle Soul Awakening. If the original cap for the War Soul Awakening skill was to boost it by 100%, wouldn't it be a loss to boost War Soul Awakening? It was a good thing that he had retained 40 skill enhancement points that he hadn't used before.
Xiao Chen directly used 10 skill enhancement points to add on Battle Soul Awakening. View skill attributes. Skill name, War Soul Awakening. Skill level, 11. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Skill effect, can be used on a skill you have already mastered, and the effect of that skill is increased by 55% after use, lasting up to 11 seconds. After upgrading 10 levels, the effect of the skill is raised from the previous 50% to 55%, and the increase is only 0.5% for each level. According to Xiao Chen's speculation, it is very likely that its ceiling effect is only 75%. It is very possible to reach 100% after boosting with skill advancement vouchers. And as the skill level increases, the duration has each been increased by 1 second. Increases the effect by 5% and duration by 1 second for every 10 levels. If the skill's cap is raised to level 100, he'll have a 100% increase plus a 20-second duration. At that time, use this skill again on Rock Solid and he will have 20 seconds of invincibility. Thinking of this result, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to choose to enhance his Battle Soul Awakening skill. Hint: yes, no, to confirm the enhancement of the War Soul Awakening skill? Elevate. A few moments later, a system prompt appeared. Alert: your War Soul Awakening skill limit has been raised and can now be raised up to a maximum of 100 levels. Seeing this, Xiao Chen had a smile on his face. It's done. Moreover, the system also directly gave the upper limit of what could be raised, which sort of gave him a peace of mind. The only thing he had to do now was to get skill points and level up his Battle Soul Awakening. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen directly added all of the remaining 30 skill enhancement points to the Battle Soul Awakening skill. At this point, the War Soul Awakening skill had reached level 41. The skill increase is 70% and the duration is 14 seconds. To raise this skill to level 100, you still need 60 skill enhancement points. There is currently no method of acquiring skill points, and you can only steadily acquire skill enhancement points once he has risen to the second rank and leveled up. At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of a way to get skill enhancement points and wondered if it was feasible. That would be to claim it from the Sikyong Warrior Academy. He had now helped the Shijing Warrior Academy set a new record and should have been rewarded. It was just that the exact rewards, I don't think any of the Academy's senior management had thought about it yet. If he initiates the claim, there's a good chance it will work. Not to mention that he would continue to break through after raising his strength, perhaps surpassing the Imperial Warrior Academy in this way was possible. Chapter 92, The Gift of the Water Dragons. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen contacted Long after breakfast. If Long wasn't afraid of disturbing Xiao Chen's rest, he would have come to him long ago. He was woken up yesterday night by several messages in a row, and when he was about to get angry he read the content of the messages, which kept him up all night with excitement. The content of the message was naturally the system announcement of Xiao Chen breaking through the 1100th floor of the trial tower. Xiao Chen breaking through the 1100th floor represented Shijing Warrior Academy officially surpassing Nanyang Warrior Academy to become the third. This was the first time that Shijing Warrior Academy had gotten rid of the reputation of being at the bottom of the First Order trial tower. As Xiao Chen's enrollment teacher, his credit would naturally be remembered by the Academy. More than 10 minutes later, Long came to the restaurant in a flurry of wind, his face full of excitement and joy. Classmate Black Knight, you're something, breaking through the 1100th floor so quickly. Xiao Chen went straight to the point after a few polite words with Long. Brother Lung, I came to see you today for some counseling. Darkness classmate, you say, as long as I can do it will certainly do my best. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Long, let me be honest with you, my current strength has not yet reached the top. If my strength continues to improve I have the confidence to break into the higher tiers. Hearing this, Long's eyes grew brighter. Still not at the top? Your potential ceiling is a bit high, Darkness-san. Yesterday, I exchanged and used the skill advancement voucher at the trial tower, so one of my core skill ceilings has broken through once again, and if this core skill can be raised up, my strength will be greatly improved. More confidence in breaking through the later levels. The problem now is that I don't have enough skill enhancement points to strengthen this skill. Xiao Chen words are very direct, that is, to all the skills of the academy to strengthen the point scroll, there is a hidden meaning of threat. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Long wasn't angry. Instead, a small smile appeared on his face. Looking at Long's smile, Xiao Chen showed a rare hint of embarrassment, knowing that his small mind had been seen through by Long. Long took out a wooden box and placed it in front of Xiao Chen. Open it and take a look. Xiao Chen took the wooden box and opened it to check. Inside the wooden box was a stack of neatly arranged skill enhancement point scrolls. Hint: you have obtained skill enhancement point scrolls x 100. 100 skill enhancement point scrolls. Seeing so many skill enhancement point scrolls, Xiao Chen's heart thumped. Looking up at Lung in confusion, he asked, Lung, what is this? Long laughed out loud. Classmate Black Knight, the academy isn't that petty. You've made great achievements for the academy, so naturally the academy won't treat you poorly. This is what Dean Shui personally asked me to pass on to you. Dean Water, could it be? That's right, it's the dean of the Shijing Warrior Academy, Shui Longyin. Long continued to speak. It seems that Dean Shui attaches great importance to you. I've never seen him pay attention to a new student in all the years I've been at the academy. Is that so? He always felt it wasn't that simple. The glance that Swerangian had rather meaningfully given herself while fighting that magician seemed to suggest something. In the past, these doubts he could only bury in his heart. The current him was too weak to be qualified to speak directly with a strong person like Water Dragon Een. But being able to get 100 skill enhancement point scrolls was a surprise. Long continued, after you broke through the 1100 barrier yesterday, the Academy's senior management held a special meeting for your reward for breaking through the barrier. Xiao Chen interrupted, Brother Long, didn't you already give a reward just now? Long slightly froze. That one doesn't count, that's just a separate reward for you from Dean Shui. Other than that, the Academy has separate rewards. As expected, the skill enhancement scroll that Swerangian had given himself was not arranged by the Academy, but for personal reasons. This indirectly proved Xiao Chen's conjecture. In the end, the Academy decided that if your ranking exceeds that of the Mordor Warrior Academy, you will be given special rewards, and if you exceed the ranking of the Imperial Warrior Academy, the rewards will be even richer. But there is a prerequisite, and that is that the challenge must be completed before you leave the Warrior Academy for the Dragon Seed Squad. I think you should know the reason. Once you report to the Dragon Seed Squad, then you will automatically be separated from the Shijing Warrior Academy, and at that time, the results of the breakthroughs naturally won't be counted towards the Academy. It's not for me, a mere admissions teacher, to know exactly what the reward is, but it must be worth a lot given the school's financial resources. At least for your first order. Xiao Chen looked at Brother Long and spoke earnestly, Brother Long, thank you. Hey, you're the trainee I recruited, so naturally I have to be responsible for you to the end. Long waved his hand without a care in the world. Kid, there's still 6 days left, so let it go for these 6 days. After Long left, Xiao Chen went straight to the trial tower. Trial Tower Preparation Room. Xiao Chen took out the skill reinforcement point scrolls and used them all. Hint: you have gained 100 skill enhancement points. A few minutes later, the War Soul Awakening was directly raised to full level by him. View skill attributes. Skill name: War Soul Awakening. Skill level: 101. Skill type: active. Skill consumption: 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown: 30 minutes. Skill effect can be used on a skill you have mastered, and the effect of that skill is increased by 100% after use for a maximum of 20 seconds. After the Battle Soul Awakening skill reached level 100 as Xiao Chen expected, the skill effect boost reached 100% and the skill duration reached 20 seconds. But upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen also found an unexpected delight. The cooldown actually changed from an hour to 30 minutes. The skill cooldown time had been reduced by a full half, which was definitely a huge boost for Xiao Chen. By now, 3 of his 5 major career skills had reached full level. There are now 40 skill enhancement points remaining. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen then decided to add all of his remaining 40 skill enhancement points to Silver Moon Power. With 40 skill enhancement points down, the level of Silver Moon Power reached level 96, 5 points short of the full level of 101. The recovery rate of Silver Moon Power was now at 4.85%. Combined with the 1% from the helmet, the 0.5% from the granite belt, and the 1% from the necklace, at this point, his base recovery speed had reached 7.35% per second. Plus an overall bonus of 40% from a pair of life rings additional skill life salute. At this point his overall recovery rate was a terrifying 10.29%. Now his life value cap had broken through the 50,000 mark, which meant that his recovery rate reached a terrifying 200 plus points per second. Combined with a few other skills that trigger when his life value drops below 30%, how strong will he be? Chapter 93: A Powerful Opponent. After everything was ready, Xiao Chen once again stepped into the trial tower portal. Welcome to the 1101st floor of the Universal Paradise Trial Tower. Hint: you have been given 3 resurrection chances, with 3 resurrections remaining. Trial begins. The line of sight rotated, and a moment later Xiao Chen got a good look at his surroundings. Here, the light was distorted by an invisible force, turning into a treacherous stream of light, bright and dark, wandering like a ghost. All around, there was an endless void, yet it did not seem like pure emptiness, as the air was filled with an unnameable energy fluctuation that sent chills down one's spine. Inside the space, there were several huge black rocks floating, their surfaces covered with strange patterns, like ancient runes or the eyes of the abyss, quietly watching every living being that intruded. Occasionally, a chilly wind whisks by, bringing gusts of whispers, a wail from distant time and space, or the call of an ancient soul. In this forgotten realm, time and space intertwine into an intricate web that makes it difficult to discern direction. The Underworld Gap, a bizarre space that transcends the boundary between reality and fantasy, is both the end of explorers' dreams and the beginning of countless souls lost forever. Welcome to the Underworld. Xiao Chen stood on a black rock that was about 10 meters in diameter. Rocks floated in this eerie air, with only a few floating rocks able to serve as landing spots. With a leap, Xiao Chen arrived on top of another rock. The rock seemed to be fixed in this space, and Xiao Chen's jumping failed to make the rock move the slightest bit. The venue is a bit interesting this time. Just as Xiao Chen was lamenting the strangeness of this space, he looked up sharply. Deep in the endless void, dozens of meteor showers streaked by, beautiful to the extreme. It's not right. Those meteor showers were crashing down on where he was. The meteor shower was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already approaching Xiao Chen's side. 2 large shields had appeared in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous impact caused Xiao Chen to retreat back and forth, and if it wasn't for a protruding rock at the back blocking Xiao Chen's retreating form, he would have been knocked into the void by the impact. This was the first time he had been knocked away by a monster since he became a professional. After stabilizing his figure, Xiao Chen realized that just now that was not a meteor shower, but clearly a monster with a strange appearance. These monsters had a liquid like mercury flowing on their body surface, and their whole body appeared silver-white in color, with an appearance somewhat similar to that of the aliens in the movie. It is like a work of art that combines biological and mechanical technology. More than 10 monsters all watched Xiao Chen, and suddenly opened their mouths, spitting out a silver-white spike like a metal material from the air, stabbing straight at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was prepared for this. The large shield had long been in front of his body, deflecting all incoming spikes in their entirety. The tremendous force was transmitted to Xiao Chen's arm through the shield, and even with Xiao Chen's physical strength, he felt his arm numb from the shock. How strong this monster's attack must be. Looking up, a 7,000 damage number actually appeared above the head of the silver monster that attacked him. This represents a whopping 3,500 attack points for them. Is this still a first-order monster? It's amazing that the attack is so high. In fact, Xiao Chen didn't know that the most troublesome thing about these monsters wasn't the high attack, but the fact that they possessed 80% physical damage reduction. It was only that Xiao Chen didn't attack and couldn't feel it. These difficult monsters can only end in tragedy when they meet Xiao Chen. In less than 5 minutes, all of these silver alien monsters died under Xiao Chen's rebound damage. After Xiao Chen passed level 1120, new monsters appeared. These monsters are almost identical in appearance to the silver alien, except that their color has changed from silver to colored. Under the exchange of hands, Xiao Chen's brows furrowed. Because he felt as if these monsters weren't too different from the ones before. To say the difference, it's only that their attacks have changed. It no longer used its spiked mouthpiece to attack Xiao Chen, but instead spat out a beam of light from its mouth to attack. He couldn't judge the specific attack attributes of these monsters without being able to break Xiao Chen's defense. However, it was not difficult to see from the attacks that the silver alien used physical attacks, while the 7-colored alien used magical attacks. This combination of monsters had extremely high requirements for both of the professionals' defenses, and if they only favored one type of defense, they would definitely not be able to pass this level. Similarly, Xiao Chen still didn't know that the most difficult thing about this 7-colored alien still wasn't its attack, but its defense. This 7-colored alien has a whopping 80% reduction to magical attacks. The 1100th to 1200th floors were hell for those professionals who were only good at physics or magic. This level that was like hell to other professionals felt nothing to Xiao Chun. He didn't even know that these monsters possessed such terrifying defenses at all. In front of Xiao Chen, all defenses were useless. This is because the Thorn skill bounces back real damage. Inside the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, which was far away from Shijing, a conference room was brightly lit even though it was now late at night. The group of senior officers of the Imperial Warrior Academy waited while drinking tea. Tonight they will witness history. There is a monster in this freshman class named Wind. Wind, the awakened profession, is Wind Fury Warlord. This profession is able to manipulate all the surrounding gas for its use, not only can condense a powerful attack, can also compress the air to form a powerful defense effect. It is even able to briefly slice through space to form a subdimensional blade to deal a fatal blow to an enemy. The skill, Sublime Blade, was one of the strongest single-unit skills belonging solely to the top magicians, and he didn't expect that a tiny first rank like Wind would be able to cast it. This matter had even alarmed the real top brass of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. It was only later, under their careful observation and comparison, that they realized that the Sublime Blade that Wind had cast was not a true Sublime Blade. It's just that the shape and attack characteristics are more similar, and it doesn't achieve the powerful destructive power of cutting through everything. After testing, it was found that Wind's Sublime Blade was actually able to inflict notable damage on third-order powerhouses. This has been very scary. Even the worst third-order powerhouse's strength was not comparable to that of a first-order professional, and the difference in strength was at least dozens of times greater. To be able to injure a third-ranked powerhouse across so many tiers was enough to show how powerful the Wind was. In the end, the Sublime Blade cast by Wind was defined as a pseudo-Sublime Blade. Today, Wind is hitting the highest record of 1,199 floors created by a previous person at the Imperial Warrior Academy. If he could break through the 1,200th floor, he would make new history, the first Daxiao professional to reach the 1,200th floor. Wind, if he could really accomplish this feat, he would not only be a credit to the Imperial Warrior Academy, but also to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 94, 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. Wind, long before Xiao Chun, had locked up a spot as a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. Become one of the first 3 members to enter this class of Dragonborn squad. Being able to lock in a spot early represented the fact that his strength had long been recognized by the management of the Dragon Seed Squad. The information on the 1,100th floor of the Trial Tower 1199 had a small amount of records from the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, and its difficulty, not to mention the first level, was such that few people could pass even the third level. As for the information on the 1,200th floor, not many people in the world knew about it, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. Because there were only 3 people who had broken through the 1,200th floor so far. All 3 were solo travelers from small countries, and thus left no information related to breaking through the 1,200th floor. After so many years, these 3 had long since grown to an incredible level. Wind already broke through to the 1,158th floor yesterday, counting the time the 1,200th floor should be coming soon, right? It's been in for over 10 hours, so if nothing else it should be close. If Wind breaks through the 1,200th floor, it's almost unlikely that the other 3 academies will want to catch up with us. Don't be too happy either, there's also a powerful professional from the Shijing Warrior Academy's side who has already broken through the 1100 barrier yesterday. It's just 1100 passes, not enough to worry about. Yeah, the difficulty of the 1,101st to 1,200th floors isn't comparable to what it was before the 1,100th floor. Whether it's for physical attacks, magical attacks, or dual defenses, there are extremely high requirements, so as long as there's a shortcoming anywhere it's impossible to pass. Just wait, it should be soon. It didn't take long for the crowd's eyes to light up as the announcement appeared, and it was a global announcement of the highest level. The crowd couldn't wait to open the system announcement to check it out. Global announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 1,200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower, and is now ranked 4th in the First Order Trial Tower. X3. The faces of the crowd were filled with excitement when they saw this system prompt. No, that name is not Wind. What the hell is a Dark Knight? Who knows? Black Knight? It seems like he's the genius from the Shijing Warrior Academy. Didn't he just break through 1100 levels yesterday, just one day, and he was able to clear 100 levels, this speed, this efficiency? And just shortly after Xiao Chun passed the 1100 level, a new global announcement appeared. Global announcement: Professional Wind has successfully passed the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower and is now ranked 5th in the First Order Trial Tower. X3. In less than a minute, 2 system announcements appeared to shock the world. Although Wind had also passed the 1200 barrier, the group of executives were not very excited. Because the Shijing Warrior Academy finished ahead of them. The 4 major warrior academies looked like the Shijing Warrior Academy was the weakest, but it wasn't. Ever since Shui Longyin had become the director of the Shijing Warrior Academy, the Shijing Warrior Academy had seen an endless stream of experts, and already had a hidden momentum of overpowering the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. But whether a school is strong or not depends not only on the high-end combatants, but also on whether there is a constant stream of emerging powerhouses. Where do these up-and-coming powerhouses come from? Naturally, they were newly recruited cadets, and the more powerful the academy, the easier it was to recruit true geniuses. Just like the 2 top geniuses that Brother Long had spotted before, and gave extremely generous conditions, but those 2 geniuses still chose the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. This is the head effect, and the head effect is the fact that the first place in a field tends to get more attention and have more resources. And now, the head of the Mordor Warrior Academy is gradually being surpassed. Once you lose the head effect, Imperial Warrior Academy won't say it will fall apart, it won't be too good either. Similarly, at this moment, the top management of the Shijing Warrior Academy also received these 2 global announcements one after another. A moment of excitement. And Xiao Chen had no idea of the sensation he had created. The monsters that appear on the 1200th level aren't too different from the previous ones, just not quite the same color and size. The attack also changes to just a fusion of the 2 previous monsters. This had no effect on Xiao Chen. In fact, he guessed correctly that the boss of level 1200 was a combination of these 2 monsters. Not only do they have super high physical and magical attacks, but they also have up to 90% physical and magical double mitigation. The monsters after the 1101st floor were already incredibly powerful, not to mention that this was a boss level unit that combined many of the advantages of these monsters into one. This was undoubtedly the nightmare of the vast majority of powerful people. It was already difficult enough to carry its attacks, let alone successfully killing it in less than 60 minutes. This boss, just by standing still and letting other professionals attack for 60 minutes, might not be able to successfully kill it. It was also for this reason that the most top-notch powerhouses stopped here. Even the vast majority of the strongest people whose strength was not balanced enough could not even get past the small monsters in front of them. The 1200th floor was an all-encompassing test trial of the 4 basic attributes and skills of a professional, and it was impossible to pass with a shortcoming in any one of them. But Xiao Chen was oblivious to this, and he even felt that levels 1101 to 1200 were simpler compared to the previous levels. Hint: you have killed all the monsters on the 1200th floor of the trial tower and have successfully cleared the level. You have gained trial points x 2 million, and a total of 1 million trial points have been gained from the 1101st to 1200th floors, and you have now accumulated 13,389,095 points. Hint: you have entered the First Order Trial Tower leaderboard and are now ranked 4. Note: this ranking is only based on the order in which professionals have broken through the 1200 floors of the first stage trial tower, and is not based on the strength of the professionals. Hint: the 1200th floor is the final level of the First Order Trial Tower. Hint: you have cleared all levels of the First Order Trial Tower, and the Universal Trial Tower has been opened for you. Hint: the Universal Trial Tower is open to all Universal Paradise professionals. It is no longer limited to Blue Star professionals. Hint: the Universal Paradise Mall has been opened for you. Seeing this series of tips, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell is the Tower of Universal Trials again? Is it true that there are 10,000 existences like Blue Star in the Land of the Worlds? If that's true, how many strong people must there be? A lot of things he didn't understand before became clear when he saw these system prompts. If there really are 10,000 paradises, then it would explain why you rarely see those high-level professionals in the real world. It is thought that they have gone through this system into more powerful worlds or copy battles. That's where the real paradise of all worlds is. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's mood stirred. This was the universal paradise of his imagination, an incomparably powerful world of high martial arts. After returning to the trial tower preparation room, it was customary to come to the Points Redemption Mall to check if there were any new redemption items. Chapter 95: Shock from the higher-ups of Shijing Warrior Academy. Tap on the Trial Tower Points Mall. Checked the previous props and found no changes. But instead, a new option reappeared behind the core mall, the Universal Paradise Mall. Clicking on the Universal Paradise Mall, a system prompt appeared. Hint: opening the Universal Paradise Mall requires the Universal trial points to reach 100, and you do not have the conditions to open it right now. What the hell are the trials of the world's points? Could it be that the points gained from breaking into the 10,000 Worlds Trial Tower were 10,000 Worlds Trial points? Then wouldn't his current points be useless within the Universal Paradise Mall? He only had 13,390,000,000,000 points right now, and it was only fair to prioritize improving his strength by using those points to exchange for tangible benefits. As for the 10,000 Worlds Paradise Trial points, he would get them sooner or later, and there was no need to rush this moment. Return to the Points Core Mall. Checking the redeemable props remains unchanged and the inventory has not been refreshed. Free attribute point scroll, 10,000 points per scroll, limited to 500 per person. Skill enhancement scroll, 50,000 points per scroll, limited to 100 per person. Rare attribute random scroll, 1,000,000 points per scroll, limited to 10 points per person. Potential cap scroll, 1,000,000 points per scroll, limited to 5 per person. Genetic evolutionary meta agent, 5,000,000 points paper, limit 1 per person. Skill advancement voucher, 10,000,000 points paper, limit 1 per person. Sold out. Rare occupation random transfer card, 50,000,000 points per card, limit 1 per person. After breaking through 1,200 levels, his trial tower points once again reached 13.39 million. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen made his decision, and the exchange was as follows. 1 bottle of Gene Evolution Meta Agent, 100 Skill Enhancement Scrolls, 338 free attribute points. The reason why he didn't choose the potential cap scroll was because he hadn't felt the bottleneck yet. It's not too late to redeem it when he reaches his bottleneck. As for the rare attribute random scrolls that depended on luck, they were not within Xiao Chen's consideration for the time being. After the redemption ended, Xiao Chen's trial tower points were only 9,095 points left. He shouldn't be here again anytime soon. He had just checked in the preparation room, and there was no entrance to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower here. It was thought that the only way to enter the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower was through other methods. Exactly how to enter, go back and ask the old dragons, they should know how to enter as a high-ranked professional. Finally he turned his head to look at the trial tower and turned to leave. When Xiao Chen returned to the Warrior Academy he was stopped by Long. Led by Brother Long, Xiao Chen arrived at a conference room. The conference room was small, with only 4 people in it. One of them Xiao Chen recognized was none other than Granny Jiang, the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy. The other 3 Xiao Chen had never seen, but looking at them talking and laughing with Granny Jiang he knew that the status and position of these people should be comparable to hers. Xiao Long, it's been hard on you, go back and rest first. It was only after Brother Long left that Granny Jiang turned her sight to Xiao Chen and spoke enthusiastically. Classmate Black Knight, you're something else, actually breaking records consecutively, even surpassing the Imperial Warrior Academy to become the first person in the Dragon Kingdom. Come on over, sit. The other 3 also looked at Xiao Chen with interest, their faces showing appreciation. Xiao Chen was not polite and found a seat and sat straight down. A staff member served Xiao Chen a cup of hot tea and then exited the conference room and closed the door of the conference room. Only 4 Warrior Academy executives and Xiao Chen's 5 people remained in the entire conference room. Granny Jiang was the first to speak. Student Black Knight, I've called you here at this late hour to inquire about something important. I hope you can answer truthfully, it's very important to the academy. Dean Kong, go ahead. Xiao Chen did not act like other geniuses who took credit for a little achievement, and Granny Jiang was satisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. Granny Jiang took a sip of hot tea before asking, Mr. Black Knight, can you tell us in detail about the detailed process of clearing the 1000th to 1200th floors and the relevant information about the monsters therein? Xiao Chen wasn't very surprised that Granny Jiang had asked this question. After all, the best result of the Shijing Warrior Academy before him was only the 999th floor, and there was no excuse for the academy to collect information in this regard. As for getting the relevant information from the Imperial Warrior Academy, the chances are slim. After all, several of the top warrior academies in the Dragon Kingdom were in a competitive relationship, and would never take out and share such precious information without involving the safety and security of humanity and the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen decided to tell the truth after a little thought. After all, he had nothing to lose for himself by telling the Warrior Academy this information. He hadn't come to Shijing Warrior Academy for a long time, but so far Shijing Warrior Academy gave him a pretty good feeling. In a few days he would be leaving the Shijing Warrior Academy to report to the Imperial Capital Dragon Seed Squad, at which time he would be detached from the Shijing Warrior Academy. That's kind of doing the college a favor. Next, Xiaochen explained the details of the monsters on all the levels from the 1000th to the 1200th floor one by one. Of course he saved the things related to triggering the hidden quest and killing the Thunder Dragon at level 1000. After all, that sounds too unbelievable. The monsters on levels 1001-1100 Xiaochen directly skipped over them with a direct sentence about not being able to see them. Levels 1101 through 1200 are also very simple to narrate, and there are only 3 types of monsters, including the final boss, and he can't say much about them other than that they have different attack styles. This caused the faces of the 4 senior members of the Shijing Warrior Academy to turn ugly. Xiaochen said everything, but then seemed to say nothing. They were skeptical of what Xiaochen said, but couldn't corroborate it. As for the skill of passing the level, Xiaochen directly came with a line about just getting beaten, which made a few people even more speechless. What's this all about? It seemed like Xiaochen just went in and wandered around for a while and then cleared the level. This was indeed the case, and looking at the breathless expressions of several people, Xiaochen was also helpless for a while. What he said was the truth, and there was no water in it. Finally, Granny Jiang spoke up. The situation of the Black Knight students is rather special, and it's understandable that the way of passing the level is rather special. Then, Darkness-san, can you say something about what's going on after clearing the 1200th floor? Xiaochen thought about telling the matter of the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. After all, he also wanted to learn about the situation from a few people. What? The Universal Trial Tower. Hearing those words, the 4 of them stood up in shock at the same time. With the age and experience of a few people, there were not many things that could shock them so much. Meanwhile, in the distant Imperial Capital Warrior Academy was staging the same situation as Shijing Warrior Academy. The higher-ups of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy were equally shocked when they learned about the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower from Wind. 96. College Awards. Xiaochen knew that the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower wasn't as simple as he thought when he saw the expressions on the faces of a few people. Dean Zhang, what exactly is the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower? After the shock passed, Granny Jiang slowly sat down and drank the already cold tea in her cup before slowly speaking. The 10,000 Realms Trial Tower, as the name suggests, is a trial tower with 10,000 paradises like the Blue Star competing in a common trial. Of course, 10,000 is just a generalization, there may not really be 10,000, but there could be more. The 10,000 Worlds Paradise is even more mysterious and powerful than we thought. The 10,000 Worlds Trial Tower gathers the topmost powerhouses from all worlds and levels of strength, and some powerful professionals on the blue planet arrive at the 10,000 Worlds Trial Tower only to be killed in a single move, so the disparity can be imagined. That's where the real powerhouses compete. Although it's dangerous there, the benefits and chances gained there are far from being comparable to ordinary trial towers. It is said that the attribute strengthening points and skill strengthening points there have no purchase limit. As long as you have enough accumulated points you can exchange them at will. Likewise, the same goes for skill breakthrough scrolls and genetic evolutionary meta-agents, which can be exchanged indefinitely as long as your body is able to withstand them and you have enough accumulated points. These are just ordinary props. There are also some unheard of and unseen treasures. It is said that as long as you get a piece of that kind of treasure you will be able to enhance your body several times or even 10 times 100 times. The 10,000 Worlds Trial Tower is a place where countless strong people squeeze their heads to go, but unfortunately. Granny Jiang sighed and looked at Xiaochen with envy as she continued. It's a pity that the vast majority of the strongest people are not qualified to enter. You're lucky that you were able to gain entrance to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower at just the first stage. Xiaochen opened his mouth and asked, Dean Zhang, may I ask how I'm going to enter the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower? Granny Ginger froze, you don't know how to enter? Xiaochen shook his head and said, yes, I tested it within the trial tower and was unable to enter directly through the trial tower. Granny Jiang was dumbfounded. It seems that you haven't drilled into it carefully. It's actually very simple, just open the carrying system panel to check it out. Xiaochen hadn't opened the carrying system panel since he cleared the 1200th floor and didn't know if there were any changes. Open to view. There was indeed an additional option on the system's main page, the Universal Trial Tower. Xiaochen tried clicking and a system prompt appeared. Prompt, yes, no to enter the world of the 10,000 Worlds Trial? Hint. The world of 10,000 Trials world is in a special small world in the depths of the universe, extremely far away from the Blue Star world you are in, and needs to go through ultra-long distance teleportation to reach it. Warning, due to the distance being too far, the force of space coming from the conveyor belt will cause a great load on your body. it is recommended that you do not try it easily before your physique reaches 5,000 points. Warning: professionals with a body mass of 5,000 points or less have a 98% chance of not being able to withstand the burden of long-distance teleportation on their bodies and dying outright. Xiao Chen had no choice but to close the system panel and informed Granny Jiang and the others of the situation. Upon hearing this, Granny Jiang sighed helplessly. No one before you had obtained the qualification to travel to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower at the first rank, except for those few perverts of course, so naturally no one knew about these restrictions. And none of those who can travel to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower are high-ranking powerhouses, so they didn't receive this tip, so it seems that you can only wait until you're strong to travel to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. But this is good, you just became a professional not long ago, whether it is on their own strength control or against the enemy experience is lacking, properly polished and then go to challenge the 10,000 Worlds Trial Tower success rate should be higher. The 10,000 Realms Trial Tower isn't like a normal trial tower with 3 free resurrection opportunities. It's said that any resurrection props and means within the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower will be ineffective, and that once you die there, you're truly dead. And for that reason, some powerful people love and hate it there. Everything had been understood clearly, and Granny Jiang finally stood up and handed over a box to Xiao Chen. Mr. Darkness, in light of your outstanding contribution to the Academy, this is the Academy's reward for you. You are about to leave the Academy to report to the Dragon Seed Squad, and although you are nominally no longer a student of the Shijing Warrior Academy, this will always be your alma mater, so I hope you will come back to visit often when you have time in the future. After receiving the box and thanking several people, he left the conference room to return to his personal and exclusive room. After Xiao Chen left, the 4 Academy executives in the conference room did not leave directly, but continued to discuss something. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Xiao Chen. Returning to his room, he opened the box given to him by Granny Ginger to check it out. Hint: you have obtained Attribute Strengthening Point Scrolls X300. Obtaining these was expected by Xiao Chen, but the quantity was a bit surprising to Xiao Chen. Breaking through the 1,200 floors directly allowed the Shijing Warrior Academy's first-ranked trial tower ranking to enter the first place in the Dragon Kingdom, and he had also provided the Academy with such precious information about the trial tower, giving a reward that was actually only 300 Attribute Reinforcement Point Scrolls. In his anticipation, the number should have been far greater than that. As for the Skill Enhancement Scrolls, there was not a single one. Why are the numbers so low? Xiao Chen thought of 2 reasons. 1. He was about to break away from the Shijing Warrior Academy to report to the Dragon Seed Squad, and there was no need for the Academy to pay too many resources for someone who had broken away from the Warrior Academy. Second, Granny Jiang's granddaughter, Yuling, had not chosen herself, so there was no need for her to invest too many resources in herself. Either way, Xiao Chen couldn't do anything about it. After all, these rewards college did not explicitly stipulate, give or not give how much as the college senior said. Putting aside these thoughts, Xiao Chen took out the genetic evolutionary Yuan agent that he had just exchanged from his storage space. Prompt: yes no to use gene evolution meta agent? Use. Half an hour later, the pain receded. Hint: genetic modification completed, now 250 points of genetic strength, the 4 basic attributes add 125% to the derived attributes. The first time he used the gene evolution meta agent he gained 100 points of gene strength, and each time he used it again after that he only gained 50 points of gene strength. However, Xiao Chen has been very satisfied with this. After all, did not continue to decline has been a good thing. The next step was to strengthen his attributes. He now had a total of 688 in used attribute points. 50 of those points came from the attributes that Chen Duo had purchased for him at great expense, 338 points came from the Trial Tower exchange, and the final 300 points were awarded to him by Granny Jiang on behalf of the Academy just now. With 688 points of attribute reinforcement going down, I don't know if I'll be able to reach the bottleneck. This time Xiao Chen didn't choose to add it all to physique. Because as he gets more and more skills, the amount of mana used increases. His current base intelligence was already only 6 points, and paired with the attribute bonus it was only 9 points, and even after the genetic modification that allowed the intelligence-derived attribute magic value to increase by 125%, his current mana value was already only 196 points. This amount of mana was completely insufficient for him to use in battle. Chapter 97: Waiting for the opening of the advanced trial copy. There are now only 3 skills that require mana to use. War Soul Awakening, which consumed 10 mana points per second and lasted for a maximum of 20 seconds. If he wanted to be invincible for 20 seconds, he would need 200 mana points. Battle Spirit Charge, which requires 100 mana, and Relentless Taunt for 50 mana.
All three skills, if cast at the same time and maintained maximum effect, would cost him 250 mana.
Xiao Chen's current mana value was only 196 points. Investing 4 attribute enhancement points in intelligence is perfectly adequate.
With 4 attribute enhancement points going down, his base intelligence reached 10 points, and paired with the attribute increase effect, his total intelligence reached 15 points, and his mana value came directly to 326 points, which was enough for the time being. Since intelligence had been added to 10 points, for the sake of a good-looking panel, let's add 5 points to agility, so that his intelligence and agility base attributes had both reached 10 points.
Base strength is still only 20 points.
Who would have thought that the strongest person who had broken through the 1200 levels of the First Order Trial Tower would have the 3 main attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence pulling their crotches so much? In the end, there were 679 attribute enhancement points left, all of which were added to physique. More than 600 attribute points were added down, and still hadn't touched the so-called bottleneck. Xiao Chen even wondered if there was really such a thing as a ceiling on his potential. Up to this point, his basic physique had reached 2092 points, and his total physique reached a terrifying 3,661 points after the addition of various equipment skills.
The life value is even higher at 83,873 points.
It's not far from breaking the 100,000 mark. Close the attributes panel and open the skills panel.
Now there were also 100 skill enhancement points that had just been redeemed from the Tower of Trials. Spend 5 skill enhancement points to raise Silver Moon Power to full level 101.
The Silver Moon Power alone had a recovery speed of 5.1% per second, and with the other equipment and skills, Xiao Chen now had a recovery speed of 10.64% per second.
The amount of recovery per second was even a terrifying 8,924 points.
Even if all of the opponent's attacks were all true damage, as long as the opponent's second damage was lower than this number, it would be equivalent to not doing any damage to Xiao Chen. There were still 95 skill enhancement points remaining, and Xiao Chen did not intend to use them now. He currently has all of his core skills leveled to full, and the other skills, while useful, are not desperately needed. Not to mention that he planned to break through the second rank in the last few days, and once he broke through the second rank, he would most likely awaken a new occupational skill.
Reverse Scale Battle Spirit, a profession in which every professional skill is so strong that it has almost absolute priority.
If you awaken powerful skills then and don't have skill points to strengthen them for a short period of time, it would be a loss.
At noon the next day, after going to the cafeteria to eat in early.
After lunch, Xiao Chen came to the classroom on a rare occasion. The only person found inside the other classrooms was Bai Jiangxue. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, Bai Jiangxue was also stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Chen, a big celebrity, to actually come to the classroom today.
What brings you here?
Xiao Chen was also slightly stunned. Mr. Bai, it's normal for me to come here as a student here, right? Good point, she almost forgot that Xiao Chen was still a freshman in their class.
Ahem, I meant to ask if you're here for anything?
He seemed powerful now, but after all, the time he became a professional was still short, and even more so, he hadn't formally attended a class at the academy for even a day, and he knew very little about many of the basics.
The main purpose of coming here today is to inquire about matters related to advancing to the Second Order.
After listening to Xiao Chen's question, Bai Jiangxue slowed down for a while before confirming the fact that Xiao Chen was only a first-order newcomer. After adjusting her mindset, Bai Jiangxue began to give Xiao Chen relevant information about breaking through to the second stage. As we all know, breaking through to the second stage at the first stage requires a special trial, and only by completing this trial to obtain the Gene Evolutionary Meta-Agent can we break through to the second stage. Speaking here, Bai Jiangxue paused and said instead, of course, it is also possible to break through the second stage by obtaining gene evolution meta-agents through some special channels. But even if you have obtained a gene breakthrough meta-agent through other channels, don't promote it directly. Gene breakthrough meta-agents are extremely rare, and it's 1,000 times more difficult to obtain them, so any opportunity to obtain a gene breakthrough meta-agent is not to be missed. I'm sure you already understand all of this, so I'll tell you about the breakthrough trial mission next. The First Order Trial Quest is a separate trial copy. The overall difficulty of this copy isn't too hard, and the danger factor isn't too high. 80% of professionals can almost pass. Just pass and you'll be able to complete the task, thus breaking through to the Second Order. However, it is said that some people had triggered hidden quests within the trial copies, thus being able to obtain more genetic evolutionary meta-agents, but there is currently no definitive information that can prove this. Hidden quests, even if they did exist, were hard to come across, and Xiao Chen didn't hold much hope for them.
Teacher Bai, where is the copy of the trial quest? The locations of the trial mission copies are not fixed, and they randomly appear in different locations every so often. The location of the copies will still change? Yes, not only the trial copies, but the locations of some special copies will appear randomly, even the time is not fixed. It was the first time Xiao Chen had heard of such a thing, but with his shallow knowledge it was only normal that he hadn't heard of it. Teacher Bai, where is that trial copy now? Bai Jianxue shook her head and said, I don't know, yesterday it was in a place not far from the city, today it has disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, first-order trial copies usually only exist for 3-5 days after they appear before disappearing. It's not going to stay away for a long time, is it? No. Generally speaking, appearances appear once in about 3 days, and the longest one is no more than a week, not to mention that there isn't just one copy of the trial, and the number of them, though not particularly large, is quite a few. This was not difficult to understand. If there was only one, the chance of it appearing in the vicinity of a distance professional was too small, and nowadays the world wilderness was still dangerous for ordinary professionals. It was impossible to risk their lives by crossing thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers to look for it. Even if someone was willing to go, by the time the professional rushed over from such a long distance, it was estimated that the trial copies would have long since disappeared again. So what do I do now? Bai Jianxue only said one word, wait. There was no other way but to wait for Xiao Chen. You remember to pay attention to the internal system announcement of the academy. This is the peak time for new students to advance. Many people are looking for trial copies. Once the trial copies appear, they will be fed back to the academy to gain points, and the academy will inform all the trainees in the form of an announcement. Understood. After finishing his conversation with Bai Jianxue, Xiao Chen returned to his personal exclusive room. He will have nothing to do until a copy of the trial appears. With nothing to do, Xiao Chen opened the Dark Abyss group that hadn't been opened for a long time. Chapter 98. The more enemies the better. Opening up the Dark Abyss group and checking the previous chats, Xiao Chen realized that they were all about idle chatter. Just as he was about to close it, he suddenly realized that there was a top content in the group. Recruitment for special assignments. Mission summary: when the Professionals Union pursues the destructive forces outside the country, a group of first-order professionals from the Sakura country hid in the novice copy. This group of trialists in the first-order strength is extremely powerful, and the number of people is large, so that the Professionals Union's first-order law enforcers have suffered a heavy loss, and now there is an urgent need for the first-order strong to go to the kill. Mission requirements: first-order professional. Note, this mission is extremely dangerous, so it is up to you to decide whether or not to take the mission, and you will not be held responsible if you are killed or injured. Quest reward: 1 attribute enhancement point scroll for each enemy killed. Quest time limit: until all of this group of offshore professionals hiding inside the copy are killed. Another professional from the Sakura country, so rampant? Xiao Chen had been assassinated by the Sakura nation's assassins 3 times and had long held his breath. There's just time now to go and get out of the way and earn some attribute points at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was no hesitation, just click to accept the quest. It didn't take long for someone to contact Xiao Chen. When they learned that the person who took over the mission was Xiao Chen, the Dark Abyss management was overjoyed. Who is the strongest person of the First Order in the world today? Naturally, it was the 2 Xiao Chen in Wind. The 1,200 floors of the First Order Trial Tower had been passed by only 5 people in the world, and the top 3 had advanced years ago. The only 2 who were still stuck at the first rank were Xiao Chen and Wind. It could be said that these 2 were the strongest First Order in the world today, at least in Blue Star, that is. With Xiao Chen at his disposal, solving that group of minions wasn't a piece of cake. Through the information sent by the Dark Abyss administrator, Xiao Chen confirmed the place where the copy of the group of thieves was hiding. It's not far from Siskiyou City and can be reached in 2 hours by intercity high-speed train. After a short nap, Xiao Chen purchased his ticket online and got up to go. Long River County. Qinghai County is a small county 300 kilometers away from Shijing City. It had been one of the few impoverished counties in the Dragon Kingdom before the descent of the Universal Paradise. But everything has changed after the descent of the World Paradise. This Xiao Chen very good luck descended a novice copy of the entrance. It was also because of this that this county developed rapidly after the descent, and became one of the more famous counties in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. The busiest professionals' novice square in Qinghai County was at this moment surrounded by members of the Professionals Union dressed as armed police. No one is allowed in or out without their permission. The crowd of onlookers didn't know what was going on here, and all gathered in the square to see what was going on. Some of the newcomers who were waiting to enter the copy to practice leveling were anxious when they saw that they could not enter the copy. He went up to the theory on the basis of his status as a professional. They ended up getting a hard education, and some of the overbehaving novices got a nosedive. Just then, the light of the replica's entrance rippled in a circle, and then 3 occupiers emerged from it. These 3 professionals were miserable as hell at this point. The staff of the Professionals Union quickly stepped forward to fill the trio with several bottles of recovery potions. After swallowing the potion, several people recovered some of their injuries, and the person in charge spoke. "All dead, only 3 of us left. If we didn't have life-saving skills we would be dead by now. 50 people, a whole 50 of us, just like that. Those thieves deserve to die, they must be killed." The people watching around saw this scene and realized that a major change must have occurred within the replica. The person at the head of the Professionals Alliance looked grave. This was already the 5th group of people who had gone in. Each batch was the best of the first order, and even so, the first 2 batches were still all killed in action. Only 3 of this batch also returned alive. The outsiders seemed to have come prepared. No one else must be allowed to go back in and die before the Real Masters arrive. Just then, Xiaochen managed to squeeze his way from the back of the crowd to the very front. Seeing the severely injured few people, Xiaochen became even angrier and walked straight towards the entrance of the replica. Several staff members of the Professionals Union appeared in front of Xiaochen to block his way. Xiaochen stopped and spoke in a deep voice, "I received a commission to come and handle this matter." The 2 men who were blocking the way looked at the man in charge. The middle-aged man at the head of the group looked at Xiaochen, and when he saw that Xiaochen was only one person, his brows furrowed. "Young man, do you know what's inside?" "Enemies." The man spoke again and asked, "Do you know how many?" "The more the merrier." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, then his face became serious. "Nonsense, can't you see that the several batches of first-order powerhouses that just went in died and were heavily injured? Young people dare to kill the enemy is a good thing, but also to weigh their own strength. Do not momentary hot blood rush over the head. In vain to send life is not a wise move." Xiaochen was speechless. Did he look like the kind of person who would go back to die? After thinking about it, Xiaochen opened his personal attribute viewing privileges to the man alone. When the man looked at Xiaochen's personal attributes, he was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to actually come, those brats are counting on you." Xiaochen nodded his head and stepped towards the entrance of the replica. At that moment, the man's assistant came quickly to his side and inquired, "Boss, why did you let him go in alone?" The man glanced at his assistant. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "The Black Knight who broke through the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower yesterday." "What?" "It's actually him." As soon as he entered the copy, Xiaochen received a series of attacks. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out at Xiaochen's feet, while various arrows, bullets, and other long-range attacks came at him. Xiaochen just stood still and didn't move, letting them attack. Here and there, screams rang out all around. "Don't fight, he's got an anti-injury skill." Someone in the crowd called out, but how could the skills be retracted when they were already out, and some of them were still set up in advance? In the blink of an eye, the group of people attacking Xiaochen had no less than 10 dead or wounded. If some hadn't withdrawn in time, they would now be in the same position as those who died. The smoke cleared, and only then did the crowd get a good look at Xiaochen's figure. The visitor was actually only one, and the blood bar was still full. This can't be right. Just now, when dozens of them focused on their output, not to mention the first rank, even the third-rank powerhouses could have been killed by them in seconds, while this person in front of them was actually unharmed. He must have used some kind of special prop just now to be able to do super high damage reduction for a short period of time. I don't believe he still has that kind of prop. Everyone, get him. As the leading man yelled, the others clenched their teeth and continued to attack Xiaochen. With up to 200% rebound damage, once again 7 or 8 people were rebounded to death. Up to this point, no one else dared to make a move to attack Xiaochen. Chapter 99, Terrifying as Hell. None of the Sakura Nation professionals dared to attack Xiaochen in the face of him. Xiaochen, on the other hand, just stood there quietly, with no intention of striking out to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, it was that he didn't. That's not very rigorous, it's accurate to say he only had 1 point of attack. Xiaochen was now in an extremely awkward situation. His only means of output is Thorn's Thorn, and this skill requires the enemy to attack him, using the enemy's own attacks to make them die from counter wounds. And there is only one skill that can force an enemy to attack you. Relentless Taunt. Use this skill to relentlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you, and the taunted enemy units will force a normal attack on you for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. The coverage area of this skill was only 30 meters, so it obviously couldn't envelop everyone at once. And after casting this skill will fall into an hour-long cooldown. If he didn't attack the enemy in that hour, these people would definitely notice his abnormality, and it would be troublesome if they all avoided him then. The only way to eliminate all of them at once was to keep them all within the coverage of his skills. Xiao Chen scanned around and realized that there were at least 70 to 80 people around. Getting all these people to gather within 30 meters of you is obviously unlikely. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen didn't come up with a good solution. Xiao Chen now had two choices. Straight away, he cast his skills where there were the most people, killing as many as he could, and leading the rest by himself to wrap up the rest of the hires from the other professionals' union. Another way to do this is to add all your remaining skill points to Relentless Taunt. He believed that the leveling up of the Ruthless Taunt skill would definitely increase the taunt range. Weighing the situation for a moment, Xiao Chen decided to choose the former. Faced with dozens of people gawking at him, Xiao Chen walked slowly toward the crowd as if no one was there. Every step Xiao Chen took forward, the others took a step backward. One man intimidates the entire field. Coming to the forefront of the crowd, Xiao Chen coldly scanned the circle and lightly said, "Baka." These words immediately caused the surrounding Sakura Nation professionals to become enraged. All of them surrounded Xiao Chen, but still didn't dare to continue striking. Seeing this, the contempt on Xiao Chen's face intensified. "A bunch of trash." These words shattered the last shred of self-respect of the surrounding Sakura Nation professionals. Some radicals couldn't stand Xiao Chen's taunts and attacked him. However, they weren't stupid and didn't use skills that were damaging in nature, but instead used skills that used some control skills or put negative buffs on the enemy. Seeing this, Xiao Chen moved his mind and put the Cloud Hidden Shield into the storage space. Wearing the Cloud Hidden set activates the set attribute Immovable King. The Immovable King is immune to all effects such as knockback control. Xiao Chen's action completely angered the Sakura Nation's professionals. Facing dozens of Sakura Nation's top first-ranked experts and still daring to put away the shield with the highest defense, this was naked contempt. However, due to Xiao Chen's super high rebound damage, no one on the scene still dared to attack. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "The control skill is effective. He has been bound by me." Upon hearing this, the others began to cast various control skills on Xiao Chen. Since control skills work, you guys try mitigation skills. A whole bunch of control and mitigation skills flew towards Xiao Chen. There is no shortage of skills such as armor breaking, reducing magical defense and even lowering max life. Xiao Chen was not worried about this. Even if these people reduce his defense to 0, or even negative, so what? He has 20 seconds of absolute invincibility. This Dragon Nation's strength isn't weak, but his brain doesn't seem to be working well. He actually didn't attack us and instead took the initiative to take off his equipment. Osamu, be careful, the Rokoku have always been cunning, this is most likely a ploy on his part. The man in the lead slapped the face of the person who spoke and said angrily, "Do I look like a little cutie to you? Would I not be able to see such an obvious ploy?" As Xiao Chen was bound by various skills and unable to move, the others gradually grew bold and began to gather around him. "Osamu, this kid has never attacked us since he came in, will he not be able to use his attack skills after he performs that super high rebound skill?" These words were recognized by most of the people, otherwise there was no reason why Xiao Chen would not attack them when he possessed such a powerful strength. If that's the case, then find a way to make him attack us, and once we break that anti-injury skill of his, won't we be able to kill him easily? You have an idea? A hint of cunning appeared on the face of the man who had just been beaten. "It's not that simple, watch me." The man walked up to Xiao Chen and looked up at him. That's right, is to raise his head. The man is less than 1 meter 5, and Xiao Chen's height of 1 meter 85 looks like a dwarf. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, not knowing what this midget man would do that would disgust him. Xiao Chen scanned around the circle. As he was controlled by various control skills, the others were no longer so afraid of Xiao Chen, and they all started to gather towards Xiao Chen's side. They also wanted to watch just how the short man was going to provoke Xiao Chen. Only the short man suddenly jumped. Yes, jumped. Xiao Chen knew what the short man wanted to do. Seek death. Xiao Chen didn't care about that much at this point, and directly launched the skill Relentless Taunt. In an instant, all the Sakura Nation professionals within 30 meters of Xiao Chen's center gave a start, then looked at Xiao Chen in unison. The look of anger on his face became more and more obvious. This was immediately followed by an overwhelming barrage of attacks. Xiao Chen took out his shield and put it on at the first opportunity. The additional attribute of the shield, Cloud Hidden Power, was activated, immune to all armor-breaking effects. At the same time, the set skill Immovable King of Light activated, and the various control skills that bound his body instantly fell apart. Xiao Chen regained his freedom as countless attacks landed on Xiao Chen, with some real damage mixed in. However, under Xiao Chen's healing of up to 8,924 recovery points per second, these attacks seemed weak and powerless. Only to see a group of Sakura Nation assassins furiously attacking Xiao Chen while letting out bursts of miserable screams. The first to die were those professions with higher normal attacks, followed closely by those normal professions with a balanced development, and finally those in the meat shield system. Relentless Taunt lasts only 10 seconds, and the time passes in a flash. The Sakura Nation professionals who had survived were looking at the scene in front of them with their faces filled with horror. What kind of monster is this? Not only did they not suffer the slightest damage under the siege of dozens of them, but they bounced back to kill most of them. The few survivors had completely forgotten to run for their lives at this point, and they all froze in place. Chapter 100, A Worn-Out Notebook. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, and checking the kill prompt given by the system, Xiao Chen had a smile on his face. Not bad, 68 attribute points. Luck was really good this time. Not only did he kill 68 Sakura Nation professionals, but he also exploded 7 blood contract treasure chests. Still, this burst rate is low compared to other professionals. Based on the experience of other professionals, Xiao Chen knew that the probability of killing a professional of the same rank exploding the blood deed treasure chest was around 50%. Just now, he had killed 68 first-order professionals merely bursting out only 7 blood contract treasure chests, with a burst rate of roughly 10%. The burst rate is only 1/5 that of others. However, Xiao Chen was already very satisfied with this. Compared to the burst rate of killing small monsters while practicing, it is now very substantial. After putting away the blood contract treasure chest, Xiao Chen glanced at the few people who had been scared out of their wits, then turned to leave. That's right, Xiao Chen ignored them and left directly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill these people, but there was really no way to kill them. Outside the replica, the staff of the Professionals Union were anxiously waiting for the results of Xiao Chen's battle. Although Xiao Chen was powerful, but one person against more than 80 people was still inevitably worrying, and these people were not ordinary professionals, every one of them was not weak. The light curtain at the entrance of the duplicate caused a ripple, and Xiao Chen walked out of it unharmed. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment inevitably appeared in the hearts of the Professionals Union. Xiao Chen went in and came out in less than 2 minutes. Killing over 80 Sakura Nation professionals in 2 minutes was simply impossible. Even if the enemy stood still and let Xiao Chen kill them, 3 minutes wouldn't be enough to kill them all, right? Xiao Chen glanced at a few people and spoke. It's already been resolved, but there are still more than 10 half-mutilated people inside. You guys can deal with them on your own. After saying that, Xiao Chen left without looking back. It wasn't because Xiao Chen was playing high and mighty. The more he said on such occasions, the more information about himself would be exposed. If the enemy knows his flaws, there are many ways to target him. Maintaining mystery and high depth is very necessary for him. On the way back, Xiao Chen forwarded the system alert of the kill to the head of the Dark Abyss Squad. The head of the Abyss Squad also fell into silence after seeing these kill prompts. He knew that Xiao Chen was strong, terrifyingly strong in the first rank. But that's how long it's been, and it's been easy. Soon, Xiao Chen received an email. There are 69 attribute enhancement point scrolls in the mail. The reward was in hand, and the trip had not been in vain. It was late afternoon when we returned to the academy. Have dinner and go back to your personal room. In front of you lay 7 blood contract treasure chests. It's time to open the treasure chest again. However, the gold content of these treasure chests couldn't be compared to the treasure chests Xiao Chen had obtained before. Blood contract treasure chest, kill professionals have a chance to burst out. Open the treasure chest will certainly get the treasure chest producer has a props. The blood contract treasure chest can only open props owned by its spawner, and these props include equipment worn on the body, as well as props stored in the storage space. Any props that have been notarized by the system can be put into the storage space or backpack. How many props does a professional have in their storage space? Take Xiao Chen for example. At his peak, there were no less than 100 pieces of trash equipment in his storage space. The chances of trying to draw the highest value prop out of so many are extremely low. Hint, whether to open the blood contract treasure chest X7. Turn on. No light flickered, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment in his heart. Hint, you obtain cowhide gloves X1, normal mana recovery potion X1, maple leaf pendant X1, moldy bread X1, charming bra X1, magical cigarette X1, and tattered notebook X1. Looking at the various props that appeared in the system prompt, Xiaochen was speechless for a while. The cowhide gloves and maple leaf pendant were all low-grade common equipment that Xiaochen found troublesome to take and sell for money. The normal mana recovery potion was not bad, restoring 100 mana points for 10 minutes after use, but it could not be used in combat. It is one of those lowest level recovery potions. Moldy bread was also a recovery potion, but it only had a mere 500 recovery points, which wasn't even enough for Xiaochen, who had a blood count of close to 90,000, to stuff his teeth. As for the charisma bra, it was a rare piece of equipment that could add charisma value. It has to be worn outside to be effective though, and it's something that not only women can wear, but men can wear it as well. Xiaochen wouldn't wear this for the sake of a measly bit of charisma. But you should be able to sell it for not a bad price. It is said that there are quite a few professionals who are good at this. Magic cigarettes, a prop that can make a person lose the sensation of pain for a short period of time. It's also quite rare, so I think this cigarette would work well if you light it up when using a genetically enhanced meta agent. Finally, Xiaochen turned his attention to the worn-out notebook. It was just an ordinary notebook with a somewhat yellowed surface. Can this also be a notarized object to be put in the storage space? View notebook properties. Shabby notebook, a mediocre notebook. Write down your wish with the price you are willing to pay for it in the notebook. There is a very low probability that the wish will be realized. Xiaochen's eyes grew brighter when he saw the system introduction of the worn-out notebook. There's actually such a thing? Isn't this the legendary wishing book? Turn over the notebook. Inside are written in the Sakura Country text. Sakura Country is originally stolen from the Dragon Country culture. Most of the text is the Dragon Country text. After hundreds of years of evolution is still able to read and understand most of it. But Xiaochen wasn't going to rely on guessing, before he found a service in the system. You can instantly master a foreign language for the cost of a gold coin. Xiaochen found the Sakura language in the system's service bar, but the price really wasn't cheap. It actually cost 500 gold coins to master. Xiaochen still had over 5,000 gold coins, which were not of much use to him at the moment. Choosing to master a foreign language seems to be okay. Hint, yes, no, consume 500 gold coins to immediately master the Sakura language? Yes. When Xiaochen clicked the confirmation button after the sea of knowledge related to the language of cherry blossoms injected into Xiaochen's mind. In just less than 30 seconds, Xiaochen had completely grasped all the knowledge of the Sakura language. When you master the language of cherry blossoms and then look at the words recorded in your notebook, you will be able to see more clearly what they are trying to convey. I'm willing to pay 100 gold coins to make my little 10 centimeters longer. I'm willing to pay 500 gold coins to make my little 10 centimeters longer. I'm willing to pay 100 gold coins to make my little 10 centimeters longer. I'm willing to pay 1,000 gold coins to make my little 5 centimeters longer. Seeing the wishes written out on the first few pages of paper, Xiaochen was speechless for a moment. Chapter 101, Major Secrets. And that's what you do when you get a prop that's so unbelievable? The people of the Sakura country really do have a perverted obsession with big. However, through these messages Xiaochen was able to see that his wishes were not answered, otherwise he would not have written so many wishes in a row. How long and sick would it be if these wishes were granted? Keep flipping backward. I am willing to spend 1,000 gold coins to gain a chance to retransfer. 3. I am willing to spend 1,000 gold coins to gain 100 attribute enhancement points. I am willing to spend 1,500 gold coins to gain 50 attribute enhancement points. The latter dozens in a row are desires to consume gold to make themselves stronger. There were those who wanted attribute enhancement points, those who wanted skill enhancement points, and some who wanted equipment and so on, but none of them received a response. Xiaochen didn't stop flipping through the pages until he saw a text that was different from the other wishes. It was thought that the original owner of this notebook felt that no matter what he wrote on it, he would not get a response, so he simply gave himself up to writing a random wish. I am willing to expend 10 years of my lifespan to gain 1 attribute enhancement point. A symbol Xiaochen had never seen before appeared behind the text of this message. The symbol is very busy and a closer look reveals that the symbol is very special. If you zoom in on the symbol you will see that the symbol is actually made up of countless identical symbols stacked on top of each other. After staring for a while Xiaochen felt a little dizzy. He immediately closed his eyes to guard his mind. It was only a moment later that Xiaochen slowed down from that dizziness, and then looked at the symbols and became ordinary again. This symbol is by no means ordinary. Humans, or at least low-level professionals, could never write such complicated symbols. Unless the person who wrote the symbol was not human. Not a man? Is it a god? Such an absurd thought suddenly popped into Xiao Chen's mind. Maybe it's still true that the existence of the universal paradise and the infinite system is inherently unexplainable, and who but a god could have done all this? If this battered old notebook can really grant wishes, does its owner also possess godlike powers? This conjecture, if true, makes it very likely that this wish has been granted. That means that the wishes in this notebook could actually come true if the price paid is high enough. Keep flipping backward. Xiao Chen realized that since that wish had been marked with the power special symbol, the wishes that followed were no longer so outrageous, and the other party began to be cautious. The price to pay is getting higher and higher, while the reward for praying for it is getting lower and lower. Skim directly over all wishes that do not have special symbols. Xiao Chen didn't stop flipping through the pages until he saw another wish labeled with a special symbol. When he saw the content of this wish, Xiao Chen's face became very ugly. I am willing to consume 1 million gold coins to open a channel with any novice copy of the Dragon Kingdom for 1 minute. If that symbol meant that the representative wish was granted, then it was very likely that this group of people had used this passage to come to the Dragon Kingdom. It was no wonder that this group of people hadn't been discovered by the Dragon Kingdom's professionals union before. Xiao Chen continued to flip backward, and the further back he looked, the more ugly Xiao Chen's face became. Most of these wishes are directed, directly or indirectly, at the Dragon Kingdom. When Xiao Chen flipped through to the last wish that was labeled with a special symbol, his face became even more ugly. I am willing to consume 5 million gold coins to gain early access to one of the closest first-order trial replica passages to where I am now. The same mysterious symbol appeared behind this wish, and it didn't look like it had been granted for very long. In other words, it was very likely that a group of Sakura country's first-ranked powerhouses had already entered the trial copies ahead of time, just waiting for this group of newcomers to go ahead and try out. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly received an announcement from the academy. Announcement: a copy of the First Order Breakthrough Trial has been opened. The location of the copy, 10 kilometers southwest of the county seat of Changhua County. Seeing this announcement, Xiao Chen knew it was bad. This is the peak time for new students to reach level 100 and need to be promoted. This announcement was sent out, and there will definitely be many new students heading to the trial copy I to complete the advancement quest. Inside the trial copy there must have long been people from the Sakura Kingdom ambushed in it, and once these trialists enter they will certainly die and be heavily injured. Anyone who can get to level 100 now is considered a very promising newcomer. Once this batch of newcomers died, the Western Capital Warrior Academy and even the entire western part of the Dragon Kingdom would receive a heavy blow, and although there would not be a break in strength, it would be greatly weakened. These people from the Sakura country are really shady. If he could, Xiao Chen would have wanted to walk through the first order copies of the Sakura country. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen told Brother Long about this news at the first opportunity. Of course, he hid the matter of the worn-out laptop after all, it was a bit too unbelievable. And he didn't want to expose the fact that he had the worn-out notebook. As for the excuse, it was very simple, he had only just returned from Changhua County, and everything seemed so logical. Long took this news very seriously when he learned of it and immediately reported the matter to the Academy's senior management. Xiao Chen then received an announcement that was sent out to all the students of the school. Announcement: there is an unknown hidden danger in the copy of the First Order Trial where Changhua County is located, and all trainees are advised to suspend traveling there until the trainees have resolved the hidden danger. The fact that this announcement was sent out 3 times in a row shows how seriously the college takes this matter. The reason why the college was willing to believe it without doing any proof-seeking was because the matter was said by Xiao Chen. It was impossible for Xiao Chen's current and future status to lie about this matter. The announcement went out. Long immediately contacted Xiao Chen and told him to go to the conference room for a meeting. This kind of meeting was not at all something that a tiny first rank like Xiao Chen could participate in according to reason. However, this matter was discovered and provided information by Xiao Chen, and the probability was that Xiao Chen would still be needed to deal with it, so it made sense to have him attend the meeting. When Xiao Chen arrived at the conference room, the room was already in a heated discussion over the matter. When the group of people saw Xiao Chen arrive, Granny Jiang couldn't wait to open her mouth and ask, "Mr. Darkness, is this true?" Although the announcement had already been sent out, she still wanted to hear Xiao Chen's answer in person. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "I don't dare to be 100% sure, but I'm at least 90% sure it's true." 90%? Enough, let alone 90%, we can't bet on a 10% chance. Xiao Chen recognized Granny Jiang's words.
These newcomers who had just risen to level 100 simply had no experience in fighting enemies, and suddenly facing a prepared hostile professional was not much different from sending them to their deaths.
Chapter 102, Weird Copy. After receiving Xiao Chen's confirmation, the top management of the Warrior Academy immediately reported the matter to the Professionals Union. Have the staff of the Professionals Union block the entrance to the replica and not allow anyone to enter the replica.
At the same time, he arranged for Xiao Chen to lead some of the newcomers of this term to go forward to deal with this matter.
20 minutes later, a 5-member squad led by Lung boarded a helicopter bound for the First Order trial replica. The other 4 players on the plane were basically old acquaintances of Xiao Chen.
Among them were the necromancer Heavily Plague, the idea swordsman Sword 33, and the poisoner Ouyang Feng, who Xiao Chen had seen running around with a bucket of poison on his back in his replica, and the last one was Xiao Chen's old acquaintance Brother Dashing. I don't know if it was the Academy's intention to arrange or these people were suitable to deal with this matter, but actually all of them were familiar with Xiao Chen or had seen him before. Natural Disaster and Sword 33 only nodded slightly when they saw Xiao Chen as a greeting. On the other hand, Brother Dashing was excited to see Xiao Chen. He simply didn't expect Xiao Chen to be able to break through the 1000th floor of the trial tower and still be able to set a record in a row, eventually breaking through the 1200th floor. Ouyang Feng sat across from Xiao Chen and was also carefully sizing up this legendary figure who had been in the limelight the most recently. With Dash's annoying inquiries, time passed and soon the helicopter landed on an open grassy field. Jumping out of the helicopter and traveling less than a kilometer ahead, a portal-like vortex space was seen in the middle of a steep depression. There was the entrance to the First Order trial copy. At this time, the entrance to the trial copy had long been surrounded by the staff of the Professionals Union, the same entrance as when Xiao Chen dealt with the novice copy in the afternoon. But there are more people here. Led by Lung, the 5 entered it without any hindrance. Xiao Chen was also stunned when he saw the administrator of the Professionals Union responsible for blockading this place. It was really a coincidence that it was actually the same middle-aged man who had blocked the novice copy in the afternoon. The middle-aged man immediately greeted Long and his party when he saw them. "Hello, Mr. Long, I'm the captain of the Professionals League's Crisis Management Squad, my name is Zhang Chen. It's a good thing you guys came, there's really not much we can do against this kind of low-level copy. Who would have thought that this group of Sakura Nation scumbags would actually cause trouble here? I'll be troubling you guys, this matter can really only be resolved by your academy." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, and after seeing Xiao Chen, he knew that there was no longer any problem with this matter. He had seen Xiao Chen's power in the afternoon. Long spoke up and asked, "What's the situation now? How many have gone in?" "I'm not sure, quite a few people had already gone in when we arrived, and not a single person has come out so far. And we checked through the friends of the people who went in, and none of those people are dead yet, but none of them are returning messages. It seems like they should have been contained or knocked out." Lung frowned. "Why don't they just shoot these people?" "Zhang Chen, judging from my years of experience as a criminal police officer, they should be fishing." "Fishing?" "Yes, they do this in order to get more people to enter the copy to explore, thus controlling and killing these people one by one." Hearing this, Long laughed angrily. "These brats are really not afraid of death, actually daring to act like this in my Dragon Kingdom." Zhang Chen reminded, "Be careful, they must be confident in their strength if they dare to do this." Long turned his head to look at Xiao Chen's 5, a hint of a smile on his face. "You 5 go in and kill the brats directly when you see them, you don't need to leave them alive." Zhang Chen wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, he gave up. "This batch of brats is too low in rank, so I don't think I can ask anything, so I might as well just kill them." However, Long still reminded, "The strength of several of you almost belongs to the top echelon in the first rank, but you should not take it lightly, these people must have something to rely on if they dare to act like this." The 5 of them put on their equipment at the same time and came to the entrance of the replica. Xiao Chen turned to look at the few people and said, "I'm the only meat shield warrior among the few of us, so let me go in first." A few others naturally won't object. Xiao Chen was also giving them face by saying this. After all, other than Xiao Chen, the other few were not sure that they would be able to remain unharmed if they were set on fire. Xiao Chen nodded to a few people before striding into the teleportation portal. A sense of teleportation hit him, and with a flash of vision, Xiao Chen appeared in the middle of the trial copy. But the expected attack did not come. Surveying the surrounding area, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. And that's when the system alert appeared. Hint: you have entered the first stage trial copy, and the trial quest has been triggered. Click for details. Click to view the task. Task category: Advanced Trial Tasks First Level.
Quest description: kill the monsters in the replica and collect 1000 points of genetic energy. Mission difficulty: a note, the mission difficulty ranges from E to SSS, with SSS being the highest difficulty in theory. Time limit for the task: 24 hours. Failure to complete the task within 24 hours, or failure to submit the task, will be considered a failure. Quest reward: Gene Evolution Meta Agent X1. Failure penalty: none. The content of the mission is very simple and clear. Kill the monster. I go back to the genetic energy. I think that this genetic energy is the source of energy to create genetic evolutionary meta agent. The quest is only 24 hours long, though there is no penalty for failure. The quest should be very simple. I just don't know how much genetic energy can be gained from killing a monster. Close the task panel. After confirming that there was no danger here for the time being, Xiaochen sent a message to several people. Several people then appeared beside Xiaochen. After entering the copy, several people received a system trial quest prompt. The trial mission was naturally not difficult for these people. But whether or not they take this opportunity to complete the mission to advance is their own business. Dash immediately summoned over a dozen mutant rats in all directions of the replica. Wait a few moments, I'll have Present scout around to see where these brats are. Heavenly Disaster took a step forward and spoke. Something is wrong. According to theory, ambushing the entrance of the copy and setting fire on us is the best choice, but they didn't do that. There must be a question. Ouyang Feng also spoke up. If there's a more suitable place to set a trap than here? At these words, several others fell silent. And at this moment, as if he had found a clue, Brother Dashing opened his mouth and reminded, it's not quite right. I probed within 2 kilometers of the replica and didn't find a single monster. This is too abnormal. What? Not a single monster within 2 kilometers? Jian XXXII was also quite surprised. The monsters within the replica are capable of infinite refreshment. Even if they kill all the monsters, they will surely reappear. But why haven't they found a single monster? Suddenly, Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he thought of what happened before. Chapter 103, All Disappearance. A few others had already thought of it. The last time Xiaochen went out with a few people to kill the first kill boss, they talked about why a lot of wild areas no longer refreshed monsters. Dash's old man was a high-ranking member of the Professionals League, so he knew some of the hidden secrets. According to what Brother Dash said, the reason why these monsters were able to refresh indefinitely was because there was some kind of mysterious energy in the area, and it was because of this mysterious energy that the monsters were able to refresh indefinitely. However, the little kid didn't know what method was actually able to steal this mysterious energy, thus making the area no longer refresh monsters. At the same time, they were also able to use this energy to make some monsters mutate, and the bloodthirsty tree demon was created by them using this method. Now, it was likely that the monsters no longer refreshing within the trial copies were also done by them utilizing this method. Suddenly, several people looked at each other. These brats are all hiding. Could it be that they are utilizing the mysterious energy they stole to create an even more powerful mutated boss? This is an extreme red flag. Trial copies weren't as plentiful as newbie copies, and based on the experiences summarized by other professionals, trial copies were constantly changing in terms of where and when they appeared though. But the copy itself is actually still the same copy. And there are far fewer trial copies than newbie copies. It was only the constant shifting of positions that made the others think there weren't a lot of them. If this plan really worked out for them, the consequences could be much more serious than destroying the novice copies. Some of the novice replicas become forbidden, and the professionals can still travel to other areas of the replicas to practice, while once the trial replicas then become forbidden, it's not so easy. The number of trial copies is already extremely small, and they are constantly changing location. If there really is a trial copy that becomes a forbidden area, then even if there is a trial copy in your neighborhood, is that copy necessarily not that forbidden copy? Even if the brats only let one trial copy become a forbidden copy, then it will also cause everyone to be afraid to enter easily. Several people thought about the seriousness of the matter and looked at each other. I'll tell my old man about this discovery first. Dash immediately contacted his father and reported what happened here and their suspicions truthfully. Debauchery is highly valued. However, they were already the strongest squad of the first rank, and it was already hard to find a stronger first-rank squad than them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After closing the chat interface with Slutty, Dash opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, the Professionals Alliance and the Shijing Warrior Academy have jointly issued a mission for the 5 of us to handle this matter with full authority. We will be rewarded if we successfully resolve this matter." Brother Dashing cheaply continued to speak, "This is a double reward from the Professionals Alliance and the Shijing Warrior Academy. Oh, the rewards are bound to be quite rich." Natural Disaster spoke, "Don't think about the rewards for now. What we need to do now is to find them as soon as possible. Once the conjecture comes true and the mutant boss grows, things will become more and more difficult." Brother Dash was dismissive of this. "With Brother Darkness here, how strong can a stronger first-rank boss be?" Natural Disaster froze, then remembered that Xiao Chen was a fierce person who could even pass the 1200th floor of the trial tower, so this little battle was naturally not difficult for him. "Well, let's find them first." Xiao Chen opened his mouth and walked straight forward. The other four quickly followed. As a meat shield professionist, Xiao Chen was also incredibly powerful. Following Xiao Chen was naturally the best choice. Once they were separated from Xiao Chen, they really didn't have the confidence that they could handle this alone here, and they might even die here. The map of the trial copy is completely randomized, and there is no reference value for previous experience. The five could only explore around within the trial copies. They didn't see a single monster within the entire trial copy. Again, not a single trial pro or kid in sight. The copy is as big as it gets. The five of them spent 2 hours searching the entire copy inside and out and still found nothing. What the hell? They just disappeared into thin air? It shouldn't be. Did they leave through some sort of teleportation formation? Sword 33 shook his head and denied the idea. "No, if they are here just to make the trial copies no longer refresh monsters, they can totally do it quietly. There's no need to make it known to everyone." Brother Dash retorted, "Didn't they just do it quietly? If Brother Darkness hadn't discovered their plot, we'd still be in the dark right now." Natural Disaster frowned thoughtfully and said, "Green Hair is right. If they have already captured the trialists that came in, why don't they just kill them? The reason for this is so that their buddies won't know that they're dead and will only think that they're inside the trial copy, for some reason unable to return messages. It seems likely that they have already accomplished their purpose and left this copy through some special method." And at that moment, Xiao Chen shook his head. They shouldn't have left. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen, waiting for his explanation. Of course Xiao Chen didn't know they hadn't left. Rather, that sense of attraction that he felt when facing the Morrow Overlord reappeared. It was also this feeling that led Xiao Chen to this judgment. But after looking around the copy, I couldn't find out exactly where that sense of attraction came from. After careful perception, Xiao Chen came to a stone wall. This place has the strongest sense of attraction of any place within the replica. If these people were still hiding within the replica, then they must be behind this stone wall. Xiao Chen took a step back and said, "You guys try to see if you can break this stone wall." A few people froze and looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. Side by side, it's a magical place. It's nothing like the rules of the outside world. Here, fixed installations such as the ground, water, and rocks are indestructible, and even the strongest force cannot break them in the slightest degree. Within the replica, no one has ever thought of shattering the original Rocky Mountains, etc. While the others were still hesitating, Brother Dash didn't hesitate to summon the 3 big yellow dogs to launch a fierce attack towards the mountain. 5 minutes later, the 3 big yellow dogs had their heads bashed against each other, and even stood a little unsteadily, as if their heads had suffered a heavy blow. "Stop." It wasn't until Xiao Chen opened his mouth that Brother Dashing breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the 3 powerful summoning dogs he had managed to cultivate would commit suicide and die here. The rock walls within the replica may not be destroyed, a rule long recognized. Xiao Chen didn't agree with the words of the Natural Disaster. While on the 1000th floor of the trial tower, he blew up a house when he fell after using battle spirit charge to the sky. He couldn't do any damage to the monsters on the 1000th floor of the trial tower before Thunder Dragon appeared, but he could after Thunder Dragon appeared. This suggests that the buildings within the replica are not indestructible, they just need some sort of opportunity. Chapter 104, The Power of Rules. What is this opportunity? Xiao Chen kept thinking in his head. Just then, the replica suddenly shook as the ground shook, and rocks continued to fall from the top of the cave. The vibrations lasted only a few moments and then stopped. An earthquake? This is a replica, and replicas are in a separate space, so how can there be an earthquake? This just now? The group of people looked grave. This trial copy was full of weirdness ever since they entered. There are no monster refreshes, all personnel are missing, and now there's a weird vibration. All of these signs point to the fact that this is anything but simple. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and fully sensed the location of that sense of summoning. A moment later he opened his eyes, just inside the stone wall in front of him, and not too far away. Xiao Chen did have a way to get in. Although his battle soul charge skill could only be used on professionals and monsters, it was invulnerable to non-living things, when so far, Xiao Chen had never seen anything that could block the battle soul charge. As he gained a deeper understanding of the profession of reverse-scale battle spirit, Xiao Chen felt more and more that this profession was not simple. Every professional skill of adversary battle spirit is very counterintuitive and has absolute priority. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen said to a few people, "You guys back off." The crowd didn't know what Xiao Chen was going to do, but they still took a few steps back. Battle Spirit Charge. Xiao Chen directly opened the Battle Spirit Charge skill, and it set the target to a maximum distance of 100 meters. Rumble. Only Xiao Chen, like an unstoppable cannonball, was seen charging straight towards the replica rock wall. Just when a few people thought that Xiao Chen would be knocked around like a few big yellow dogs, one of them opened their mouths wide and looked incredulously at the hole that appeared in front of them. That's right, Xiao Chen succeeded. The impenetrable replica rock wall was as fragile as tofu under the charge of the battle spirit, and was straight away knocked out of a hole by Xiao Chen. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen disappeared before the eyes of several people. Dash looked at the scene incredulously. Then he kicked with all his might at a rock that had fallen to the ground. Ouch! When this kick went down, the stone didn't move, but Dashing Bro's toe bone almost broke, causing him to wail in pain. It was evident how strong his kick was, and even then, the piece of rubble remained untouched. This suggests that the rule that buildings within a replica are indestructible has not changed. But how did Xiao Chen manage to do this? The power of rules. Sword 33 spoke faintly from the side. The heavenly tribulation looked incredulously at Jian XXXII before turning to look deeper into the cave. Impossible, only his first rank. How could he have gained the power of rules? Maybe it's a professional talent. Whether the natural disaster wanted to admit it or not, Xiao Chen had just broken the rules. This performance of Xiao Chen's caused several people to start reassessing his strength. How terrifying it must be for a first-ranked professional to master the power of rules. Xiao Chen's vision opened up after charging a distance of more than 80 meters into the rock wall. I didn't realize that there was another huge space hidden deep within the replica's rock walls. The environment here is very different from the trial copies. It was as if two completely different spaces. The entire space is made up of black rocks, and there is no other place outside of the center of the space, where a piece of rock protrudes as bright as a diamond. And it was the raised rock that attracted Xiao Chen. As for the kitties, he didn't see a single one. At this time, the Dashing brothers also came here through the hole that Xiao Chen had crashed out of. A few people had just stepped out of the cave, when a burst of vibration suddenly came from the cave at the back, and turned their heads to look. Hurriedly, he realized that the hole that had been knocked out by Xiao Chen was rapidly recovering. Before a few people could react, the cave had already returned to its original state. But since there was no rush, since Xiao Chen could crash through once, he could crash through a second time. Several people came to Xiao Chen's side and watched around the colorful rocks that were spat out. Is this a diamond? Ouyang Feng looked at the rock with both eyes. The Dashing brother, as a dude, knows more about these things than anyone else present. He circled around the colored rocks twice and spoke, "It shouldn't be, diamonds don't have such brilliant natural colors, it's more through light refraction that they can be shown." So what's this? I don't know, never seen it. Xiao Chen didn't directly touch it with his hands this time. The last time he touched it with his hands after feeling this summoning sensation surprisingly activated the Morrow Overlord. If he activated a more powerful boss this time, he himself might be fine, but the other four would not be able to say the same. Even if you want to touch it, you have to wait until the Battle Spirit Charge skill cooldown ends. When the time comes, even if you can't beat them, you can escape by crashing through the rock wall with a Battle Spirit Charge. Dash released the summoned rats once again to check around. Brother Darkness, what is this place? I don't know. No? Then why do you know there is such a space here? Intuition. Facing Xiao Chen's reply, Heavenly Disaster was speechless to the extreme. A few moments later, Dashing Brothers' summoned rats returned as much as they could, only to see Dashing Brothers shake his head and say, "There is no trace of anyone being here, not even the smell. I think this place should have nothing to do with the brats." Ouyang Feng suddenly spoke. It is said that there is an occupation among the brats called ninja. Not only can they be invisible, they can also change their body size. Is it possible that they are hiding somewhere in this space? There's such a thing as a career? What's so strange about that? You're still a necromancer capable of summoning the undead. Fair enough. Ouyang Feng cast a skill on each of Xiao Chen's 4 people, and a green mist immediately rose from several people's bodies. What I've casted for you guys is an anti-poison technique. Next I'm going to cast a wide-range poison attack skill. If that group of little devils are really hiding in this space, I'll definitely let them die without a corpse.
Between words, Ouyang Feng opened the transparent container jar carried on his back. The lid just opened, a thick green gas scurried out. Within a few breaths, the entire space was covered in green poisonous mist. The poisonous fog lasted for more than 10 minutes, and there was still nothing strange around. It really doesn't look like this place is a brat house. Just as he was speaking, a loud noise came from the far corner, and several people turned to look at the same time. Only to see that a stone block that was just a moment ago a piece of stone made of the exact same material as this place had actually changed into a person. At this moment, the man was on the ground twitching non-stop, and his mouth was still foaming out. Looking at the man's miserable appearance, several people had a new understanding of Ouyang Feng's poison attack. However, Ouyang Feng did not put away the poisonous mist, but had continued to hold out for a few minutes, and found that in the absence of other people appeared, he only twisted the switch on the transparent container. A moment later, the green poisonous mist that filled the air all retracted into the transparent container, and the entire space regained its clarity. A few people walked quickly to the fallen man. Chapter 105, Detention of Souls. Ouyang Feng came to the man's body to check his state and then spoke. "He can't die, I just cast an antidote spell on him." Sure enough, it didn't take long for the man to wake up leisurely. When he saw Xiao Chen's few people, his eyes were filled with incredulity. #%%. A bunch of languages that a few people couldn't understand came out of his mouth. Several people looked at each other. Do you know which language he spoke? I've read a lot of movies, and I've concluded that this is not the language spoken on the blue planet. At this, the crowd was shocked. Could this person be an alien? Or perhaps from another world in the universal paradise? Cough cough cough. Baka, you're the aliens. Speech only became clearer as the man spat out a large mouthful of green liquid. But the fact that he opened his mouth gave away his identity. The little kid knew he was exposed and stopped hiding. How did you find this place? Dash was the best conversationalist of the group, so naturally he was the one to do this. Unperturbed, Brother Dash walked slowly up to the man, a wry smile on his face. "Little brat, be honest, what is your purpose this time?" After scanning the surroundings, the little kid's mouth gradually revealed a smile after a few moments of contemplation. "No matter what method you used to get here, since you're already here, there's only one way to die." Upon hearing this, Dashing Brother's face changed slightly, but it was well hidden by him. Brother Dash continued to ask without changing his face, "Little brat, you still haven't figured out the current situation, right? Whether we die or not is uncertain, but I can guarantee that you brats will die first." "Ha ha ha, what's so scary about dying? My mission has been accomplished, even death is worth it." A look of disdain appeared on Dashing Brother's face. "We're all here, and you still think your skills can succeed? To tell you the truth, your plans have long been recognized by us, otherwise why do you think we would have appeared here in such a short period of time?" The little devil was shocked when he heard Brother Dash's words. "Impossible, this plan of ours is so secretive, how could you possibly know about it in advance?" Seeing the expression on the brat's face, Dash revealed a smile of triumph in his plan. "To tell you the truth, your group has long been targeted by the Dragon Kingdom's Professionals Union, and all your movements are under our control." "Impossible, there is no way the method we used could have been detected by you." "Oh? Is that so? Imagine carefully if we've managed to solve all of your plans lately. Have your plans really worked?" The little kid lapsed into silence, his face shifting for a moment, as if he were really thinking about the matter. Starting from the bloodthirsty tree demon, then the various novice copies farming mutant bosses, and then them being hunted down to the Chinha County novice copies, it seemed that this recent series of quests had all failed. And today these guys are even weirder. Not only did he appear here in a very short period of time, but he also accurately found this place that was impossible for an ordinary professional to reach. If their plan hadn't been compromised, he wouldn't have believed it himself. The little kid looked up at Dash's chesty look, just as he was about to resign himself to his fate. Suddenly he looked to the colored rock in the very center of the field. He then laughed out loud. "Almost had you fooled." And that's when Dash broke into a smile. "It's your turn for a natural disaster." An extremely bad feeling suddenly appeared in the little kid's heart, and he turned his head to look at the natural disaster on the side. The only thing that could be seen was the natural disaster with his hands stretched out in front of him like a zombie. 10 fingers were facing him, each with a faint thread of light blue energy. These energy threads were actually all connected above his body. Celestial Calamity opened his mouth and nodded to Ouyang Feng. Only to see Ouyang Feng snapping his fingers, which seemed to be the little kid's life-suppressing charm.
With the ringing finger ringing, the little kid screamed miserably, actually straight to the bottom of the dead. After the little kid died, a translucent soul body was pulled out by the energy threads controlled by the fingers of the natural disaster. Seeing this, a small smile appeared on the face of natural disaster. It worked! It turns out that at the time of the discovery of the brats, several people had him formulate a plan through the squad group chat. The reason why he didn't just kill the kid was to get useful information out of him. But necromancers don't always succeed in detaining the souls of the dead. Trying to successfully cast a skill that breaks a detained soul is very much a limitation. First, one has to cast the skill within a minute of the enemy's death. Secondly, the enemy had to have a relatively strong soul power, otherwise his soul would simply dissipate upon death. Of course, there are many other aspects. The thing they were really worried about was that this little kid's soul power wasn't strong enough, and that his soul would simply dissipate after death. The purpose of Dashing Brother giving him a talk just now was to divert his attention so that he would not kill himself immediately. The little brats are notorious for liking to commit suicide. Dash learned from his old man's mere words that most of the brats who came to the Dragon Kingdom to wreak havoc had undergone special training. This group of people completely disregarded their own safety in order to accomplish their mission, and would commit suicide as soon as they failed in their mission, and would never give the enemy a chance to obtain information from them. That's why they took the trouble to give him a talking to. The natural reason for not letting him die immediately was to buy time for the natural disaster. While the brats were exchanging friendly words with natural disaster was quietly casting skills on the brats. The only thing this skill does is temporarily strengthen his soul. However, this skill was a persistent skill, and as the duration increased, the more powerful the soul energy attached to the little kid. The only way to keep the soul energy of the brats strong is to keep their souls from being unable to be detained after death. After a lot of tossing and turning, he finally succeeded in detaining the soul of the little kid. Once the soul is detained out, under the necromancer's natural skill will ask and answer whatever is asked, and there is absolutely no possibility of lying. And that's the only way to get answers that are credible. Without exchanging a long time, the little kid's soul body suddenly exploded into bits of starlight that dissipated in midair. Seeing this, Dash immediately asked, "Well?" Natural Disaster's brow furrowed. Their souls have been subjected to a ban by a high-level soul profession. And what was asked? Ask some, not many. Hurry up and tell us what they have planned. Natural Disaster withdrew his soul detention skill and came to the raised colored rock. The god said, "That's what they're planning. Speak up, it's hard to keep talking halfway." Brother Dash was dissatisfied with this way of speaking from Natural Disaster. It's a powerful mutant creature. Chapter 106, Pet Contract. Celestial Calamity looked grave as he circled around the colored rocks a few times before speaking slowly. "Do you guys know what's in here?" The crowd didn't reply, they just looked at the Natural Disaster and waited for his next words. Inside this rock is a monster that has gathered the energy of all the monsters within the trial copy. At the same time, it also absorbs the kind of mysterious energy of the trial copy that allows monsters to refresh infinitely. Hearing this, several people also felt the seriousness of the matter. If this monster succeeded in being born, the trial copy that could only be entered by the first rank would truly become a place of death. Not to mention them, even Xiao Chen was not sure that he would be able to kill him. How long before it is born? 1 hour max. Is there a way to fix him before he's born? Facing the question posed by Brother Dash, Heavenly Plague thought for a moment and spoke, "I don't know, I only learned this information from his soul." Sword 33 summoned 5 flying swords, which hovered around him. Among them was the blood-red flying sword that he exchanged with Xiao Chen last time. He knew that Xiao Chen didn't have attack power, so he was number 1 among the 5 people present in terms of attack power. "You guys stand back, I'll try." A few people stepped back. Sword 33 put his hands together and bellowed. "Up!" The 5 flying swords quickly merged together, transforming into a giant sword that was over 3 meters long. Heaven-breaking chop. Sword 33 held the giant sword with both hands and slashed out. The giant sword slashed down towards the colored rocks with an unstoppable momentum. Dang! The giant sword and the colored rocks made a crisp clash, the ringing sound resonated throughout the entire space, and the loud noise shook one's eardrums raw. Such a terrifyingly powerful sword failed to cause the slightest damage to the colored rocks. Sword 33 didn't stop attacking and bellowed once again. The giant flying sword that was more than 3 meters long didn't continue to get bigger, instead it was shrinking. Change again. Sword 33 bellowed once again, and the 1 meter flying sword shrunk once again, finally transforming into a small sword with a length of only 10 centimeters or so. However, the energy escaping from the small sword was even more terrifying. Skybreaker Stab. The small sword spun up sharply, and when the rotational speed reached a terrifying level, it stabbed directly at the colored rocks. Compared to the previous heaven-breaking slash, this thrust was more concentrated in power and naturally caused more damage to the local area. But even so, it still didn't leave the slightest mark on the colored rocks. In the end, Sword 33 could only helplessly put away his fly sword. These two strikes are already asking for my current strongest means of attack, and the single damage has reached at least 6,000 points. But it still has no effect. Upon hearing this, several people were shocked. Sword 33, but it's only the first rank. To actually be able to send out an attack that reached 6,000 points of damage, the intentional swordmaster was indeed one of the strongest professions in terms of attack power amongst the swordmasters. It was important to realize that most of the top second-order powerhouses couldn't even reach this kind of attack power. Finally, the crowd turned their attention to Xiao Chen. Among the 5 people present, Xiao Chen was the only one most likely to break through the colored rock, even though he had no offensive power. After all, Xiao Chen seemed to have mastered some sort of rule power. Half an hour had passed since they entered this space, and the battle spirit charge skill had been refreshed. Even if there was a change not low, Xiao Chen was able to use the battle spirit charge to lead the crowd to evacuate. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen had a few people back up to the farthest part of the underground space. Xiao Chen walked slowly to the only rock, then stretched out his palm to touch the rock. That's right, touch. He did not use a powerful attack like Sword 33. Last time, he was the one who touched that tree with his hand, thus causing it to awaken into a Morrow Overlord. It should work this time too. That sense within the colored rocks grew stronger. When Xiao Chen's palm touched the colored rock, some kind of mysterious energy within his body connected with it. The colored rocks actually began to crack under the influence of the mysterious energy within Xiao Chen's body. Ka-ching! Xiao Chen retreated a few steps back, both sides of his large shield appeared in his hands, already prepared for battle. There were more and more cracks on the colored rocks, and in the blink of an eye, they had spread all over the colored rocks. Boom! The colored stones on the surface of the colored rocks directly crumbled apart. Rocks splashed in all directions, and when the colored stones on the surface fell off, a puppy with a metallic luster all over its body actually appeared within it. Yes, it's a puppy. The puppy, with a body length of less than 30 centimeters, has a body surface that is partly made of flesh and blood and partly made of ferrous metal. It looks like a combination of mechanical and biological. This puppy gave Xiao Chen a very different feeling from the other monsters. There wasn't that kind of rampaging and bloodthirsty feeling of the other monsters. Instead, it gave Xiao Chen a kind of affectionate feeling. The puppy looked up at Xiao Chen with a curious look in his eyes. The dashing brother at the back also relaxed his guard when he saw this scene. He was very fond of dogs, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen the first creatures for his offensive summoning skill to be the 3 big yellow dogs. Seeing such a cute puppy, he couldn't help but want to go up and take a closer look. When Brother Dash had just moved his feet, the puppy suddenly turned its head to look at Brother Dash, and an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura erupted from its tiny body. Its terror even surpassed that of the thunder snake. This made a few people instantly look like enemies. As Xiao Chen's palm stroked the puppy's head, it was only then that the frenzied emotion gradually dissipated, and was replaced by meekness and softness. Seeing this scene, Dash didn't dare to act rashly again. He stood at a distance and said cautiously, "Brother Darkness, he seems to think of you as his master." Master? Xiao Chen froze. Could it be because he had broken through the colored rocks, allowing the puppy to come out unsealed early? Or maybe it was some mysterious energy within himself that made the puppy feel affectionate? What exactly was the reason? Xiao Chen himself was not sure. Xiao Chen picked up the puppy with his hand, and the puppy was very well behaved in his arms without the slightest resistance. Turning to Dash, he asked, "What now?" Dash also hesitated for a moment. If this puppy was an enemy, it would be fine, just find a way to kill it. But now it clearly had a soft spot for Xiao Chen, and this puppy was clearly not simple. If it could get its recognition, it would certainly be able to become a great help in the future. And right at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly received several system prompts. Hint: a highly intelligent mutant creature has been detected by your side, and its affinity for you exceeds 80 points, meeting the preconditions for becoming a companion pet. Hint: yes, no to consume 5,000 gold coins to activate the companion pet contract? Pet contract: once a pet contract is signed, as a pet the other party will be 100% loyal to the owner, and the pet will unconditionally carry out any orders of the owner.
Hint, each professional can only have one pet at the same time, so please choose carefully.
Chapter 107 Companion Pets.
After carefully reading the system prompts, Xiao Chen's eyes grew brighter.
I can't believe I can take this puppy as a pet.
But the price of signing the contract was indeed exorbitant, actually costing 5,000 gold coins. He only had 5,025 gold coins in his backpack right now, which had to make Xiao Chen wonder if the worldwide paradise system had customized the price based on the exact amount in his backpack. 5,000 gold coins, which was almost all he had left now. Xiao Chen looked down at the puppy in his arms and finally gritted his teeth and spent 5,000 gold coins to activate the pet contract. Looking at the 5,000 gold coins in his backpack that had disappeared, Xiao Chen's heart was aching. That's $50 million just to take in a pet. I don't know if it's a profit or a loss. After the system deducted the gold coins, it descended 2 auras that enveloped him and the puppy. As the aura enveloped him, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that he had established some sort of connection with the puppy. As this connection deepened, Xiao Chen's affinity for the puppy grew stronger.
Alert, pact in progress.
As the aura enveloped him, it was as if the puppy sensed something and some sort of energy within him was rebelling. A maniacal look also began to appear on his face. Hint, given that the energy in the creature's body is too violent, the system has suppressed its strength, and its strength will be gradually restored when your strength improves. The puppy couldn't resist at all under the strong power of the system's suppression.
In just a few moments, the rage in the puppy's eyes faded and became clear again.
Hint, pet contract signed successfully. Hint, your companion pet has gained some of the professional's permissions. Hint, anything your companion pet does is considered your tacit approval and carries the same consequences. Please be sure to restrain its behavior. For more details, please see the regulations for companion pet contracts in Worldwide Paradise. The contract was successfully signed, which meant that the puppy was no longer a threat. The puppy will obey him absolutely.
What's your name?
Xiao Chen opened his mouth and asked.
Woof woof.
Xiao Chen was filled with black lines. What was wrong with him, actually expecting a dog to speak?
Looking at the few people standing in the corner, Xiao Chen spoke, it's fine. Brother Darkness, is it really alright? This dog isn't easy.
Several people still had palpitations about the terrifying pressure the puppy had just emitted.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Only after getting Xiao Chen's affirmative answer did Jiran come back to Xiao Chen's side, both curiously surveying the puppy in Xiao Chen's arms. Seeing such a peculiar and adorable puppy, Dash was filled with envy.
Brother Darkness, what's the deal with this puppy? Why is he so affectionate towards you?
Xiao Chen naturally wouldn't tell him about the sense of summoning he felt earlier.
It just blandly said, personal charm.
The other few people looked at Xiao Chen speechlessly. This excuse was simply too much. Open the system panel, where a new option appears, the pet panel.
Open to view. Pet name, TBD, can be changed once permanently.
Pet race, TBD. Since this race is brand new and not included in the system, you can name it, and you can't change it after naming it.
Level, first rank. Note, pets do not have a rank, nor can they gain experience. Skill 1, Symbiosis, passive, level 1, inherits 30% of the owner's full attributes and their derived attributes. Note, this skill is common to all pets. Note, pets can only inherit the basic attributes of their owners. Additional attributes such as equipment and skills cannot be inherited.
Skill 2, Auto Pickup, passive, automatically pick up the props dropped by monsters, and automatically put them into the storage space of the professional collection range, 100 meters in diameter with the pet as the center. This skill is passive, without the need for the pet to pick up one by one. Skill 3, Breath Concealment, active. This pet can curl up and cover its entire body with metal from its body, concealing its biological breath and making it extremely difficult to be detected.
Skill 4, Illusory Rider, active. The pet can transform into various ground forms of mounts, and can be ridden as a mount after transformation.
If the pet is attacked while mounted, the pet owner will be given priority to take the damage, and when the pet owner's life value drops to 50, the pet will take the damage, and when the pet's life value drops to 30%, the pet will automatically be removed from the mounted state. Skill 5, Fearless Charge, active. The pet's movement speed is increased by 500% after activating this skill for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. After carefully reading all of the puppy's attributes and skill descriptions, Xiao Chen closed the pet panel. He had never heard of the existence of a companion pet before today, and naturally, he didn't know if this pet was good or bad compared to the pets that other people had obtained. However, a few of the skills Xiao Chen was still satisfied.
Auto pickup. This skill is very practical. They are now newbies. The system has given them the ability to auto pickup able. Once advanced to the second level, this function will disappear. It would undoubtedly be a lot more trouble to lay down and fight monsters to upgrade than not being able to pick up what the monsters report. With Xiao Chen's speed of killing monsters, it was estimated that picking up things would be exhausting. I don't know how other high-level professionals have solved this problem. Pets can't gain experience value and naturally can't be upgraded, so it's a good thing that there's the skill symbiosis, which eliminates the hassle of upgrading pets. Moreover, this skill had a rank, which meant that the skill could be upgraded, and the percentage of inherited attributes would certainly increase after the upgrade. I just don't know how to upgrade pet skills. The breath convergence skill is interesting and very useful when stealthily sneaking around to steal information. Of course, what interested Xiao Chen the most was the skill for fantasy right 1000 forms. This skill allows the puppy to transform into a ground mount state, and judging by the name, it should be able to change into multiple forms of mounts. If it was as Xiao Chen thought, then he was equivalent to obtaining various styles of mounts. With the Fearless Charge skill, it's a great choice for either charging or running for your life. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to test the puppy skills here. Putting down the puppy, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and spoke. He has become my pet and is no longer a threat. Upon hearing this, Brother Dash was shocked. What? You said he became your pet, is it the contract signing kind of pet? Xiao Chen nodded, yes. Brother Dash laughed out loud. Brother Darkness, you're really lucky. Do you know how hard it is to obtain a pet? It's my old man who hasn't obtained a pet until now. Although Brother Dash's father didn't know what kind of strength he had, he thought that it shouldn't be too low and was extremely powerful. Even his father had failed to obtain a pet, so it seemed that pets were very rare indeed. Chapter 108, The Real Roots Breaking Program. Several people did not ask Xiao Chen about the pet's specific strength, which was private. However, the envy on their faces was hard to hide. So what do we do now? Celestial Calamity spoke up and asked. Yeah, all the monsters and renewable energy sources within this copy were used by the brats to create this horrible mass murderer. But he didn't expect to end up being cheap and become Xiao Chen's pet. After Xiao Chen looked around at the surroundings for a while, he sighed helplessly. Although the danger has been resolved by us, there is no way for us to make the trial replica return to normal. This trial replica is considered deserted. If the monster refreshment problem couldn't be solved, it would mean that the Dragon Kingdom would permanently lose a first-order trial copy. Although professionals who needed to advance could still go to other trial copies for advancement trials, but if the brats utilized this method to turn all the advancement trial copies into such a dead end, then how to deal with it? It was only at this thought that several people realized that things were more serious than they thought. The consequences of this are not comparable to having a few newbie copies turned into no-go zones. Once all the first-order trial copies in the Dragon Kingdom were destroyed, it meant that the new generation of professionals in the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be able to obtain the Gene Evolution Meta Agent through the trial quests. That way, all new generation professionals would be stuck at the first rank, unable to advance. The Root Break Program. This is the real Root Break Program. Listening to Dash mutter under his breath, the crowd truly realized the seriousness of the matter. Go! Xiao Chen took the puppy and found the place he had just entered, using the Battle Spirit Charge skill to crash through a passageway. After leaving the replica, Brother Dash briefly told Brother Long and Zhang Chen, the leader of the Professionals Alliance squad, about the matter. Although Long was surprised at Xiao Chen's ability, he was more focused on the Root Break Program. He reported the news to the Academy's senior management at the first opportunity. At the same time, Zhang Chen also reported this matter up to the top management of the Professionals Union. But Dash had told his old man long before that. At this point, the mission of Xiao Chen's few people was closed. The things that need to be wrapped up in aftermath are naturally handled by the Professionals Union. A group of 5 people boarded a helicopter under the leadership of Lung and flew towards the academy. On the airplane, Long spoke, "Several of you are the top students of the Shijing Warrior Academy, and you've all risen to level 100, what's your next plan? Will you continue to break into the trial tower or level up as soon as possible?" These words were obviously not asked of Xiao Chen, who had already broken through to the head of the trial tower. Brother Dash laughed, "I don't care, anyway, I'll follow Brother Darkness from now on, wherever he goes, where he goes, when he advances I'll advance." Xiao Chen. Heavenly Disaster, Sword 33, and Ouyang Foam had also reached level 100 for some 10 days, and had been breaking into the trial tower for the previous few days. Although they all passed the 100th level with flying colors, they were not all around strong, and they still couldn't pass some specific levels. After a number of attempts, they realized that it wasn't about strength, it was about professional flaws. For example, natural disaster. His weakness was that his constitution was so poor that when faced with ultra-high output prolonged attacks, his defense skills were only dead once they went into cooldown. And Sword 33's disadvantage was equally obvious, that is, almost all of his attacks belonged to physical attacks, and although magical attacks were also present, their power was only a little stronger than that of an ordinary magician. He can't really help it if he encounters a large number of monsters that are immune to physical damage. And Ouyang Feng just the opposite of Sword 33, his poison attack although strong, but also belongs to the magic attack, face magic immune monsters he than Sword 33 face my physical immune monsters seem more powerless. Of these four, instead, Dashing Brother had broken through the highest number of layers, and although he was a summoner, his strength was much more balanced. Double defense and double attack are not low attainments again, plus with the support of his old man, the basic attributes have also reached the top, hence the result. In the face of Lung's inquiry, several people were in deep thought. At this time, Long laughed. I have a suggestion, you guys can listen to it, if you think it won't work, just take it as a joke. Several people looked up at Lung, wondering what kind of advice Lung would give. Seeing that several people did not object, Long looked at Xiao Chen and said, if Student Black Knight is willing, you can all join the Dragon Seed Squad. The other three were all top geniuses with supporters behind them, and were naturally aware of the Dragon Seed Squad. Although they all yearned for it, they were self-aware enough to not dare to ask for the Dragon Seed Squad. Hearing Lung say this, their minds began to come alive. They naturally knew what Long said meant. If they wanted to follow Xiao Chen into the Dragon Seed Squad they had to become his squire. Squire though is just a term given by the Dragonborn squad that the system doesn't recognize. Several people had aspirations to ascend to the top of the strongest, and becoming the squire of others would certainly leave a psychological shadow of being weaker than others in their hearts. This mental shadow does not manifest itself at lower ranks, but once one reaches a higher rank, it becomes apparent at the time of the breakthrough. That's the root cause of their hesitation. Without waiting for a few people to speak, Xiao Chen opened his mouth to present his idea. You are all supreme geniuses with an unlimited future. If you become my escorts it will definitely leave a psychological shadow of being weaker than others in your hearts. I have an idea that will prevent that from happening, but it will cost you something. Upon hearing this, several people simultaneously looked up at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen pondered for a long time before continuing to speak. You will only become my nominal escorts, joining the Dragon Seed Squad in this capacity. I don't care about everything after that, you have absolute freedom, and you can even take action against me. Xiao Chen's words really moved them. Not only were they able to join the Dragon Seed Squad to gain all the benefits of being a member of the Dragon Seed Squad, but there were also no restrictions on them. This is really a good thing for them. Natural Disaster was the first to speak up and asked, what will it cost us? Gen XXXI and Ouyang Feng were also very moved. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to join the Dragon Seed Squad. Just by looking at Dashing Brothers Pops and Granny Jiang, they knew how important joining the Dragon Seed Squad would be for their future development. Otherwise, there was absolutely no need for these two people with their status to lower themselves to be so polite to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not answer directly. This matter is not in a hurry, you guys can take your time to consider it. After all, I have not officially become a member of the Dragon Seed Squad yet. A few people nodded silently. They knew that Xiao Chen was giving them time to discuss this matter with the family or those who supported him. The exact price to be given also needs to be their own price. Success or failure was not a matter of Xiao Chen's words. This was even more difficult to deal with than Xiao Chen's direct offer. Chapter 109 Dragon Breed Squad's Final Examination. Inside the personal exclusive room of the Shijing Warrior Academy. There was an additional puppy in the room that was originally only occupied by Xiao Chen and the intelligent robot. At this point the puppy and the intelligent robot are having a friendly interaction. The so-called interaction is the puppy lying on top of the intelligent robot's head while the intelligent robot bounces around like a headless fly. The reason, naturally, is that the puppy is blocking the intelligent robot's recognition system. Looking at the puppy's naughty appearance, Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. Tap on the pet panel. Looking at the pet name and race column, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. What would be a good name? Xiao Chen suddenly remembered the clay dog he had raised at his grandmother's house when he was very young. A smile grew on his face. Hint, yes no to naming your pet BB? Confirmed. Hint, naming is successful. Hint, yes no to naming your pet's race Chinese field dog? Acknowledged. Hint, naming is successful. Xiao Chen beckoned to the puppy, who came to his side in a very well-behaved manner. From now on you'll be called Babe. Woof. The puppy barked twice, his dark metal tail wagging rapidly as he took a liking to the name. "BB, gather your breath for me." After checking around the room, BB squatted directly in the corner, the metal on his body surface gradually extending to cover his entire body. He then changed into a metal trash can with a lid that fit in well with the tone of the entire room. Xiao Chen had been living in this room for a long time, and it was hard to notice that there was suddenly an extra trash can here without careful observation. And couldn't sense any of BB's scent at all. BB's concealment skill was truly powerful. If it was used to conceal itself in an unfamiliar environment, other people wouldn't be able to discover its existence at all. "Well, change back." Hearing Xiao Chen's command, Bei changed directly from the metal trash can back to his puppy-like form. Next, Xiao Chen let Bei carry out several transformations. Without exception, every time it transformed it could find the right place to blend in perfectly with the surrounding environment, without the slightest sense of incongruity. "Change your ride." Receiving Xiao Chen's command, Bei's body suddenly dropsy, and the metal on the surface of his body surged with it. A few moments later, BB transformed into a giant dog that reached a height of about 1.5 meters. That's right, BB just got bigger, the overall shape didn't change in the slightest. Xiao Chen was speechless to the extreme. He didn't want to be a dog knight, although BB's appearance still looked cooler now, but even cooler is still a dog. Change. BB thought about it and eventually changed into a black horse that was half metal and half flesh and blood. The horse was much taller than a normal horse and looked equally imposing. Xiao Chen was more than satisfied with this. He then had BB change into several shapes, and without exception, each shape was very cool. Just when Xiao Chen was planning to end the session, he made a thought and had the intelligent robot pick a picture of a locomotive and project it. Bei curiously looked at the three-dimensional projection picture projected by the intelligent robot before looking at Xiao Chen in confusion. "Can this mount change?" Woof. After a few hours together, Xiao Chen had gotten to know BB's bark a little better. 2 barks for yes, 3 barks in a row for no. Now BB can change the meter by calling it twice in a row. This made Xiao Chen full of anticipation. BB stared at the three-dimensional projection while changing his form, changing at a much slower rate than before when he took on an animal form. It ended up really turning it into a racy Harley motorcycle. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen realized that something wasn't quite right. What the hell are those 4 metal legs under the tire? After many attempts, Xiao Chen gave up his intention of turning BB into a locomotive. BB could only turn into a 4-legged walking mount at the moment. As for other modernized mounts, it could only change into a rough shape, and walking still depended on 4 legs. As to whether or not it can be successfully transformed in the future, that is unknown. Leaving BB to play by himself, Xiao Chen half laid on the sofa. There are 4 days left to report to the Dragon Seed Squad, and whether or not you can rise to the 2nd rank in those 4 days will depend on luck. If a new copy of the trial doesn't appear within those 4 days, there's nothing to be done. With nothing else to do, Xiao Chen took out his worn-out notebook. Through this event, Xiao Chen confirms that there is a chance for wishes to come true without basically writing them down. It's just that the success rate is really a bit low. Depending on the wishes recorded in the notebook, the greater the price paid to achieve, the smaller the wish, then the higher the success rate will be. Xiao Chen looked at the only 25 gold coins he had left and shook his head helplessly. As he was about to put away his notebook, he had a sudden thought. In his notebook, he wrote, "I would trade the lives of all those who are hostile to the Dragon Kingdom for 1 gold coin." After a long wait, no change appeared behind the text on the laptop. It doesn't seem to work. It should be that the price you pay for a wish has to be something you own in order for it to work. What high-value items or props do you own? Come to think of it, the value of this set of equipment on his body was not bad. Other than that, it seemed like Xiao Chen didn't have any high-value items. Putting away his battered laptop, a message came from Lung before he had finished his cup of coffee. "Brother Lung, this mission has taken a turn for the worse and is much less difficult. The Academy and the Professionals Union have still awarded the 5 of you with rewards. Brother Dragon, I've already sent you the reward via email. Open the email to view it." Inside the mail was a 100-point attribute enhancement point scroll. Not bad, not only did you get BB for your trip, you also got 100 attribute enhancement points. His current attributes were already very counterintuitive, and this amount of attribute points wouldn't add much to his attributes. Together with the 69 bonus points he obtained from killing the little devils in the novice copy, he now had a total of 169 attribute points remaining. Now that everything had been done, all that was needed was to wait for the trial copies to reappear, and after successfully advancing to the 2nd rank, he could set off to report to the Imperial Capital's Dragon Seed Squad. The next day, Xiao Chen rarely had nothing to do. Today he planned to take a good stroll within the Shijing Warrior Academy. He had come to the academy for a long time, and now he was about to leave the academy, yet he hadn't strolled through it yet. Just as he was about to go out, he suddenly received a message. The person who sent the message was actually the Dragon Seed Squad's Fubo. Open Play Information View. The final test of the Dragon Breed Squad membership examination has begun. Examination content: go to Sakura Country to enter any one of the first order trial copies, kill all the Sakura Country trialists who enter the trial copies, and hold them down for 3 days. You may choose 4 teammates to complete this quest with you, and teammates may only be chosen from first order professionals. I'm only responsible for sending you there, and will only pick you back up after completing the mission. During the trial you can only rely on yourselves, live or die at your own risk. The Dragon Seed will not provide any help. Of course you can also choose to give up the mission. Giving up the mission is the same as giving up being a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. You have 1 hour to prepare, and after 1 hour, I will use special means to open a teleportation channel to the Sakura Country for you. Going to Sakura Country to complete the final test? Chapter 110, The Revenge Plan begins. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this point. The Sakura Kingdom has been wreaking havoc in the Dragon Kingdom during this period of time. To say that the Dragon Kingdom does not have the means to correspond, Xiao Chen will never believe it. With the kind of Long Wajir character, how can this let the little kid go? Xiao Chen believed that this was just one of the many countermeasures of the Dragon Kingdom. Transmission? The Dragon Seed Squad had actually mastered the means of teleportation, which simply overturned Xiao Chen's imagination. Are such means really within the grasp of present-day humans? However, thinking that he could possess the so-called rule power, it was no surprise that the Dragon Seed Squad was the top squad in the Dragon Kingdom. The portal will open in an hour. There's only an hour to prepare. He also has the ability to choose 5 team members to go on missions with him. Xiao Chen thought about it and finally decided to bring a few people along. If it was just him, he would inevitably run into the awkward situation of not being able to kill people on the cooldown of Relentless Taunt. Xiao Chen sent messages to each of the 5 people. The content of the message was almost identical to what Forber had sent him, except that it gave them the power to make their own choices at the end. To go or not to go, they make their own decisions. The first to reply to the message was Dash. Dash couldn't have been more excited to learn that he was going to the brat camp to exact revenge. Seeing how long it took him to recover the message, there was no hesitation in pressing on. Heavenly Disaster, Sword 33, and Ouyang Foam also sent messages one after another and expressed their willingness to travel to the Sakura Country with Xiao Chen. But instead of joining the squad in the role of Xiao Chen's escorts, they went forward to retaliate as residents of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen didn't say anything about it. Several people agreed to meet in a vacant classroom within the college in 40 minutes. Xiao Chen had nothing to prepare for, and the only thing he had to do before leaving was to come to the restaurant and eat a big meal. After all, this mission was 3 days long, and the biggest problem during those 3 days was likely to be starvation. Coming to the cafeteria, Xiao Chen had a big meal and then asked the chef to prepare some easy-to-preserve food for him to put into his backpack before heading to the agreed place. When Xiao Chen arrived, the other 4 had already arrived. "Brother Darkness, what is that thing you're carrying on your back?" "Food and water." Brother Dash wiped his forehead and said breathlessly, "Brother Darkness, I forgot to tell you that I prepared food for the group." Xiao Chen looked at Brother Dash. Brother Dash was empty-handed and had no backpack on him. Where was the food? Seeing Xiao Chen's confusion, Dash explained, "Remember the last time you ate all that food? Mutant creatures?" Brother Dash laughed. "Yes, monsters above the 3rd rank are known as mutated creatures, and their flesh and blood can be notarized by the system, so naturally, they can be placed inside the storage space." "So it is." Xiao Chen then looked at the other few people. All of them were empty-handed. Looking at their expressions, it seemed like they had prepared mutant creature meat. This made Xiao Chen have to sigh with emotion. Having heritage is different. Seeing that several people were already well prepared, there was no need for Xiao Chen to worry. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen spoke. "The difficulty of this mission is to quickly find and enter a first-order trial copy. Once we enter the trial copy, with the strength of a few of us holding it for 3 days shouldn't be a problem. Do you guys have any good ways to find a copy of the trial quickly?" A hint of a smile appeared on the face of Natural Disaster, killing and detaining souls. "Just ask." Indeed, this method is supposed to be the simplest and most effective, and the accuracy of the information obtained through this method is very high, unless even the information known to that person is wrong. This skill is used against the Dragon Kingdom professionals. They still have a psychological burden, used to deal with the small life only smooth. Let's go over there this time, and don't make too much noise before we enter the trial copy.
it'll be troublesome if we lure out the Sakura Kingdom's high-ranking professionals. Several people nodded one after another, and this was the biggest difficulty of this mission. Especially Xiao Chun, knowing that Xiao Chun was the one who had been on the global announcement, the Sakura Kingdom would definitely take extra care of him. Once his identity was exposed, it was thought that there would be third-ranked or even higher-ranked Sakura Nation professionals who would all come to attack and kill him. Letting someone like Xiao Chun grow up would be a nightmare for the Sakura Kingdom. Not a moment later, the space not far from them suddenly distorted, and a moment later a portal appeared. An old man walked out from the portal, and this old man was none other than Uncle Fu, whom Xiao Chun had seen last time. Uncle Fu was still wearing a tattered sweatshirt and holding a bushel fan in his hand. If he hadn't walked out of the portal, a few of the others would have just assumed it was an ordinary old man. Xiao Chun stepped forward and greeted Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu looked at Xiao Chun and the few people behind him and nodded slightly. Ready? Ready. I've already given you the rules. I'm only responsible for transporting you and you won't get any help during that time, even if you die still. Is that clear? Understood. Through this portal, you will be randomly transported to a random area within the Sakura country, and where you are transported to depends on your luck. Random? This is not good news. If teleported to the Sakura Nation professionals base camp, that the chances of that were very low, though after all, the Sakura country territory was small, but it still had most of the places where there were no people. Now that you're ready, let's go. Xiao Chun turned around and glanced at a few people before taking out his equipment and fully arming himself before leading Bibi to take the lead in stepping into the portal. The other few people followed the agreement and re-entered after Xiao Chun entered the portal after 30 seconds without dying. The 30 seconds passed in a flash, and the other 4 stepped through the portal. When the few people had all entered the portal, Fubo said to himself thoughtfully, "There's something interesting about that dog." With that, he also stepped into the portal, and then the portal disappeared into place as if it had never appeared. After Xiao Chun passed through the portal, he was quite lucky and came to a wasteland in the middle of the wilderness. After looking around for a while, no signs of human activity were found. This place should be just like the wilderness of the Dragon Kingdom, very dangerous for ordinary people. After waiting for more than half a minute, the other 4 appeared one by one. A few people also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their surroundings, and for now this was the best possible outcome. After the descent of the universal paradise, the entire blue planet was shrouded by some kind of mysterious energy, and the medium that previously relied on infinite propagation was affected and could only be used in a small area. Even with more advanced technology, humans can only allow transmission within a diameter of about 50 kilometers. If you want to spread signals over long distances, such as across towns, you have to use wired signaling. This results in features like remote phone calls, satellite positioning, etc. all being disabled. But the good thing is that professionals can be contacted through the system. Not only is it easier and quicker to connect through the system, but there are no factors such as poor signaling. This leads most professionals to simply give up on humanity's existing technological means of communication. It's very difficult to try to accurately determine where you are now without positioning. Chapter 111, Breaking and Entering. Dash knew it was time for him to play his part. Only to see him summon a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 2 meters to fly high into the sky. It's a new skill I've learned, and with it aerial reconnaissance will no longer be a problem. We just need to be patient now. Dash's Summon Rat and Summon Hawk are really good for scouting. After more than 10 minutes, Dashing Brother suddenly changed his face. Let's get out of this place. What's wrong? I've spotted a large swarm of hornets approaching us fast. Ouyang Feng disdainfully said, "What's so scary about a swarm of wasps? We are all professionals, not ordinary people." Brother Dash said anxiously, "Not ordinary wasps, each one is bigger than a sparrow. My summoned eagle is not strong in combat, but it is also stronger than an ordinary first-ranked professional, but it was directly killed in seconds in front of them. According to my estimation, they should all be up to second rank. Hurry up and go before it's too late." What? A second-order wasp swarm? Then what are you waiting for? Run. Ouyang Feng took the lead to run. Xiao Chun scanned around, and there was a cave not far away with a small opening, very suitable for hiding. This way. A few people had just entered the cave when they saw a flood of hornets coming towards them. Without looking closely, one would think it was just a rapidly approaching dark cloud. Countless mutant hornets swarmed towards the cave where Xiao Chen and the others were. "You guys back off!" Xiao Chen bellowed, and the 2 shields stood in front of him. The cave opening was small, and the 2 shields nearly filled the entrance to the cave. Xiao Chen didn't know the exact strength of these wasps,
but thought that they shouldn't be killed in seconds. As long as he wasn't killed in seconds, he was sure of escaping. As for the others, it was up to each of them. Dang dang dang. The Hornet was like a bullet shot at high speed, hitting the shield with a crisp crash. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Seeing the damage value displayed above the Hornet's head, Xiao Chen let go of his heart. This meant that the attack power of these wasps was only around 2,500 points, which was not even close to breaking through his defenses. Organisms such as hornets remain unchanged in their life traits, whether they mutate or not. That's high offense and low blood. Up to 3 consecutive attacks on Xiao Chen, they would receive rebound damage and die. The hornets fell like rain, but fortunately, these hornets did not reach the 3rd rank, and their bodies still disappeared after death. Otherwise, they'd probably be buried in wasp carcasses by now. Looking at the constantly disappearing wasp corpses, Xiao Chen revealed a look of regret. If he had been promoted to the 2nd rank by now, how much experience value could he have acquired in these short 10 minutes? The last trial copy, if there were no brats messing up, he would have been promoted to the 2nd rank by now. It's all the fault of these brats for costing him so much. After 10 minutes or so, the swarm of wasps was as dead as it could be. Xiao Chen put away his shield and a few people walked out of the cave. Having Xiao Chen around made the other 4 feel safe and secure. Just now, due to time constraints, Brother Dash didn't have time to tell everyone about the information he had detected. Now that the Hornet crisis was over, Dash had time to speak. Just now I found out through my summoned eagle scouting that 3 kilometers to the southwest there's a small team of professionals fighting with the monsters in the wild. By the way they're fighting, they should be 1st order professionals, or at most 2nd order beginners. Go over there. 20 minutes later. A translucent soul crumbled away. Dash couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Natural Disaster shook his head and said, there are currently no 1st order trial copies in the vicinity. And any idea when the trial copies will appear? It should be in the next day or 2. Being unfamiliar with this side of the world, it's not very realistic to look for trial copies elsewhere. Waiting for this one to appear is the best option. However, we have to be the first to get information on where the copies are appearing. Looks like we'll have to catch a live one. 2 hours later, a group of 5 men arrived inside a dilapidated home. In front of him was a little kid whose body was constantly spasming as he foamed at the mouth. Brother Ouyang, he won't be poisoned to death, right? Ouyang Feng showed a smile on his face. I may not be too good at other aspects, but I still have some confidence in using poison. If he doesn't want to die, he will naturally obediently listen to me, or else he will be worse than dead at the touch of my will. Don't ever let him get the word out that we're here. Don't worry, he's in a constant state of confusion. He can't manipulate the system at all in this state. I'll let him wake up for a split second every once in a while, at which time if he receives news of the opening of the trial copies he'll naturally tell the truth. Hearing this, the crowd completely let go of their hearts. The Pro control system also requires manual or voice control, and as of now it cannot be controlled directly through the mind. It is said that it is only at high-level systems that professionals are given this function. 3 hours later, when the little kid lying on the ground came to his senses for the 6th time, he finally couldn't stand the pain any longer and told the truth. It turned out that the 1st order trial copies had been opened more than an hour earlier. And it wasn't far from their current location, only about 10 kilometers. Okay, you can sleep. Ouyang Feng pointed his finger and a wisp of green liquid appeared on the man's forehead. Put the man out of his misery for good. At 10 kilometers, it's not that far, but the road has long been deserted after more than 10 years of no ordinary human activity. It takes a lot of work to get over there, too. Luckily, Brother Dash was there, scouting through the summons, and quickly figured out a clear path. A group of 5 people smoothly arrived not far from the entrance of the trial copy through the path explored by Brother Dashing. The people of the Sakura country had placed considerable importance on the 1st order trial copy, and had arranged for a number of high-ranked professionals to guard the entrance. Every person who passes by has to check their identity in detail before they are allowed to enter the copy. It was thought that they should be worried that the Dragon Kingdom would use the same method to deal with them, and that was why they would act in this way in a moment. What to do? Those town guards are at least 2nd order, and there are even 3rd order powerhouses. You guys, look, the person lying under that big tree, judging by how respectful the others are to him, it's likely that he's a top 3rd ranked or even 4th ranked powerhouse. If we go straight in hard, odds are we'll only end up dead. As he spoke, several people turned their heads to look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then we'll go in hard. Brother Dash hurriedly reminded, Brother Darkness, you misheard me, I said you can't go in hard. Xiao Chen looked toward the distant entrance of the trial copy. Do you think they will leave this place in a short time? This place is relatively remote in terms of terrain. There are experts sitting here, would there be none elsewhere? Chapter 112 Disliking a Fourth Order Stronghold. Brother Darkness, just tell us what you have planned. Xiao Chen took out 2 large shields, and after putting them on, he turned to look at a few people and spoke, I'll go over first to attract their attention, and you guys take the opportunity to rush to the entrance of the replica. I'll draw everyone's fire, and you guys take the opportunity to enter the copy. At this, the crowd was shocked. Brother Darkness, it must not be. Although you are strong, there are 3rd or even 4th rank powerhouses there after all. Do you know how terrifying their attacks are? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, don't worry, I'm sure. Since Brother Darkness said so, I believe you, but you must pay attention to safety, the mission can be incomplete, but there is only one life. Xiao Chen nodded, depart. A few people pretended to walk forward as if nothing had happened, a few people were wearing professional equipment, and other people were not able to tell that they were from the Dragon Kingdom by what they were wearing. Several people had learned the language of the Sakura country through the system before they set off, so they would not be able to reveal their identities because of their accents and other problems. The only thing you need to worry about is identity verification. Line up behind you guys. Seeing Xiao Chen's few people directly crossing the crowd towards the entrance of the replica, some of the little devils who were queuing up opened their mouths to stop them. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the location. The position was quite good, almost able to envelop most of the brats, including the high-ranking professional lying under a large tree not far away to cool off. A smile gradually appeared on Xiao Chen's face before he slowly spoke, a bunch of trash. Xiao Chen said this not in Japanese, but in Rokoku. Over the years, as the Dragon Kingdom grew stronger, more and more people throughout Blue Star learned the Dragon Kingdom language. The little kid even made Rokoku a mandatory language. Most of the kiddies on the scene understood the words. In looking at Xiao Chen's looks, there were significant Dragon Nation features. It made a group of people explode. Xiao Chen continued to speak, I am here today to collect interest on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. Right at this moment, quite a few brats had already attacked Xiao Chen, and among them, there was no shortage of 2nd and 3rd order professionals. And the suspected 4th ranked powerhouse lying under the tree abruptly opened his eyes. An extremely strong sense of oppression came towards Xiao Chen. It also locked onto the 4 dashing brothers. This aura enveloped down, immediately preventing the other few people from moving. How terrifying was a 4th ranked powerhouse, the mere pressure released made several people unable to move. War Soul Awakening. Ruthless Mockery. Xiao Chen used 2 skills in a row. Battle Spirit Awakening is naturally used on Rock Solid, and with the increase in Battle Spirit Awakening, Rock Solid's damage reduction reaches 100%. Although the duration was only 20 seconds, he was an invincible existence within those 20 seconds. The relentless taunts came out, adding fuel to the fire of the already angry brats. You guys get in there. Hurry! As Xiao Chen bellowed, the 4 of the dashing brothers quickly ran towards the entrance of the trial copy. Everyone present was enveloped in relentless mockery, so naturally no one paid any attention to the dashing brother 4. A series of attacks landed on Xiao Chen without causing the slightest damage to him. Instead, quite a few of the brats were killed and wounded under Xiao Chen's rebound damage. Relentless taunt lasts only 10 seconds. Once the 10 seconds had passed, the other brats who hadn't been bounced to death would surely attack the dashing brothers. They didn't have Xiao Chen's perverted defense ability. Once they were attacked by a 3rd or even 4th order powerhouse, it was estimated that they would only be killed in seconds. Only 5 seconds had passed, and more than a third of the kiddies on the scene were already dead or wounded. And right at this moment, the suspected 4th ranked powerhouse suddenly shook, his eyes regaining clarity. At this moment, he had less than half of his life value left, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. The Dragon Nation in front of him was clearly just a 1st-ranked professional, so why did his attack as a 4th-ranked powerhouse fall on the other party without causing the slightest damage, but instead, his own life value dropped by more than half? Did the other party hide their strength and disguise themselves as a 1st-ranked professional? Seeing that Brother Dash's 4 were about to enter the replica, the 4th-ranked ghosts hesitated for just a moment before rushing towards Brother Dash's people. He didn't dare to take a chance without figuring out Xiao Chen's situation, but the other 4 hadn't shown any strong battle power. Kill them first. The speed of the fourth-ranked powerhouse was so fast that just when his attack was about to land in front of the dashing brothers, Xiao Chen utilized his battle spirit charge to come to the front of the copy and helped a few people block the fourth-ranked powerhouse's attack. The fourth-ranked powerhouse once again received rebound damage from Xiao Chen, bringing his life value down to less than 30%. Seeing this, the fourth-ranked powerhouse was horrified. He could confirm that Xiao Chen was not using special props to achieve the current effect. The duration of such a powerful prop can't be so long, otherwise wouldn't it be invincible to have such a prop? Xiao Chen no longer had any worries after seeing that dashing brother in natural disaster and the others had already successfully entered the copy. He was standing right at the entrance to the trial copy, just one step away from stepping into it. But he wasn't going to do that. But the War Soul Awakening still had about 10 seconds to go, and in those 10 seconds he was invincible. Ruthless Taunt's strong control time has expired, but he still has Spirit Taunt. Xiao Chen faced dozens of little devils alone, among them there was no lack of third or even fourth order experts, yet he remained fearless. A strong look of contempt appeared on his face as he faintly spat out 2 words under his breath: rubbish. This time Xiao Chen didn't use the Dragon Country language, but the standard Sakura Country language. The brats in the room who hadn't learned Rokoku also understood it perfectly. On their turf, a Dragon Nation man taunted them so recklessly. Could this be tolerated? Of course you can't. A group of brats launched a fierce attack on Xiao Chen with red eyes like wild beasts. And at that moment, the smile on Xiao Chen's face became even more intense. When the last 10 seconds were about to end, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and retreated into the trial copy. His sigh of relief was that the fourth-ranked brat was so close to being bounced to his death. But eventually he stopped. If the Ruthless Taunt skill could be used once more, he would set an unprecedented record. First order, killing a fourth-order powerhouse head-on. Unfortunately, this goal was not realized. After entering the trial copy, the other 4 stood at the entrance of the copy and did not act. They were momentarily worried about Xiao Chen's safety. After all, there were many strong people outside, and they didn't know if Xiao Chen could really resist. Secondly, because they only need to guard the entrances and exits, and none of the little devils who are trying out in the replica will be able to escape. Instead of taking the risk, there was a chance that the other trialists would escape. Seeing Xiao Chen enter the copy unharmed, they let go of their hearts. With the strength of the 5 of them, entering a trial copy was equivalent to entering a safe zone. There was no longer any need to worry about high-ranking powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom coming in to attack and kill. Now is the time for them to reap the fruits of their battle. Chapter 113: The Wrath of the Sakura Nation. Hint: you have entered the first stage trial copy, and the trial quest has been triggered. Click for details. Entering the Trial Sakura Nation trial copy actually triggered the trial quest as well, which saved them a lot of trouble. Completing the Dragon Seed Squad Assessment quest also allows you to complete the Trial Breakthrough quest. It can be a 2-for-1 deal. There's no rush for the mission. Let's kill all the ghosts within the copy first. We have 3 days, it's enough time to complete the mission. Green hair, scout the inside of the copy first. Brother Darkness, don't worry, as soon as I came in, I released my summoned beasts to explore, and I'll have the results in a while. Xiao Chen nodded and did not act. Let's figure out how many enemies are in the copy first. Checking the system prompts, in those 20 seconds just now, he had killed a total of 45 people. The explosion rate was still touching, and he had only obtained 5 blood deed treasure chests, but it wasn't bad. It was better than nothing. Not a moment later, Dash spoke, there are results. Say. There are roughly 100 or so trialists within the replica, and I haven't seen any particularly powerful professionals so far, so I guess it has something to do with the fact that this place is relatively remote. 100 or so, that's quite a lot. In that case, I'll guard the entrance here, and you guys go and slaughter them all. Yes. The 4 dashing brothers quickly and variously ran quickly in one direction. With the strength of the 4 of them, it was enough to sweep through the entire copy. At this time, 3 trial replicas in the Sakura country had been attacked. During this period of time, in order to prevent retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom, they had arranged for third-ranked powerhouses to sit in on all the major trial copies when they appeared. One of the teams, caught off guard by the townspeople, entered the copy at great speed. The other one was even weirder, and they hadn't even realized how the dragon profession had entered. As for the last place, the arranged third-order town guard had something to do temporarily, and specially called a fourth-order powerhouse to guard for him, not expecting that it would still let the Dragon Kingdom's professionals have their way. And it was rumored that the 4th-ranked professional had almost died. This made the people of the Sakura country suspect that the Dragon country had sent even more powerful professionals to invade. They were even more shocked when they learned the truth. Because the person who almost killed a 4th order townie actually entered the trial copy. This meant that he was only a first-ranked professional, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enter the trial copy at all. No one can break the customized rules of the universal paradise. It's an iron law that no one on the planet has been able to break, at least so far. After analyzing the video taken at the scene, they came to a conclusion. That intruder should have used a powerful disposable prop, which should only last for about 20 seconds. Otherwise, he could have held out until after he killed the 4th-ranked town guardian before entering the copy. By that time, the blood level of the 4th order town guards had dropped to less than 10%. Retreating into the replica under these circumstances can only mean that the intruder's prop time is coming to an end. Without that powerful prop, he would definitely not be able to carry the others' attacks. This was later confirmed by the news that came back from within the trial copies. The Dragon Nation professional who had defeated the 4th-ranked town guardian did not appear to participate in the strangulation of the Sakura Nation professionals within the copy. That means he's not very strong without that prop. Instead, the 4 Dragon Kingdom professionals who entered the copy early were ridiculously strong. They were simply a massacre against the Sakura Nation professionals who had entered the trial copies, and some of the more powerful Sakura Nation professionals did not have the slightest resistance in front of them. In that case, the one who had almost killed the 4th-ranked town guard was rather less conspicuous. Upon learning of this result, the executives of the Sakura country were first shocked, then angry, then happy. That's right, happy. Whether it was that person who was a forceful opponent of the 4th-ranked town guards or the other 4, they definitely belonged to the top geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as they were killed, not to mention the deaths of 100 professionals, even the deaths of 1,000 would be a big profit. Similarly, the Dragon Kingdom professionals that appeared in the other 2 trial copies were also very strong. Judging from the news that came back from within the trial copies, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom invaders in the other 2 copies was even above Xiao Chen's and theirs. After all, Xiao Chun, who was the main force, hadn't been able to do anything within the copy. The Sakura country's top management immediately issued an order to blockade these 3 trial copies, and at the same time issued a hunting suspense to the whole country. Anyone who kills the dragon invaders by any means will be rewarded with a heavenly bounty. The moment this reward came out, it immediately caused a furor in the Sakura country. All of them felt that the Dragon Kingdom had bullied people too much, actually hitting the Sakura country's mainland, and the ones they sent were only first-ranked professionals. To them, this was not just an invasion but naked contempt and insult. It was a great shame for the people of Sakura, who had always liked to invade other countries and had seldom been violated by them. Countless Sakura Nation professionals were agitated, vowing to kill all incoming offenders. Just as they were about to take action, a piece of news once again piqued the anger of the entire Sakura Nation's professionals. It was because another Dragon Kingdom first-ranked professional had broken through the heavy defenses and entered the trial copy in spite of their heavy defense. This news quickly spread amongst the Sakura Nation professionals. At the same time, it made the Sakura Nation professionals' anger peak. Many Sakura Nation professionals had already quickly rushed to the nearest copy of the trial that had been occupied by the Dragon Nation invaders. At the same time, the government of the Sakura country was also recruiting top first-order powerhouses. They knew that these Dragon Nation people dared to come, so they must have great confidence in their strength. There was no way an ordinary first-ranked professional could be their match. At this moment, Xiao Chen's move of theirs set off a furor within Sakura. Xiao Chen stood guard at the entrance of the trial copy alone, and only a handful of Sakura Nation trialists entered during this period. But they were all easily solved by Xiao Chen. Half an hour passed, and the Sakura Nation professionals within the copy were cleared out by the 4 dashing brothers. Shortly afterward, the 4 returned to the entrance of the replica to meet again. Dash spoke up and asked, "What do we do now?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and spoke, "I think our strength has been exposed, and the Sakura country's professionals aren't stupid, so they definitely won't let ordinary professionals come to die. Those who dare to enter the replica will certainly not be weak, otherwise they are just sending themselves to death. So we're just going to wait?" Natural Disaster spoke up, "Why don't you ask us to complete the trial quest first?" Xiao Chen thought about it and nodded, "Yes, but don't promote to the 2nd rank first after completing it. Once you promote to the 2nd rank you'll be forcibly excluded from the trial copy, and that would be dangerous." "Okay, then, let's do this. Ouyang Foam and I will hold down the fort here first, and the 3 of you will go ahead and complete the mission, then come and replace us." "Alright then, you guys be careful. If you are not defeated, evacuate first and wait for us to come back." Chapter 114, Discovering Hidden Rewards. The two of them, Heavenly Calamity and Ouyang Feng, were extremely strong in battle. Fighting the occupation war is even stronger. Whether it's the Undead Legion or the Poison Mist attack, as long as the formation is laid out in advance, it's useless to come with more people. With the two of them guarding the entrance, it was simply impossible to break through the defensive formation set up by the two of them unless they encountered an absolute pervert. Imagine, a large group of professionals just entered the trial copy of dozens of poison. These poisons not only can cause them super high damage, at the same time there are a variety of mitigating effects, followed by a myriad of powerful undead creatures swarming. How many people can resist in the face of such a battle? This was also the reason why Xiao Chen was relieved to have the two men guard the entrance. The content of the trial missions remains unchanged. Or kill the monsters in the replica for genetic energy within 24 hours, and you can complete the quest by collecting 1000 points of genetic energy. If you fail to collect 1000 points of genetic energy for more than 24 hours, the mission will be considered a failure, and the genetic energy you have already collected will be zeroed out. After Dash's testing, it was found that every monster killed within a trial copy would gain 1 point of genetic energy. That means they only need to successfully kill 1000 monsters to complete the quest. The strength of the monsters within the trial copy wasn't too high, but of course that was only for people like Xiao Chen and the others only. The difficulty is still not small for an ordinary first-order professional. Groups could be formed within the trial copies, but only monsters killed by one's own hand could be awarded genetic energy, so it would be a relative disadvantage to some professionals who were not good at attacking. The three of them chose to kill the monsters separately in order to complete the trial quest as quickly as possible. Xiao Chen did not rush to kill the monsters, but instead wandered around the copy. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife is not a good idea, and finding a suitable place to kill monsters can naturally greatly increase the efficiency of killing monsters. When Xiao Chen came to one of the more spacious cul-de-sacs of the trial copy, he stopped. The monsters here were about 1 meter tall, and their overall appearance somewhat resembled that of a scaled-down version of a dark elf. They were slender and flexible, and covered in deep blue-black scales that shimmered slightly in dim light, as if they were able to absorb the light around them. Their heads are slightly flattened, and their eyes glow a ghostly green, able to penetrate the darkness and pinpoint their targets. The most striking thing about them is that they have 2 pairs of transparent, cicada-thin wings on their backs, enabling them to fly silently through the air. The end of each hand evolved into 3 elongated tentacle-like structures with tiny suction cups at the end, both for flexible grasping of objects and as key organs for its long-range attacks. The reason why Xiao Chen chose this place as a place to brush monsters was because the monsters here fulfilled all of his requirements for him to brush monsters. Ranged attack, flyable. Both of these are perfect for avoiding the problem of having too many monsters because there are too few monsters that can attack him at the same time. After testing, the attack speed of this monster was also not bad, almost reaching a frequency of 1 attack per second. Such an attack speed was already considered relatively fast among monsters. At this point, the system also gave the monsters relevant attributes. Monster name, Phantom Archer Trial Monster. Level, 100. Life value, 999999. Physical attack, 499. Magic attack, 499. Physical defense, 388. Magic defense, 388. Skill 1, Accurate Throwing. The Phantom Archer is able to accurately control the shadow darts fired from its tentacles, hitting the target accurately even at long distances. The darts can slightly change trajectory during flight to avoid obstacles. Skill 2, Variable Effects. Depending on the needs of the battle, the Shadow Archer can change the effects of the shadow darts. For example, poisoning, slowing down, or causing sustained damage to the target. In specific situations, the darts can also explode to form a patch of ranged damage that affects surrounding enemies. Skill 3, Phantom Trap. Lay out traps made of phantom light, triggered when an enemy steps in, which may trigger an explosion, bind or slow down effect, creating an opportunity for the Phantom Archer to attack. The rest of the skills Xiao Chen didn't even bother to look at. The Phantom Archer has 100,000 life, but the attack and defense are too crotch-pulling. It was the fact that they couldn't pose any threat to Xiao Chen even if their attack power was increased by 10 times. Feeling that Phantom Archer is too weak? In fact, it is not. The Phantom Archer belongs to a group-type monster. Once you provoke one of them, you will be attacked by a large number of Phantom Archer at the same time. Ordinary professionals simply did not dare to approach this place. Once they were set on fire, except for some meat shield warriors, they would basically be directly seconded. It was just that Xiao Chen had surpassed ordinary professionals too much, causing these monsters to appear too weak in his eyes. Xiao Chen came straight to the very center of the monsters. Here, he didn't even have to move his position to attract the vast majority of the surrounding phantom archers to attack him. 998. 998. 998. A series of damage alerts appeared above the head of the phantom archer attacking him. It's a pleasure to watch. With 100,000 blood, under the frequency of the phantom archer's once per second attack, he was bounced back and died in just over a minute. You have struck the phantom archer and gained genetic energy points 1. You have struck the phantom archer and gained genetic energy points 1. You have struck the phantom archer and gained genetic energy points 1. Looking at the system prompts that kept brushing the screen, Xiao Chen was satisfied with the speed of brushing monsters here. After a rough estimation, the number of monsters that were able to attack him at the same time almost reached more than 300. If it was any other meat shield system professional, the odds were that they would be killed in seconds straight away. After only 5 minutes had passed, Xiao Chen's genetic energy points reached 1,000 points. Alert! You have gained 1,000 points of genetic energy, and the trial mission has been completed. Yes, no to submit the task? Xiao Chen thought about it and did not submit the task directly. He had heard teacher by Jiangxue say that there was a chance to trigger hidden quests within the trial copies, thus obtaining more gene evolution meta-agents. Although no one knew how to trigger a hidden quest, Xiao Chen intended to give it a try. The biggest difference between him and others within the trial copies should be the resistance to beatings and the speed of killing monsters. There's nothing to do now anyway, so why not just bring it here and keep brushing the monsters? It was not too late to wait until his hand was needed to get there. His current location was not too far from the entrance to the replica, and it would only take him 3 or 4 minutes to rush over there, so there was no problem at all. Just like that, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing the phantom archer to attack. An hour later, Xiao Chen received a system prompt again. Alert! You have killed 10,000 trial monsters and you are rewarded with an additional 1,000 points of genetic energy. Yes, no to submit the quest? Not submitted. Xiao Chen's heart was delighted. Could this be the so-called hidden mission? Chapter 115 Extra: The Secret of Infinite Monster Refreshment. Within 24 hours, an ordinary professional killing 1,000 monsters might not even be able to accomplish it, let alone killing 10,000. Killing monsters here will yield nothing but genetic energy. It also leads to the fact that who has nothing better to do than be bored enough to kill 10,000 monsters here without any gain. Xiao Chen's eyes grew brighter. He told a few others about it. These few people also joined the monster brushing camp after learning this news. As for guarding the entrance to the trial copy? Let him be. Let's get the tangible benefits first. Not to mention that the Dragon Seed Squad's assessment task was for them to stay inside the trial copy long enough, and there was no clear stipulation on how many enemies to kill. By temporarily releasing the entrance and letting them in, it might even paralyze the enemy and make them feel that their squad's people couldn't last, thus more people would enter the copy as well. 10 hours later. Xiao Chen received a system prompt again. Hint: you have killed 100,000 trial monsters, and you have been rewarded with an additional 2,000 points of genetic energy. Now you have accumulated 4,000 points of genetic energy. Yes, no to submit the quest? Not submitted. Xiao Chen once again chose not to submit the mission. He'd like to see what the limit was here. When a few others learned that the third reward required killing 100,000 monsters, they gave up on continuing to brush the monsters after killing a full 10,000 monsters. With their killing speed, killing a full 10,000 monsters in 24 hours would be a stretch. 100,000 of them, they can't even think about it. It was then that several people realized the true terror of Xiao Chen. Ouyang Feng, the one who had killed the most enemies up to now, had only killed more than 8,000, while Xiao Chen had already killed 100,000 of them. It's so efficient, it's unimaginable. Thinking back to the scene when Xiao Chen killed the mutated hornets, the few people knew why Xiao Chen killed the monsters that fast. This was because Press didn't even need him to personally kill the monsters that attacked him with ease. A few people looked at their ultra-rare professions again and instantly thought that was about it. It felt too ordinary compared to Xiao Chen's waste profession, the reverse-scale battle spirit. The first time you get a reward is for killing 1,000 trial monsters. The second time you get a reward, the number of monsters killed is boosted by 10 times to 10,000 monsters. The third time he was rewarded, the number of monsters killed was once again increased by 10 times to 100,000 monsters. But the amount of the third reward also doubled to 2,000 points of genetic energy. In that case, getting the reward for the fourth time would most likely be killing 1 million monsters. Xiao Chen's current hourly rate of killing monsters was around 10,000 monsters. More than 11 hours had passed since they entered the copy and received the quest. Less than 13 hours remain as of the end of the mission. It's almost impossible to kill another 900,000 monsters in 13 hours. Through the map information returned by Brother Dashing, Xiaochen realized that this was already the most suitable place for him to practice, and it was almost unlikely that he would want to increase his speed by 8 or 9 times. There was nothing Xiaochen could do about it. We'll just have to see if there's still a reward for killing monsters when they get to 200k. During this period there were some Sakura Nation professionals who were not afraid of death who broke into the trial copies, but they were all directly killed by the poisonous mist bombs that Ouyang Feng had set up in advance. It wasn't until 15 hours after they entered the replica that a large group of powerful professionals entered the replica. And by this time, all 4 of the Dashing brothers had already completed the quest of killing 10,000 monsters. After completing the hidden quest of killing 10,000 monsters, you will need to kill 100,000 monsters for the next reward. With the speed at which a few of them were killing monsters, it was simply impossible to finish. Several people submitted their quests directly after completing killing 10,000 monsters, and after submitting their quests several people received 2 bottles of genetic evolutionary meta-agent. After a few turns of ghosting and wailing, the strength of all of them has been greatly improved. The strength of the 4 was already extremely strong, and after taking 2 bottles of gene evolution meta-agents, their strength was even strengthened again. Not to mention ordinary Sakura Nation professionals, even the topmost Sakura Nation First Order professionals were not necessarily their opponents. Seeing this, Xiaochen completely put his heart down to brush the monsters at ease. When he was bored of brushing monsters, Xiaochen pondered in his mind, how did the people of the Sakura country turn the trial copy into a dead land and not continue to refresh the monsters? If he could find this method, he might be able to do the same thing and turn the Sakura country's copy of the trial into a place of death as well. The Sakura country was a smaller country, and the number of trial copies would naturally be smaller. The loss of the same number of people is bound to cause more damage to the Sakura country. By what means did they actually do this? Xiaochen pondered for a long time, also did not figure out how the brats did this. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of how the other parties seemed to create a terrifying presence within the copy every time they made it stop refreshing monsters. Is it possible that they can't take that energy with them? To keep the energy from being wasted or reset, they were forced to resort to this? The more Xiaochen thought about it, the more he felt that this should be the case. What is the substance that can bring monsters back to life indefinitely, and where is it hidden? Xiaochen suddenly looked to the ground. If there really was something here that allowed the monsters to refresh indefinitely, then the most likely location to store it would be underneath the ground. The replica was protected by the power of the rules, without which no damage could be done to any part of the replica at all. These monsters were constantly emerging from the ground, so the probability was that the thing that allowed the monsters to refresh infinitely was in the middle of the ground. Think it and do it. Xiaochen got up and found the center of this brush area, then used the battle spirit charge skill to charge deeper into the ground. Rumble. The battle spirit charge skill was able to ignore the rules and nothing could stop it. Not even the hardest objects. Xiaochen drilled into the ground without any hindrance. Suddenly, deep in the dark underground, there appeared a heart emitting a light green light like a crystal appeared in front of Xiaochen's eyes. That's right, a heart. A heart that's still beating. Seeing this, Xiaochen was overjoyed in his heart. It seems that this is the thing that allows monsters to refresh indefinitely. Rumble. Xiaochen snapped his head up. No good. Only the hole he had crashed through using battle spirit charge was slowly closing. This should be due to the power of the rules repairing the broken ground. As soon as he grabbed the light green crystal heart, Xiaochen directly climbed quickly towards the ground. Just as he reached the surface, the cavern in the ground that he had knocked out reclosed. If it had been any later, he would have been crushed deep in the ground. His battle spirit charge skill had a 30-minute cooldown. With Xiaochen's physique, holding on for 30 minutes without breathing was no problem at all, but he was afraid that the force of the rules would make the ground recover again, thus crushing him into a puddle of blood, and even the blood might not be left behind. Chapter 116, Forced Execution, what can you do about it? Warning, this prop can be the core prop for unlimited monster refreshment. Once taken, the area will permanently lose the unlimited monster refreshment function. Warning, detected professional deliberately destroying the Universal Paradise trial copy props, system judgment in. Decision complete, you have violated the rules of the Universal Paradise system and have threatened the rules of Universal Paradise's operation, threat level 1 star. The system will forcibly execute you. Seeing this system prompt, Xiaochen was shocked in his heart. For his sake, It's just a matter of taking something. It's not such a harsh punishment. An extremely terrifying pressure appeared above Xiao Chen's head, looking up but seeing nothing. However, he could feel that the terrifying pressure was rapidly approaching. It can only be fought. Immediately, Xiao Chen used the Battle Soul Revival skill on Firm as a Rock. Since the Battle Spirit Charge skill was able to break the rules, it was thought that these two skills would likewise be able to resist the power of the rules. Xiao Chen had just used the Battle Soul Revival skill when that extremely terrifying energy enveloped his entire body. At this moment, he could clearly feel that some kind of energy within his body was fighting with that terrifying energy. The two energies clashed, causing the surrounding space to start distorting, showing how powerful it was. Little by little, time passed and Xiao Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. It was unknown how long this force of execution would last. Once it exceeded 20 seconds and the effect of the Battle Spirit Revival skill wore off, he would surely die. The good news is that the force didn't last long. After 10 seconds, this terrifying strangling force slowly receded. Q. Forced execution carried out. Seeing this system prompt, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. That's it? He quickly checked his own body and system panels and found nothing else out of the ordinary. That's what put it down. It seems that the system is just a program that just executes and doesn't care about the exact results. Look carefully at the system prompt that just appeared. Xiao Chen realized that the system's threat assessment of his behavior this time was only 1 star. Does this suggest that the level of punishment is only 1 star as well? If that's the case, would the penalties for 2-star threats and 3-star threats be stronger? Will he be able to resist then? Forget it. Let's keep this to a minimum in the future. Alert, you obtained the Heart of the Phantom Archer. Phantom Archer's heart contains a large amount of life energy. Unexpectedly, after carrying through the system's forced execution, this thing was actually recognized by the system to become his. Containing a large amount of life energy, this thing should be what the brats used to make the boss mutate. Just as Xiao Chen scrutinized the heart, the mysterious energy in his body revived once again. Then, the Phantom Archer's heart slowly melted in his hands, turning into a light green energy and being quickly absorbed by his body. In just a moment, the Phantom Archer's heart disappeared completely from his hands. It was as if it had never existed. What's going on here? The duck in the hand has flown? He seriously and carefully felt his body and opened his personal attribute panel to check, and found that there was still no change. It just feels like the body is lighter and more permeable compared to before. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of his perverted potential ceiling. The upper limit of the potential of an ordinary first-ranked professional was usually around 700 points, and most of the more talented ones wouldn't exceed 1000 points. You get 500 attribute enhancement points when you reach level 100. After most people strengthened these 500 attribute strengthening points, they would use up to 200 more attribute strengthening scrolls before they reached their limit and thus could not continue to improve. But Xiao Chen had used at least 1500 attribute strengthening scrolls before and after. His 4 basic attributes now totaled over 2000 points. And currently, he hadn't felt the so-called potential ceiling bottleneck. Projecting according to time, Xiao Chen realized that it was really possible. Although he hadn't felt that kind of energy before, the first time he came into contact with the mutated boss bloodthirsty tree demon, he noticed that his body had become much lighter. It was thought that he had acquired this mysterious energy back then, thus raising the upper limit of his potential by quite a bit. After that, he had slain the Sanluo Hegemony Lord, and at that time, he had felt the same way. Then after that, he killed 8 mutant bosses in a row, and after each kill, it made his body relax a lot. Now that he thought about it, he felt this way after every time he killed a mutated boss created with special energy. If this speculation was true, then something like a monster heart would naturally be a good thing to have more of. Regardless, after absorbing that particular substance, his body didn't have any discomfort, instead it became more relaxed. Based on this alone, Xiao Chen wouldn't give up on continuing to obtain this substance. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not the Universal Paradise system would increase his punishment. After the last batch of Phantom Archers were killed by Xiao Chen's rebound damage, no new monsters were refreshed here. It looks like the plan to turn this copy into a place of death might actually work. According to the information provided by Dash, there are roughly 60 plus brush points within this trial copy. As long as all the monster hearts within this copy were taken out, this trial copy would turn into a place of death. However, the cooldown of his Battle Spirit Awakening skill was 30 minutes long. Use up to 2 times an hour. It would take at least 30 hours to remove all 60 of these monstrous hearts. 30 hours, that's enough. It had only been more than 10 hours since they had entered this copy, and there were still more than 50 hours left before the 72-hour time limit given by the Dragon Seed Squad. Since the decision was made to turn this copy into a place of death, there was no need to continue brushing the monsters. Xiao Chen simply submitted the trial mission. Prompt: yes, no to submit the mission? Submitted. Alert: the first order trial mission task has been completed, and the genetic energy is being recovered. The recovery of genetic energy is complete, and you have gained a total of 4,000 points of genetic energy. You receive the quest reward Genetic Evolutionary Meta Agent X4. Seeing the system prompt, Xiao Chen had a smile on his face. 4 bottles of Genetic Evolutionary Meta Agent would certainly allow him to increase his strength once again, and it would be an increase that exceeded any previous increase. Hint: yes, no to use Gene Evolution Meta Agent now? Hint: the use of this potion will cause a deep transformation of the body, and will cause some pain to the user. Please choose a safe place to use this potion. There were no monsters refreshing, and the entrance to the copy was guarded by the 4 dashing brothers, so this had become the best place to take the potion. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen directly used a bottle of Gene Evolution Meta Agent. Use. The crystal bottle in his hand directly exploded, and an invisible energy was instantly injected into Xiao Chen's body. When this energy entered the body, it spread rapidly towards all parts of the body. In just an instant, every cell of Xiao Chen's body was wrapped in this energy. With the experience of using it the previous times, coupled with the fact that his body strength had been raised again compared to before, the feeling of pain brought about by the use of the potion was just so-so. With this level of pain, he had been able to sit in place and force himself to endure it. Chapter 117: Crazy Devouring Monster's Heart. Hint: genetic transformation completed, now 300 points of genetic strength, the 4 basic attributes add 150% to derived attributes. Hint: you have met the minimum requirements for promotion to the 2nd rank, yes, no to promotion to the 2nd rank now? No promotion. Xiao Chen did not continue to use the Gene Evolution Meta Agent because the Battle Spirit Charge skill had already finished its cooldown. A few minutes later, Xiao Chen once again obtained a monster heart. The same system warning reappears. Warning: this prop can be the core prop for unlimited monster refreshment. Once taken, the area will permanently lose the unlimited monster refreshment function. Warning: detected professional deliberately destroying the Universal Paradise trial copy props. System judgment in. Decision complete: you have violated the rules of the Universal Paradise system and have threatened the rules of Universal Paradise operation. Threat level 1 star. The system will forcibly execute you. Seeing the system prompt, Xiao Chen put his heart down. The threat level is still only 1 star. The first time he received the system prompt, Xiao Chen used the Battle Soul Awakening skill on Firm as a Rock once again. 10 seconds passed, and the terrifying force slowly subsided. Xiao Chen once again carried through the system's forced execution. And the monster's heart that had just arrived was likewise absorbed into his body. During the cooldown period of the Battle Soul Awakening skill, Xiao Chen once again used a bottle of Gene Evolution Meta Agent. With that, Xiao Chen went to fetch the monster's heart after the Battle Spirit Awakening skill cooldown was introduced, and used the Genetic Evolution Meta Agent during the skill cooldown. An hour and a half later, Xiao Chen had obtained and absorbed 4 monster hearts. Likewise, he used all 4 bottles of the Gene Purification Meta Agent. Hint: genetic modification completed, now 450 points of genetic strength, the 4 basic attributes add 225% to derived attributes. The attribute bonus was 225%, which meant that he was now increasing his derived attributes by 3.25 times for every point of strength he strengthened than before. Open the Properties panel to view it. Name: Black Knight. Profession: Reverse Scale War Soul Rare Profession. Level: First Order Level 100. Life Value: 120,483. Mana: 471. Physical Fitness: 3661. Power: 29. Agility: 15. Intelligence: 15. Physical Defense: 9898. Magic Defense: 9687. Battle Strength Assessment: 5306. After taking 4 bottles of Genetic Evolutionary Meta Agent in a row, his life value finally broke through the 100,000 mark, reaching 120,000. Double Defense is also close to 10,000 points. The life recovery speed was even a terrifying 12,819 points per second. It was simply unimaginable for this attribute to appear on a first-ranked professional. At that moment, Dashing Brother sent a message asking Xiao Chen to go over and start the meal. When Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the replica, a scene that made him dumbfounded appeared. These 4 people were actually feasting at the entrance to the replica. Upon closer inspection of what they were eating and drinking, all of it was actually notarized items. After seeing the smile on Dashing Brother's face, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel that it was good to be rich. Several people's eyes were filled with strangeness when they realized Xiao Chen had arrived. Natural disaster even covered his nose directly. It was only then that Xiao Chen remembered that his body had discharged a large amount of dirt after taking 4 consecutive bottles of gene-purifying meta-agents, and he had been too preoccupied to pay much attention to it before. Just remembered about it now. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Hadn't these few people also taken gene evolution meta-agents? How come it's so clean? Brother Dashing covered his nose and quickly came to Xiao Chen. Brother Darkness, you come with me. Xiao Chen followed Brother Dashing to the depths of the replica and found that there was actually a deep pool within the replica, and the spring water in the pool was crystal clear. This is where we wash. You wash too. It does smell a little on the nose. Good. After Brother Dash left, Xiao Chen leaped into the pool of water. Feel refreshed after washing the dirt off your body. And just then, a professional suddenly sprang out of the pool of water to unleash a fatal blow on Xiao Chen. I have to say this assassin's timing is really good. At this time, Xiao Chen had already taken off all of his equipment, and his strength had dropped by a large margin without the equipment add-on. Not to mention that it's even easier to get caught when your guard is completely down. 8,000. 8,000. Alert, you have killed Professional Yuzhen. This assassin's attack power was indeed not weak, and the damage of a single attack reached 4,000 points. But how did he know how perverted Xiao Chen was? Even after fading all his equipment, his double defense was as high as 6,000 points. His 4,000 point damage fatal strike wasn't enough to break through Xiao Chen's defense. Assassin, after all, is a profession with high offense and low blood. After enduring 2 double damage bounces from Xiao Chen, he died outright. He died not daring to imagine the images he saw. Was the person in front of him who wasn't wearing any equipment really just a first rank? Of course, it's just a blip on the radar. Re-entering the entrance of the replica, looking at the various delicacies made from the meat of the mutated creatures that Brother Dashing had taken out, Xiao Chen ate them as well. The food Dash brought this time was more caloric than the food Xiao Chen had at his last get-together with Dash's old man. Even though a few others were genetically enhanced, they were already panicked after eating only a few small pieces. Xiao Chen alone, on the other hand, had eaten more than the total amount the 4 of them had not. Seeing this, the Dashing brothers' mouths grew wide. They all knew that Xiao Chen's physique was strong, but they didn't expect it to be able to be this strong. After eating and drinking, Xiao Chen spoke, "I've found a way to turn the trial copy into a deadland." What? Several people looked at Xiao Chen in shock at the same time. Brother Darkness, quickly tell us how you did it. Xiao Chen didn't hide it and told him what happened. After listening to Xiao Chen's narration, Ouyang Feng muttered under his breath, so one must master a rule power to be able to take out the monster's heart? Yes, otherwise it would be impossible to destroy the ground at all. Not to mention the fact that it's impossible to take out the monster's heart deep in the ground. The ground outside the replica is not guarded by the power of the rules, so those monster hearts can easily be taken, which has led to many places in the outside world where monsters can't be refreshed. Only places that are hard to find or guarded by powerful mutated creatures will continue to refresh monsters. Sword 33 opened his mouth and asked, "The little brats should be the mutated bosses created using the monster's heart." Yes, but it's not clear exactly what function this monster's heart has. Brother Darkness, didn't you get the monster heart? Take it out and show it to us. Xiao Chen spread his hands and said, "No more." What do you mean, no more? Xiao Chen did not intend to tell a few people about his ability to absorb the monster's heart. Not because he was worried about a few other people getting stronger with it. Rather, he himself didn't know why his body was actively absorbing such things. Chapter 118 Extra Killing Out Alone. Facing several people's inquiries, Xiao Chen thought about it but said, "It disappeared shortly after it was taken out." That's not really a lie, after all, it's really gone. Dash said thoughtfully, "This kind of thing has the protection of the power of rules. Even if it's taken out, it should be affected by the power of rules, and it's possible that it's been directly recycled by the system. Well, that should be it." Several people heard Dash's explanation and felt that this should be the case. Even Xiao Chen felt that Dashing Brother had explained it in a reasonable manner. So what do we do next? Xiao Chen turned around and looked into the depths of the copy. "You guys continue to hold down the fort. I'll collect some interest first and turn this copy into a place of death. Also right. If this group of brats had been afraid to come in, they would have gained too little from this operation. It's not cost-effective any way you look at it. Destroying a copy of the trial first is a way to collect some interest. While Xiaochen kept taking out the monster's heart, 2 more batches of brats broke into the copy, more powerful than the previous batches. However, the strength of the Dashing brothers had risen greatly after taking the genetic evolutionary meta-agent, so naturally it was not a problem to deal with it. The strength of the 4 of them now individually placed in the Sakura country belonged to the top echelon of professionals, and ordinary strongmen naturally could not help them. As time went on, the number of people entering the trial copies became fewer and fewer, but they also became stronger and stronger. One of the 5-member squads even had one person leave peacefully after mixing it up with the Dashing brothers for more than 10 minutes. From them, they learned that a large number of Sakura Nation professionals had already gathered outside the replica, and there were even 4th-ranked powerhouses among them. This made the Dashing brothers start to worry about how they should leave. Several of them would be forcibly expelled from the time copy once its time of existence had expired. At that time, without the copy as an umbrella, how should they escape in the face of so many Sakura Nation experts? Time passes. Xiaochen finally took out the monster's heart from the last place within the copy as well. During these 30+ hours, Xiaochen's body had absorbed a total of over 60 monster hearts. Still can't feel any changes other than feeling lighter and more relaxed in my body. I don't know what the hell my body is doing by absorbing these monster hearts. After meeting up with a few people and hearing their concerns, Xiaochen also realized the seriousness of the matter. Ferber only told them he'd pick them up when it was over. Exactly how and where to connect it was not said at all. Seeing Xiaochen come over, several people knew that this trial copy had already turned into a dead place, and it was no longer possible to refresh new monsters. Naturally, it was no longer possible for Sakura Nation's professionals to complete the trial quest promotion within this copy. That's a little bit of interest back. Brother Dash spoke up, "Brother Darkness, what do we do now? They haven't come in to guard the entrance, this isn't a thing." Xiaochen fell into deep thought. Fubo had thrown all 5 teams of the Dragon Seed squad to the Sakura country for the trial, surely he wouldn't really disregard their deaths. These 5 teams could be said to be the true top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom this term. If all 25 of these people die in Sakura country, that's not a trial, it's a sellout. So it seems that Fubuki must have a way to be able to take them out without any problems. They just haven't been told what they need to do yet. Ouyang Feng pounded his fist on the ground and spoke angrily, "If there weren't so many high-ranking powerhouses out there, I would really like to go out and kill them indiscriminately." Hearing Ouyang Feng's words, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Going out and messing around with a kill seems feasible. Regardless of whether they were 3rd order or 4th order or even 5th order powerhouses, Xiaochen was not the least bit weak. If he could even carry off the mandatory execution by the worldwide paradise system, would he still be afraid of those professionals? However, his relentless taunt skill only lasted for 10 seconds, and the control time for some high-ranked powerhouses would be even shorter. When he entered the copy, his control over that 4th-ranked powerhouse had lasted just 5 seconds. Such a short period of time is simply not enough time for them to bounce back and die. Xiaochen thought about it and decided not to reserve his strength. At this point he now had 95 unused skill enhancement points. He decided to level up his relentless taunt skill. Hint, yes, no to consume 10 skill enhancement points to improve the skill Ruthless Taunting? Confirmed. Alert, skill enhancement completed, Relentless Taunt has been raised to level 11. Check out the skill descriptions. Skill name, Relentless Taunting. Skill level, 11. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, 50 mana is required each time this skill is used. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill effect, use this skill to mercilessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you, and enemy units that are taunted will force an attack on you for 11 seconds. The cooldown did not change when the Relentless Taunt skill was raised by 10 levels. However, the coverage has increased by 10 meters and the duration by 1 second. Seeing this, Xiaochen had a smile on his face, it's done. Hint, yes, no to consume 85 skill enhancement points to improve the skill Ruthless Taunting? Confirmed. Xiaochen directly added all 95 skill enhancement points to the Relentless Taunt skill. At this point, the Ruthless Taunt skill had reached level 96. The cooldown of Relentless Taunt, which reaches level 96, remains at 30 minutes. However, the skill release range reached a radius of 125 meters and the duration reached 19.5 seconds. It almost perfectly matched his Battle Spirit Awakening skill. At this time, the War Soul Awakening skill had returned to cooldown. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. "You're at the door, aren't you? Well, let's get you guys something fierce." Putting on his equipment, Xiao Chen got up and walked towards the exit of the replica. "What are you doing, Brother Darkness?" Seeing Xiao Chen about to leave his copy, Brother Dashing was startled, and a few others also stood up and stared nervously at Xiao Chen. One had to know that there was a large group of high-ranking powerhouses outside, and although Xiao Chen had resisted many of the powerhouses' attacks before, it was when they were caught off guard. Now the other side was prepared and had more experts. Xiao Chen walking out like this wasn't a death sentence. Looking back at a few people, a smile appeared on his face. "It's okay, trust me." Even though Xiao Chen said this, the Dashing brothers were still filled with worry. "Brother Darkness, is it necessary to fight so hard?" "It's fine, these people can't help me yet." Seeing that Xiao Chen had already made up his mind, the other few people no longer stopped them. Watching Xiao Chen walk out of the copy without any hesitation, the four of them looked at each other in silence. Although their strength was also rapidly increasing, the gap between them and Xiao Chen was instead getting wider and wider. This dealt a huge blow to the confidence of several people. Seeing the loss of a few people, Brother Dashing comforted, "We can't compare ourselves to Brother Darkness. He's the fourth freak to pass the 1200th floor of the Trial Tower since the descent of the 10,000 Realms Paradise." Upon hearing this, several people had to once again lament Xiao Chen's perversion. Chapter 119. One person is enough to kill you. Outside the trial copies, numerous Sakura Nation executives had already gathered. Of course, there were even more First Order Celestials from all over the Sakura country. A copy of the trial, which can only be accessed by a first-ranked professional. This was the perfect stage for them to show their strength and potential to the top brass of Sakura Nation. As long as they entered the trial copies and killed the Dragon Kingdom invaders inside, they would be able to become famous in one fell swoop and have an unlimited future. "My lord, let us go. With our squad strength we will definitely be able to kill them all." Watching a short man take the initiative to ask for his life, the old man at the head was satisfied with his bravery. But in the end, he shook his head slightly. "Your squad's potential is high, but it's not a match for them yet." "How is that possible? Everyone in our squad has the strength to defeat a second-rank powerhouse alone." Still shaking his head, the old man said, "You think they didn't?" For a moment the short man could not speak. Indeed, with the strength of 5 people, all of them were able to easily kill all the trialists in the replica, and none of them were killed or injured. If they had done it differently, they would have suffered a lot of losses. "Just wait, the Amaterasu squad is already on their way. Once they arrive, none of the invaders within the copy will escape." "What? Amaterasu squad?" The Amaterasu squad is a national team modeled after the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Seed squad. It's a squad formed by the strongest rookies in the Sakura country. One of the First Realm's Amaterasu squads even overpowered the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Seed squads. The reputation of the Amaterasu squad had long been known in the Sakura country. In their opinion, as long as the Amaterasu squad stepped in, there was nothing that couldn't be set right. Everyone in the room was agitated by this news. Even if they couldn't kill the invaders handily, the trip wouldn't be in vain if they could see the Amaterasu squad's demeanor. And right at that moment, a ripple rippled across the light screen at the entrance of the trial replica. A silhouette stepped out from it. The previously injured 4th-ranked powerhouse was enraged when he saw that the visitor was none other than the Dragon Kingdom professional who had nearly bounced him to his death. The scene became pin-drop silent. This Dragon Nation person in front of me is afraid that he is not crazy. Knowing that a large number of Sakura Kingdom experts had already gathered outside the replica, he really dared to come out as a first-ranked professional. Within the replica, these high-level professionals couldn't enter, but once he left the replica there was no restriction. Xiao Chen scanned the crowd in a circle. Xiao Chen was not the least bit afraid of facing a group of Sakura Nation's high-ranking professionals. Ruthless mockery. The moment these words came out, the 4th-ranked professional's face changed drastically. Again? In an instant, all the Sakura Nation professionals within a 125-meter radius, with Xiao Chen at the center, had a look of extreme anger on their faces. Countless attacks blasted toward Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was very happy. That's right. He's happy when he's beaten. The harder the enemy hits him, the happier he is. Not to mention those 3rd and 4th-ranked professionals, even this old man in the lead, who was a 5th-ranked powerhouse, had a look of anger on his face after Xiao Chen used his relentless taunt skill and unleashed a fierce attack on Xiao Chen. The old man looked weak, but he was extremely powerful, and a fist made of energy blasted towards Xiao Chen. This move, not to mention a 4th-ranked powerhouse, even an ordinary 5th-ranked professional wouldn't be able to carry it. Nay, his opponent was Xiao Chen, who was 100% immune to all damage. No amount of strong attacks would be of any use. Before obtaining the Cloud Hidden set, Xiao Chen didn't dare to be so bold even if he was able to be 100% immune to damage. With the Cloud Hidden set's immovable King set skill, he was immune to all knockbacks and controls. No amount of the old man's power could make Xiao Chen back up even the slightest bit. It was because of this that Xiao Chen dared to come out. Without immovable King's immunity to knockback and control effects, some powerful professionals could have blown him away so that he wouldn't be able to return to his copy. At that time, when the Battle Spirit Awakening skill ended, he would really be giving away his life. Various attacking sounds accompanied by bursts of angry growls and screams resounded all around, like a pleasant symphony. And in the ears of the Sakura Nation's professionals, this sound was like the sound of urging from hell. One by one, there was first anger, then fear, and finally despair. They found themselves attacking the intruders without stopping. You can only watch as you die from the rebound of your own attack. A large number of Sakura Nation professionals fell to the ground one after another. The first one to get rid of the ruthless taunt skill was none other than the old man, who was only controlled for less than 10 seconds before getting rid of ruthless taunt's control. But those 10 seconds nearly killed the old man. This was the first time he had truly felt the threat of death since he became a 5th-order powerhouse. At this point it was too late for him to be afraid. Looking around at the Sakura Nation professionals who kept dying, his eyes filled with blood. "Wake up!" The old man roared angrily, and the voice seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing some of the professionals who were about to die to come to their senses all of a sudden. However, most of the people who were not strong-minded still did not get rid of that control and still continued to attack Xiao Chen. Among them was the 4th-ranked powerhouse who had nearly died earlier. Seeing this, the old man could only stand in place dumbfounded. He didn't dare to continue attacking Xiao Chen. At this point, his blood level had dropped by most of the way, and he didn't dare to guarantee that he would die from the backlash if he struck again. At this moment, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in him as a powerful 5th-order powerhouse. This was the first time in the 10 years since he became a professional that he had fear of a 1st-rank professional. That's right, fear. Xiao Chen watched as quite a few people got rid of the grip of the relentless taunts in his heart at the old man's bellow. Relentless taunt was not his professional skill after all, and without the power of rules, there were many ways for the enemy to crack it, especially high-level powerhouses. It is important to pay attention to this in the future, or else any miscalculation will lead to serious and irreversible consequences. As the War Soul Awakening skill was about to end, Xiao Chen showed a hint of contempt on his face. "Bunch of trash." Then his body slowly backed up until all of his body entered the light curtain of the trial replica. When Xiao Chen's figure disappeared, the old man looked at the ground full of corpses and let out a roar of extreme unwillingness. Most of those who were still able to be at the entrance of the trial replica were newly risen 1st-rank geniuses except for the Sakura Nation's government staff. It was by their summoning order that these geniuses came here to kill the invaders. I didn't realize that this move had caused most of these geniuses to die. Within those 10 seconds or so just now, the number of dead 1st-rank trialists had unexpectedly reached over 200. And more than 30 staff members of the 2nd and 3rd orders died. Even the 4th-ranked powerhouses had died 3 deaths. Even a skirmish loss may not be as great as it is now. But there was nothing they could do about it. What the hell was that Dragon Kingdom professional from earlier? Not only is it completely immune to all damage, it is also immune to all controls and knockback. It even has a horrible counter damage of up to 200%. Was he really a 1st-order professional? At this moment, the old man was skeptical of even the facts he had witnessed. Chapter 120 Traps? The more the merrier. Xiao Chen retreated back inside the trial copy. The Dashing brothers saw Xiao Chen return unharmed before they let go of their hearts. "Brother Darkness, how is it?" Brother Dash couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Chen spread his hands and more than 20 blood contract treasure chests hovered in front of the crowd. Seeing these more than 20 blood contract treasure chests, Brother Dashing laughed out loud. "Brother Black Knight is a cow. One person went out in front of many high-ranking powerhouses and still managed to kill 40 to 50 little devils and remain unharmed. I am the one who ascended to the 4th rank is not necessarily able to do so." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It's not more than 20, it's more than 200. "What? You killed over 200? Xiao Chen nodded and said, to be precise, it's 232 first-order professionals, 33 second and third order, and 3 fourth order. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, all 4 of them were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. It had only been out for about 20 seconds, and Xiao Chen had actually killed so many people. Brother Darkness, you're not kidding, are you? Brother Dash asked with less certainty. Xiao Chen gave him a blank look and didn't say anything. He obtained a total of 26 blood contract treasure chests from this kill. Xiao Chen didn't intend to open them now. He should still be able to obtain quite a few blood contract treasure chests later. Xiao Chen really didn't have much interest in opening the blood deed treasure chest, and most of the stuff that came out of it was trash. He wasn't much interested in that. After the shock, a few people started discussing what to do next. It was mainly a discussion about how they should escape after they were forcibly excluded from the copy when it disappeared. At this point, it had been 35 hours since they had arrived in the Sakura country, and over 32 hours since they had entered the replica. There are still more than 30 hours to go before the 3 days given by Faubert. The trial mission given by Fubo was to kill all the Sakura Nation professionals within the trial copy. This article has been completed. After Xiao Chen was attacked in the pool, several people successively lined up in the replica again several times, even Bibi was out. Even Ouyang Foam released a wide range of poisonous gas in various areas and sections to clear the area. If there was still someone they hadn't found even then, there was nothing else they could do better. This is considered to be the fulfillment of the first task explained by Fubo. The second task is to hold the town for 3 days within the replica. Only after completing these 2 tasks will Fubo come to pick them up. We are now more than 30 hours away from the goal of 3 days of town. I can't leave for those 30 plus hours, but you guys can. During that time I'll find a way to get you guys out of your copies early. Brother Darkness, how can this be? We are a team, naturally we have to advance and retreat together. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, it's not for you to escape, but for you to go out and hide outside, and there are 2 benefits to doing so. First of all, you guys can observe what's going on outside the replica when you're out there, and then let me know through the buddy system so I can find the right time to go out and clean it once. The second is that if the copies end early, I'll still be able to defend myself when we're ostracized, but you'll be in danger. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, several people did not object anymore. It was indeed most reasonable for Xiao Chen to be safe like this. They were now inside the replica and knew nothing about what was going on outside of it. If the brats had set any traps or anything like that out there, being able to know that information ahead of time, they could still circumvent it for a second. It's better than a bunch of people nestled inside a copy with nothing to do. Alright, Brother Darkness, we'll listen to you. But there are so many people guarding outside, and from what you said there are also 5th order powerhouses, so how are we going to get out? There's no rush for this. If I go out to kill a few more times, they naturally won't dare to come close to this place again, and you'll be able to look for an opportunity to escape at that time. It'll have to do. With the previous bitter experience, the brats have learned their lesson. No longer gathered at the entrance to the replica, but evacuated further away. Also a large number of devices were placed at the exit of the replica. Once Xiao Chen stepped out of the copy, these traps would automatically activate. According to the damage estimation of the traps they had set up, even a 5th order powerhouse would be instantly seconded if they stepped on it. An hour later, Xiao Chen once again walked out of the trial copy. Just as soon as he stepped out of the copy, the various traps under his feet instantly activated. Explosions, poisonous fog, flying arrows, falling rocks, flames, cold ice and other trap skills were activated one by one. Various trap attacks completely enveloped Xiao Chen. They had thought that they would be able to circumvent being hurt by Xiao Chen's rebound by not launching attacks directly at him. But they had underestimated the Thorn's skill. A group of Sakura Nation professionals hiding in the distance suddenly changed their faces. Many people simply fell to the ground and died. This was not a case of being mercilessly taunted to force the use of normal attacks to attack Xiao Chen, but rather an instantaneous detonation of their long-stacked trap skills. The biggest benefit of the trap skill is that it can be stacked in large batches and then detonated at the same time, thus dealing super high output damage to the enemy. But they didn't expect Xiao Chen to be 100% immune to all damage. And even if they hide a few kilometers away, they still won't be spared the fate of being bounced to death. 5 of the 4th-ranked powerhouses also directly spilled blood from their mouths and noses in this instant before collapsing to the ground one after another. Seeing this scene, the previous 5th-ranked old man's heart was shaken with anger along with a hint of fear. Luckily, he didn't have the skill to set up traps, otherwise he would have died by now from the rebound of his own trap damage just like the few people around him. At this point, he was really a little scared. What a monster this is! Completely immune to damage and bounces off attacks of any attribute. The smoke cleared, revealing Xiao Chen's upright figure. Xiao Chen looked at the kill prompts that kept brushing the screen, and the smile on his face grew even wider. And then, under the nervous, terrified gaze of the crowd of Sakura Nation professionals, Xiao Chen took another step forward. Rumble! Countless traps were activated again. Accompanying them were more Sakura Nation professionals whose bodies exploded and died. Just like that, Xiao Chen quickly walked around the entrance of the replica. Everywhere it went, it would set off countless traps, causing those who set them up to suffer rebound damage. Some of those who had only set up control traps were relieved at this point, as the control traps did no damage or very little damage, and the rebound damage was not enough to kill them. Those who had set up the poisonous mist traps slacked off as they realized that the rebound damage was just that. But as time went on, they realized something wasn't quite right. The poisonous mist traps they had set up were not instantaneous bursts, but sustained damage. This causes them to be taking constant rebound damage from the poisonous mist. And that damage was twice as high as the damage they had done by setting up the poisonous mist trap. Boom! Xiao Chen finally stepped off the last trap he was able to spot as the Battle Spirit Awakening skill was about to end, before slowly walking towards the inside of the copy. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and look scornfully at those surviving Sakura Nation professionals in the distance. This glance caused a group of Sakura Nation professionals to shiver. Finally, Xiao Chen's ghostly voice came from the entrance of the copy. Traps? The more the merrier. Chapter 121 Extra, taking the initiative. Xiao Chen entered the copy for the first time. A group of Sakura Nation professionals quickly rushed towards the entrance of the replica. They certainly weren't there to chase Xiao Chen. Instead, they went to dismantle the traps they had set up earlier that hadn't been triggered yet. Who knows when that pervert will come out again? Just now, in case he accidentally stepped on the trap they set up, wouldn't that be the same as sending him to his death? This is not a trap against the enemy, it's clearly a trap against themselves. The 5th-ranked old man did not stop the crowd. He really couldn't do something like this that would send others to their deaths for nothing. After all the traps were removed, a group of Sakura Nation professionals came to the old man and asked him what to do next. The old man sighed and said, "What else can we do? We can only wait." With the natural barrier of trial copies in place, high-level professionals can't get in, and ordinary professionals can't help them. "My lord, may I ask when the Tianzhou squad will arrive? This group of Dragon Kingdom professionals are too arrogant, I can't stand it for even a second." Soon. Xiao Chen returned inside the copy. A few people were the first to ask Xiao Chen about the battle this time out. "We didn't kill as many this time as we did before, a total of 53 first-ranked professionals, 45 second-ranked, 26 third-ranked, and 6 fourth-ranked." Hearing the number Xiao Chen reported, several people had long been numb. Wasn't as much as the last kill. But there's more high-ranking professionals killed this time. Not to mention the First Order and Second Order, the Third Order had killed 26 people, and the Fourth Order powerhouse had even gotten 6 people killed directly. Such a record should be unprecedented. The most talented person they had ever heard of had only slain a top third-ranked powerhouse with difficulty at the first rank. Xiao Chen was good, and the Third Order powerhouses killed dozens of them at a time. There had been 9 fourth-ranked powerhouses that had died in his hands, and with a bit of luck, he might even be able to kill 5th-ranked powerhouses. If this battle record was spread back to the Dragon Kingdom, I guess not many people would believe it. This time out, Xiao Chen harvested another 12 blood contract treasure chests. Together with the previous 26, it now has a total of 38 blood deed treasure chests. After this attack, the other side should not dare to set up traps outside for a short time. This kind of cleared up a lot of obstacles for Dash and the others to evacuate. For the rest of the day, Xiao Chen would go out every so often. Of course, the hours are not fixed. Sometimes they go out once in 40 minutes, sometimes only once in an hour and a half. There was even a time when they went out just less than 10 minutes apart. He did this for the invincibility skill that the enemy couldn't accurately know took 30 minutes to use once. Fortunately, the Sakura Nation's professionals had long been scared out of their wits by Xiao Chen. Did not gather at the entrance, while traps of a damaging nature were completely withdrawn. This resulted in Xiao Chen alone shuttling back and forth through the entrance of the copy as if it was nobody's business. Later on, Xiao Chen simply stayed outside the copy and didn't go in. He even strutted around and sat down at the entrance to the replica and ate. The reason, naturally, is because the Battle Spirit Awakening has already resumed its cooldown. You can go invincible at any time. If he could attract that 5th-ranked old man on the other side to kill him, then he would make a fortune. A group of Sakura Nation professionals stood in the distance, watching Xiao Chen being so arrogant, gritting their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do about it. And besides provoking, Xiao Chen came out to observe the possible traps and layouts around him. With BB around, he could always mount BB, then use BB's 5th skill Fearless Charge to quickly return to the copy. Moreover, after entering the mounted state, attacks were prioritized by Xiao Chen to take the damage, and only after Xiao Chen's life value dropped to 50% would he switch to Bei Bei to take the damage. That meant that when he rode on BB after using the Battle Spirit Awakening skill, both one person and one dog would enter a state of invincibility. Battle Spirit Awakening lasted only 19.5 seconds, and if BB unleashed his Fearless Charge skill, it was able to increase his already extremely fast speed by another 500%. 19.5 seconds, enough time for one of them to run a long way. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen retreated back to the trial copy. Only after seeing Xiao Chen retreat into the trial copy did the group of Sakura Nation professionals breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that bogeyman would suddenly rush to their side and use his taunt skill on them. "My lord, this Dragon Nation is too arrogant, don't we have any way out?" The 5th-ranked old man, at this time, was full of iron. He had never suffered such a strange humiliation on a 1st-ranked junior. But it is really not doing anything about it. These times, he was scared by Xiao Chen's rebound damage. If Xiao Chen didn't have that invincibility skill, he had the confidence to crush him to death with one hand. However, if Xiao Chen's invincibility skill could still be used, and he didn't pinch the other party to death as soon as he did, but was instead subjected to the other party's taunting skill, this old life of his could really be accounted for here. And just then, that Dragon Nation actually walked out of the copy again. Unlike before, this time, the man did not know where he got a steed that was all black with part of its body made of metal. Only the Dragon Nation man was seen riding on a black horse with a wry smile on his face. Charge! Accompanied by Xiao Chen's shout, the black horse raised both hooves and let out a long roar, and even quickly rushed towards them. At this time, not only did the low-ranked professionals gathered around the old man's face change greatly, even the 5th-ranked old man flew and retreated rapidly. BB is extremely fast. Once again, numerous traps were triggered along the way. The reason why these traps were not dismantled was to prevent them from being used for the escape of these people after the copies disappeared. Who would have thought that this Dragon Nation would actually dare to stay away from the entrance of the replica, and even rush towards the place where their group of high-ranked professionals were gathered? There were constantly screams from the professionals who had set up the traps in the surrounding area. Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to them, but instead had Bei Bei quickly rush towards the densest part of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the 5th Order Elder had previously stayed, where a large number of professionals had naturally gathered previously due to the presence of the 5th Order Elder. Xiao Chen wanted this effect. He was afraid that these people would spread out too much and make it hard for him to make a move. Ruthless mockery. BB, who had used the Fearless Charge skill, was so fast that most of the occupiers were unable to evacuate in time. Xiao Chen reached straight to the center of the crowd and then unleashed a merciless taunt. This skill comes out. A group of Sakura Nation professionals, with anger and fear on their faces, could only die in the end by attacking each other in despair. A relatively unlucky Sakura Nation professional was hit 3 times in succession by Xiao Chen's relentless taunting skill. And yet it remains unharmed. That's not how good he is at it. Rather, it's because he's a meat shield with a super low attack. The rebound damage caused by the attack he unleashed on Xiao Chen wasn't enough to kill him. This made him secretly glad that there was a benefit to having a low attack and thick blood. Looking at the corpses of the few high attack professions that he had particularly envied earlier, he secretly rejoiced. Glad that he wasn't a high attack professional, this was the moment he realized that being a low attack meat shield professional was quite good. Chapter 122 Arrival of the Amaterasu Team. Xiao Chen stayed in the crowd for 10 seconds before directing BB to run towards the entrance of the replica. And, of course, a big circle. More than a dozen more traps were set off during that time. In this round, Xiao Chen killed dozens more Sakura Nation professionals. At the same time his blood contract treasure chest increased by 8 more. The Sakura Nation professionals also roughly understood some of Xiao Chen's abilities after these attacks. My lord, this is what we have collected and analyzed. A piece of information filled with words appeared in the 5th-ranked elder's hand. Among them were clearly detailed information about Xiao Chen. All kinds of information from birth to attending elementary school, middle school, and then awakening the reverse scale battle spirit were clearly displayed in front of the old man. The old man finally flipped the information to the page of the introduction of strength before stopping and carefully scrutinizing it. After reading Xiao Chen's message, a look of gravity appeared on the old man's face. This Dragon Kingdom professional named Black Knight is actually the one who broke through the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower a few days ago. Is the Dragon Kingdom really willing to throw him into our Sakura Kingdom to take a risk? It's actually him? The people in the surrounding area were filled with surprise when they learned of Xiao Chen's identity. Which country didn't regard this level of genius as a treasure, and couldn't possibly let them fall into this kind of danger before they grew up? But the Dragon Kingdom was good, and threw him straight to the enemy base camp. Were they really not afraid that this supreme genius who had broken through the 1200th floor of the trial tower would die prematurely? An auxiliary lineage professional next to him asked in a low voice, "My lord, are the people from the Heavenly Illumination Squad his opponents?" When these words came out, silence fell around them. Yes, that Dragon Kingdom professional who killed countless people is a supreme genius who has broken through the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower, and although the Amaterasu squad is strong, it seems that the strongest person at the moment has only broken through to the 999th level. The difference between the two can be imagined. The fifth-ranked old man coughed before speaking. "This is something you guys don't know. Although breaking into the trial tower can reflect one's strength, it's not absolute. The trial tower is a test of one's overall strength, but it doesn't represent absolute strength. There are some professions that are inherently unsuitable for breaking into the trial tower, but that doesn't affect how powerful they are. Do you know Lord Sato? Are you talking about our Sakura country's 7th-ranked legendary master, Kosuke Sato?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes, he once failed to pass even the 100th floor when he broke into the first stage of the trial tower, but those who had broken through the 500th floor, the 600th floor, and even the 900th floor had already still lost under him. This is enough to show that the height of breaking into the trial tower is not enough to prove the true strength of the strength. We're relieved you said that." At that moment, a helicopter slowly landed in the distance. The eyes of the crowd revealed a look of excitement and euphoria. The Amaterasu squad is here. Not a moment later, 3 men and 2 women stepped off the airplane, all very young, supposedly young people who had only recently turned 18. "It's them. I've seen the one walking at the front. His name is Kobayashi Aikiru. He's the legendary rookie king who broke through the 999th floor of the First Order Trial Tower." The 5 talented members of the Amaterasu squad, dressed in uniform black combat uniforms, slowly walked in the direction of the replica. The crowd had been waiting for a long time, cheers and applause intertwined, the worship and admiration for the genius shining in their eyes. However, the members of the Amaterasu squad seemed to be in another world, deaf and blind to everything around them. They strutted through the crowd, their steps firm and strong, each step seeming to proclaim their extraordinary and proud nature. After a few people saw the corpses of the Sakura Nation's people all around them, they then looked at the group of survivors who were hiding far away. The look of contempt on his face intensified. Seeing the crowd that had gathered around, the man at the head of the group showed a touch of scorn on his face and gently spat out 2 words under his breath. "Waste." These words caused those who were preparing to greet them to stop in their tracks. The person who spoke was one of the official members of this term's Sakura Nation Amaterasu squad. Also the creator of the highest record of 999 floors in the Sakura country for breaking into the First Order Trial Tower, Ichiro Kobayashi. There was no lack of 2nd and 3rd-ranked people being scolded, and there were even a few 4th-ranked powerhouses. If it wasn't for the special status of these few people, they probably would have rushed up to teach these few people from the Amaterasu squad a lesson at this moment. In the end, that 5th-ranked old man came in front of Kobayashi Aikiru, which caused these people to slightly put away the arrogance in their bodies. A 5th-order powerhouse was already considered a top person in some small countries. Don't look at the fact that this old man had repeatedly suffered defeat at the hands of Xiao Chen, but the 5th rank was the 5th rank, and it wasn't something that someone like Kobayashi Ichiro could take lightly. Not even if he was a member of the Amaterasu squad. "Mr. Yamazaki." Ichiro Kobayashi bent slightly in greeting. The old man nodded slightly, then commanded with a grave expression, "The identity of the person inside has been ascertained. Mr. Yamazaki, please." It should be the Dragon Kingdom professional Black Knight who passed the 1200 level of the First Order Trial Tower a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Kobayashi Ichiro's face also solemnized. He had only gotten to level 999 with all his efforts, and he couldn't get past level 1000 no matter what. And 2 people from the Dragon Kingdom were actually able to pass the 1200 barrier. He then turned his head and swept his eyes to the field of corpses of Sakura Nation professionals, his face even heavier. "Mr. Yamazaki, these people must have been killed before you arrived." When these words came out, the fifth-ranked old man's face turned red all over, and he couldn't say a word in half a day. Seeing this, Ichiro Kobayashi realized that something wasn't quite right. Not quite sure, he spoke up and asked, "Did he kill these people in front of you?" A moment later, the fifth-ranked old man looked like a deflated ball of leather inside before slowly speaking. "Alas, to tell you the truth, all of these people died in front of me, in which the first-order professionals died and injured in more than 300 people, the second and third order also died more than 60 people, the fourth-order powerhouses all died more than 10 people, even I almost died in his hands." What? Kobayashi Ichiro could not believe it when he heard the words of the fifth-ranked elder. "Mr. Yamazaki, you're not sick, are you?" The old man shook his head and said, "Alas, this Dragon Nation professional named Black Knight is very uncomplicated. Not only has he mastered a defensive skill that can be absolutely invincible for a short period of time, but he also possesses a perverted skill that can rebound any attack. It's those two things that are costing us so much." Absolutely invincible and bouncing damage? Yes. Ichiro Kobayashi understood what was going on with the dead after a brief analysis. He asked the central question, about how long does his invincible defense last? The old man deliberated carefully for a moment before speaking. "It should be within 20 seconds, but I don't dare to guarantee it. After all, who knows if he is hiding his clumsiness." Chapter 123 Battle of Amaterasu. Absolute invincibility for 20 seconds plus the ability to bounce 200% of any damage is truly awesome. But not without a solution. Just avoid his invincibility and bounce time. "Mr. Yamazaki, how long can his rebound skill last?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know." "No?" "Yes, because every time we attacked him, he turned on his invincibility skills and anti-injury skills. Once the skills ended, he ducked into the trial copy." Kobayashi Ichiro nodded his head thoughtfully. "I see, that kind of skill that can bounce back any attack can't possibly last for a long period of time. The worldwide paradise system would never allow such a perverted skill to appear. As long as I avoid the effective time of his two skills, invincibility and anti-injury, I'm confident that I'll be able to kill him." Looking at the confident Kobayashi Ichiro, the old man did not stop. Geniuses, the reason why they are geniuses is because of the pride in their hearts and their undaunted nature of mind. How can you become the strongest if you have to retreat when you meet a strong person of the same rank? However, he still reminded, in addition to him, there are 4 other Dragon Kingdom professionals who have also entered the trial copies. Those 4 have only fought within the copies, and according to the news that came back from the trialists within the copies before their deaths, these people aren't weak either. A squad of 5? It seems like it should be just like us. They're the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Seed squad for this term. Combined with the several other trial copies that were invaded, all of the official members of this term's Dragon Seed squad have come to our Sakura country. It's all hands on deck for them. Upon hearing this, the 5th-ranked elder was shocked. "Aren't there 4 places? When did you add another one?" Kobayashi Ichiro thought about it but didn't hide it and told the old man the truth. "There are 4 on the surface, and one of them is just blocked from the news." "Why would one be hidden when the other 4 were reported?" "There must be some reason for this." Kobayashi Ichiro glanced around and realized that no one was close before he approached the old man's ear and whispered, "Because that one copy of the trial is within the Kyoto Warrior Academy." What? The news was like a bolt from the blue. Kyoto Warrior Academy, the strongest warrior academy in Sakura country. There were even countless strong people among them, and it was even rumored that there were 7th-ranked powerhouses sitting around. A first-order squad from the Dragon Kingdom actually dared to go there and cause trouble. This is eating 10 tons of bear's heart and leopard's guts. The 5th-ranked old man was shocked beyond words at this moment. "So they've been put to death by now, right?" Ichiro Kobayashi shook his head. "No, but I think it's coming soon. Our captain personally led a team to deal with them. The Amaterasu squad is the strongest squad in Sakura country, and the strength of the person who can serve as the captain of the Amaterasu squad must be the best of his generation." This term's Amaterasu squad leader was even stronger. No one knows exactly what profession was awakened. The Sakura kingdom didn't even let him break into the trial tower in order for him to hide his strength. It was obvious how much Sakura Nation valued him. Ichiro Kobayashi said with a confident smile on his face, "With the captain in charge, it would be hard for those guys to die." He looked at the time, then greeted the 4 people behind him. "Let's settle things here as soon as possible as well. We can't lag behind the other teams." A group of 5 people walked slowly towards the copy of the trial where Xiao-Chen was. Seeing the confident smile on Ichiro Kobayashi's face, Yamazaki didn't stop it. Only after their silhouettes had disappeared into the trial copies did the old man slowly open his mouth and sigh. "It's good to be young." Thinking back to when he was in the First Order, how he was not as fearless as he was to them. Now that you're stronger, you're less bold. Let's just hope they can take care of those Dragon Kingdom invaders without any problems. Xiao Chen's few people were currently eating while discussing what to do next. The light curtain at the entrance of the trial replica suddenly rippled. The 5 people suddenly turned their heads to look at the entrance of the replica. There's actually someone who dares to come in? Dashing Brother's face was written with ease and comfort. Heavenly Tribulation, however, warned, "Don't be careless, knowing our strength and still daring to enter. I'm afraid these people are not simple." A 5-member squad appeared at the entrance of the replica and locked eyes with Xiao Chen's 5. Ever since Xiao Chen had turned this copy into a dead zone, Ouyang Foam had removed the poisonous mist trap buried at the entrance of the copy, in order to make it a bit easier for Xiao Chen to enter and exit. This would allow Ichiro Kobayashi and his party to safely enter the copy. None of the 10 spoke, just sizing each other up. Dash spoke in a slightly flirtatious manner. "It's my turn this time, isn't it?" Due to the fact that there were too few Sakura Nation professionals entering the copy, the 4 of them had long ago discussed that if any more Sakura Nation professionals entered the copy, the 4 of them would take turns. It just happened to be Dash's turn now, hence the scene. Natural Disaster laughed from the back. "Be careful, don't get caught in the gutter." Brother Dash was unconcerned. "Don't worry, although I'm not as good as you few perverts, I'm still more than capable of dealing with these brats." Kobayashi Aikiru, seeing that several people were unconcerned about their arrival, and were even discussing who would be the one to kill them, completely disregarding them. He was so angry that he laughed. Well, this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant in front of me." Brother Dash wasn't in a hurry either. They were dying of boredom from hiding inside the trial copies all this time. How could they not have fun with a Sakura Nation professional squad that had come so easily? He looked at Ichiro Kobayashi with interest, as curious as he was when he was a child watching the animals at the zoo. He directly skipped the 3 men standing in front of him and looked at the 2 Sakura Nation female professionals at the back and opened his mouth in a slightly flirtatious manner. "The men of the Sakura country aren't much, but the women are really nice." The moment these words came out, the 5 Sakura Nation professionals were like a barrel of dynamite that had ignited. "Baka! Seek death!" A woman in the back took out her bow and arrow straight away and shot 3 arrows in a row at Dash. The first arrow burned with blue flames, while the second arrow was covered in frost, and the third arrow had lightning power attached to it. 3 arrows, 3 completely different powers. Upon seeing these 3 arrows, the Dashing brothers realized that this woman was not simple. This woman is definitely a rare professional. Seeing this, Dash didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned 3 big yellow dogs, 2 of which flew at the archery woman, while the other pounced on Brother Dash. When the big yellow dog that pounced on Brother Dash came into contact with Brother Dash's body, it directly melted away, and in an instant, it transformed into a pair of earth-colored rock armor. The 2 big yellow dogs were repulsed by the incoming flaming arrows and icy arrows respectively. The last arrow with the power of lightning then landed directly on Brother Dash. It was accompanied by a huge roar of thunder and lightning that exploded on Brother Dash. Chapter 124 Extra Melee. The Sakura Nation's female archers' attacks were quite strong. Xiao Chen had seen the defensive power of Dashing Brothers' 3 big yellow dogs. When they first worked together, these 3 big yellow dogs served as meat shields when Brother Dashing and Sword 33 Heavenly Calamity teamed up to fight the Blood Shadow Demon. The fact that the 3 big yellow dogs were still alive after being continuously attacked by the Blood Shadow Demon for more than 10 minutes was enough to show how strong their defense was. After such a long period of enhancement, Brother Dash's strength was incomparable. As his summoned beast, his strength was naturally greatly enhanced. But even so, the bodies of the 2 big yellow dogs that were shot by the 2 arrows of ice and fire were directly pierced through, and they fell to the ground wailing in pain. Seeing this, Dashing Brother's face also carried a trace of gravity. Before the lightning arrows reached him, Dash cast a skill on himself once again. As soon as the skill came out, a layer of earth-colored halo climbed on the surface of the earth-colored armor on his body that was transformed by the big yellow dog. Boom! The lightning arrows carried an unstoppable might as they crashed into Brother Dash. There was a loud roaring sound, which was interspersed with the creaking sound of being struck by lightning. This arrow directly broke through the yellow halo on Brother Dash's body, but it was blocked by the earth-colored rock armor. In looking at Dash unharmed. Seeing this, the crowd dropped their hearts. Dash checked his status before he let out a sigh of relief and patted himself on the dust that wasn't even there. Looking up at the Sakura Kingdom archer holding a bow and arrow across the room, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "Little girl, this lord's defense isn't bad, is it? It's my turn next." As he spoke, the two big yellow dogs lying on the ground and struggling were flooded with a faint halo of light, and then, just like the big yellow dog before, they turned into a kind of energy and merged into Brother Dash's body. As the two energies merged, the armor on Dashing Brother's body became even more gorgeous, hidden with the luster of brilliant diamonds. It looks like a golden warrior. The change in appearance also caused Dashing Brother's strength to skyrocket a notch, and his entire aura was also undergoing a huge change. This is still the first time I've performed the Beast Soul Fusion skill in a real battle, little lady. Today I'll show you what it means to be a real man. Brother Dash's temperament at this time was full of my mighty and domineering spirit, in stark contrast to before. Seeing this, the Sakura Nation archer let out a petulant cry, and the bow and arrows in her hands suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A giant arrow 2 or 3 meters long took shape on the bow. However, she did not directly release the bowstring, but was continuously gathering momentum, and as the time of gathering momentum increased, the power condensed on the light arrow became more powerful. Brother Dash no longer waited, and his entire body shot straight out like a cannonball. Without dodging, he charged at the Sakura Nation archers. At the same time, the Sakura Nation archers let go of their bowstrings. Light arrows carrying terrifying might shot out towards Brother Dash. Boom boom. Bright rays of light exploded between Brother Dash and the arrow of light, making it impossible to see exactly what was going on. In just a split second, the light dispersed, the light arrows had disappeared, while Brother Dashing had not reduced his attack by a single bit. Continue to attack the Sakura Nation archers. Don't you dare! Suddenly, another Sakura Nation female professional bellowed, and a terrifying fireball with a diameter of 1 meter slammed towards Brother Dash. Dashing Brother's face chilled as he threw a punch. A second before his fist made contact with the fireball, it exploded with a loud bang. The flames did not dissipate directly, but instead turned into flowing flames that climbed onto Brother Dash's armor and were rapidly corroding his armor. A trace of contemptuous smile appeared on the magician's face. This is not an ordinary fireball spell of mine, it is called the Flame of Tarsus. Once this flame comes into contact with your body, you will be burned into a pile of white bones. No. There won't even be a single bit of white bone left, it will only turn into a smudge of black earth. At that moment, Ouyang Feng walked out from the back. While I'm sure you alone can take care of both of you, my hands are really itchy right now. Brother Green Hair, could you give me this wizard? Dash shook his body with such force that the Tarsus flame that had climbed on his body and a layer of substance on the surface of his armor fell right off. He turned his head to look at Ouyang Feng and laughed. I'm not one to eat alone, so I'll let this magical chick be enjoyed by Brother Ouyang. At the same time, the other two Sakura Nation professionals were about to join the battle, but they were blocked by natural disaster and Sword 33. Seeing this, Brother Dash laughed. Ha, the four of us will see who will settle their opponent first. Exactly. With a wave of the 2-meter-long necromantic staff of heavenly tribulation, countless armies of undead appeared out of thin air. And Sword 33 was even more direct, with a red flying sword stabbing directly at the opposite Sakura Nation professional. And so the melee begins. And neither Ichiro Kobayashi nor Xiao Chen acted, always standing in place. It wasn't that Xiao Chen didn't want to attack his opponent, but his relentless taunt skill still had more than 3 minutes of cooldown time. There's really no way for him to make a move right now. But to Ichiro Kobayashi, it was a different reading. In his opinion, there was only one reason why Xiao Chen didn't make a move, and that was to guard against him. So it seemed that the other party also sensed his threat, so they didn't dare to venture out. Thinking about this, Ichiro Kobayashi's previous worries dissipated a bit. This meant that the other party was equally scornful of him. Just like that, Xiao Chen looked at Kobayashi Ichiro with a smile on his face, while Kobayashi Ichiro stared back at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not worried about the other 4 people's fight, although the strength of the 4 people from Sakura country was not weak, but the strength of the several people from Dashing Brother had risen dramatically after they had taken the gene evolution meta-agent, so it should be relatively easy to solve these people. Seeing that a few people were still chatting while fighting was enough to show that they weren't using their full strength at all. Kobayashi Ichiro was the first to speak up to break the silence. Are you the Black Knight from the Dragon Kingdom who broke through the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower? Xiao Chen was not surprised that Kobayashi Ichiro was able to know about this. After all, it was a global announcement that was triggered at that time. Not to mention that he had already attacked and killed many times outside in a row. There weren't many people at the first rank who could possess such strength. Plus he was from the Dragon Kingdom, it wasn't surprising that the association was him. Xiao Chen hadn't intended to make a move, and it wasn't too bad to chat for a while. He looked at Ichiro Kobayashi with interest. The man was less than 1.6 meters tall and looked like a miner, but the fact that it was only possible to awaken as a professional at the age of 18 already indicated that he was an adult. "How tall are you?" Kobayashi Ichiro was slightly stunned when faced with Xiao Chen's question. Shouldn't this be a situation where we should be putting words in each other's mouths and then have a thrilling duel afterward? What's the point of asking about your height? Suddenly, he thought of something and burst into a rage. You dare mock my height? No, I'm just more curious about this. Cut the crap and make your move. I want to see just how strong the person who broke through the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower is. Chapter 1 2500 Blades in One Chop. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry, tell me if everyone in your Sakura country is about the same height as you?" Kobayashi Ichiro couldn't stand Xiao Chen's molestation any longer. The topic of heights is a taboo subject for most of the Sakura nation. It was even more of a taboo of taboos for him. At this time, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and a long knife about the same height as him appeared in his hand. The longsword style was almost identical to the ancient Tang sword style of the Dragon Kingdom. A halo of light flickered on the blade. The quality of this long knife was definitely not low, it was at least a red quality equipment, if not higher. How strong can a first-order professional attack be? Xiao Chen really wanted to try it. So he put away his two shields, and enough fingers were pointed at Kobayashi Ichiro. Come on! Facing him, the strongest squad in the Sakura country, the official members of the Amaterasu squad, actually dared to put away their two shields. How arrogant is that? It simply didn't look him in the eye. At this moment, Kobayashi Ichiro's anger had reached its peak. Only to see Kobayashi Ichiro, holding his sword with both hands, chopping out several slashes in a row, so fast that residual shadows appeared. Eventually, all the blade shadows reunited and turned into a single blade aura that chopped towards Xiao Chen. 100 blades in one chop. Of course, 100 knives in unison, that was just his bluff, no more than 15 knives in unison at most. Xiao Chen was not in the habit of hiding. Not to mention that he couldn't even dodge it with his agility. Now he still had 8,600 points of defense after removing both shields. It was thought that even if the other party's move was strong, it would at most break through his defenses, not to the point that a single slash would take him for seconds. It was important to realize that Xiao Chen's life value was as high as 120,000 points. Not to mention a first order, even a third or fourth order professional wouldn't necessarily be able to manage to kill him in seconds. Boom! The blade fell on Xiao Chen, then. And then there's no more. Xiao Chen didn't move a muscle and his life value was still full. Didn't break through his defenses. On the contrary, Kobayashi Ichiro's life value was reduced by 14,000 points. Just one slash made his own life value drop by 50%. This meant that Kobayashi Ichiro's attack power from that slash just now reached 7,000 points, and his life value was as high as 28,000 points. Such strength in the first order was already very counterintuitive. The reason why Xiao Chen's life value was able to reach a terrifying 120,000 was because he had added all of his attributes to his physique. And Ichiro Kobayashi apparently didn't. So it seemed that Kobayashi Ichiro's potential ceiling was truly somewhat terrifying, or else he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a strong attack and life value. The slash went down, filling Ichiro Kobayashi's heart with horror. That's when he came to his senses and remembered what Yamazaki had said first. This Dragon Kingdom powerhouse across the street could not be judged by common sense. He would never believe that a 7,000-point attack couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Can a first-order powerhouse have a defense of over 7,000 points without wearing the strongest defensive shield? It killed him to believe it. Then this could only mean one thing: the opponent had turned on that invincibility die plus rebound skill. Thinking of this, Kobayashi Ichiro instead did not rush to strike. Instead, he put away his long sword and quietly looked at Xiao Chen. As he used the life recovery potion, he spoke faintly, "I guess you've already used that divine skill of being invincible for a short period of time plus bouncing back damage, haven't you? This skill can't last for a long time. Let's see, is the duration 20 or 30 seconds? Or maybe a minute?" According to Yamazaki-san, the cooldown time for a skill like yours is 30 minutes at the earliest. I wonder how much strength you still have when a godly skill like yours is stuck in cooldown. Xiao Chen were frozen. What godly skills? What cooldown? His skills were on cooldown right now, but Prest hadn't used them yet. Ichiro Kobayashi hadn't done any damage to him, the fundamental original was just too weak to break through his defenses. But Xiao Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him, it was good. and don't have to find a way to stall on your own. Now it's the opposite side that's stalling. His relentless taunt skill had 1 minute left to recover. At that point, it's just a matter of seconds.
From these few fights, Xiao Chen realized that he relied too much on the skill Relentless Taunt.
Once the skill is on cooldown, there's nothing you can do against enemies that don't attack him.
If breaking through to the second rank didn't change that, he would have to find a way to get some other skills to make up for it. As he had more and more battlefield games, more information would become known to the world. If everyone knew about his flaws, they were bound to be quite passive when they met the enemy later on.
Something has to be done about this.
Around them, the other 8 were fighting in a frenzy.
Instead, the two of them, Xiao Chen and Kobayashi Ichiro, fell into an eerie silence. The two just stared at each other, neither making a move.
One was not attacking, striking out uselessly, and the other was waiting for the opponent's divine skill to fail.
As he waited, the smile on Ichiro Kobayashi's face intensified. Based on the information provided by Mr. Yamazaki combined with your current condition, you can't strike out at other people once you perform that god-level skill, right? Let's see, once you get your hands on someone else during a skill, your kind of skill loses its effect. Well, that should be it. Xiao Chen almost laughed out loud at Ichiro Kobayashi's words. However, he forced himself to hold back. A master's demeanor was still necessary. He was now the explicitly strongest first rank on the planet. After 1 minute, the Ruthless Taunt skill had ended its cooldown. And Ichiro Kobayashi redrew his long sword. Darkness, you finished your skills, haven't you? It's time to die. He saw Xiao Chen take out 2 shields again and equip them, further confirming this guess. After this minute or so of recovery, Kobayashi Ichiro's life value had returned to over 70%. He had already felt Xiao Chen's rebound damage from that slash just now, and it was around 200%. Even if his skills hadn't expired yet, as long as he controlled his strength he wouldn't be bounced back and die. Not to mention that he also had 2 bottles of instant life recovery potion. If Xiao Chen disarmed that kind of divine skill to launch an attack on him, he could instantly get full blood. At that time, was Xiao Chen without his god-level skills still his opponent? His current life value was around 20,000, so as long as his slash attack didn't exceed 10,000, he wouldn't be bounced back and die. Ichiro Kobayashi kept slashing with the long sword in his hand. The speed is as fast as it can be. In the blink of an eye he had swung at least 20 blades. It had to be said that this move was indeed strong enough. As long as the physical strength of the person who performed this move was strong enough to withstand it, it could theoretically be stacked infinitely, and then when it was fused into a single chop, the power would surely be ridiculously great. But in a real battle, who would give him time to stack the knives except Xiao Chen? 100 blades in one chop. Chapter 126 Retreat Naming. As he watched the huge 5 or 6 meter long blade cut, Xiao Chen's mind moved. Kobayashi Ichiro's damage from that slash just now was only 6,000 points. Now that he was wearing the equipment himself, his defense reached close to 10,000 points. His attacks couldn't do much damage to himself even if they were doubled. How about? Xiao Chen directly used Battle Spirit Awakening on the Thorns of Thorn skill. With the War Soul Awakening, the rebound damage of Thorn's Thorn was directly increased from 200% to 400%. Boom! The blade fell, and Xiao Chen still didn't suffer the slightest damage. This meant that Kobayashi Ichiro's attack on this blade did not reach 10,000 points. In fact, this was intentional on Kobayashi Ichiro's part. He was afraid that Xiao Chen's rebound skill hadn't yet disappeared, and that one move would cause him to rebound and die. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Chen's rebound damage could still be raised. 39,862. With this slash, he directly received close to 40,000 points of rebound damage. No! Along with a miserable scream, Kobayashi Ichiro died outright in a state of extreme unwillingness. Alert! You've killed First Order Professional Kobayashi Ichiro. As Kobayashi Ichiro died, a blood-red treasure chest emerged from his body. Good luck, and a blood contract treasure chest exploded. Putting away the treasure chest, Xiao Chen looked toward the other 4 battlefields and spoke indifferently, "Stop playing around and settle him early." When Xiao Chen fought with Kobayashi Ichiro, the other 4 Sakura Nation professionals kept an eye on the strange battle between them. I wonder what the reason is for these two to close their hands and stop attacking after one move. At this moment, seeing Kobayashi Ichiro unleash a superb strike only to die himself caused the 4 Sakura Nation professionals to be in disarray. This, coupled with Xiao Chen's words, caused them to become even more fearful. One of the Sakura Nation male professionals stopped attacking at once, wanting to evacuate outside the replica. But how could Sword 33 give him a chance? One could only see the 5 flying swords surrounding Sword 33 unite in a flash. Heaven-breaking chop. The huge flying sword directly chopped down, and the fleeing Sakura countryman was directly chopped into 2 pieces by a sword. At the same time, the other 3 Sakura Nation professionals were also decapitated by their opponents one after another. The lively trial copies once again returned to tranquility. Brother Dash retrieved his skills and came to Xiao Chen and complained, "Brother Darkness, it's so hard to come by a few people who can fight, I haven't had a good time yet." Xiao Chen got serious. Fubar has sent a new message. Upon hearing this, several people stopped talking and waited quietly for Xiao Chen to follow. He had received a new message from Fubuki when he fought with Kobayashi Ichiro just now, but he hadn't had time to check it yet. View message. Fubar, in 1 hour, meet at the top of the mountain 5 kilometers southwest of the duplicate entrance. I'll only be waiting for you for 3 minutes, after that. Seeing this message, Xiao Chen realized that things weren't quite right. There are now more than 20 hours left before the 3-day time limit for the town. Fubar condolences and would arrange for them to leave early? There must have been some change in it. What did Fubar say? Evacuate in 1 hour. Dash looked at the time and asked suspiciously, "It's not even 3 days yet? Why the early evacuation?" Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know. But certain changes must have occurred, let's evacuate as early as possible. With so many people holding down the fort outside, how do we evacuate?" Xiao Chen looked toward the entrance of the replica and spoke after a moment of contemplation, "We can only take a gamble." "A bet? How do I bet?" Xiao Chen gave the plan in his mind to a few people. After listening to Xiao Chen's plan, Heavenly Tribulation contemplated for a moment before speaking, "Although this plan is a bit risky, if it's really as Brother Darkness said, the success rate should be quite high." Both Brother Dash and Ouyang Feng appreciated Xiao Chen's plan. And Sword 33 was even more direct, since everyone has no other way, the only way is the best way. Okay, everyone's been through the battle and some of their skills are still on cooldown, we're scheduled to start in half an hour. Okay. 30 minutes went by in a flash. All of Xiao Chen's skills had returned to cooldown. He stood up and looked at a few people. "Ready? Let's start, I can't wait." Brother Dash's expression was very relaxed, while the other 3 looked a bit grave. Leaving the replica, the enemies they had to face weren't 1st or 2nd rank enemies, but a large number of 3rd or 4th rank, and even 5th rank powerhouses. How terrifying a 5th order powerhouse was, Xiao Chen did not know. But how could the 4 of them not have any 5th ranked powerhouses in their clans or forces? There were even 5th ranked powerhouses who had personally demonstrated to them the powerful attacks of 5th ranked powerhouses. With the current strength of the 4 of them facing a strike from a 5th ranked powerhouse, there was no doubt that they would surely die. "You guys wait for my message." Xiao Chen put on his equipment and let BB transform into a black horse. Rolled onto his horse and headed out of the replica. "I hope everything goes well." Ouyang Feng showed a worried look on his face. Other than Xiao Chen, among the 4 of them, he was the one with the weakest ability to escape. The slightest misstep and he'll be accounted for. Outside the replica, a group of Sakura Nation professionals saw the Amaterasu team enter the replica before they dared to come beside the 5th-ranked old man and open their mouths to inquire. They were all filled with anticipation after learning from Elder Yamazaki that Kobayashi Aikiru had the certainty of killing the intruders within the copy. It's so hard to hold your breath. Now at last a strong man has stepped forward to settle the matter. Although Elder Yamazaki said this, the others were still filled with worry. After all, Xiao Chen's performance was just too bright, making them always skeptical in their minds as to whether or not Kobayashi Ichiro would be able to resolve this matter. It didn't take long for news to spread through the crowd that Ichiro Kobayashi had been killed. Word from my friend's side is that Ichiro Kobayashi is dead and his friend's avatar has turned gray. The news created a furor. Others present confirmed the news through various channels and the crowd erupted. "Let's go, that Black Knight from the Dragon Kingdom is a bogeyman. Not only is the Amaterasu squad no match for him, even 3rd and 4th ranked powerhouses can be wiped out at will. Yeah, he's definitely not a 1st ranked professional, he should have disguised himself as a 1st ranked professional through some means and fooled the system's judgment, otherwise it would be impossible for him to do all this. Didn't you guys see it earlier, even Mr. Yamazaki as a 5th ranked powerhouse almost died in his hands. This is definitely not something that a 1st ranked professional can do, but brother earlier was right, he is definitely a high ranked professional, he just modified his rank by hiding it through some means. We'd better leave quickly, once that bogeyman comes out, we won't even know how we'll die." As soon as Kobayashi Ichiro died, most of the Sakura Nation professionals who were waiting to avenge their shame suddenly dissipated by half. Only Elder Yamazaki and some previously surviving Meat Shield System warriors were left at the scene. Chapter 127 Extra: A Bold Idea. In just 10 minutes or so, a large portion of the scene was missing. The news quickly spread amongst the Sakura Nation professionals, and some of those who were on their way to the country turned their direction midway. In just a few moments, less than 30 people were left on the scene. The reason why the remaining 30 people didn't leave wasn't just because after the first few times they were attacked and killed by Xiao Chen they all survived. Also for the high bounty issued by Sakura Nation. The news has only been out for a short time and not many people know about it. Adding the fact that there was still a 5th-ranked powerhouse, Elder Yamazaki, present at the scene, they were confident that they would survive Xiao Chen's taunting attacks once again. Yamazaki-sama, what are we going to do if he comes out again later? Elder Yamazaki, as a government functionary in the Sakura country, could not leave like the others. If you leave without authorization, you will be punished quite severely. Otherwise he would have left here a long time ago. Not only could you not kill those Dragon Kingdom invaders here, you could even risk your life if you weren't careful. The main thing was that the other party was still only a 1st-ranked professional. If he was killed by a 1st-ranked professional, it would become a joke for the ages. Elder Yamazaki pondered for a moment and spoke, based on observation, that kind of invincibility plus rebound skill of that Dragon Nation professional named Black Knight lasts for more than 20 seconds at most, so as long as I make this skill of his go away, I'm sure that I can wipe him out with one move. He looked around for a second before continuing to speak. Those of you who stayed behind are mostly people with thick blood and lower attacks. 20 seconds or so is not enough to bounce you to death. In a moment, if he comes out again, all of you will go and attack him, consume his skills, and once the time of his invincibility plus rebound damage skill ends, I will immediately appear and cut him down. The others felt the matter was feasible after hearing about Elder Yamazaki's plan. Look guys, someone's coming out. The entrance to the duplicate once again rippled. The person who came out was none other than the powerful yet weak 1st-ranked professional who terrified them. Xiao Chen rode on BB's illusory black horse and looked around, realizing that the number of people was missing by a large margin. He froze for a long time before he could figure out what was going on. But that's exactly how he wanted it to turn out. It would be nice if all these people left. Xiao Chen looked into the distance, and there were only about 30 professionals and Elder Yamazaki left. Upon looking at the remaining people, Xiao Chen realized that things didn't seem quite right. Most of the people left behind are blood cow warriors with high offense and thick blood, and auxiliary and nurse professions with extreme attack power. A few of them, Xiao Chen, still had an impression of them. Among them were those who had been hit by Xiao Chen's 2 relentless taunts and suffered 200% of his rebound damage for 20 seconds without dying. There was no shortage of 3rd-order Blood Bowl warriors in this group, just not sure if there were any 4th-order ones. In that case, Xiao Chen would have to take a risk. Looking at that 5th-ranked old man's appearance, he should have let these people come to the head and wait for his skill CD to end before making a move on himself. Once he was without the rock-solid 100% damage reduction, he would most likely be killed by that 5th-ranked old man. The few times he came out to wrestle just now, he didn't pay much attention to Exactal. Why how high the attack power of these people was due to the sheer number of people. But the attack of someone who can last 20 seconds with 200% of his rebound damage shouldn't be that strong. Although he was now of the 1st rank, he had learned through the information provided by Brother Dash that his current double defense and life value was already comparable to that of a 3rd-rank Meat Shield warrior. Meat Shield warriors could already carry them for a long time against professionals of the same rank, and could even carry the output to kill them back. With similar attributes, Xiao Chen was certain that he could carry more than a 3rd-order Meat Shield profession. Not only does he have rock-solid 50% full damage reduction, but he also has a whopping 12,819 life regeneration rate per second. It was impossible for even a 4th-ranked attack lineage ordinary professional to kill him in seconds. As long as they couldn't kill themselves in seconds, they could quickly turn on invincible mode and escape. As long as he didn't use his Battle Soul Awakening skill before the 5th-ranked old man struck, he would be invincible. After figuring all of this out, a smile gradually appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Riding on BB's back and not walking. The purpose was naturally to trigger the immovable mountain skill effect. Immovable as a mountain, stopping immobilization while the wearer is in combat will activate this buff, boosting base defense x 10% every 10 seconds, with a 50% boost cap. Before figuring out the exact attack power of these people, Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless, and raising his defense to the strongest was always not a bad thing. At this point, he already had 3 layers of buffs on him. The first is the permanently present rock-solid 50% damage reduction. Then there's Fudo, immune to all control knockback effects. The power of cloud concealment, immune to all armor-breaking effects. Other passive skills that do not have to be triggered are not yet counted. At this time, Xiao Chen's dual defenses were both close to 10,000, with a life value of 120,000, plus immunity to knockback, immunity to armor breaking, immunity to control, and full damage reduction of 50%. To be seconded by some support and meet shield warriors in such a state would be the biggest joke. Looking at the crowd in the distance that didn't dare to approach, Xiao Chen laughed. What, a group of high-ranked professionals still don't dare to attack me, a first-ranked professional? The words were full of heavy provocation. The plan begins. Elder Yamazaki gave the word, and a group of Sakura Nation professionals quickly charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had long been ready. Not only did he have a bottle of instant life recovery potion in his mouth, he was also ready to unleash his battle soul awakening skill at any time. Boom! A whole bunch of skills came at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen kept an eye on his blood level, and once it dropped too quickly, he would not hesitate to use his skills. A few moments later, Xiao Chen looked at his blood bar that hadn't decreased in the slightest, revealing a speechless expression. Are these people so weak in their attacks? Couldn't even break through the defense of a first-ranked professional of his own? Upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen realized that all of these people were using ordinary attacks, and they weren't even using their full strength. It's a classic case of out of work, out of mind. Coupled with the fact that those who still dared to come and attack themselves now, they were all quite confident in their attack power and life value, which caused this spectacle. A moment later, Xiao Chen figured out the key. This group of people should be cannon fodder sent by that 5th-ranked old man to consume his skills. Once his skills disappeared, he would surely unleash a thunderous attack on himself. But the group's attacks were too weak to break through their defenses. In the view of the Sakura Nation's professionals, Xiao Chen had now utilized that invincibility skill, otherwise a first-ranked professional wouldn't be able to carry their attacks even if he was strong. At least it wasn't so bad that it couldn't break through his defenses. This caused a bold idea to sprout in Xiao Chen's mind. It's just that the plan is a little too risky. After struggling for a few moments, the scene decided to take a gamble. What he was betting on was that the 5th-ranked old man wouldn't be able to second him in a single move. The 5th Order Elder waited for about 15 seconds and finally pressed on. Chapter 128 Fighting a 5th Order Powerhouse. Seeing the Sakura Nation's 5th-ranked old man rush towards his attack, Xiao Chen was fully concentrated, always keeping an eye on his blood level. Once it dropped too quickly, Xiao Chen would not hesitate to use the Battle Soul Awakening skill. After all, nothing is as important as a life. Coming! Boom! The old man's attack came in the blink of an eye. The other professionals were all shaken back by the old man's punch as it blasted at Xiao Chen. 52,341. 209,364. Just one punch made Xiao Chen's life value drop by more than 52,000 points. Instead, the old man suffered about 211,000 counter-injuries. Looking at the old man's life value again, but it was still upwards of 90%. That meant the old man's life value was at least over 2 million. Is this a 5th Order powerhouse? With more than 50,000 attacks and more than 2 million life values, this 5th-ranked old man turned out to be a meat shield warrior lineage as well. Looking at his life value of only 57%, Xiao Chen decided to put up a fight. Elder Yamazaki saw Xiao Chen's life value drop for the first time, and his face was instantly happy. That kid's kind of invincibility skill was really depleted. In order to not give Xiao Chen time to escape, he once again threw a punch. Alert! Your life value has fallen below 30%, and the equipment's skill Life Resonance has been triggered. Life Resonance passive skill: when the holder's life value is below 30%, the shield will automatically release a faint healing glow, restoring 2% of the holder's life value limit every second for 10 seconds, cooldown time 1 hour. Alert! Your life value has fallen below 30%, and the equipment's skill Blood Soul Shield has been triggered. Blood Soul Shield, passive skill: when the wearer's life value falls below 30%, a Blood Soul Shield is automatically triggered, absorbing 50% of all damage received in the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer cannot move but is immune to control effects. After the shield ends, the wearer receives a short-lived movement speed bonus for 3 seconds to help him or get out of danger, cooldown time 10 minutes. The Life Resonance skill caused Xiao Chen's recovery speed per second to soar by a large margin. What really gave him the confidence to take the old man's punch was the Blood Soul Shield skill. With a 50% damage reduction in top of the weakened rock, he's at 75% damage reduction at this point. Xiao Chen resisted the urge to use his Battle Soul Awakening skill and swallowed a bottle of instant life recovery potion. The potion entrances and his life value is restored from 10% to 60% again. When Elder Yamazaki saw Xiao Chen's life value instantly recover half of his life value, not only did he not panic, he instead revealed a smile. With such precious medicines being used, it seemed to him that Xiao Chen should have run out of life-saving skills. Without the slightest hesitation, Elder Yamazaki once again threw a punch. The punch was thrown, but it didn't have the same effect as it did earlier, and Xiao Chen's life value only dropped by about 23%. Principal Xiao Chen's recovery rate per second reached about 13% of his life value cap. By the time the old man threw his fourth punch, he had only 60% of his own life value left. On the contrary, Xiao Chen actually still had around 27% of his life value. At this moment, Elder Yamazaki was also shocked by Xiao Chen's defense and life value. He was sure that Xiao Chen wasn't using that kind of invincibility skill right now. That's his true defense. A first rank had actually resisted 4 of his punches. This is unbelievable. The shock did not stop him. At this rate, with at most 3 punches, Xiao Chen would surely die. Xiao Chen similarly looked at the old man's life value. His relentless taunting hole. You control the old man for 5 seconds. Use relentless taunt when you get the old man down to at least 40% life to kill him completely. Boom! The old man blasted out a 5th punch. Xiao Chen's life value dropped to only 13, of course this was after his own recovery. Without the terrifying recovery rate of up to 13% per second, he would have died at this point. Again! The old man had only 50% of his life left after he threw his 5th punch. Before the old man's 6th punch landed, Xiao Chen used the skill Battle Soul Revival. Battle Soul Revival, active skill, 20% of life value is restored immediately after using this skill. When the 6th punch landed, Xiao Chen was still standing in the same place and did not die. And the old man's life value had dropped to 40%. And at that moment, a hint of a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Did you have a good fight? Then I'll make it even better for you. War Soul Awakening. Ruthless Mockery. The moment the old man saw the smile on Xiao Chen's face, he knew that things were bad. Just as he was about to retreat, an inexplicable anger surged in his chest. Thoughts of escape instantly dissipated into thin air. Turning around, he launched a fierce attack on Xiao Chen. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. Elder Yamazaki blasted his 5th punch in shock and despair. No! With a desperate roar from Elder Yamazaki, he finally slowly collapsed. At the same time, a blood contract treasure chest slowly floated out from Elder Yamazaki's corpse. It means he's literally dead. Only the truly dead will explode the bleeding deed treasure chest. If you have a resurrection prop or resurrection skill, the chance of exploding the blood deed treasure chest after being killed will drop several times. Xiao Chen was very self-conscious about his luck. People with resurrection props were killed by him, and there was a huge probability that they would not be able to explode the bleeding deed treasure chest. The last trace of luck was doused when the Sakura Nation professionals who were watching from afar saw Elder Yamazaki being killed by Xiao Chen. All of them quickly fled in all directions like headless flies. In just over 10 seconds, there was no longer a single Sakura Nation professional to be seen around. After recovering himself, Xiao Chen's life value was full again at this point. At this time he was full of confidence in his heart. A 5th order powerhouse has been decapitated. Alert! You've killed 5th order professional Yamazaki. Looking at the empty surroundings, Xiao Chen did not rush to let a few people out, but instead arranged for BB to patrol around for a while. Make sure there are no threatening people hiding around before sending a message to a few people. When a few people learned that Xiao Chen's strike had successfully killed a 5th order powerhouse, a few people had long been numb. Xiao Chen's overstepping kills time and time again had long since become strange to them. The shock Xiao Chen had given them in the past few days was too great. This made their direct understanding of first order professionals completely upside down. A few people from the copy came out and looked at the surrounding corpses and empty environment. This shock feeling is even more intense. The dashing brother didn't say anything but just gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Let's go, it'll be hard for us to leave when the real experts come. It wasn't that the Sakura country didn't have any real experts, it was just that they felt that arranging for a 5th order powerhouse to sit in on these first order little guys was already high enough to deal with them, not to mention the dozens of 4th order powerhouses. But how could they not expect to get a total loss? Xiao Chen's appalling battle results were destined to be blocked by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and could not be circulated in this great land. Recognizing the direction, Xiao Chen rode on the cool-looking black steed that Bei Bei had transformed to lead the four of them to quickly run towards the direction provided by the copy. 129, Rescue Mission. Shortly after Xiao Chen's few people left, two old men quickly arrived. Brows furrowed at the sight of Elder Yamazaki's body. They were puzzled when they noticed Yamazaki's friend's avatar turn gray. Elder Yamazaki was in the lower middle of the 5th rank in terms of strength, but even worse, he was still in the 5th rank. Unless one faced a mid to upper 5th rank or even a top powerhouse, it was possible to not even have a chance to escape. Did the Dragon Kingdom send an expert? But that doesn't seem to be the case from the messages sent by the survivors who escaped from the scene. There were only first-ranked among this group of invaders from the Dragon Kingdom, and they hadn't seen a single high-ranked professional since the beginning. That's when the other old man next to him received a message. Viewing it made his face even more grave. Yamazaki was killed by that Dragon Kingdom professional, Kuroyuki, who had broken through the 1200th floor of the First Order Trial Tower. What? Yamazaki was actually killed by a first-ranked professional? He was full of incredulity. It completely subverted the limits of his imagination. A first-ranked professional kills a 5th-ranked person across 4 ranks? Is this true? Xiao Chen's group of 5 arrived at the area designated by Fu Bo without any obstacles. But after observing the circle, he did not find Fu Bar's figure. Is this the place, Brother Darkness? Xiao Chen once again opened the message from Fu Bo to check. Exactly. What about the fubbers? Maybe we're early. Just then, a ripple suddenly rippled in the space not far away. A moment later, the familiar portal appeared, and Fu Bo slowly stepped out of it. It didn't look the least bit nervous, as if he was taking a walk in his own back garden. Fu Bo looked at Xiao Chen's group of 5 standing all unharmed with a look of satisfaction on his face. Xiao Chen took a few steps forward to Uncle Fu and opened his mouth to ask, "Uncle Fu, 3 days have not yet come and gone, is there any change in letting us evacuate early?" Fubuki nodded, yes. What's changed? Instead of answering, Fubuki looked into the distance. Let's get out of here, there are a few old guys on their way. Xiao Chen's few people looked back and did not sense anything unusual. But that was normal, they were only at the 1st rank even if they were geniuses. It was impossible for perception to rival that of a high-ranking professional. After following Fu Bar into the portal, it disappeared into place. A few people had just left when the 4 old men came to the place where they had just stood. One of the old men felt for a moment and spoke, "Spatial fluctuations, we're one step too late, they've already left through spatial teleportation." The power of space? Looks like the Dragon Kingdom used that forbidden prop. Since that prop is there, it's almost impossible to catch them. Humph, don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Yes. This prop, according to our long-term observation and analysis, found that it can't be used continuously. Every time we use it, it will fall into a cooling down period. During the cooling down period of that prop is the best time for us to kill them. As he spoke, the old man turned his head to look at the other old man. Don't worry, I've recorded the time and have synchronized it to the others. As long as he is foreseen within the cooldown of this prop, they will certainly not be allowed to escape again. With a flash of vision, Xiao Chen's few people arrived in a cozy Japanese-style house in the blink of an eye. A tea set was placed in the center of the room, and there was still hot, fragrant tea inside the tea set. Uncle Fu sat down casually with his legs crossed and poured a cup of fragrant tea for several people. A few people had just been on the battlefield of life and death fighting, and in the blink of an eye, they had come to such a cozy and comfortable environment, which was really a little bit less accustomed to. However, with Uncle Fu in the room, they didn't need to worry about their own safety, and several people sat down and picked up their teacups to slowly savor them. The tea enters the mouth with a strong flavor and a peculiar taste. Xiao Chen had never had such good tea before. Dashing brother attached beside Xiao Chen's ear and explained, "This is a 6th-order mutant plant, the Black Wind Ancient Tree's output of tea, extremely rare, not only can make the body's fatigue quickly subside, but also has many benefits for itself. I've seen it at my old man's place, but the quantity is extremely rare." Looking at the cup of tea again, Xiao Chen thought it tasted even better. Only after a cup of tea was finished did Uncle Fu speak slowly. "The reason why I let you guys end your township copies early this time is because there was a problem with one of the trial squads, and you guys were needed to go forward to support them." Xiao Chen did not find it strange. The Dragon Seed squad consisted of a total of 5 people, and if there were no surprises, the 5 people including him were all thrown by Uncle Fu to the Cherry Blossom country to carry out the final assessment mission. Xiao Chen wasn't sure about the strength of the other three, but he still knew about Wind's strength. Wind, like him, had broken through the 1,200th floor of a section of the trial tower, and that alone was enough to illustrate his strength. Bo was the first to break through 1,000 floors than Xiao Chen, so he thought his strength wasn't weak, but as to why he didn't break through to higher floors later on, it's unknown. The other two thought that they should be even stronger, as those two were directly accepted by the Dragon Seed squad without even needing to break into the trial tower to prove their strength. A squad led by such a strong person actually encountered a problem and needed their own support. The situation must be quite urgent then. If it's so urgent, why are they still here sipping tea at a slow pace? However, Xiao Chen did not ask this question, but just quietly drank his tea and waited for Uncle Fu's next words. Fu Bo finished his cup of tea and put it down before continuing to speak. One of the Dragon Seed squads only has one person traveling. His name is Bai. He didn't team up with anyone this time and traveled alone to the Kyoto Warrior Academy trial replica trials. Hearing this, Brother Dash exclaimed, "Is he crazy?" The Kyoto Warrior Academy is the equivalent of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, and in some ways it is stronger than the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. Isn't going there to execute a trial looking for death? Dash suddenly realized he was overreacting, then closed his mouth and stopped talking. Fu Bo did not care about this and turned his head to Xiao Chen and said, "Bai's ability is very special. With his strength there would not have been any problems, but for some reason he sent me a request for help and specified that he needed you to rescue him. The Sakura country has a geographical advantage, and at this time there is a steady stream of people going to support. White will have a hard time evacuating if he doesn't have support." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "Uncle Fu, can't we pick him up directly through the teleportation array?" Fu Bo Yao head sighed, "This teleportation ability is not my own ability, but with the help of a prop. Moreover, this prop is not able to be used indefinitely. Each time it is used, it consumes a large amount of resources, and this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are still many restrictions on using it. One of the biggest restrictions is that the area where the portal appears must be in a spatially solid state. Once that area is chaotic with spatial fluctuations, it will not be possible to open the portal. Therefore, I can only wait for you outside the area of spatial fluctuation. Your mission this time is to enter the Kyoto Warrior Academy's trial replica, rescue White, and then evacuate to my designated location." Chapter 130 Extra Breaking In. Uncle Fu told Xiao Chen all the specific requirements and difficulties of this rescue mission. Finally, Fu Bo reminded, "Of course, this is not to be used as an assessment task. It's completely voluntary, and you can give up this task. It won't have any effect on your entry assessment. However, if you can take on this mission and successfully complete it, you will receive an additional reward. Little one, trust me, this reward is very important to you." Uncle Fu's almost seductive words let Xiao Chen know that this reward must be worth a lot. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen still decided to take on this mission. When he takes on a mission, he doesn't necessarily have to complete it, he just waits for the opportunity to act, and if he finds that it's not possible, he'll give it up decisively. What reward could be more important than your own little life? Xiao Chen looked at the Dashing brothers, then turned his head to look at Uncle Fu and said, "Uncle Fu, please send the four of them back, I'll just go alone." The four Dashing brothers didn't object. They knew that this trip was too dangerous and that they could die if they weren't careful. And if they followed Xiao Chen, not only would they not be able to help but would also drag their feet. Therefore, the four did not object. Fubuki nodded, "No problem." With a wave of his one hand, a portal appeared in the middle of the room. The Dashing brothers all looked at Xiao Chen worriedly. "Brother Darkness, waiting for your good news." Xiao Chen nodded to the four and said, "Don't worry." After the four of them left through the portal, Xiao Chen looked at Uncle Fu and spoke solemnly, "Uncle Fu, I can only do my best to do it. As for whether or not it will work out exactly, I can't guarantee it." Fu Bo nodded slightly. "Go on, if you can, try to save Bai, he is very important to the future of the Dragon Kingdom." Xiao Chen's mind was shaken. White, what exactly is the occupation? It can actually be linked to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. He was getting more and more interested in this White. "Remember, make sure to keep Bai safe, he is very important to you and even the Dragon Kingdom. Contact me after you rescue Bai, I will give you the location of the portal at that time." Under Uncle Fu's instructions, Xiao Chen took a step into the teleportation portal leading to the Shijing Warrior Academy. Space swirled, and Xiao Chen was in the middle of an alley full of trash after he walked out of the portal. Based on the information provided by Fu Bo, Xiao Chen knew that this place was still more than 2 kilometers away from the Kyoto Warrior Academy. There are two difficulties in trying to save White. The first is how to enter the trial copy, which is relatively much simpler, just need to mix into the academy, and then take advantage of its unguarded launch invincible skills to break in on the line. The real difficulty is how to evacuate. White's importance is thought to be known to Sakura Nation, plus he also enters the copy, then the copy has two big fish. No one would let the two of them go easily. Plus, he had already exposed some of his own strength before, so he thought that this side should have already taken precautions. Let's take a step forward first. After learning the language of the Sakura country through the system, it was no longer possible to judge Xiao Chen's identity through the language, plus the difference in looks between the people from the Dragon country and the Sakura country was not that big in the first place. Xiao Chen did not attract the attention of others as he walked down the street. And the Kyoto Warrior Academy was different from the Dragon Kingdom's Warrior Academy. It was an open academy and anyone could enter the academy and visit. Only some core areas require verification of identity. Xiao Chen entered inside the academy with ease. Along the way through other people's conversations, Xiao Chen learned that the trial copy of the Kyoto Warrior Academy was not ordinary. This copy is one of the extremely rare fixed trial copies. A so-called fixed trial copy is one that has a fixed location and does not disappear. Having such a copy is an extremely valuable resource for the academy and even the country. This can be more precious than the trial tower. The people who can break into the trial tower are only a few after all. Most of the professionals simply do not have the qualifications to break into the trial tower, especially some of the auxiliary, nurse and other professions to go in and just feel a little. But the advancement trial copy is completely different. Every professional must complete the trial task through the advancement trial copy in order to be promoted. It's worth far more than the trial tower, at least to most professionals. There are currently only 5 fixed copies of the first order trials identified globally, and 2 of them are in places that are hard to reach for low-level professionals. There are really only 3 fixed copies worldwide that can be accessed by the average first-ranked professional. And Sakura Nation was extremely lucky to get one. This was the main reason why the Sakura country had built the country's highest warrior academy in this place. White, why did you pick this copy? Did he have the same ability to destroy copies as himself? If we can turn this stationary copy into a place of death, that... Xiao Chen's blood surged at the thought. This is the real broken route. Before those randomly appearing trial copies can only be regarded as miscellaneous routes, Kyoto Warrior Academy within the trial copies is definitely a main route. As long as this main route was severed, it was no less than killing hundreds of thousands of Sakura Nation professionals. Xiao Chen came to a stop not far from the trial copy square. Looking at the tightly guarded crowd, Xiao Chen knew that it was no longer possible to blend in silently. He vaguely sensed a number of powerful auras in the crowd, a few of which failed to even far exceed Yamazaki. 6th order powerhouse, or even higher. Worthy of being the highest warrior academy in the Sakura country, the importance they placed on this place far exceeded that of any other copy. Since blending in doesn't work, there's only one way to go: rush in. The people of Sakura Nation should have thought long ago that someone might rush the barrier. Therefore, outside the entrance of the replica, not only did they arrange for many high-ranking professionals to guard it, but they also added a lot of obstacles. The purpose of this is to delay the entry of someone into the replica when they are rushing through, so that the town guards can kill or capture them. When I came to the crowd, I found that the closest the crowd could get to the replica was close to 200 meters or so. Those seemingly sturdy blocking fortifications were a joke in front of Xiao Chen's relentless charge. Even the replica rock wall that possessed the protection of the power of rules could be crushed, let alone these ordinary items. The battle spirit charge distance was only 100 meters, but with the additional battle spirit awakening skill it could reach 200 meters. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen still decided to rush over. If he waltzed in with invincible on, it would let more people know he was coming. It was certain that he would have a targeted defense against him when he left. The more information about his strength was revealed, the more unfavorable it would be for him. After observing for a moment, Xiao Chen quietly squeezed into the front of the crowd. When everyone didn't notice him, Xiao Chen launched his battle spirit charge straight away. Launching a battle spirit charge attached the battle spirit awakening skill to it. The crowd of onlookers were shocked to see someone charging through the barrier. And at that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the distance. Chapter 131, The Most Beautiful Man. This pressure was extremely terrifying, and was even able to catch up to the time when the Water Dragon's Bane fought against the Heavenly Tribulation Magician. At this moment, Xiao Chen was horrified in his heart. But the skills have been used and there is no turning back. If you can enter the copy successfully, you live; if you can't, you die. In the blink of an eye, rows of hard metal blocking emerged from the ground in front of the replica's entrance. Just by looking at them with the naked eye, one could tell that these blocking objects were extremely hard, and it would be difficult for a professional below the 4th rank to destroy them in a short period of time. But these hard blocking partitions were like tofu in front of the battle spirit charging and crumbled at the touch of a button. It couldn't stop Xiao Chen in the slightest. With the crowd of Sakura Nation professionals dumbfounded, Xiao Chen rushed straight into the trial copy. His figure had just disappeared when a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground at the entrance of the replica. The hard stone ground was split by this lightning bolt into a huge crater several meters deep, and the surrounding ground was constantly shaking, as if a local earthquake had occurred. The power of this bolt of lightning could be seen. Xiao Chen's figure had just disappeared. A blurry figure appeared right at the entrance of the copy. The reason for the blurring of the shadows is visual dissonance caused by the speed. But he was a step slow after all. Let Xiao Chen enter the copy. And at that moment, a man in magical robes came to the entrance of the copy. The two men looked at the blocking grids that were smashed through by Xiao Chen, and their faces grew more and more grave. The strength of this blocking material is such that even a 5th-ranked strong attack professionist wouldn't be able to break through it so easily, and he's actually able to do this as a 1st-ranked professionist? The magician similarly looked at the damaged blocking partitions and spat out 4 words under his breath: rule power. Inside the copy, a man in full white clothes was sitting on the ground with his knees crossed at this moment. This was the target Xiao Chen was trying to rescue, one of the Dragon Seed squad members. White. The body has a transparent crystalline layer. The outside of the crystal layer was burning with roaring flames, and these flames were not only red, but also blue, and even purple flames. Little by little, these flames were eroding the transparent crystal layer that protected White. There were dozens of people around White who were using various skills to bombard the crystal layer. Dragon Kingdom invaders, I'll see how long you can hold out. After breaking through your protective layer in a moment, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Daring to run to my great Sakura country to cause trouble is asking for death. What's the point of wasting words with him? Let's break through his defensive turtle shell first. At that moment, a well-built young girl at the back of the crowd stood up. When she got up, all the people surrounding by involuntarily dispersed, leaving a passage for her. The young girl looked into the wind of the transparent crystal layer with a gentle smile on her face. The smile was gentle, but it gave off an extremely creepy feeling. She was the first genius of the Sakura country's Amaterasu squad, Chio Feiko. The occupation that Chio Feiko felt was not known to anyone except for a few people in the Sakura country. And she even didn't go out in public, even her practicing required clearing out her copy and letting her fight and upgrade alone. For the sake of keeping her information to herself. But today, the government of the Sakura country had gone against the norm, not only allowing her to step in to resolve the matter, but even allowing other first-order professionals to accompany her. Chio Feiko walked slowly to White, always with a hint of a smile on her face and a soft, nice voice as she spoke. By the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's current Dragon Seed squad. It's said that the awakened profession is very special, and it's even touted as one of the most important people in the future of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm really looking forward to you getting strong. Let me see how strong you really are in your strongest state. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era and met me. White, I'll give you one last chance, make a contract with me and become my squire. As long as you promise me, I will definitely take you to the strongest and highest place. I don't want to be standing alone at the top a number of years from now, with no one left behind me. Chiyofaji said these words in a domineering manner, but I wondered if her strength would be able to match these words. As she spoke, her slender white fingers gently tapped on the transparent crystal layer. The crystal layer that had been bombarded by various attacks for half a day without breaking in the slightest, at this moment there was even a slight crack. White within the transparent crystal layer slowly opened his eyes and looked towards Chiyofaji. It had to be said that this woman belonged to the top level in both figure and looks, but she paled in comparison to Bai. White, wearing a white suit, fair skin, features are exquisite, plus his untainted temperament is like a person out of the painting. Ahem, don't get me wrong. White is a man more beautiful than a woman. Chio Feiko also froze slightly when she took in the perfect face of Haku. Was there really such a perfect face in this world? More perfect than any man she had ever seen, not even fantasizing about such a perfect face. For a moment, Chiyofaji actually looked dumbfounded. It was true that she was a genius, and a supreme genius at that, but at the same time he was a young girl who had just turned 18 not long ago. Any normal woman would have behaved that way when she saw this perfect face of White. That's when she was considered a normal woman. But in just a moment, he forcibly collected his mind and his expression became arrogant again. There was even a hint of anger on her face, and she wasn't sure where it originated. The transparent crystal layer does not block sound transmission.
White's soft voice came from within the crystal. 5.
What? Chiyo was confused by the number that White suddenly blurted out. 4. What the hell are you talking about?
I'll give you one last chance to become my squire, or else.
3. Playing God. 2. In that case, go to hell.
Just as Chiyo was about to break through the crystal layer, White spoke again.
Here he comes, your opponent. Chiyo snapped her head around as the entrance to the replica swirled with a ripple, and out of it stepped a man wielding 2 shields. The person who came was none other than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen just came in and saw such a bizarre scene. An extremely beautiful-looking woman was stroking a person trapped inside a transparent crystal. Yes, it looked like stroking from Xiao Chen's point of view. And the woman inside the transparent crystal was even more beautiful. Xiao Chen had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Wait. What the hell is a laryngeal knot? When Chiyo saw Xiao Chen sizing her up so recklessly, an ugly look appeared on her face. You look again, and I'll make sure you never see anything again. Xiao Chen said indifferently, yes, if you don't look at it you won't see it later. That's quite a bit of self-awareness. It was obvious that Chiyo didn't really understand the meaning of Xiao Chen's words. Suddenly, Chiyo realized that something wasn't quite right. Chapter 132 Another person with the power of rules. Since he had already entered the trial copy, it meant that he was safe. In the first rank, Xiao Chen was confident that no one should be able to kill him, or at least seconds couldn't do it. Therefore Xiao Chen did not rush out. He wanted to see what kind of character Bai was that Fu Bo would think so highly of him. At the same time, he wanted to see who was able to trap White again. White clothes, white face, you're white? Xiao Chen directly ignored Chiyo and looked at the man inside the transparent crystal layer who was too beautiful for words. Hearing such rude words from Xiao Chen, Bai didn't get angry and just spoke faintly, Xiao Chang. At first hearing these 2 words Xiao Chen thought nothing of it, just a little strange. How does Bai know his name, and why did he call out his real name on this occasion? Suddenly, Xiao Chen jolted. Morning and Makoto, pronounced slightly differently. Xiao Chang was his name before he crossed over, while Xiao Chen was his name in this world. The secret of crossing over was known to no one but himself. White, does it really know or is it just a mispronunciation? Seeing Xiao Chen's solemn expression, a faint smile appeared on Bai's face. The whole world seemed to light up when that smile came out, it was so beautiful. But Xiao Chen was not attracted by his looks, he saw the deep smile on Bai's face. Did he really know his status as a traveler? At that moment, Chiyo suddenly received a series of messages. After checking it out, then looking at Xiao Chen's eyes stared up. You're an intruder? It wasn't until then that she reacted to the fact that this man who had suddenly appeared wasn't a Sakura Nation professional at all, but a powerful Dragon Nation invader who might possess the power of rules. The power of rules, ordinary professionals may not know how powerful it is. But Chiyo was likewise a genius with the power of rules. It was precisely because she possessed the power of rules that she was hailed as the strongest heavenly pride of the Sakura country's current generation. It could be said that there weren't many people in the First Order who knew more about the power of rules than her in all of Blue Star. The rule power acquired by Chiyo was an extremely rare attack-based ability. Ignore the defense. In other words, all the attacks she hit were real damage, and even the strongest defenses had no effect in front of her. This was also the reason why the transparent crystal layer that the other professionals couldn't help the slightest bit, but she was able to break through it easily. Only then did Xiao Chen look squarely at Chiyo. This woman was extremely beautiful, but that kind of condescending arrogance did make Xiao Chen very uncomfortable. A tour of the room revealed that there were 23 other people in the replica besides Chiyo. And they battle at a distance that is within relentless taunt range. Without any nonsense, Xiao Chen directly unleashed the skill Relentless Taunt. As soon as the skill was activated, everyone looking at Xiao Chen attacked him, including Chiyo. Suddenly, Xiao Chen realized something was wrong. Because his life value dropped by 1 rank. It startled him. 8,000. Plus 8,000. Looking again at the source of this 8,000 point damage attack, it was actually that extremely beautiful looking young girl. Just 1 strike dealt 8,000 points of damage to Xiao Chen. It was important to know that one's defense could be said to be as high as around 10,000, while also having the rock-solid skill to mitigate damage by 50%. Doesn't that make her attack power close to 30,000? How could a first-ranked professional have such a strong attack power? However, fortunately, Xiao Chen now had a recovery speed of 12,819 points per second. This amount of damage can be completely hardened with your own recovery. The scene was filled with screams, and within a few seconds, the screams faded away. One by one, the Sakura Nation professionals who surrounded him died. Xiao Fatsi came to her senses, but was unable to resist the relentless taunts as her body attacked Xiao Chen without listening to her commands. Each strike dealt high damage to Xiao Chen, but she herself took even more damage. Every time she attacked, she would receive 200% rebound damage, and if it wasn't for the fact that she herself possessed an extremely high life value, she would already be dead at this point. The only thing she was thankful for was that her normal attacks weren't very fast, or she would be dead by now. Watching his life value continue to drop, she roared, a red glow rising from her body, and her entire body shook as she got rid of relentless taunts control skill. At this time, the condescension in her eyes was no longer there just now, only endless fear. It was so close that she was killed by the rebound of her own attack. In the end, Xiao Fatsi helplessly glanced at Xiao Chen as her body quickly ran towards the exit of the replica. Xiao Chen didn't stop her, because even stopping her wouldn't do anything. His only attack skill had been used, and it was nearly impossible to kill her. This made Xiao Chen even more eager to have other taunt-like skills. In just a few seconds, only Xiao Chen and Bai were left inside the copy. After collecting the 2 blood contract treasure chests, Xiao Chen came to Bai, still not coming out? Can't get out. Xiao Chen wondered. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on White's face. Once I cast this skill, other than external destruction I can only wait for the skill time to end, otherwise I can't break it at all. And I don't have the ability to break it from the inside. This was the first time Xiao Chen had seen such an odd skill. It was a true enemy of the enemy. However, Xiao Chen couldn't help him. After all, it was impossible for him to break this crystal layer with only 1 point of attack power. In fact, Xiao Chen had a way to break through it, and that was the Battle Soul Charge, only the Battle Soul Charge was still on skill cooldown at this time. Moreover, he wouldn't use it until he had to, and it was considered one of his life-saving abilities. Since Bai couldn't get out for the time being, Xiao Chen had nothing better to do, so he tentatively asked, "How do you know my name?" Bai looked at Xiao Chen, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Xiao Chen almost lost his mind when he looked at this smile. This was still a man. If White was a woman, I don't know if I would be able to withstand the temptation. After forcing away the distractions in his mind, he carefully stared at Bai's eyes, trying to tell from White's demeanor if he really knows something. White looked around and realized that there was no one else but the two of them before he spoke. "My ability is a bit special. To put it simply, I can foretell the future." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's mind was shaken. Professionals actually have this kind of ability? This ability is simply too much. Looking at Xiao Chen's shocked expression, Bai shook his head and said, "It's not as powerful as you think. With my current strength I can only vaguely perceive an approximation. Take you for example, all I know is that your real name is Xiao Chang, Honest Chang, and..." Here he paused for a moment before continuing, "And there's a layer of mist on you that I can see very little of, a situation I've only ever seen in fake professions and high-ranked professions.